701 Chapter 698. Deadlocked Battle. Although the town wasn't too big, it was a good place. It even welcomed a lot of tourists every year. However, with the appearance of the dimensional portal, the original prosperity and noise had long disappeared. Now, only wreckage was left, as well as garbage and broken bricks everywhere. It was obvious that the United States had launched a heavy bombardment on the area to deal with the foreign cultivators. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, even if those foreign cultivators were cleared, this town would be completely destroyed. At this time, the small city had been completely sealed off. In order to prevent the foreign cultivators from escaping, many mines had been planted in many places. Once they stepped into it and detonated the mine, even the foreign cultivators would not be able to escape death. All kinds of automatic artilleries had also been temporarily set up. The firing rate of thousands of bullets per minute was enough to keep the foreign cultivators from approaching the alert area, and they could only hide in the ruins of the town. At this moment, all he could see were American soldiers with loaded guns, armored vehicles, and tanks. From time to time, there would be the sound of mortars hitting somewhere in the town. Judging from the number of American troops stationed here, it was enough for a large-scale regional battle. In fact, the weapons in the original world were extremely lethal and had a great deterrent force against foreign cultivators, but there were also many restrictions. In this aspect, the army that attacked the dog-headed People's City in the original world had a deep understanding. They had suffered great losses in urban and close-quarters combat. The situation in front of him was just another scene. After Tang Zhen got out of the car, he entered the command post under Smith's lead and met with the American commander in charge. Damn it, this group of invaders from another world is too difficult to deal with. After seeing Tang Zhen, the commander first expressed his respect before he began to ridicule. They're too fast and too strong. The scales on their bodies can even block bullets. Even if they were injured, they could quickly jump up and down. Who knew how they did it? Once they're bombarded, they'll quickly dig holes like rats and crawl out after the bombing. They're completely unscathed. The American commander shrugged helplessly as he spoke. The scariest thing is, ever since they learned how to use firearms, my soldiers have been constantly shot and killed. For the past 2 days, almost no one dared to enter that area again. We can't let this situation continue. I'll request for a missile attack later. Otherwise, it'll be a disaster for the US if these guys escape. After Tang Zhen heard the grumbling of the person in charge, he gently nodded his head and said, "Do you have any enemy corpses here? If you do, send them over immediately." "Do I need them?" When the person in charge heard this, he immediately ordered the soldiers to carry out a body bag from the refrigerator and placed it in front of Tang Zhen. After opening the bag, a foreign tribe corpse with a body shape that was very similar to a human's appeared in front of Tang Zhen. However, it had white fur on its body and thick scales on its chest and arms. After sizing him up a few times, Tang Zhen nodded and got his men to take the corpse away. Then, he got Smith to prepare some items. After hearing what Tang Zhen asked him to prepare, Smith was slightly stunned. Although he had a trace of doubt in his heart, he immediately ordered his men to make preparations. The items were a little messy, so it would take some time to prepare. Tang Zhen simply walked out of the tent when he saw this. After speaking a few words with Smith, he directly flew toward the building where the dimensional gateway was located. In an instant, he could see the unusually eye-catching vortex slowly rotating on the top of a building, and rich spatial power was constantly emitted from it. Affected by it, the surrounding sky turned gloomy. Lightning would appear from time to time and constantly move around the vortex. This spatial power seemed invisible, but it was actually quite destructive. The roof of the building was already mottled, as if it could collapse at any time. Tang Zhen sensed the remnant aura around this tunnel. The bewilderment in his eyes became increasingly dense. Through his senses, he found that there were at least 1,000 low-level cultivators, auras here, and there were several Lord-level auras mixed in. Tang Zhen thought that he had sensed it wrongly. He hurriedly sensed it again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he took a deep breath. It seemed that this foreign city was quite generous. Because the restrictions on the teleportation of low-level cultivators were smaller, it was able to send so many cultivators in one go. Many ants could kill an elephant, not to mention there were so many cultivators in the city. The United States was in trouble. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He placed his hands behind his back and began to think about the other party's intention. One must know that the teleportation to invade another world was not without restrictions. On the contrary, there were many restrictions. For example, in addition to the free teleportation tower, before the teleportation channel was officially opened, if one wanted to teleport cultivators to the invading world, not only would it be extremely difficult to teleport high-level cultivators, but they would also have to pay the Brain Pearl and Origin Stone. And once they entered, unless they successfully obtained the world's origin or were beaten until the city was on the verge of destruction, it was absolutely impossible for them to be teleported back to the Tower World. Therefore, the strength of this city might be much stronger than the Three-Eye City. At the very least, it was not short of money. Just as Tang Zhen was deep in thought as he stared at the dimensional gateway, a foreign race cultivator wearing battle armor and a piece of rag suddenly appeared in a dilapidated building not far away. He first swept a glance at Tang Zhen, who was standing on the roof, before raising the rifle in his hand from the window. After aiming at Tang Zhen, the foreign cultivator pulled the trigger without any hesitation the moment the crosshairs met with Tang Zhen's figure. Bang! A crisp gunshot was heard, and the bullet went straight for the target. However, at this moment, the foreign cultivator suddenly froze. This was because Tang Zhen's figure had completely disappeared from his sight. The foreign cultivator was certain that the man wasn't hit by his bullet, because the man had disappeared without a trace the moment he fired. Recalling the scene just now, the foreign cultivator had an ominous feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to get up and move, he suddenly trembled in fear. Because the human that he had just aimed at was now standing behind him, looking at him with a faint smile. Although the smile on the other party's face was very clear, the foreign cultivator still trembled and a chill ran down his spine. 702 The summoning in the god. The foreign cultivator's heart was filled with despair when he sensed the aura on Tang Zhen's body. He had never dreamed that there would be a terrifying king-level cultivator in this original world. Didn't they say that cultivators didn't exist in this world? Then where did this king-level cultivator come from? While the foreign cultivators were frightened, they were also full of worry about the invasion of their own city. After all, with such a variable, who knew what the final outcome would be? Tell me where you're from, and I won't kill you. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over just as the foreign tribe cultivator was trembling, causing him to be slightly startled. However, his expression soon became distorted. With a trace of determination in his eyes, he aimed at Tang Zhen and pulled the trigger. The flying bullets were the answer of the alien cultivators. You're looking for death. Tang Zhen didn't care about the bullets that were shot at him. His body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the foreign race cultivator and directly grabbed his neck. With a little force, the foreign cultivator's eyes rolled back and he was lifted up. I'm asking you again, are you going to tell me or not? The foreign tribe cultivator's red face revealed a sinister smile. However, he looked at Tang Zhen with a proud and contemptuous gaze. He did not have a trace of fear towards death. Hee, Yingluo, just kill me. Stop dreaming, Yingluo. The foreign cultivator's throat was clenched, and he found it extremely difficult to say this. So what if you're a king-level cultivator? As long as I don't say anything, it's useless even if you kill me. If he could really render a king-level cultivator helpless, then even if he died, it would be worth it. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He had many methods to make these stubborn people speak. However, he didn't have the time to deal with these matters. Therefore, he took out the reincarnation mirror and sent the foreign cultivator's soul into it. He believed that with the overseer's methods, he would definitely be able to make this foreign cultivator suffer a fate worse than death and then obediently hand over what he wanted. After dealing with the foreign cultivator, Tang Zhen glanced around and found several other foreign cultivators. However, he didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, under the shocked gazes of the foreign cultivators, he soared into the sky and directly returned to the military camp outside the town. To Tang Zhen, these foreign race cultivators were merely beasts that were trapped in a cage. They were merely foreign race cannon fodder that could be slaughtered at any time. What caught his attention were the Lord-tier cultivators who had appeared together with them in the exact location of the city. He didn't find any trace of these high-level cultivators after scanning them with his spiritual power. In addition, there was something wrong with the number of foreign cultivators. It seemed that less than 1/5 of them were there. Then where did the remaining horde leaders and the 800 alien cultivators go? If they had escaped, then why was it that the other parts of the US alliance were so calm in the past half a month without any news of their appearance? The more Tang Zhen thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Perhaps these foreign cultivators were brewing some kind of scheme, but he had yet to discover it. Unfortunately, as time passed, the remaining aura of those foreign race cultivators had completely dissipated. They had long missed the best time to track them down. Even Tang Zhen might not be able to find them easily. He had never seen these foreign cultivators with his own eyes, and the positioning card in his hand couldn't track them either, so this matter was not easy to deal with. As he was thinking about this matter, Tang Zhen flew over the military camp in a flash and directly teleported into the tent. Seeing Tang Zhen's sudden appearance, Smith, who was in deep thought, couldn't help but jump in shock. However, he quickly regained his calm. "Mr. Tang Zhen, all the items you need have been prepared. Do you want me to bring them over now?" Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard this. Soon after, he saw two Secret Service personnel bring in a pile of miscellaneous items and place them on the table in front of the two of them. "Forgive me for being presumptuous, but does Mr. Tang Zhen want these items because he intends to cast some kind of sorcery?" Smith's face was filled with curiosity as he carefully asked Tang Zhen. He could be considered to have some knowledge, so after seeing these items, he had this guess. It's indeed witchcraft, but it's different from the witchcraft you're thinking of. You'll know when you see it later. Tang Zhen didn't explain much. He directly checked the items and materials. After which, he picked out some that didn't meet the requirements and threw them away. From time to time, he would also take out a few items from his storage space and add them in. In truth, Tang Zhen was not confident that this kind of sorcery would be successfully cast. He was merely taking the opportunity to try it out. If he could succeed, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Following Tang Zhen's sorting and selection, some of the ingredients were also combined together and mixed into a liquid that emitted a foul smell. Smith almost vomited the food he had last night when he smelled it. He quickly covered his nose and mouth and went to the door to take in some fresh air. He suspected that he would faint if he sniffed any longer. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He first used this liquid to draw a special runic magic circle. After he checked once again to confirm that there were no mistakes, he nodded in satisfaction. The runes used by this kind of wizard were very strange. Even if Tang Zhen was proficient in runic magic circles, he was still deeply inspired after seeing it. Soon after, under Smith's gaze, Tang Zhen stood in the middle of the runic magic circle and began to chant an incantation in a strange language. The pronunciation of this kind of chant was extremely strange. It seemed to have some kind of resonance, and it was also mixed with some use of energy. Ordinary people would not be able to make similar sounds. Just as Tang Zhen's incantation was about to end, the runic magic circle suddenly flickered. Immediately, an aura that caused one's scalp to turn numb spread out. At the same time, a huge translucent face suddenly appeared in the tent. It was quietly looking at Tang Zhen. The objects in the tent seemed to have disappeared and the place where Tang Zhen and Smith were had become a temple filled with the style of another world. This face was like that of a peerless beauty, full of coquettishness and charm, but her eyes were cold and ruthless, like a god who didn't eat the fireworks of the mortal world. A strange language came out of her mouth. Smith, who had been in a daze for a long time, couldn't understand it, but Tang Zhen heard it clearly. "So this isn't the Magus world. I was wondering why the journey was so long. Expert from another world, why have you summoned me?" The aura of the illusory woman was obviously much stronger than Tang Zhen's. However, she did not put on an arrogant attitude. After all, Tang Zhen was not a weakling. He had to maintain the minimum respect. Of course, if it was someone with a lower cultivation base who summoned her, this woman might not have this attitude. Tang Zhen slightly bowed to the lady. After which, he spoke in a clear voice, "Greetings to you, the incarnation of knowledge in the Magus world, the all-knowing Lady Harrell. I want to know who's behind this," and gave the coordinates of this world to the two foreign races. "Where are their towers located?" After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the woman by the name of Harrell was silent for a few seconds before she replied in a faint tone, "I can provide you with clues, but I will not tell you the answer directly. This is my rule." After all, the process of finding out the truth was also a form of cultivation. Therefore, this rule had never been changed for countless years. And you must also prepare the corresponding items of equivalent exchange, or else the deal between us will be over. 703 Dispel the doubts in the strange town. Zhen Tang nodded slightly after hearing Harrier's words, indicating that he knew what to do. In fact, he had already made preparations before performing this special summoning ritual. Not only did he have to offer sacrifices, but he also had to have means to deal with the enemy. After all, the other party was a god of the sorcerer world, and his means must be strange and unpredictable. Even if his main body could not descend, he still could not be underestimated. What Tang Zhen was most worried about was whether the other party would become angry from embarrassment and attack him once he found out that the one who summoned him was a cultivator from Lucheng. From the looks of it, no matter if it was the cultivators from Lusheng City or the Magus world's natives, they were all treated the same in front of this harrier. There was no distinction between factions. Perhaps in their eyes, the two of them were merely ants, and they disdained to get involved in this feud. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen waved his hand and a pile of items appeared in front of Harrell for her to choose. The current Tang Zhen was rich. His storage space was filled with rare treasures. However, there were many things that he had no use for. Now, they just happened to come in handy. A smile appeared on Harrell's face as he looked at the various items floating in front of him. He then picked 3 items. You're indeed a rich otherworld powerhouse. Are these also the spoils of war that you've accumulated after invading other worlds? From what it said, it was obvious that it knew about the existence of the world of Lusheng and was quite familiar with national Lusheng. Tang Zhen did not find this strange at all. After all, the other party was in existence known as the goddess of knowledge in the sorcerer world. Furthermore, the cultivators of the tower world had invaded the sorcerer world more than once. It was normal for it to know these things. As a matter of fact, the plane coordinates of otherworlds were extremely precious. The plane coordinates of powerful otherworlds were also held by many top-tier towers. Without an ideal target to invade, coupled with the restrictions of the rules, they could only choose to invade these powerful otherworlds. Therefore, in some powerful foreign worlds, the existence of Lucheng cultivators was not a secret, but they had all been demonized. This is just an accidental harvest. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you can answer my question now, Tang Zhen indifferently said to Harrell without giving any further explanation. Don't worry, since I've accepted the exchange item, I can't break the contract. Let me see what kind of help I can provide you. After saying that, Harrell's illusory eyes suddenly turned pitch black, and there seemed to be vortexes spinning in them. About 10 seconds later, Harrell's eyes returned to normal. He looked at Tang Zhen and said indifferently, deep within the pitch black underground, there is deep malice. If you want to know the truth behind the fog, you need to go to the grassland with the huge 7-colored flower and get the answer from the wise man who has existed for countless years. After saying that, Harrell's face gradually disappeared, and the surrounding scenery returned to normal. Tang Zhen looked at the spot where the other party had disappeared. He mused for a moment before storing all of the floating items into his storage ring. At this moment, Smith finally recovered from his shock. With a trace of bewilderment on his face, he asked Tang Zhen, Mr. Tang Zhen, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What appeared just now? Why do I feel like my soul is trembling after he appeared? That's the goddess of knowledge of the sorcerer world, an existence that you can't understand at all. After Tang Zhen gave a simple explanation, he turned to Smith and said, you just have to keep this matter to yourself and don't talk about it so easily to avoid unnecessary trouble. There's also another important matter, and that is that the information we received earlier was wrong. Because I couldn't sense anything, at least 1,000 foreign cultivators have passed through the dimensional teleportation channel. However, the number of foreign cultivators in this town doesn't even make up 1/5 of the total number. When Smith heard this, he was shocked. Just this town in front of him had already caused the entire American alliance to be in a mess, and he was also badly battered. But from what Tang Zhen had said, there were more foreign cultivators that had infiltrated other parts of the United States, and they had no idea about it. Damn it, this was simply asking for his life. Oh my God, this news is terrible. Smith held his forehead helplessly. He suddenly had the urge to resign immediately and quit. After taking a deep breath, Smith said to Tang Zhen, Mr. Tang Zhen, can we set up a special search team like the Asian Alliance to capture those foreign cultivators? Tang Zhen shook his head and said, there's no need for that. The cultivation of these missing foreign race cultivators isn't high. With your current weapons and equipment, you can easily kill them. The most important thing now is to determine their location as soon as possible and then kill them with lightning speed. Tang Zhen paused here and looked at Smith. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the American alliance will be in chaos in a few days. Smith was worried. Just as Tang Zhen and Smith were discussing how to deal with these foreign cultivators, a dozen cars were rapidly approaching from a small town several hundred kilometers away. Inside these cars sat a group of burly men with fierce expressions. They were covered in tattoos and exuded a fierce aura. If one looked closely, they would see that they were all carrying pistols and sharp knives. These people were all members of a certain organization. They had come here today to take revenge on their competitors. Even before coming here, they were already prepared to start a massacre. Cutting off one's source of income was like killing one's parents. Those guys in this small town actually dared to steal his business, so they had to be prepared to bleed. The explosive music kept coming, and all kinds of vulgarities were heard from time to time. You know, this time I'm definitely going to shoot that red-haired brat's ass, because I've been annoyed by him for a long time. I have an impression of the kid you're talking about. Why don't you let me play with him first and let him have a taste of my big gun? Shut up, he's mine. No one can snatch him from me. All right then, we'll have to compete fairly, you bastard. Quote. The speeding car roared and drove into the town in the blink of an eye. However, as they drove into the town, they immediately felt that the atmosphere was not right. Ever since they entered the town, they had not seen a single person, not even an animal. On the wide street, there was garbage and newspapers everywhere, and even dried blood. The doors of every house here were closed, and the original residents were nowhere to be found. The town that used to be bustling with life had now turned into a ghost town with no signs of life. 704 Chapter 701. Ambush. Looking at the scene in front of them, the organization members were reminded of a very popular TV series about the end of the world, which seemed to be the same as the scene in front of them. The only difference was that there were no zombies on the streets, and there was no foul smell. Even so, some people still looked around subconsciously, afraid that zombies would really rush out. Of course, this thought only flashed through their minds. More members of the organization were whispering to each other. What they were concerned about was what they should do next. After all, the atmosphere in this town was not right. Something unusual must have happened, and the original revenge plan would have to be changed. Guys, keep your spirits up. If the situation doesn't look good, retreat immediately. The commander in the middle of the convoy issued an order, but his face was a little gloomy. His slightly protruding eyes kept rolling, and no one knew what he was thinking. With the order, the atmosphere of the entire convoy immediately changed. The originally loud music seemed to have turned into noise, and they were also turned off. Although no one knew what had happened here, they subconsciously raised their vigilance to prevent any accidents from happening. At this moment, the crowd suddenly saw the wreckage of several police cars lying in the middle of the road. The police officers in the police car had long disappeared, but the damage suffered by the police car was clearly visible. It made people feel frightened at a glance. Further away, there was a large broken tree and collapsed houses that were now emitting a faint green smoke, as if they had been destroyed by violence. The speeding convoy had no choice but to stop. The members of the organization got out of the cars one by one and kept looking at the surrounding environment and the police cars that had been violently destroyed. As they watched, a sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in the hearts of these violent people. "Benny, I say, buddy, that wasn't made by a fist, was it?" A young man asked his companion as he looked at the dent on the police car. The young man named Benny was a boxing enthusiast with strong muscles. He was also staring at the fist mark on the metal sheet of the car, his face full of disbelief. "Oh my God, a human can actually smash a metal plate like this. Did Superman appear?" Benny mumbled as if he had seen a ghost. "Damn it, this place is too abnormal. I think we should leave immediately," one of the men with a gun shouted. At the same time, he quickly got into the car and prepared to start the engine. However, for some reason, the car that was fine just now couldn't start. No matter how he operated it, there was no reaction. The man jumped out of the car and kicked the door hard, shouting, "Shish T, I knew something was wrong here. Look, even the car broke down." "White, you coward," someone laughed disdainfully. "It's just that the car can't start. What's the big deal? You've already thrown away that broken car of yours, because it's as old and stupid as you. I think you're just scared and want to run home to get your mother's milk, right?" This man's words caused a burst of laughter, and White's face turned red. "Shut your mouth, or I'll show you what I'm capable of, you damn bastard." "Fuck," White cursed and quickly walked to a car next to him. He tried to start the car again, but it did not work. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed slightly, and their mocking laughter slowly disappeared. They subconsciously started the car next to them, but they were shocked to find that their own cars could not start either. Damn it, my car can't start either. What's going on? Can someone tell me? Don't worry about the car. Let's leave this damn place. I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. For a moment, there were all kinds of chaotic sounds. Then, someone opened the trunk of the car and took out some long guns. At the same time, a strange sound was heard. It seemed to be the low roar of some animal, which was full of penetrating power. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and was stunned by the scene that entered their eyes. Their bodies began to tremble slightly. It turned out that on the opposite side of the street, there were a dozen or so strange beasts that looked like ice bears, but had sparkling bone spikes and were several times larger. They dragged their long tails, and when their sharp claws scratched the asphalt road, they could easily dig out a deep pit, as if they were scratching tofu. However, the most surprising thing was that on the backs of these white bear monsters, there were many tall and big foreign people with long spears in their hands. Their appearance was very similar to humans, but they had white fur all over their bodies and were covered in armor made of white metal and animal skin. He looked at the organization members as if they were a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. After seeing these foreign cultivators, the members of the organization realized that it was the appearance of the monsters in front of them that caused the town to become so strangely quiet. After feeling the terrifying aura of the foreign cultivator, the members of the organization didn't hesitate at all. They immediately began to retreat with their guns. However, at this moment, a series of low growls came from all directions. In the woods, in the alleys, and even on the roof of the buildings, white bear monsters quickly appeared one after another, surrounding the organization members. There was no path to heaven, no door to hell. Although the members of the organization didn't understand the Aeon language, their feelings could be accurately described with this sentence. Seeing the terrifying monsters getting closer and closer, the members of the organization immediately panicked. Finally, someone subconsciously pulled the trigger and roared as he kept shooting. This shot was like a signal, causing all the members of the organization to open fire. The bullets flew towards the foreign cultivators. It was also at this moment that the foreign cultivators suddenly drove the white bears they were riding and pounced at the organization members who were shooting at them. Most of the bullets were dodged nimbly, and the small number of bullets did not cause much damage to the white bears. Instead, it made them even more violent. In fact, the distance between the two was not far. The white bear monsters could jump more than 10 meters, so they were in the middle of the organization members in an instant. Everyone could only see a huge black shadow falling from the sky. Before they could come to their senses, they saw the white bear monster waving its claws and smashing everywhere. The white bear monster's strength was terrifying. With just a light pat, the organization members felt a huge force hit them, and then they spat out blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. 705 Chapter 702 Captured. The alien cultivators riding on the white bears also brandished their long spears at the members of the organization. "Oh, I'm going to die. Get lost, Yingluo, Yingluo." Screams rang out continuously, and the remaining members of the organization all fell to the ground. As for the firearms that they regarded as their life-saving weapons, they did not kill a single white bear monster at all. Instead, they made them even more violent. At this time, the members of the organization were all lying on the ground, groaning and groaning. Their expressions were dispirited, and blood flowed from their mouths and noses from time to time. If it wasn't for the fact that these foreign cultivators deliberately didn't kill anyone, they would have been pierced by the long spears or smashed into meat paste by the white bears. Under the overwhelming attacks of the foreign cultivators, the battle was over in less than a minute. Then, the foreign cultivators jumped down from the back of the white bear monster, tied up the organization members, and threw them on the back of the white bear. The way they were tied up was also very embarrassing. They were actually two people stacked together, regardless of whether their heads and crotch were touched. The organization's members, who had long lost the ability to resist, were depressed to death, but they were unable to resist at all. At the moment, they could only pray in their hearts that they would not be eaten by these ferocious monsters as snacks. He followed the white bear and soon arrived at a large building. It wasn't until then that the members of the organization realized that this place had been occupied by foreign cultivators. The residents of the town who had disappeared were also gathered here, their faces full of fear. The members of the organization were slightly surprised. When they saw the foreign cultivators, they subconsciously thought that all the residents of the town had been killed by them. However, after seeing this scene, they were confused. Did these foreign cultivators not kill the innocent? In this case, he didn't have to worry about losing his life for the time being. Just as the members of the organization were secretly rejoicing, the imprisoned townspeople became more and more flustered. "Isn't that White's gang? Why are they here?" he asked. "Damn it, those monsters have caught another group of people. They should be a group of unlucky people who accidentally entered the town. They should be happy because these monsters don't eat raw meat. Damn it, you still have the mood to laugh at others. You should care about your own safety first." After seeing the organization's members in a sorry state, the imprisoned townspeople all had a trace of pity on their faces. However, some people were gloating because they knew the members of these organizations. They knew that these people had done evil things and were now captured by these foreign cultivators. It was their retribution. When people were down on their luck, if they saw others suffer the same fate as them, they would instantly feel much more balanced. If it was someone he hated, then it would be even more satisfying. Not to mention, all of the members were injured. It was clear that they had suffered a lot in the hands of these foreign cultivators. At that moment, the nemesis of those organization members, another group of organization members in the town, was gloating at their misfortune and constantly mocking them. The members of the organization began to struggle, but they were pulled off the white bear monster by the alien cultivators and thrown to the ground, causing them to scream again and again. "Damn it, my ass. Bitch, you're hurting me." When the foreign cultivators heard this, they glanced at them coldly and walked to the side, no longer paying attention to them. "Damn it, what is this place? What kind of monsters are you?" A member of the organization shouted at the foreign cultivators. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown and had completely forgotten how terrifying these foreign cultivators were. "Damn idiot, shut up. Do you want to get everyone killed?" A member with blood on the corner of his mouth shouted in a low voice. Then, he motioned for his companions to cover his mouth so that he wouldn't shout and attract the attention of the foreign cultivators. If they let these cultivators beat them up again, they might really lose their lives. At the same time, the leader of this group of people began to carefully look around and secretly took out his phone to call the police. Even though they didn't get along well with the police and employees, it was their only hope at this moment. However, when he took out his phone, he was surprised to find that his phone had been turned off. The commander was dumbfounded. He quickly and secretly called his other accomplices to take out their mobile phones. It was only then that the crowd realized that all of their phones had been scrapped, and none of them could be turned on. "I say, guys, don't waste your energy, it's useless." A young man in sportswear smiled bitterly. He took out his mobile phone and showed it to the crowd. At the same time, he explained, "Ever since these monsters appeared, all the electronic products in the town have been disabled. Therefore, you can't even charge your phone, let alone make a phone call, because the entire town's power system has collapsed. Guys, welcome to the primitive era." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, wouldn't the entire town become an isolated island? If they couldn't escape from this place, the outside world would never know what had happened here, and no one would be able to save them. If they entered the town by mistake, they would be captured by these foreign cultivators. They would not kill them, but they would ignore them. Who knew what they were going to do? However, everyone still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, if they couldn't contact the town for a long time, the United States would definitely send investigators here to confirm if there was an accident. Just as they were guessing, another group of white-armored foreign cultivators suddenly appeared in front of them. There were about 200 of them, and they were all over 2 meters tall. Many of them were accompanied by white bear monsters, who were staring at the group. At this moment, these foreign cultivators were all holding sabers and spears, and some of them were even carrying seized firearms on their backs. From their skillful movements, it seemed that they had figured out how to use these firearms. Although they were Lusheng natives, they had seen a lot. A simple gun operation was not difficult for them. With the appearance of these foreign cultivators, the townspeople present immediately stopped talking and all looked at them. There was a trace of fear on their faces as they waited for these visitors from the other world to decide their fate. However, some people also discovered that among these foreign cultivators, there was a foreign cultivator with a special appearance. He was about 1.9 meters tall and wore an exquisitely made crystal headdress. He was wearing crystal armor and a crystal longsword. His appearance was like a knife and axe, like a spirit born from ice and snow. Once one got close to him, one would feel a bone-chilling cold. An oppressive aura belonging to the Lord Cultivator was spreading out with him as the center. 706 Slime 1 After the Lord Cultivator appeared, he first scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. After seeing that there were thousands of residents in the town, he gently nodded. He then waved his hand behind him, and 2 foreign cultivators immediately carried out a large bucket and placed it in front of the townspeople. After opening the lid, the sticky liquid inside was revealed. It was purplish-red in color and occasionally emitted a faint rancid smell. The townspeople looked at each other and tried to guess why the alien cultivators took out the sticky liquid. "Buddy, what are these monsters doing? They're not asking us to drink this disgusting thing, are they?" Someone made such a guess, but he was not sure in his heart, so he turned to his side and asked his companion. "Damn it, how would I know?" The burly man replied impatiently. He continued to look around, constantly trying to find a chance to escape. Being controlled by these strange-looking cultivators filled the townspeople with a sense of crisis, as if a butcher's knife was hanging on their necks and could be chopped down at any time. This feeling of having one's life in the hands of others could simply drive one crazy. Therefore, ever since they were imprisoned here, the townspeople had been constantly looking for opportunities to escape the control of these foreign cultivators. Unfortunately, both the alien cultivators and the terrifying white bear monsters were watching them closely. Under such circumstances, it was no different from a fool's dream for an ordinary person to escape from this place. There were some residents who tried to break in, but they had all become corpses or food for the white bear monsters. He turned around and looked at the alien cultivators. They suddenly rushed into the crowd and grabbed a man, dragging him in front of the Lord. "I beg you, please let me go. For God's sake, I don't want to die." Tears and snot flowed down the man's face as he struggled with all his might. However, he was no match for the 2 foreign cultivators. He was like a child facing an adult, unable to put up any resistance. When the other townspeople saw this, they immediately roared in anger, and more than a dozen men tried to rush forward to save him. The foreign cultivators who were in charge of keeping watch saw this and immediately waved the long whips in their hands, striking those who stood out like lightning. A series of crisp, pa-pa, sounds could be heard, followed by a series of painful screams. The whips were like venomous snakes, easily tearing the skin and flesh of the townspeople, drawing out blood from their bodies. It was unknown what kind of medicinal liquid the whips had been soaked in, but any injury caused by it would be accompanied by unbearable pain, causing the injured to roll around and scream in pain. This was a sign that the pain was extreme. Otherwise, just from the fact that they dared to stand up to save people, it was clear that they were all tough men. How could they be so miserable because of a wound? At the same time, the foreign cultivators raised the guns they had collected from the small town and aimed at the eager residents. Looking at the killing intent in their eyes, it seemed that they would open fire at any time and kill the disobedient guys. After seeing this scene, everyone immediately shut their mouths and obediently sat on the ground. They knew that if they continued to make a scene, these monsters would really kill people. After all, the pile of corpses in the corner was not for decoration. They were all killed by the monsters without hesitation because they were disobedient in the beginning. With the strength and weapons of these foreign cultivators, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill thousands of them. The only thing he could do now was to wait and see what the foreign cultivators were up to. The man who had been chosen first kneeled before the Lord-level cultivator, still crying and begging. "Let me go, please, let me go, Yingluo." The Lord cultivator looked expressionlessly at the sobbing man. With a swish, he drew the long sword at his waist and stabbed it between the man's eyebrows. Seeing the sword coming at him, the man screamed and tried to dodge with all his might. However, his arms were grabbed by 2 foreign cultivators, and he was held in place. He could only watch as the long sword got closer and closer. "No, Yingluo!" A shrill scream rang out, and the timid residents had already closed their eyes and kept praying in their hearts, afraid that they would see the bloody scene of a long sword piercing through the head. However, the other people who had not moved their gazes from the beginning saw a scene that surprised them. They had thought that the man would die for sure, but to their surprise, the Lord Cultivator's sword suddenly stopped a millimeter away from the man's head. However, the sharp sword chi had already pierced his skin, and blood was seeping out. The man didn't care about this at all. After the pleasant surprise of escaping from death, his body suddenly went soft and he directly collapsed on the ground. Looking closely at his pants, there was already a large wet patch. It was obvious that he had wet his pants from the shock. Seeing this, the foreign cultivators around them laughed out loud, their eyes full of disdain and mockery. The other townspeople who saw this scene felt a trace of sadness in their hearts, as well as an irrepressible anger. If they had weapons in their hands now, they would definitely let these white-haired monsters know how powerful they were. They would beat them up until their mothers couldn't recognize them, and at the same time, they would let them have a taste of being scared to the point of peeing their pants. The Lord Cultivator in crystal armor sneered and slowly pulled back his sword. He said in a choppy original world language, "A weak and incompetent race can only be enslaved and exterminated. Now, let me help you, and let loose the desires in your hearts." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the foreign cultivators scooped up a spoonful of filthy liquid and poured it into the man's mouth. The man retched a few times, but he couldn't spit out the liquid at all. His face, which had been red with excitement, turned pale in an instant. Then, the foreign cultivator in charge of guarding the place stepped aside and pointed outside as he looked at the man. The man was stunned at first, but he immediately understood what the other party meant. He got up in disbelief and walked out carefully. When he realized that no foreign cultivators had stopped him, he was overjoyed and immediately ran away like a madman. When the crowd saw his figure disappear, they turned to look at the foreign cultivators again and saw that more than 20 foreign cultivators had come out of the crowd. They each carried a small basin and quickly made their way into the crowd. Then, they brought the small basin to the residents. They pointed at the liquid in the direction in which the man had escaped. Finally, they drew their swords. The meaning of the other party's expression was so obvious, not to mention that there were previous examples. Therefore, the townspeople quickly understood the request of these foreign cultivators. As long as they ate this sticky liquid, they would be able to leave safely. Otherwise, they would be killed. Understanding was one thing, but who knew what this sticky liquid was? If it was poison, he would not be able to escape death. However, on second thought, if the alien cultivators had intended to kill them, there was no need to do so. Perhaps the mucus had other uses. In any case, as long as he could escape from this place, even if the mucus was poison, he could just get out and detoxify his stomach. It was much better than dying here directly. 7071. In the face of life and death, a person's mind would always spin at a terrifying speed, and they would make a decision that benefited them in an instant. So, between death and swallowing the slime, they quickly chose the latter. Soon, a group of people stood up and swallowed the sticky liquid with their eyes closed. What was surprising was that although the slime looked disgusting and didn't smell good, it actually tasted good. Actually, it didn't have much taste, and it was very smooth, so it was very easy to swallow. At this moment, the first batch of people who swallowed the mucus had become the focus of all the townspeople. They looked at them without blinking to confirm whether there would be any abnormalities after swallowing. After a few minutes, those people were still safe and sound. This at least confirmed that the sticky liquid was not a poison that could kill immediately. The worry in his heart instantly dissipated. As expected, the foreign cultivators kept their promise. After the townspeople swallowed the mucus, the foreign cultivators immediately made way for them and let them leave. The crowd looked at each other and then looked behind them. Most of them chose to leave immediately. "My wife and child are behind us, can we go together?" A man was begging the foreign cultivator while pointing at a certain spot in the crowd. The non-human cultivator glanced at the women and children in the crowd before turning his gaze to the Lord Cultivator. After seeing the Lord Cultivator nod, the white-armored non-human cultivator said in a low voice, "If you want to leave, you'll have to drink the mucus first." The voice was dry and hoarse, but it was indeed the language of his original world. Although it was very choppy, at least he could understand it. Originally, they thought that these foreign cultivators didn't understand the language of the original world, so the townspeople didn't have much scruples when talking. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They were afraid that the foreign cultivators would remember their conversation and cause trouble for them later. The man hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he walked into the crowd and led out his wife and 3 young children. "Either stay here and wait for death, or take a gamble. My dear Kelly, we have no other choice." The man kissed his wife and children one by one, then comforted them one by one. "Whether we live or die, we will always be together, right?" The family hugged each other tightly. After swallowing the slime, they slowly walked out of the town. From time to time, the children's happy laughter could be heard. It was just as the child's father had said. In the face of such an irresistible power, there was nothing to fear as long as the family could stay together safely. Seeing that more and more residents were released after swallowing the mucus, the other onlookers could no longer sit still. They swarmed up and no longer cared about the potential hidden dangers of the mucus, swallowing it without hesitation. Seeing that the foreign cultivators had made way for them, the people who had been reborn naturally didn't stop for a moment. They all ran into the distance like crazy. They were afraid that the foreign cultivators would go back on their word and capture them again to continue suffering the torture. They didn't want to stay in this damn place for a second longer. From the beginning to the end, the foreign cultivators who appeared out of thin air only killed the townspeople who dared to resist them and did not mistreat those who submitted to them. But in the hearts of the townspeople, it left a deep shadow that they would probably never be able to get rid of. At this moment, the road leading to the outside of the town was filled with the sound of running figures. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were silent. Some of them fell down while running, and their limbs bled, but they didn't care and continued to run away. In the end, there were only a few hundred people left. They were struggling in their hearts. They wanted to leave this place, but they didn't want to swallow the sticky liquid. The unknown danger was the most terrifying. They were afraid that after swallowing the mucus, their bodies would undergo some kind of mutation. However, if he didn't swallow it, not only would he not be able to escape, he might even be killed at any time. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people left, they had no choice but to make a choice. They took a spoonful of slime, took a deep breath, and swallowed it without any hesitation. From the beginning to the end, the remaining townspeople had been guessing what the foreign cultivator had given them to eat. However, they were also very clear that now was not the time to be concerned about these problems. Everything had to wait until they were out of danger. Time passed slowly, and before long, there were only a few dozen residents left in the town. However, these people had already determined in their hearts that the mucus was definitely not a good thing. They would definitely regret it if they swallowed it. Damn it, I won't eat these things even if you kill me. You ugly monsters, kill me if you have the guts. A fat man suddenly roared. He pushed away the spoon that the foreign cultivator handed to him with a ferocious face and suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist. Without any hesitation, the fatty pulled the trigger. With a crisp gunshot, the foreign cultivator was caught off guard and his head exploded. Blood gushed out of the wound, and the foreign cultivator collapsed to the ground in disbelief. After the gunshot, the entire scene fell silent. Looking at the dead bodies of their comrades on the ground, the other foreign cultivators were stunned for a moment. Then, they immediately pulled out the sharp sabers on their waists with ferocious expressions. A cold light flashed, and the fat man screamed. His arms were cut off, and he fell to the ground, wailing. The overlord cultivator, who had been wearing a cold expression all along, indifferently glanced at the dead body of the alien race and then gently waved his hand. Since they dared to resist, then kill them all. The non-human cultivators nearby grinned upon hearing this. Without any hesitation, they brandished their swords and slashed at the residents of the town who were still in a daze. The sound of the sharp blades cutting into flesh could be heard. The townspeople screamed in pain as they were killed by the sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, the empty ground was filled with countless corpses and blood. The air was also filled with the unique stench of blood. The residents of the small town who were lucky enough to survive all wailed and begged for mercy, hoping that these foreign cultivators would let them go. However, who would have thought that their pleas for mercy would instead fuel their desire to kill, causing them to increase their strength. Almost every time he slashed, he would take a life. By the time the last townsfolk fell to the ground, the entire area had been dyed blood red, looking ghastly. From the beginning to the end, the feudal lord cultivator had only watched everything in silence as if he was watching a group of butchers killing chickens. Take care of everything here and don't leave any traces. Hurry up, we still have to rush to the next location. After saying this, the Lord Cultivator turned around and walked into the building behind him. Before he entered the room, he glanced in the direction of the plane teleportation channel, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. 708 Chapter 705 Worldwide Attention. Today was a pretty good day. The sun was bright and the breeze was gentle, making people feel a little lazy. Good weather would make people feel good, and it seemed that all their troubles would disappear when they went out to play in this weather. But for some people, this day was full of pain and fear. On the wide and straight road, a police car was slowly driving over. Soft music could be heard from the open window. Just as the two police officers in the car were chatting, their eyes suddenly narrowed, and their expressions became nervous. There was a huge crowd gathered on the road ahead. These people looked extremely flustered and haggard. Many of them were even scratching their throats with their fingers, trying to induce vomiting. The most shocking thing was that there were many injured people among these people. Their clothes were torn and their bodies were covered in dried blood. Some of them were even lying on the side of the road, in a state of unconsciousness. Damn it, did they encounter a terrorist attack? The two police officers' faces changed as they quickly took out their communicators and began to report. XXX Police Station, this is Wales, the patrol officer, serial number 4X. We have found a large number of injured people near X city. They seem to have been attacked, and the situation looks terrible. We are going up to take a look at the situation, over. While they were talking, the police car had already approached the townspeople who had just escaped death. The two police officers quickly jumped out of the police car. The two police officers looked at each other in shock as they looked at the refugees who were lying on the road. Damn it, what happened? 10 minutes later, the American police station in S City, which had confirmed the call, was in chaos. More than half of the police force was deployed to the town where the incident had occurred. For a time, the sound of police sirens could be heard everywhere as cars rushed straight to the town. The reporters and citizens who heard the news also swarmed over, afraid that they would be half a step too slow and miss the important information. At the same time, the American military, which had received the report, immediately mobilized a large number of troops, special operations teams, and medical teams to rush to the town. The originally unknown town had now become the focus of attention for countless citizens of the United States. Every piece of news related to the town would attract countless people's attention. Because there were reporters among the residents of the town, the first thing they did when they got out of trouble was to find a way to expose the matter. In the age of the internet, there were many major events that did not need to be hidden, and could not be hidden. In just half an hour, countless people had found out about this matter, and the whole world was in an uproar. The people in the original world could not believe that a monster had kidnapped the entire town's residents, and nearly 100 people had died. This was something that was almost impossible to happen, but it had actually happened. After the people recovered from their shock, they turned to look at the small town, only to realize that the place was already surrounded by military and police personnel. This was a reasonable matter. After all, this was not a small matter. If it was not handled well, it would cause a greater turmoil. The appearance of the military and police also made the chaotic scene a little more peaceful. Through the camera's perspective, people could clearly see a large number of staff in protective clothing going in and out, and the dilapidated buildings in the town were also faintly visible. From time to time, there would be corpses being carried out and placed in a tightly isolated area. The reporters at the scene kept explaining, describing the incident as a sign of the end of the world. They even got a surveillance video from somewhere and played a shocking video recording. A group of tall, foreign cultivators riding on huge white bears were running rampant on the streets of the town, driving residents out of their homes. The video was very short, less than 10 seconds long, and then it fell into darkness. However, this video alone was enough to confirm that the townspeople weren't lying. This place had indeed been invaded by foreign cultivators. In addition, the American military had suddenly launched a military operation some time ago, forcibly relocating all the residents of a town. From time to time, the sounds of gunfire could be heard from that area. This made the people of the United States completely believe in the rumors of an otherworld invasion. For a time, the entire American alliance was in a state of panic. Countless industries were affected, and the leaders of the alliance were in a terrible fix. They were trying their best to control public opinion and try to reduce the negative impact. At the same time, they also strictly ordered the person in charge of this operation to deal with this matter in the shortest time possible. The feeling of being the focus of the world was not good, because it was not something to be happy about. On the other hand, the media was extremely excited about it and tried to find any clues to increase the ratings. Smith, who was in charge of assisting Tang Zhen, was under even greater pressure. This was because almost all of the people in power viewed Tang Zhen as the key person to resolve this matter. Moreover, he was specifically in charge of contacting Tang Zhen. Therefore, all of the pressure naturally fell on him. In just a few days, Smith's hair had turned white from worry, and he had a bitter look on his face whenever he saw someone. The eyes that he used to look at Tang Zhen were filled with hidden bitterness and pleading. It was as though he would follow Tang Zhen wherever he went. At this time, the two of them were walking on the streets of the town, heading straight to the square where the residents had been imprisoned. Tang Zhen observed his surroundings as he walked. However, there was no expression on his face from the beginning until the end. He seemed to be thinking about something. Smith hesitated for a moment before asking Tang Zhen, "Mr. Tang Zhen, we can now confirm that this group of foreign cultivators is the missing group. There are about 200 of them. After forcing the townspeople to swallow that strange mucus, these foreign cultivators let most of the townspeople go, and at the same time, dozens of townspeople were killed." Smith's face showed a hint of regret as he continued. After that, the foreign cultivators disappeared without a trace. Who knows what method they used to leave this place? They didn't leave any traces behind. Tang Zhen listened to Smith's story and slightly nodded. He asked, "Have the residents of the town been quarantined? Did any abnormalities be discovered after the inspection?" Smith shook his head, a hint of annoyance on his face. "Most of the residents have been quarantined, but there's still a small portion who's hiding somewhere. We're currently doing our best to search for them. After a comprehensive inspection, we can confirm that these townspeople are not in any life-threatening danger. However, their metabolism has become extremely abnormal, as if they are always in a state of extreme hunger." When Smith said this, a trace of worry appeared on his face as he said to Tang Zhen, "Now, as long as there's no food, they will become abnormally anxious and full of extreme aggression. There are already several staff members who have been bitten. It's obviously caused by that strange mucus. As for its specific composition, we're still analyzing it." Tang Zhen fell into deep thought when he heard this and gently nodded his head. 709 Chapter 706. Tracking those foreign cultivators were flamboyant and brutal. They were definitely the elite servant race that had been carefully selected. They definitely wouldn't have nothing better to do. They were only forced to swallow the slime to disgust the townspeople. Therefore, from Tang Zhen's point of view, this mucus was definitely not simple. It was likely some kind of alien insect. Previously, he had observed the three-eyed man and had seen the way they cultivated those parasitic plants. It was a shocking sight. He found that if the strange plant wanted to mature, it had to consume a large amount of flesh and blood. Therefore, the host would be extremely sensitive to flesh and blood, and would always look like it was not full. And the liquid that the townspeople swallowed, was it a similar existence? The most important thing was whether this thing was contagious. If that was the case, it would be a disaster. Not to mention, the foreign cultivators that had appeared here earlier were only a quarter of the total number of missing people. Who knew where the rest had gone? If those guys were to do the same, it would be impossible to guard against them. And the most disturbing thing was that the possibility of this happening was extremely high. No matter what, the other party had actually revealed their tracks, so they definitely couldn't let them go. Otherwise, who knew what this bunch of guys would do? Thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen immediately said to Smith, "The townspeople who have swallowed the slime must be strictly watched. They must not be allowed to escape from the quarantine area. If they showed any abnormal signs, it would mean that they had already mutated. At that time, it would be best to kill them immediately without any hesitation. As for the townspeople who escaped, we must capture all of them. If this mucus is a special creature and is contagious, the consequences will be unimaginable." Tang Zhen paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point. He sensed the remaining aura in the square before him, after which, he headed straight for another street. Smith quickly followed after him. Tang Zhen looked at the faint traces of water on the street and continued to speak to Smith. "We're only a few hundred kilometers away from the dimensional gateway. Based on the time those foreign cultivators disappeared, they should have left this place long ago. However, they had not gone far. They were still in the vicinity, which was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, judging from the fact that they were still lingering in the vicinity, these foreign cultivators must have limited their activity area to this area for some reason or plan. Thus, I'm guessing that the hundreds of foreign cultivators who haven't shown themselves are hiding in this area and secretly doing something." While Tang Zhen was speaking, Smith didn't say a word and kept taking notes. It wasn't until Tang Zhen stopped at the river outside the town that he sent out the document he had prepared and asked Tang Zhen, "According to what you said, we only need to search within a fixed range. This way, the efficiency of our search can be improved, but will those foreign cultivators really not run to other places?" Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on the surface of the river. He gently shook his head and said, "The goal of these foreign cultivators is to create the best environment for the tower to descend before it teleports. Here, the more chaotic this area is, the more disadvantageous it is for us, and the more advantageous it is for them. This is also the reason why they are causing destruction. Therefore, they would never go too far away from the dimensional portal, because if they did, their actions would be meaningless to the descent of the tower. Moreover, without Lu Cheng's support, they could not carry out a large-scale operation. Therefore, they could only persist in their activities in a small area to avoid being completely annihilated without any reinforcements. After all, apart from being the advance party and disrupting the attention of the invading targets, they also bear the responsibility of collecting intelligence, which is extremely important to the invading Lusheng." A smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth when he said this. He said to Smith, "That's why I'm so sure that they won't be too far away from the dimensional gateway. As long as they search in the area I've mentioned, they'll definitely find something." Smith nodded, then asked curiously, "Then what are you doing now? Did those foreign cultivators escape through this river?" "You're right, that group of people escaped from here." Tang Zhen nodded. Smith was a little suspicious. "Mr. Tang Zhen, it's not that I doubt your judgment, but we've already investigated the relevant surveillance records and used police dogs to track them, but we didn't find any signs of foreign cultivators' activities by the river. Therefore, it should be impossible for them to evacuate from this river unless they have a submarine." Tang Zhen lightly smiled and shook his head, saying, "What you think is impossible is not difficult for foreign tribe cultivators." He saw that Smith was still confused, so he explained, "The police dogs can't find them because the roads they are walking on are covered with a layer of frost with divine skills. After they left, the frost quickly melted and erased all traces of their actions. After coming to the river, they used divine arts to create an ice boat similar to a submarine. Then, they hid in it and went downstream." When Smith heard that, his face was filled with disbelief. He muttered, "It seems that I'm really ignorant. The cultivators of Lusheng actually have such magical means." Tang Zhen did not feel that it was strange. It was just that the other party's flexible use of skills caused him to be secretly on guard. Judging from the performance of these foreign cultivators, they definitely had a lot of experience in invading foreign worlds. Compared to them, the three-eyed man was only a rookie. They couldn't let their guard down against such an enemy because the methods they were using now were already too much for the US to handle. If it was not handled properly, the chain reaction that would be triggered would definitely be on the level of a disaster. Since he had already determined the escape route of these foreign cultivators, Tang Zhen no longer hesitated. He immediately took a military helicopter with Smith and continued to search along the river. Following them were 5 military helicopters and a large number of ground troops. After walking along the river for about 20 kilometers, Tang Zhen found that the river directly turned into a ranch and then meandered through the ranch. Tang Zhen looked at the 3-story building in the middle of the farm. He was silent for a moment before he directly took a sniper rifle from the American soldier beside him. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Tang Zhen directly raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger at the same time. After a gunshot, a corpse fell from the tree and landed heavily on the grass. 710 enemies trail at the ranch. Smith quickly raised his binoculars to check if it was an enemy. After some observation, he discovered that the huge figure that was struck down by Tang Zhen was a foreign cultivator. However, this foreign cultivator was wearing a large camouflage suit and a hood. He was holding a large caliber rifle and dressed like a bandit. Tang Zhen's earlier shot had directly blown away his head, revealing the distorted face under the hood. The fresh blood was also exceptionally conspicuous against his white hair. To be killed by a 2-star king tier with a sniper rifle, the alien cultivator's death was not a loss. "Surround this farm. If I'm not wrong, those guys should be hiding here." When Tang Zhen spoke, he didn't put down his rifle. Instead, he continued to aim. Smith quickly gave the order. Then, on the road, countless military vehicles and armored vehicles suddenly accelerated. As if they were injected with hormones, they broke through the fence and surrounded the place from all directions. The moment the American soldiers charged into the ranch, the foreign cultivators hiding in the area were alerted. A few figures quickly appeared in Smith's field of vision. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a deep pool, startling countless hidden fish. There was no way to hide. After seeing this, Smith and the others no longer had any doubts. They were all ready for battle. Tang Zhen did not care about the others. Instead, He continued to use his sniper rifle to aim at the manor in front of him, killing those hidden enemies with guns. Every bullet that was shot out meant that a hidden foreign cultivator was killed. Every bullet hit a vital point. Moreover, not only was Tang Zhen's shooting extremely accurate, but a shooting range of over 2,000 meters had also reached the limit of the rifle in his hand. This kind of achievement was definitely worth showing off to an ordinary sniper, but to a cultivator, it was not worth mentioning. Relying on their extraordinary physical qualities, ordinary firearms would inevitably produce extraordinary power in the hands of cultivators. The armed alien cultivators were a deadly threat to the American forces. In the process of the attack, many American soldiers were shot and fell to the ground. They were suppressed so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. Tang Zhen did not feel surprised when he saw this situation. Tang Zhen wouldn't even be surprised if a foreign cultivator killed dozens of American soldiers with a gun. After all, cultivators could do that. Therefore, the weapon was the same weapon, but the quality of the operator would directly determine how much damage the gun would have. Due to the many advantages of firearms, it was destined that they would not be eliminated for a long time. In fact, they would become more and more powerful and become one of the indispensable combat equipment for cultivators in Lushan. Take Tang Zhen as an example. Although his current strength was extremely shocking, it was mainly reflected in his close combat ability. To attack a target from 1,000 meters away, other than having special uses, a direct attack was still a little difficult. It was far less direct than a firearm. This was also one of the main reasons why the Holy Dragon City did not stop the development of firearms even though there were more and more high-level cultivators. After firing 2 more shots, Tang Zhen returned the sniper rifle to the American sniper beside him. Then, everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes before a strange-looking giant sniper rifle appeared in Tang Zhen's hand. Although it was called a sniper rifle, it was not as powerful as a sniper cannon. After all, it was more powerful than an anti-tank gun, and its penetrating power was extremely strong. Looking at the bullets that were as thick as ham sausages, Smith and the others felt a chill run down their backs. Even an elephant would have a bloody hole the size of a basin if it was hit by such a bullet. They secretly sighed in their hearts. The weapons used by the cultivators in Lu Cheng were really abnormal. A muffled sound was heard as the gun in Tang Zhen's hand trembled slightly. Under the high-efficiency break in Tang Zhen's abnormal arm strength, one would have the thought that the recoil was nothing more than this. However, without the mecha's exoskeleton armor, an ordinary person would definitely pull their muscles, break their collarbones, or even faint from the impact with just one shot. At the same time, a huge hole was opened up on the top of the 3-story building of the ranch opposite them by Tang Zhen's shot. At the same time, a cloud of blood mist exploded. Those with better vision could clearly see that within the cloud of blood mist, there was a large amount of flesh and internal organs. It was obvious that Tang Zhen's spear had directly blown up that hidden foreign race cultivator. It was bloody and terrifying, but it was extremely satisfying. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a real weapon, an absolute killing god on the battlefield. The ground forces had already surrounded the farm. With a command, the heavily armed American soldiers approached the old 3-story building under the cover of the armored vehicles. Just as the soldiers were about 300 meters away from the building, a gunshot rang out, and one of the American soldiers fell to the ground, landing heavily in the grass. His comrades saw this and immediately laid down to find cover. At the same time, they raised their guns and aimed in the direction of the building. At this moment, the warriors saw a figure flash by the window. Just as they were about to aim, the figure had already disappeared. As they were searching, another round of gunshots rang out. More than a dozen soldiers fell to the ground one after another, and some of them had already died on the spot. Don't hesitate anymore, attack immediately, full fire. In order to exterminate these foreign cultivators, Smith couldn't care less. Even if there might be hostages in the ranches, he still gave the order to attack without hesitation. As long as they could eliminate this troublesome foreign cultivator, even if they had to sacrifice some ordinary people, it would be worth it. From this, one could see the ruthlessness of those in power, but this was also a kind of heart that they must have. Otherwise, his indecisiveness would only make things worse, and even his own life and future would be lost. With Smith's order, the soldiers on the scene no longer had any scruples. They all raised their guns, aimed at the building in front of them, and pulled the trigger at the same time. Even the weapon operators on the accompanying chariots also operated their heavy machine guns and fired at the building. Under the attack of the countless metal torrents, the doors and windows of the building were instantly torn to pieces. Debris was constantly flying in the air, and the walls were riddled with holes. If it weren't for the thick walls and the authentic construction materials, the building would have already collapsed under such a dense and terrifying attack. At this moment, the foreign cultivators hiding in the forest of the Jushi organization also launched their counterattack. 711 Chapter 708 Black Ball 1 Life and death on the battlefield could be decided in a flash. In order to survive in such an environment, in addition to rich experience and skilled skills, it was more dependent on luck. The foreign cultivators who were hiding in the buildings were unlucky, and more than a dozen of them had been shot to death. Even though their close combat abilities were amazing, when faced with a dense rain of bullets, they still couldn't escape the fate of being turned into sieves. The crystal-armored overlord couldn't keep his cool any longer when he saw the American troops using their weapons to suppress the enemy and the foreign cultivators in hiding dying one after another. His handsome face was filled with a ferocious and twisted expression. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of fear. Although he was disdainful of the residents in the town, it didn't mean that he completely ignored the weapons of his original world. In fact, when he stepped into his original world and gained a basic understanding of the basic information here, he had already realized that this world was a tough bone to chew. Although there were no powerful cultivators here, there were technological weapons that could destroy the entire world. Even he was shocked by the power of that technological weapon. If the tower he was in also had such a technological weapon, then in the future, in the process of invading other worlds, it would be successful. Therefore, after realizing this, the other commander who had participated in this operation had already begun to lead his men to start the operation. They were ready to obtain the super weapon called the nuclear bomb. The servant race that he led was mainly responsible for disrupting the area around the plane's transmission channel, so that the natives here would be in danger and would have no time to spare to deal with the plane's transmission channel. As for the other two teams, they also had their own missions, and he did not know their specific plans. According to their past experience, as long as this series of plans were carried out, the invaded world would remain in a state of extreme chaos before the tower descended. Sometimes, they didn't even need to do anything, and the entire world would be on the verge of destruction. However, never in his dreams would he have thought that when he interrogated the natives of this world, he would receive a piece of extremely shocking news. This world wasn't sealed off, and it wasn't like there weren't any cultivators in it. In fact, it had long been in deep cooperation with a city. Although the Holy Dragon City was only a grade 6 city and its location was unknown, the Lord cultivators who heard the news still felt like they had been deceived. It was as if they had been used by someone in this matter. Otherwise, how could they have obtained the coordinates of their original world so easily? At the same time, they would be told that the resources here were rich and the natives were weak. A scheme, this was definitely a scheme. However, there was no turning back. Once the invasion began, there had to be a result. Moreover, the resources here were extremely rich. As long as they successfully took over this world, they would not have to worry about resources for the next few hundred years. Therefore, under such circumstances, even if the city lord knew that this was a conspiracy, he would probably be angry and secretly happy at the same time. However, would things really be that simple? The Lord Cultivator shook his head and dispelled all the thoughts he shouldn't have. His eyes became determined. In any case, he had no other choice. If he wanted to live to see victory, he had to be more clear-headed and more active than others. After all, every invasion would cause countless warriors and cultivators to die in foreign lands. Even their corpses could not be brought back, and they could only be buried alone in the ruins of the Otherworld. Seeing that their hiding place had been discovered and could turn into ruins at any time under the dense metal torrent, the Lord Cultivator in charge of commanding Rorden directly threw out a ball-shaped object that he carried with him. When the other hidden foreign cultivators saw this, they followed suit and threw out the ball-shaped objects. After these black spheres were thrown out with great force, they immediately glided a great distance away, as if they were immune to gravity. After landing, these black balls strangely floated up from the ground and stopped at a height of 50 centimeters to 1.5 meters. Before the American soldiers could figure out what it was, the black spheres suddenly disintegrated. Countless crescent-shaped light blades spread out in all directions with great force. These crescent-shaped metal blades were extremely fast and sharp. They easily pierced through the soldiers' bodies, and even the tree trunks. The American soldiers who had their bodies pierced felt a chill run down their spines before blood began to gush out of their bodies. Not only were the bodies of a few American soldiers pierced, but even the rifles in their hands were easily cut in two by the blades. When the blades hit their target, they flew around like boomerangs. After spinning a few rounds in the air, they gathered together again and formed an even larger black ball. It was quietly floating 6 to 7 meters in the air, constantly letting out a sound similar to an overloaded machine, as if it could explode at any time. All the American soldiers felt a sense of foreboding. Once this giant metal ball exploded, the destructive power it produced would definitely be extremely terrifying. He just didn't know if the armored car beside him could withstand the cutting of such a terrifying blade. Just as the soldiers were panicking and desperately looking for cover, a muffled gunshot was heard. The metal ball that was floating in the air trembled violently and almost collapsed. Countless crescent-shaped blades spread out, like a disturbed bee swarm, dancing around the metal ball. All the warriors were stunned when they saw this. The scene of the metal ball being shot down began to appear in their minds. Some of the soldiers even aimed at the metal ball without waiting for orders and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A dense barrage of bullets whizzed out. "Damn it, who told you to open fire?" Smith's angry shout came through their communicators as soon as the American soldiers opened fire. "Idiots, you're just looking for death by using your broken spears to attack the metal ball." As if to confirm Smith's words, the bullets that were shot at the metal ball suddenly bounced back, turning into terrifying ricocheting bullets that shuttled back and forth between the American soldiers. Screams rose and fell. The soldiers all held their heads and lay on the ground in an extremely sorry state. Even so, they were still on tenterhooks. After all, ricocheting bullets were different from direct bullets that flew out of the muzzle. It could come from any angle, making it impossible to guard against. As the soldiers dodged in fear, a series of muffled gunshots rang out. The metal ball in the air was knocked back and finally hit the wall, completely scattering. 712 Chapter 709 Captured alive at the same time that the black metal ball was shot down by Tang Zhen, several armed helicopters sped over, and the whistling bullets from the air cannons shattered the bricks on the wall. The destructive power of these bullets was quite astonishing. They easily left rows of bright holes on the wall and killed the foreign cultivators who were hiding behind them with the remaining force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several missiles were launched at the same time, and they fell into the building with flames trailing behind them. In the violent roar, 1/3 of the entire building immediately collapsed. A large number of foreign cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the bullets and gravel. They fell to the ground with blood spewing from their mouths. After suffering such a heavy blow, their bones were basically all broken, and they had completely lost their fighting strength. Damn it! Seeing this, the non-human Lord Cultivator took out a fist-sized metal box from his pocket and pressed the red button on it. Suddenly, an invisible shock wave spread out from the metal box and covered the area of 20 square kilometers around the ranch. The slowly advancing tank suddenly stalled, and the military helicopter hovering in the air fell to the ground as if its wings had been broken. At this moment, all electronic products had failed, and the United States' fierce offensive came to a halt. The attacking American soldiers were also stunned at this moment. After losing the noisy electronic voice in their ears, they were at a loss. "Now, charge out with me!" The Lord Cultivator roared and rushed out of the ruined building, followed by the alien cultivators. Before the American soldiers could react, the foreign cultivators had already charged into the nearby forest, nimbly leaping through it. "You want to run? Dream on, run!" A low shout came, and a figure suddenly appeared. He rushed out of the fallen helicopter and shot in the direction that the Lord Cultivator had escaped. This person was Tang Zhen, who had immediately locked onto the alien overlord after controlling the armed helicopter to land safely. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen's figure had already appeared in front of the foreign tribe's overlord. Under the other party's horrified eyes, he stretched out his hand and pulled. An invisible hand appeared in front of the non-human lord, making it unable to move. "Bastard! He's a king-level cultivator." The foreign tribe overlord let out a frenzied roar as he pulled out his crystal longsword in an attempt to fight for his life. However, in front of Tang Zhen, he simply did not have the slightest bit of resistance and was easily captured. When the foreign cultivators saw this, they all roared in anger and charged forward fearlessly in an attempt to save the lord. "You overestimate your abilities, all of you go to hell." After subduing this overlord cultivator, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand. The black metal ball that he had scattered earlier actually floated in the air and condensed again. However, the condensation this time around completely relied on Tang Zhen's mental energy and not the strange magnetic force that the metal ball originally possessed. Before the foreign cultivators could get close, these boomerang-shaped metal blades suddenly spread out in all directions with Tang Zhen as the center. A series of poo-poo sounds rang out in the forest as the black flying daggers not only pierced through the bodies of the foreign cultivators, but also the tall trees. What followed was the sound of snapping. Then, the trees fell like dominoes, one after another, and a huge open space quickly appeared in the forest. In between the broken trees were the foreign cultivators who were covered in blood. They were lying on the ground in a mess, most of them having been killed. At this moment, their faces were twisted with fear and disbelief in their eyes. It was as if they had never dreamed that they would encounter a king-level cultivator in their original world. When the leader of the foreign tribe that was subdued by Tang Zhen saw this, he immediately stopped struggling. He softly sighed and lowered his head with a dim gaze. With a cold snort, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand. Those black metal flying daggers once again condensed into a huge ball and were kept into his storage space. Through his previous operation, he discovered that this black metal was not only unusually hard and sharp, but it also consumed very little spiritual power when used. It was clearly a pretty good medium to long-range weapon. Tang Zhen would naturally not miss out on such a good thing. This was because he only needed to slightly modify it in order to turn it into a weapon that was quite handy. Tang Zhen, who was carrying the leader of the foreign tribe, ignored Smith, who had just rushed into the forest and had a miserable expression on his face. He directly landed on the open land of the ranches not far away. After Smith swept a glance at Tang Zhen, he didn't speak any nonsense. He directly ordered his men to lock up all the foreign cultivators who hadn't died with alloy shackles, afraid that they would burst out and hurt people again. After Tang Zhen landed on the ground, he casually threw the leader of the foreign tribe onto the ground and used his mental energy to shield the surroundings, causing the outside world to be unable to hear the conversation inside. "So, what do you know?" Tang Zhen's voice was as cold as ice. His eyes were firmly locked onto the eyes of the foreign tribe's overlord, and he did not hide his killing intent in the slightest. The foreign tribe leader let out a bitter laugh and said to Tang Zhen, "What's the difference between telling me or not? Will you let me go?" Tang Zhen shook his head. "Of course not. But at least I'll let you die a quick death. You won't have to suffer day and night. You won't be able to die even if you want to." When the non-human overlord heard this, he raised his head and did not close his eyes. At the same time, he took a deep breath. After 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and looked at Tang Zhen. "Since what happens after death has nothing to do with me, why don't I just say it so that I can die more easily?" "That's right, it's good that you can think this way." Tang Zhen nodded his head in approval when he heard this. When the foreign tribe leader heard this, he looked straight at Tang Zhen. Suddenly, he revealed a mocking smile and shook his head slightly. Tang Zhen was not the least bit surprised when he saw this. All he did was gently nod. "Is this your answer? Very good." As he spoke, Tang Zhen bent over and looked at the foreign tribe leader. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, causing the heart of the foreign tribe leader to tremble. "I, Tang Zhen, have always kept my word. Since I said that I would make you wish you were dead, I will definitely do it. I hope that in the future, you won't regret your stupid decision today." Slowly standing up, Tang Zhen released the reincarnation mirror and sneered at the leader of the alien race, "But I'm sure you'll regret it so much that you'll die in the future. You'll never know how terrifying it is if you haven't experienced that kind of endless torture." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhenshu lifted up the body of the foreign lord and threw him towards the reincarnation mirror. At the moment the mirror door was broken, the lord's soul left his body and entered the reincarnation mirror. His body fell to the ground with his eyes closed. He was reduced to an empty shell without a soul. Use all means to search his memories. If it doesn't work, let the soul-gnawing beast devour him. Tang Zhen's eyes revealed a cold glint as he instructed the overseer in the reincarnation mirror. When the overseer heard this, a cruel and sinister smile appeared on his face. He immediately nodded in agreement and turned around to collect the soul of the lord of the foreign race. Tang Zhen glanced at Smith, who was cleaning up the battlefield, and called him over. After giving him a few instructions, he directly returned to the tower world. 713 Chapter 710 Prison Break 1. As the saying goes, to cure a disease, one must solve the root of the problem. To cut the grass, one must cut the root. Although the foreign cultivators who acted as the vanguard were quite happy, it was not impossible to deal with them. It was only a matter of time before they were completely eliminated. The most crucial point was still the tower that had yet to descend. No matter how Tang Zhen tried to fill up the hole in the original world, the source would not be affected. In fact, the more he filled it, the more the hole would leak. Therefore, the wisest way was to solve the problem at the root and completely destroy the city that invaded the original world. Only then would they be able to rest easy. Of course, the mastermind behind the scenes could not be let off. Otherwise, if they were allowed to play tricks in private, Holy Dragon City would suffer another disaster sooner or later. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days, but there was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Therefore, this thief must be killed with heavy blows. He must not be given a chance to rise again. Because this thief had touched Tang Zhen's roots, Holy Dragon City had fallen into a huge crisis. A little carelessness would cause a great loss to their vitality. That was why he had never felt such an uncontrollable desire to kill. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen briefly checked the battle report from the overseas region. After confirming that the battle would end soon, he ordered his assistant to bring a foreign tribe merchant to the city lord's hall. This foreign merchant wasn't very old, and he was wearing a long robe made of a special fabric. He had an extraordinary bearing, and he looked like a wandering poet. After seeing Tang Zhen, this foreign tribe merchant gave a slight bow. After which, he quietly looked at Tang Zhen with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Many foreign tribes were very interested in Tang Zhen's story, and this foreign tribe merchant was clearly one of them. I heard that you know the location of the grassland where the giant seven-colored flower bloomed. You can tell me now. Tang Zhen looked at the foreign merchant and said indifferently, I heard that you don't want a reward, but rather the right to become a resident of Holy Dragon City. I can promise you this. However, because you are not a human, you can only be a reserve resident for the time being. You will only be able to become an official resident after 10 years. This is a rule that was set long ago and cannot be changed because of you, do you understand? A trace of joy immediately appeared on the foreign merchant's face when he heard this. He once again bowed to Tang Zhen. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, great city lord. It was you who gave me the opportunity to become a part of this powerful and beautiful city. These are definitely the happiest days of my life. As for the seven-colored flower plain you mentioned, I do know that place, because I once accidentally entered it. The foreign merchant glanced at the three-dimensional electronic map in the city lord's hall and slowly walked over. What an exquisite item. It actually condensed the landscape of thousands of mountains and rivers. It's really amazing. The foreign merchant sighed and complimented. He then looked at a mountain range on the map and said, City Lord, you only need to follow this mountain range until you encounter a boundless swamp, and then enter through a gap in the swamp to reach the grassland. I once accidentally entered it and lived there for half a year before leaving by boat. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard this. He inquired about the specific situation of the grassland before sending the foreign tribe merchant off with a smile. At this moment, Tang Zhen's heart also sighed in relief. As long as he found the grassland and met the wise man that the goddess of knowledge, Terrell, mentioned, Tang Zhen might know who the mastermind was. He could also determine the exact location of the two invading towers from the mouth of the wise man. Time waits for no one. Tang Zhen did not hesitate. He simply packed his things and immediately set off. Although the journey this time around was not too far, Tang Zhen had still made full preparations so that he could calmly deal with any situation. After all, Holy Dragon City was currently being coveted by hidden enemies. Who knew if the other party would target him? If they really wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill him, Tang Zhen would not be completely unprepared. The next step was to hurry on their journey, so there was no need to say more. While Tang Zhen was in a hurry to find the seven-colored grassland, the former world's American alliance was also in a state of turmoil. About 700 kilometers away from the dimensional gateway, there was a huge prison that held many extremely vicious criminals. The security level here was quite high. There had been several prison riots in history, but in the end, no one had been able to rush out of the prison. They were all blocked by the tall walls and thick iron gates. Of course, no matter how high the wall was, it couldn't stop a living person. The reason why the prisoners couldn't escape was that the security here was extremely tight, and there were almost no loopholes to exploit. However, such a method could only be used to deal with prisoners. If they were to face an armed invasion from the outside, the defense here would be nothing at all. As usual, today was a very normal day. The prisoners were moving according to their work and rest schedule, and the prison guards were handing over their work as usual. Everything was in order. However, not long after, the guards at the prison gate were surprised to see a heavy vehicle pulling a container speeding over and directly crashing into the prison gate. Through the window of the driver's cabin, the guards could clearly see the unmasked pilot's fierce eyes. Before the guards could sound the alarm, the heavy-duty car directly hit the gate and sent the alloy-welded gate flying. At this moment, the guard finally touched the alarm button. However, when he pressed it, there was no response at all. The sharp alarm did not sound. "Bastard, what happened?" The guard shouted and was about to grab the walkie-talkie, but suddenly his eyes blurred and he felt a cold pain in his heart. A tall man wearing a mask and a camouflage uniform let out a strange laugh and slowly pulled out a military knife from his chest. Before the guard lost consciousness, he saw the container being kicked open, and then countless tall masked men jumped down one after another. They were all wearing different kinds of camouflage clothes and holding rifles in their hands. The most impressive thing was that almost all of them carried a long saber on their backs, which looked cold and awe-inspiring. At this time, the number of armed men gathered at the prison gate was close to 200. They quickly spread out and fired at the prison guards who had heard the news. Amidst the continuous gunfire, the two sides officially began exchanging fire. These prison guards were well equipped and had good combat power. Their attacks and cover were very organized. However, who would have thought that these armed men's shooting accuracy would be so high that it was frightening? Their movements were also extremely agile. They were completely at the level of a soldier king. The prison guards who had rushed over immediately cried out in alarm. After confirming that they were no match for him, they immediately chose to retreat and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. After the armed forces managed to force the prison guards to retreat, they immediately followed up with another attack and went deep into the prison. 714-1. The prison was usually dead, and the tense and oppressive atmosphere almost drove people crazy. Therefore, when the gunshot was heard, the prisoners were stunned at first, then showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Some of them even started to dance with their fat butts. "God, what's that sound? Did you doze off today?" The sound of cheering rose and fell, as if it was a festival. When the militants charged in, the prisoners had already been screaming for a long time. While they were screaming for freedom, they were also calling for the militants to save them. There were also some prisoners who watched coldly from the side, secretly guessing the purpose of these militants. They maintained a cautious attitude to avoid stepping into muddy waters. After all, an armed prison break was not a small matter. No one would believe that they had no ulterior motives for doing such a thing. Therefore, the wisest way was to wait and see. After another round of intense gunfire, the bodies of more than a dozen prison guards fell to the ground, and the tightly shut door was kicked open. After that, the eyes of the militants gleamed with ferocity as they slowly walked to the entrance of the prison cells. They reached out and grabbed the tightly shut electromagnetic prison door. Because the electromagnetic door was set to shut down the power supply, it could not be opened even though the power system of the prison had been destroyed. "Hey, big guy, are you going to tear the fence?" "Brother, this is an alloy door. You can't open it, you'd better find the key quickly." "Muscle man, if you can pull this iron door open, I'll wash my ass clean and let you play with it for a day." After seeing the armed men's actions, for a moment, there was a continuous stream of foul language, causing the armed men at the door to frown. "Shut up," a rough and hoarse voice sounded, carrying a few traces of disdain and anger. That brutal gaze swept over, causing many prisoners to turn their heads guiltily. Seeing this, the armed man nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, with a loud roar, he pulled the iron door down. All the prisoners were shocked when they saw this. They looked at the armed men with fear and vigilance. "Oh God, you're a real man. Jack, hurry up and pray. Your ass will definitely be fucked rotten by this fierce man, I'm sure of it. Buddy, thank you for coming to save us. You must be an angel sent by God." Although the prisoners who were unexpectedly freed were talking non-stop, they did not run out in a swarm. Instead, they lined up and slowly walked out of their cells with cautious expressions. They swept a glance at the masked militants who were armed with loaded guns, and their eyes flickered a few times before they quickly gathered in the square. At this moment, even the fiercest prisoners became well behaved, because everyone knew that these armed men were not to be trifled with. Since they could shoot the prison guards, they naturally would not be polite to the prisoners. Once they were provoked, they would have to eat a few iron peanuts. Especially the way the armed men tore down the metal door, it was enough to prove that they were perverts. When they killed people, they didn't even blink their eyes, so they were not to be trifled with. He hoped that their target was not him, or it would be too unfortunate. They would rather continue to live in prison than be targeted by a group of perverts. These prisoners prayed in secret, but there was no expression on their faces. Finally, they were driven away by the armed forces and gathered at the site where they usually did their activities. Surprisingly, these guys, who were usually the most unruly, were now in good order. Even though there were thousands of people present, no one dared to speak. At this moment, on the platform in the square, there was a handsome man standing. He was the only one among the militants who was not wearing a mask. However, for some reason, when everyone saw his face, they had a strange feeling that they couldn't describe. It was as if he was different from normal people. The man glanced at the silent prisoners, grinned, and ordered his men to open the row of boxes in front of him. All kinds of guns and knives appeared in front of the prisoners, which made them shudder with fear. Now, you can take these weapons and leave, or you can do nothing and wait for help here, and then continue to spend the rest of your lives in this narrow cell. The man roared at the prisoners with an excited expression. His words seemed to have a bewitching power, but I want to tell you that you only have one chance to choose. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. There's one more thing I have to tell you. Near City X, we've buried tons of gold and gemstones that are enough to drive people crazy. As long as you dare to explore, these treasures may belong to you. Don't think that I'm trying to make you happy, because these treasures do exist. As long as you take them out, you'll be able to get half of them as a reward. With this money, you can live a life of luxury and wine, and enjoy life to your heart's content. When the prisoners below the high platform heard this, they looked disdainful. They thought to themselves, if there were treasures, why would they tell us? They would have dug them up long ago. However, there were also people who were skeptical. Some even believed it completely because they felt that these militants had no need to lie. Thinking of the tons of gold and gemstones, their hearts beat wildly, and their eyes flashed with a hint of greed. The man on the high platform smirked, as if he didn't care about what the others thought. He was just casually mentioning the treasure. In fact, the clearer you were about some things, the more suspicious people would be. It was better to be vague, which would be more credible. After all, wealth moved people's hearts, not to mention such an amazing amount of wealth. So, under the influence of greed, even if they had doubts, these greedy guys were very likely to give it a try. The trap was right in front of them, and there was no need for anyone to push it. The greedy ones would jump in by themselves. This was human nature, driven only by profit and desire. Alright, you can choose your own weapons now. The map of the hidden treasure has already been printed. As long as you go and search for it, I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. After the man finished speaking, he jumped down from the stage and quickly left the prison under the protection of the armed men. The rest of the prisoners looked at each other and finally swarmed forward to snatch the weapons. As for the thick pile of treasure maps, there was nothing left either. They had all been taken by the prisoners. However, during the fight, not many people noticed that the weapons and treasure maps were stained with some sticky liquid. When the liquid came into contact with his skin, it didn't take long before it seeped into the depths of his skin as if it were alive. Then, without any organization, these prisoners swarmed out and rushed straight to the unguarded prison gate, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 715 vicious means. 1. This wasn't the first time foreign cultivators had used this strange liquid. When it was first used on the townspeople, it caused their bodies to mutate, which raised the alarm of the United States. After swallowing the slime, the metabolism of the townspeople became extremely abnormal. Not only were they constantly hungry, but they were also full of aggression. In the words of the guards, it was as if they were not facing humans, but a bunch of brutal and greedy carnivorous beasts. When their bloodthirsty gazes locked onto you, you would feel an intense sense of danger. It was as if your blood had already frozen, and your limbs could not help but start trembling. In the natural world, there would sometimes be a situation where a ferocious beast would hunt for food, but the prey would just stand there and let the other party devour it. Both were the same. After the townspeople consumed the slime, they began the process of transforming from omnivorous creatures to carnivores. However, in the process of transformation, their rationality began to gradually disappear, and in its place was their greedy nature and instinctive desire. According to Tang Zhen's speculations, this situation was only the initial performance. As for what the future would look like, it was still unknown. The American side was very troubled by this because the number of townspeople who swallowed the slime was not just a few, but thousands. After these people had been isolated, they had received the attention of countless people from the outside world. Everyone wanted to know what exactly had happened to them. Although the experts had confirmed that there were no obvious abnormalities inside the townspeople's bodies after a careful examination, the changes in their personalities and bodies were obvious to all. To say that he was fine under such circumstances was no doubt self-deception. In fact, the American personnel in charge of the treatment knew very well that the townspeople were no longer pure humans. It was just a feeling. It was as if he could tell the difference at a glance when facing different species. One day, when they mutated again, it was very likely that they would directly turn into monsters and attack the humans around them without any humanity. They might even directly treat humans as food. Such a situation must not be allowed to happen, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Although these townspeople were pitiful and were all innocent victims, this didn't mean that they could be unscrupulous. This was because when they transformed into monsters, they would cause great harm to their original world. This was no different from adding hail to snow to the American alliance. Therefore, the leaders of the United States alliance could not allow such a thing to happen. The top-secret order had long been given to the guards. As long as the residents of the town showed signs of danger after losing control, they could kill them directly and not let a single one go. It was easy to imagine that once this matter was exposed, it would shake the entire world, and the US alliance would become the target of countless people. The United States was also in a difficult situation and could only pray that things didn't develop in the worst direction. There was no room for discussion on such matters. As the saying goes, a little impatience will spoil a great plan. This was actually the truth. Through this incident, Tang Zhen also had a deeper understanding of these national buildings. He had originally thought that when these buildings invaded the other world, they would choose to crush them with force and fight head-on with real swords and spears. But now, it was certain that when they invaded the other world, they were completely unscrupulous, and conquering by force was just one of them. He turned back to look at the prisoners. It wouldn't take long for the prisoners to realize that their bodies were beginning to mutate. Compared to the residents of the small town, these mutated prisoners were undoubtedly more terrifying, and the danger factor was at least several times higher. Once they started wreaking havoc, the damage they would cause was simply unimaginable. In fact, the plan of this group of foreign cultivators was very simple. They were going to use these ferocious prisoners to cause large-scale chaos in the original world. This was not the first time they had used this method. In addition, they were very clear about the effects of the sticky liquid, so they had tried it many times when they were conquering the other world. In order to ensure that the plan could be carried out smoothly, the foreign cultivators even used money as bait and then used the special characteristics of this strange mucus to infinitely amplify the ferocity and desire in their hearts. In this way, he could easily achieve his desired goal. Half an hour later, the American military arrived. When they saw the empty prison and the bodies and blood all over the ground, they were all confused. No one had expected that someone would attack a heavily guarded prison in broad daylight. The most incredible thing was that the militants even provided weapons to the prisoners and allowed them to leave. Everyone knew that once these guys came to society, they would cause a great threat to social security. What are these lunatics trying to do? An armed riot. Therefore, without any hesitation, all the police forces in the nearby areas were dispatched to assist in capturing these escapees. There were police sirens everywhere, and the checkpoints on the road were also one after another. All the police officers were in heavy armor, as if they were facing a great enemy. The American police tried to bring all the prisoners to justice before they caused more chaos. As for the militants who had participated in the prison break, the American police had also quickly confirmed their identities after careful analysis. It turned out that the military police had been pursuing the group of foreign cultivators, and they had robbed the gun shop in broad daylight. Then, they had attacked the prison without any restraint and released all the prisoners. The foreign cultivators were right under their noses, but the American military couldn't catch them. They were even more ashamed after the prison break. Smith, who received the report, didn't hesitate at all. He immediately led his Secret Service personnel and took a plane to the scene of the incident. But after a careful search, the American military was surprised to find that they couldn't determine the direction the foreign cultivators had fled in. Just like the last time, these foreign cultivators disappeared without a trace after retreating. No matter what methods were used, they couldn't find their traces. After Smith saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Compared to Tang Zhen, their abilities were really too lacking. When facing these foreign cultivators, he was even more helpless and had been played around by them. It was a pity that Tang Zhen had something to do now. He could only rush over once a day and quickly return after staying for a while. Therefore, they couldn't count on him now, as that would make the American alliance seem too incompetent. Therefore, Smith gritted his teeth and immediately mobilized all the people he could mobilize to search for traces of the foreign cultivators. Up to now, nearly 400 foreign cultivators had been killed or arrested. The remaining 600 or so foreign cultivators had yet to be found. As long as they existed, the United States would not be able to live in peace. Hopefully, Tang Zhen would be able to determine the location of the invading tower one day earlier and eliminate the hidden danger from the route. Otherwise, the original world would be in danger. 716 Chapter 713. Lake Monster. Sighing softly, Smith didn't dwell on this matter. Instead, he asked a prisoner who had just been captured about the entire process of the prison break. When he had heard the foreign cultivator claim that there was a large amount of treasure near the dimensional portal, he seemed to have vaguely understood their intentions. It turned out that they wanted to use these greedy prisoners to gather near the passage and disturb the stability of the area. The American military would definitely be in a terrible state. While dealing with them, it would likely affect the protection of the dimensional portal, allowing foreign cultivators to take advantage of the situation. Or could it be that the foreign cultivators had other motives that had yet to be revealed? But so what if they knew this? At the very least, with the American alliance's current means, they were helpless against these foreign cultivators who appeared and disappeared like ghosts. They were always being led by the nose. Smith leaned back in his chair, constantly looking at the communication device on his wrist. He looked at the message he had just received and frowned again. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the dimensional portal, his face full of worry. Tang Zhen flew at a rapid speed. After taking a few breaks along the way, he finally saw the huge lake that the foreign merchant had mentioned. Fortunately, due to the improvement of his phone, the power of his cultivation skills had been raised to the limit, and the time limit could be ignored. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fly for such a long time. Through the map view, Tang Zhen could confirm that the lake was extremely large. It was at least 300,000 square kilometers. It was indeed boundless. According to the alien merchant, he was attacked by a water monster when he was on a boat to the island in the lake. He survived the attack and accidentally entered a crack in the mountain at the edge of the lake. After passing through the crack, a huge grassland appeared in front of him. Huge 7-colored flowers bloomed in the grassland. The most amazing thing was that the valley where the grassland was located was completely surrounded by a mountain range, and there was no other exit except for this crack in the mountain. If one were to look from the sky, they would not be able to discover the existence of this grassland. Tang Zhen's figure rapidly flew across the surface of the lake. At the same time, he switched to the map's perspective and continued to search. As expected, other than a vast mountain range, there was no grassland that was surrounded by mountains. It was obvious that the alien merchant was telling the truth. If they wanted to enter the 7-colored flower plain, they had to enter through the crack in the mountain. Otherwise, the grassland would have been known by others long ago and not just a few people who had heard of it. It seemed that it was impossible to use any tricks. It was better to search for the crack in the mountain with peace of mind. Even if the location was extremely hidden, he believed that he would be able to find it after careful search. While looking for the entrance to the 7-colored grassland, Tang Zhen observed the boundless lake below him. From time to time, he could see astonishingly large water monsters swimming past under his eyes. The largest water monster was shaped like an eel and was 300 to 400 meters long. It was a behemoth. When Tang Zhen flew above the water monster, the water monster clearly sensed Tang Zhen's aura. Its body actually trembled for a moment before it desperately rushed towards a cave at the bottom of the mountain. Tang Zhen originally did not have the mood to care about the monsters here. However, when he thought that these monsters were all local snakes, they would definitely know the exact location of the entrance to the plains. Hence, he had the intention to inquire from them. Don't underestimate these high-level monsters. After they advanced to the Lord tier, they began to develop intelligence. Some of the monsters' intelligence even far exceeded the 100 races of the continent. Of course, this type of highly intelligent monster had always been very rare. Tang Zhen's body flashed. He was like a sharp arrow as he charged into the water, directly shooting towards the bottom of the lake that was several hundred meters deep. Due to the water's resistance, his speed was slightly reduced. However, he was still able to reach the bottom of the lake in a very short time. He grabbed the 3-star horde leader monster's tail. With both hands, Zhen Tang's 10 fingers pierced into the eel monster's tail muscles and then pulled it back with all his might. The monster that had half of its body in the cave immediately wailed. Its huge body immediately retreated from the cave and turned around to bite Tang Zhen. This monster's head was almost the size of a train. Now that it had opened its mouth to bite, countless sharp teeth flashed with a cold light. It was truly extremely terrifying. Only at this moment did Tang Zhen discover that this monster actually still had 4 sharp claws. However, they were usually hidden within its skin and would only pop out when it was attacking. Tang Zhen released his hands upon seeing this. His body suddenly rushed forward and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. When the monster saw Tang Zhen disappear, it had yet to return to its senses when it felt an intense pain coming from the top of its head, and it almost fainted from the pain. At this moment, it had already confirmed that Tang Zhen was above its head. Moreover, he could take its life at any time. The monster directly gave up resisting when it sensed the terrifying aura emitted by Tang Zhen. Its body went soft and sank to the bottom of the lake, allowing Tang Zhen to do whatever he wanted. It had also thought it through clearly. If Tang Zhen wanted its little life, it would be useless no matter how it struggled. It would definitely be difficult to escape death. Since that was the case, he might as well give up resistance and seek a quick death. Tang Zhen was not interested in the brain of this monster. When he saw that it had tactfully given up on resisting, he no longer made things difficult for it. Instead, he used his mental energy to communicate with it. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you don't, I'll kill you. The eel monster, which was originally feigning death, suddenly trembled. Its huge eyes swept over Tang Zhen. After it turned 2 rounds, it hurriedly made contact with Tang Zhen's mental energy. Yes, I will. What's the matter? Tang Zhen was happy when he heard this. He didn't expect that this monster's tone would be so similar to the rich captain's. Both of them had a trace of forthright air. There's a crack in the middle of the lake, and behind it is a grassland with 7 colored flowers. Do you know that place? I know. Do you want to go? I'll take you there. The communication between the man and the monster was simple and clear. In less than 3 sentences, the eel monster had directly carried Tang Zhen and headed straight for the entrance. Tang Zhen did not expect that this monster would be so tactful. He had much less trouble. In order to take care of Tang Zhen, this eel monster even floated to the surface of the water. It carried Tang Zhen on its head as it rapidly swam away, frightening all the monsters along the way into hiding. When Tang Zhen saw the behavior of this monster, it was obvious that someone had taught it before. He curiously asked, "Other than me, have you come into contact with any other cultivators?" The eel monster immediately replied, "Yes, it's the old monster who lives in the grassland." Seeing the curiosity on Tang Zhen's face, the eel monster also became spirited. It immediately used its mental energy and began to explain to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen slightly nodded as he listened. A pensive expression flashed across his eyes. 717 The Dreamland 1. At this moment, the eel monster seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, and it spoke endlessly. "To tell you the truth, I've been living in the grassland that you're going to go to since I was a child, and I often meet that old monster. You don't know how annoying he is. He always tells us some nonsense, and we're getting calluses from listening to him." That feeling, thinking about it now, made people tremble all over. I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran out of the grassland. I was only level 1 at that time, and I was almost eaten by other water monsters. In the end, after so many years, my body has grown bigger and bigger. I wanted to go back and listen to him, but I can't do it anymore. The eel monster's tone immediately turned gloomy when it said this. Tang Zhen did not know if it was an illusion, but he actually felt a trace of sadness from its mental energy. It was rare for monsters to have emotions and be sentimental. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this eel monster was more like a living human and not a cold-blooded and malevolent monster. It had merely entered the wrong body. The reason for such a strange situation must be related to that old monster. Tang Zhen was also extremely interested in the old monster that the eel monster had mentioned. He secretly guessed the other party's identity as a glint flashed across his eyes. The monster's path of advancement was far crueler and harsher than the cultivators of the 100 races in Lucheng. Other than the bloodline, other external forces were also indispensable. To be able to gain enlightenment from an ordinary monster and allow it to grow to its current level, this old monster was clearly no ordinary person. Perhaps he was the wise man in Harel's prophecy. He was a special existence that could help Tang Zhen solve the mystery and live for an unknown number of years. This eel monster was definitely the king of this water area, so it went straight to the crack in the mountain without any obstacles. Not long after, Tang Zhen saw a tall cliff that seemed to have been cut by knives and axes. Its entire body was slippery and covered with emerald green moss. In the area near the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge type of aquatic grass that looked like bamboo, with strings of pale yellow flowers that looked like bells. Under the clear water surface, many big fat fish were swimming around, fighting to eat the roots of this aquatic plant, making crisp, ka-cha sounds. With the arrival of the eel monster, the big fish immediately scattered and disappeared without a trace. Half of the eel monster's head was revealed. It looked at the water grass in front of it that was so dense that not even the wind could pass through. It said to Tang Zhen, "The entrance to the grassland is just behind the water grass. You can just go in directly." Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. He jumped down from the head of the eel monster and landed on the wide leaves of the seaweed in an incomparably light manner. "Many thanks for sending me off." Waving his hand at the eel monster, Tang Zhen's figure crossed the grass and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The eel monster stared in the direction that Tang Zhen had disappeared in for a moment before shaking its head and mumbling to itself. The old monster said that a king-level cultivator would come to find him many years later. He even asked me to bring that cultivator here. It seems that it should be this guy. At this point, the figure of the old monster suddenly appeared in the mind of the eel monster. Its huge body suddenly trembled and it quickly dived into the water, sneaked back to its cave and hid. It had already made up its mind to find a way to avoid that terrifying cultivator. At least, before it felt safe, it would never swim out of the cave. Tang Zhen, who was extremely afraid of the eel monster, was currently standing in front of a deep cave that was about 2 meters tall. A stream of clear water glowed with a silver light. It was flowing out of the hole in the mountain and into the boundless lake behind him. The water current was very shallow and had just reached his knees. After Tang Zhen swept a glance and confirmed that there was no problem, he stepped in. After entering the cave, Tang Zhen discovered that the interior of the cave was actually very wide. There were countless shimmering mushrooms on the stone walls on both sides, as well as all kinds of insects. The fluorescent light they emitted illuminated the cave, and with the silver river water, it made the place look hazy and exquisite. Tang Zhen's arrival seemed to have disturbed them. A group of small fluorescent fish in the river immediately swam against the current. They were like a swimming band of light that pointed out the path for him to advance. Tang Zhen slowly walked forward in the stream. As he walked, he would observe the beautiful scenery in the cave. Unknowingly, he had already walked a few kilometers. After passing through a corner, Tang Zhen suddenly felt that the area in front of him had suddenly opened up. Soon after, an enormous exit that was tens of meters tall was reflected in his eyes. Looking out from the exit, a silver ribbon-like river could be seen winding across the soft carpet-like grassland. It was a beautiful sight. Around this river, there were giant flowers about 10 meters tall. They were bright purple and red, and their fragrance assailed the nose. One breath of it could refresh one's heart. 1 meter tall fairy-like creatures were flapping their colorful wings and shuttling between the flowers, letting out crisp laughter from time to time. In addition to these elves, there were also a few colorful and lovely creatures on the grass. They were wandering around carefreely and seemed to be at ease. Tang Zhen quietly watched the scene before him. He suddenly felt as though he had entered a fairy tale world. It was as though this place was a true paradise. Originally, he had thought that the scenery of the elven garden was already quite good, but compared to the scene in front of him, it was simply 100,000 miles apart. How could such a paradise be created? Tang Zhen glanced at the 2 white dragonbirds that flew past in the sky. He discovered that the sky here was a little special. After taking a closer look, he discovered that it was actually an incomparably huge transparent barrier that completely covered this entire grassland. No wonder the grassland couldn't be detected from the sky. Perhaps the barrier was something like a one-way glass, and the scenery inside couldn't be seen from the outside. It could even simulate the shape of mountains and rivers to confuse the creatures in the building world that got close to it. As for whether there were other methods to avoid detection, Tang Zhen was temporarily unable to determine. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the hole and stepped on the soft green grass that was like a carpet. However, he did not continue forward. Instead, he looked at the empty space in front of him as if he was sizing something up. About half a minute later, a faint figure condensed out of thin air, forming the image of a woman in a light yellow dress. The woman looked very similar to the flower elves. She also had a pair of rainbow-colored wings on her back. The only difference was that she was 1.7 meters tall and her body was made of pure energy. Although she appeared to be a little illusionary, her cultivation was already not inferior to Tang Zhen. In fact, it was even slightly higher. Tang Zhen did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest when facing such an expert. Although he had a guess that the woman in front of him was the energy incarnation of some king-tier monster, he still didn't dare to use the monster detector to detect her, in case it angered her. The only thing that caused Tang Zhen to feel at ease was that this woman's body was emitting an extremely peaceful and natural aura. Moreover, she gave off a frighteningly clean feeling. One would feel extremely close to her with a single glance. At this moment, the yellow-dressed woman was using her bright eyes to look at Tang Zhen. After carefully sizing him up for a while, she finally revealed a smile and softly laughed. It was as melodious as a silver bell and like the sound of nature that could calm one's mind. 718 residents of Dream City. Tang Zhen's heart also relaxed after hearing the laughter of this yellow-dressed lady. A trace of a warm smile was revealed on his face. "Hello, outsider, welcome to the City of Dreams." Tang Zhen also smiled and replied when he heard this, "The Dream City is indeed worthy of its name. It makes one feel as if they are in a dream. However, if I may ask, where is the city? It's not impossible to go to the City of Dreams. You just need the residents here to show you the way. But if you want to enter the tower area, you have to get past me first. Otherwise, you'll never be able to enter." Tang Zhen nodded. He had also sensed the strangeness of this place. Those scenes seemed to be right in front of him. However, when he sensed them, he discovered that they were far away on the horizon. It was as if they were all illusory images. This magical spatial effect did not seem to be composed of pure runic magic circles, and he was still unable to crack it with his current strength. Sensing that the yellow-dressed lady did not have the slightest malicious intent, Tang Zhen smiled and said, "If you want me to pass, you have to at least give me a question, right?" "Of course there's a question. It's to see what gift you can give me. As long as I'm satisfied with the gift, I'll let you in." After the yellow-dressed lady finished speaking, she stared intently at Tang Zhen. Her eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Tang Zhen revealed a strange expression. He seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of items immediately floated in the air. This was a gift he bought for the little girl Mirong Ziyu, but because the little girl was strictly supervised by Mr. Mo Ran in her cultivation, Tang Zhen never had the chance to give it to her personally. As a result, it had been kept in the storage space. "Look, I have candy, chocolate, a mirror, dolls, or video games. You can choose any one of them." Tang Zhen began to introduce the items as if he was talking about his family's treasures. However, he had only said a few words when he saw the eyes of the yellow-dressed lady light up. She grabbed all the items in front of her and hugged them in her arms. "All right, I like these gifts very much, you pass." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Tang Zhen to ask. "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Any more questions?" He then hugged those items and disappeared in a flash, as if he was afraid that Tang Zhen would take them back. Tang Zhen gently smiled when he saw this. Only after he confirmed that the scene in front of him had become incomparably real did he take relaxed steps and slowly walk forward. There was nothing to say about the environment here. Not only was the scenery exceptionally beautiful, but even the air seemed to contain rich energy, which was extremely suitable for the cultivation of Lu Cheng's cultivators. If the Holy Dragon City had such an environment, in less than 3 to 5 years, there would be countless Lord-level cultivators. Therefore, if it was possible, Tang Zhen would definitely spare no expense to create a similar environment in Holy Dragon City. He would definitely benefit endlessly in the future. Just as Tang Zhen was slowly walking forward, the creatures on the grassland were also curiously sizing him up as they constantly chit-chatted. Many of them were monsters, but they didn't have the hostility of monsters. Instead, they were filled with a peaceful and natural aura, blending in with the entire environment. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, they were actually the residents of this dream city. Tang Zhen was walking when he saw a few chubby little fellows that were not even a meter tall running over. Two of them were even continuously falling over while running. They were wearing clothes made of flower petals, which simply covered their bodies, making them look very bright. Under Tang Zhen's gaze, these little fellows with large, adorable eyes, onion-like heads, and a few leaves on their heads, stumbled and ran in front of him. "Outsider, are you the one who gave Big Sister Elf that kind of endearing, delicious food?" Under the encouraging gazes of his companions, a little fellow walked out. He did his best to raise his head to look at Tang Zhen and asked in a childish voice. Tang Zhen guessed that it should be talking about some kind of candy. However, because he didn't know the name, it had a scratching and indescribable expression of urgency. As for the Big Sister Elf, she must be the yellow-dressed woman. "That's right. I gave it to you. Is there a problem?" Onionhead's eyes lit up and immediately looked at Zhen Tang with an ingratiating expression. His chubby hands clenched into fists and he drooled. "Can you give me some too? Big Sister Elf only gave us one piece, and we really don't have enough." Tang Zhen smiled and took out a bag of candy. He said to Onionhead, "I can give it to you, but you have to answer a question of mine." "How about it?" Onionhead stared at the candy, swallowing his saliva and nodding his head. "Then can you tell me where I can find a very old man who has lived here for a long time?" Onionhead furrowed his brows as he tried to recall who the old man was. The other Onionheads had the same expression. They were deep in thought and sighed after a long time. "Hey, I've never seen the old man you're talking about. What should I do?" Onionhead looked at the candy in Tang Zhen's hand with a reluctant expression. There were even glistening tears in his eyes. As for the other Onionheads, they were on the verge of tears. They pursed their lips and looked aggrieved and unwilling. Tang Zhen laughed out loud when he saw this. He did not make things difficult for these few little fellows and casually passed the bag of candy to them. A few little Onionheads were ecstatic as they hugged candy and jumped up. Then, they bowed to Tang Zhen and ran into the distance with candy in their arms. However, he didn't run far before Onionhead, who was talking to Tang Zhen, ran back and said, "Although I've never seen that old grandpa, the city lord must have seen him. You just have to go and find him, he will definitely tell you." Onionhead pointed to a building in the distance and said to Tang Zhen, "The city lord lives there, you should go." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. After sending Onionhead off with his eyes, he turned his gaze towards the multicolored building that looked like a castle from a fairy tale. There was nothing there before, but after Onionhead pointed it out, the building appeared. It was obvious that this was another strange rule that seemed to be related to fate. Perhaps it was just as the yellow-dressed woman had said. If there were no residents of the tower to guide the way, Tang Zhen would probably never be able to find the location of this tower. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen began to carefully size up the dream city. The city in front of him was built on a flat grassland. It wasn't very large, but it could definitely be called exquisite. All the details could be said to be perfect. In front of the castle, the Silver River meandered, as if it was a moat, surrounding the entire castle. A rainbow-like jade bridge stretched across the river. Under the sunlight, it glowed with a dazzling light. Other than this rainbow bridge, there were a few other bridges of different shapes not far away. Some were woven from emerald green vines, while others were made from large trees that directly crossed the two sides of the river. In the shallowest part of the river, there were gemstones the size of millstones scattered in the water. A few snow elves were jumping across the river. He looked around as he walked. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the gate of the tower. At this moment, a team of Lu Cheng's warriors wearing colorful armors walked out. They stood side by side along the rainbow bridge as if they were welcoming Tang Zhen's arrival. There were also some soldiers in formal attire playing melodious and cheerful music, attracting countless colorful butterflies to dance above Tang Zhen's head, like falling flowers. With a glance, Tang Zhen knew that these soldiers were all puppets. However, the craftsmanship was exquisite to the extreme. It could be said to be a work that surpassed the heavens. A beautiful lady in a gorgeous long robe slowly walked in front of Tang Zhen and greeted him with a smile. "Welcome to Dream City, City Lord Tang Zhen. Our city lord has prepared a sumptuous meal to welcome you." Tang Zhen gently nodded upon hearing this. After which, he followed the other party and entered the interior of the tower that was like a dream palace. 719 Luxury and Confusion. 1. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with shock after he entered the Lusheng. The decorations of this dream city could be said to be extremely luxurious. It was not an exaggeration to say that this place was completely built with rare treasures. The walls were made of warm and fine top-grade jade, and the huge, sparkling and resplendent gemstones were used as decorations. Each of them could be considered priceless. In addition to the basic wall decorations, there were many precious items along the way to embellish the corners of the building. These items seemed to be naturally formed, but they were exquisitely crafted. They were cleverly and reasonably arranged in the corridors and rooms of the building, looking quite pleasing to the eye. For example, the mural he had just passed by was embedded with all kinds of gemstones forged from the best magic weapons. Any ordinary weapon would immediately become an indestructible magic weapon if one of them was integrated into it. The grade would not be lower than intermediate. However, in the Dream City, they were one of the materials that made up the countless murals. If one did not look carefully, no one would notice them. Another example was the lamps used for illumination in the corridor. They were a strange plant with bronze flowers and leaves, and a number of light balls growing on the top, hanging upside down from the ceiling by thin threads. The light ball emitted by the plant was warm and bright, and it would change color from time to time, as bright as a neon light. In addition to its beauty, Tang Zhen also discovered that as long as one was within the range of the light, one's soul would have a feeling like a spring breeze. To a holy master, this kind of glowing plant that could nourish the soul and increase mental strength was a precious cultivation treasure that could only be found by chance. The rarest thing was that even though there were so many rare treasures piled up together, they didn't give people the feeling of a nouveau riche. Instead, they were filled with a rich noble aura and seemed to contain a rich cultural heritage. From this, it could be seen that the city lord of Dream City was an extraordinary person with profound knowledge, unique taste, and powerful strength. Tang Zhen would inevitably feel a trace of nervousness in his heart when coming into contact with such an existence. After all, the other party had already left an extremely deep impression on him even before they had met. Whether it was this special city hidden in the middle of the mountain, the suffocating scenery, or the decorations that were rich enough to rival a country, all of them made him feel like he had opened his eyes. As for the residents of the building, including the woman who was leading the way, many of them gave him an unfathomable feeling. What caused Tang Zhen to be even more shocked was that ever since he met that foreign merchant and knew the location of Dream City, he had always felt as if he was being spied on along the way. It was as if everything had been planned. It was as if someone had already seen through his fate, so they had made appropriate arrangements in advance at the most crucial places, leading him here step by step. This was why the goddess of knowledge, Terrell's prophecy came about. When the bounty mission was just released, a foreign merchant who had entered Dream City by chance came to point out the exact location for him. With Dream City's methods, if they did not want to be discovered, the foreign merchant would not be able to find and enter this place even if he smashed his head. Therefore, Tang Zhen could conclude that this foreign merchant was definitely guided by someone. This was why he would use a very obscure and strange gaze to size him up when he saw him. As for the eel monster that was leading the way, it was probably playing the same role. Otherwise, he might not be able to find the entrance to the Dream City even if he dug 3 feet deep. As the yellow-dressed woman had said, unless a resident of the city pointed out its location, outsiders would never be able to find it. Therefore, the eel monster must be a resident of Dream City. This explained why it could advance to a 3-star lord and why its way of thinking was different from ordinary monsters. In short, this Dream City was filled with mystery and strangeness. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Zhen didn't sense any danger, he wouldn't have entered it. Moreover, he was also very curious about the city lord of Dream City. He wanted to see what kind of existence he was. After passing through a long passage, Tang Zhen entered a spacious hall. The floor of this hall was covered with an extremely fine and soft carpet. After stepping on it, one would feel as if one was in the clouds. A large carved table about 10 meters long was filled with fragrant food. The food looked, smelled, and made people drool with one look. On the cart at the side, there were all kinds of exquisite containers, all of which were filled with wine and drinks that were like bejeweled nectar. That magnificently dressed lady turned around and smiled. After inviting Tang Zhen to take a seat, she quietly stood to the side. "Lady, when will your city lord come? Tang Zhen asked the magnificently dressed lady beside him after sizing up the surrounding environment. The aura of this magnificently dressed lady was obscure. Tang Zhen was unable to sense her cultivation. However, he was certain that her strength was definitely not inferior to his. The magnificently dressed lady smiled softly at Tang Zhen when she heard this. Please wait a moment, City Lord Tang. My city lord is on his way back and should be back soon. Tang Zhen nodded his head and did not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Any more questions? Instead, he sized up the food on the table. After watching for a while, a strange expression surfaced on Tang Zhen's face. After hesitating for a moment, he said to the magnificently dressed lady, I wonder if you can tell me the origin of these dishes. Hearing this, the magnificently dressed woman slowly said, No problem, I'll introduce them to you. As she spoke, the woman pointed to a huge seashell in front of Tang Zhen and said, This is a specialty of the ocean of nothingness. It's rare, but it's extremely delicious. It's one of my lord's favorite foods. This dish is made from a rare wild beast from the other world. It doesn't require any ingredients, and it already has an extremely delicious taste. The dish beside you has carefully selected ingredients. It's also a delicacy from a different world, called steamed bun. The Buddha jumps over the wall, right? Tang Zhen suddenly spoke indirectly. At the same time, he extended his hand and touched the ivory chopsticks wrapped in gold and the official ceramic plate that was clearly an antique imperial royal use. A faint smile was revealed on his face. I didn't expect your esteemed city lord to be so meticulous. Not only did you bring several delicacies from this Tang's hometown, but even the tableware was so authentic and exquisite, without the slightest deviation. I'm really flattered, and even a little uneasy. Tang Zhen stood up and spoke to the magnificently dressed lady. When he said this, along the way, I always felt that everything along the way seemed to have been arranged by someone. I've always been confused. Tang Zhen paused when he said this. He swept his gaze to a corner not far away and continued with a smile. Now that I've seen the familiar food on this table and the details of the arrangement, this Tang has a faint guess that perhaps the wise man that the goddess of knowledge, Terrell, spoke of is actually your city lord. As for your city lord's ability, I have a vague guess. Perhaps it is related to time and space, and can even go back in time. Only this kind of ability can allow me to obtain this information from the mouths of the wise men here. The answer I want. When Tang Zhen said this, he turned to the main seat of the dining table and asked with a smile, City Lord, do you think my guess is right? 720 Dream City Lord. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when the figure of a young man slowly appeared on the gorgeous large chair beside the dining table. This man was dressed in a long golden robe. He was tall and well built, and he had a faint smile on his face. However, his eyes were as deep and calm as the starry sky. His face looked very ordinary at first glance, but when one looked at him again, he gave off a feeling of déjà vu. It was as if this person had appeared in his life at a certain time, but he had been in too much of a hurry to notice. However, if one observed carefully, they would find that the other party's face was extremely unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. That feeling of déjà vu was actually an illusion. However, the strangest thing was that when you tried to remember someone's face, you would find that no matter how hard you tried, you would never be able to remember the details of the face. There would always be a vague outline. Tang Zhen had this kind of feeling in his heart. After trying with all his might to no avail, he gave up on this method. However, he secretly remembered this method in his heart. Holy Dragon City's City Lord. Tang Zhen greets Dream City's City Lord. Tang Zhen cupped his hands toward the young man as he looked at him with a smile. City Lord Tang, you're welcome. Please sit down and try the food I've carefully prepared. We'll talk while we eat. Tang Zhen did not decline when he heard this. After pulling out a chair and sitting down, he once again looked at the Dream City Lord. Although the other party did not reveal any cultivation aura, Tang Zhen felt a sense of powerlessness as if he was facing the vast universe. This caused him to not dare to lower his guard. The Dream City Lord pointed at a dish in front of Tang Zhen and said with a special tone, I've heard that City Lord Tang is very knowledgeable and is proficient in runic magic circles and many secret skills. Do you know the origin of this dish? Tang Zhen sneered and said to the Dream City Master, City Lord must be joking. Since you already know this Tang's origins, why ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. These questions. This is a famous dish from my hometown, how could this Tang not recognize it? Dream City Master nodded her head, smiling as she picked up a sparkling fruit, placing it in her mouth to take a bite, the sweet juice immediately filling her mouth. This is indeed a famous dish from your hometown, but this hometown is not your hometown. Or rather, it is not even a world. That's why you can only enjoy this dish that's hundreds of years away from your original world by staying here. Tang Zhen's body trembled when he heard this. He raised his head to look at the Dream City Lord and asked, "City Lord, do you mean to create a parallel world?" City Master Dream nodded, then shook her head and explained to Tang Zhen, "It's impossible to trace back the time of the world of Lusheng. In the past countless years, it has invaded countless other worlds. Some powerful cultivators had done a statistical analysis and found that many of the invading worlds had similar mountains and landforms, and some were even exactly the same. However, the indigenous people in these worlds and their social environments were different. However, they had many similarities. That's why those cultivators came to the conclusion that there should be countless types of clones in these foreign worlds, which are what you call parallel worlds." When Dream City Lord said this, he pointed at the dish in front of Tang Zhen and said, "These dishes were meticulously prepared by the royal chef in a different world that I entered, one that was extremely similar to your world, but at a different time. It sounds easy, but it's actually not easy to do, so these few dishes are quite precious." Dream City Master saw that Tang Zhen was listening with great interest, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she continued to speak. Of course, this world was also invaded by Lu Cheng. Although it was not destroyed, more than half of the world's origin was plundered, so it was impossible for cultivators to appear again. The natives didn't know the specific situation, but they knew that the path of cultivation had been cut off, so they called it the Age of Chaos. Tang Zhen revealed a pondering expression as he asked Dream City Lord, "Then what kind of plundering method did that tower use when it invaded?" City Master Dream was clearly very familiar with this matter. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, she explained, "There are countless Lusheng in the Lusheng continent, and they all develop in different ways. Most of the buildings were inclined to train a large number of residents and use the human wave tactic to crush the enemy with numbers. Some buildings were more inclined to train elite cultivators, and any one of them could be a strong master who could fight against 10 people. There aren't many cultivators in the city you're asking about, but they're quite powerful. Moreover, when they invaded other worlds, they preferred to use schemes to win and take advantage of the chaos. When they first invaded that world, they used various means to stir up disputes. Then, they hid behind the scenes and fought with the native cultivators of that world while constantly plundering the world's origin. Because the origin of that world was not hidden in the bodies of the indigenous creatures, the living creatures of that world were able to avoid a disaster. Although there were also countless deaths and injuries, they were not completely exterminated. After more than 100 years, the cultivators in this city had searched through thousands of mountains and rivers, killed countless native cultivators, and finally gathered enough origin of the world to complete the task. Then, they left this world that was riddled with holes. This was the first time Tang Zhen had heard of such a thing. He naturally listened with great interest. He had a faint premonition that this trip was definitely not in vain. The Dream City Master was clearly a talkative person. Seeing Tang Zhen's excited look, he continued, "When Lu Cheng accepted the mission to invade a foreign world, it actually depends on luck most of the time. If he's lucky, he can invade a weak but large foreign world, and he can easily gather the world origin required for the mission. In this case, although this other world was severely damaged, it would not be destroyed. However, if it was a small world, the world had to be completely destroyed in order to gather enough natural source for the task. These destroyed worlds will then become breeding grounds for monsters, using the remaining natural source of the world to nurture monsters and become the hunting grounds for the level 5 towers to obtain brain jewels." Tang Zhen nodded his head. He had already made a similar guess. Therefore, he did not feel strange when he heard the truth at this moment. When the two of them talked, they frequently moved their chopsticks. When they tasted the delicious food, they would also accompany it with fine wine and occasionally give a few comments. After a while, when the Dream City Master had finished talking about some secrets of the Tower World, Tang Zhen finally asked the question in his heart. "Dream City's Master is extremely powerful and knowledgeable. This Tang is inferior to you, and I am very grateful for your hospitality. However, this Tang has come this time to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a favor from City Lord." Hearing this, City Master Meng smiled. you want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Who is plotting against the Holy Dragon City and where are the two foreign invaders? Tang Zhen did not find it strange that the other party knew of his intentions. After all, according to his guess, this Dream City Master had the ability to travel through time and space. It was likely that she had already known that he would come to seek help a long time ago. After seeing Tang Zhen nod his head, the Dream City Master also nodded and softly said, "When I checked my future a few decades ago, I accidentally discovered your existence. Since I had nothing to do, I checked your background." When Dream City Lord said this, he looked at Tang Zhen with a profound gaze, as if he was trying to probe. 721 Chapter 718. The mastermind behind the scenes. Tang Zhen did not know if the other party had discovered the secret of his cell phone, but he was not afraid. He merely looked at the other party indifferently. Tang Zhen was no longer the young boy he used to be. He knew that some things had to be faced bravely. Cowering and avoiding would not solve any problems at all. With the other party's ability, if he wanted to find trouble with him, why would he go through so much trouble? Therefore, Tang Zhen was not too worried about his safety at this moment. After Dream City Master saw Tang Zhen's performance, she nodded her head with a look of admiration. After a slight pause, she continued, "The reason why you've attracted my interest is because your fate is shrouded in clouds and fog, and I can't see it clearly. Such a situation is extremely rare. Even in my long life, I have never seen it before. That's why I decided to look at your past and future. I wanted to see if I could see through you and even change your fate." Tang Zhen's brows twitched. He seemed to be a little surprised as a trace of doubt was revealed in his eyes. He was even suspecting that the bead he had broken and the change in his phone had something to do with the Dream City Master. As he was feeling suspicious, Dream City Master revealed a regretful expression. "It's a pity that in the end, I still couldn't do it even after I exhausted all my means. In the end, I could only give up. Then, I'll make arrangements in advance and use the Holy Dragon City's crisis to lure you to me." Tang Zhen's expression did not change as he listened to the Dream City Master's explanation. However, his heart was in a state of shock. From what the Dream City Lord had said, the bead that he had smashed and the change in his phone had nothing to do with him because he had no way of changing his fate. However, the Dream City Master could influence the fate of others. This ability was definitely not simple, and it could even be considered terrifying. He did not know how the Dream City Master had such an ability. Was it because of her high cultivation or was it an innate ability of her race? However, one thing was for sure. As long as the other party had his eyes on him, he would not be able to escape his pursuit even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Fortunately, the Dream City Master did not have any ill intentions toward him and was only curious. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would not be able to eat or sleep well after being targeted by such a terrifying existence. At this moment, the two of them had already eaten their fill. The Dream City Master invited Tang Zhen to the study room, and the two of them chatted as they walked. "The Lusheng that ambushed you is actually not far from Holy Dragon City. I wonder if you have any suspects in mind." Tang Zhen pondered for a moment before turning to the Dream City Master and said, "According to the hint of the prophecy, after careful consideration, I think the mastermind behind the scenes should be the Black Prison Tower." After saying this, Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment before turning to the Dream City Master and said, "But the Holy Dragon City and the Black Prison Tower have no grudges, why would they do such a thing?" City Master Dream shook her head and said to Tang Zhen, "The Black Prison Tower's actions are not without a purpose. After all, there is no hatred in this world for no reason. In fact, the reason why the Black Prison Tower is acting this way is also related to the rapid rise of the Holy Dragon City and the unspoken rules of the Tower world." When Tang Zhen heard this, he already understood in his heart. The Black Prison Tower was indeed the main culprit. When he thought about the legend of the Black Prison Tower, Tang Zhen felt his pressure increase by several times. A trace of cold glint faintly appeared in his eyes. However, he did not interrupt and asked. Instead, he listened as the Dream City Master continued, "The world of Lusheng looks vast, but it actually has a boundary. It's just that many people can't see the boundary in their entire lives. The laws had divided the continent into 3,000 regions, and each region was extremely large. Even the smallest area here was hundreds of millions of square kilometers, and each of them contained the buildings of countless races. Other than invading other worlds, these towers also had internal competition, and they were ranked by how much world origin they had accumulated. The higher Lu Cheng's ranking was, the more obvious the increase in his attributes would be. The more benefits the residents would receive, and at the same time, the more resources he could exchange for on the cornerstone platform. It's also because of the stimulation of these rewards that the national-level cities continuously accept missions and invade countless foreign worlds. Tang Zhen suddenly came to a realization when he heard this. Many of the doubts in his heart were also resolved. It turned out that there were so many secrets in the Tower City world. If he had not heard the Dream City Lord's explanation, Tang Zhen would have had to wait for a long time before he would know. Although he had long known that the Lusheng world was extremely large, Tang Zhen felt a trace of shock from the bottom of his heart when he thought that it was at least the total area of thousands of planets in the original world. Perhaps it was for this reason that the technology in the world of Lusheng was extremely backward, and a lot of knowledge could not be effectively passed down. Coupled with the deliberate guidance of the rules, the aboriginals in the city were always in a state of invasion and plunder, but they could not effectively absorb and use it, which was why they did not embark on the path of technological development. With such a vast land area, it was impossible for a unified regime to appear. However, the buildings with strange attributes were a rather reasonable governing model. However, even though he understood this, Tang Zhen still did not know why the Black Prison Tower City wanted to scheme against the Holy Dragon City. Fortunately, the Dream City Lord did not keep them in suspense and had already explained the reason for the other party's actions. The Holy Dragon City had risen too quickly. In addition, they had displayed many amazing performances during their promotion. They had even made the Cornerstone platform issue a star-level mission. Ordinary Lusheng would never get such special treatment, so it was also a proof of strength. Once the Holy Dragon City was upgraded to a national-level city, it would definitely have a good ranking in the region with the continuous invasion and battles. The most important point was that after the building was upgraded to a national level, it would have the potential growth value. This was the real reason why the Black Dungeon was so evil. The so-called potential value of a building was not based on the accumulation of the world origin of the building, but a prediction of its development potential by the rules. Regarding the evaluation of potential growth value, there was actually no fixed standard. The Cornerstone platform also did not have any explanation. However, those who relied on their own strength to advance in a short period of time, almost without exception, would have quite high potential growth value. Therefore, the cultivators in Lusheng would take the speed of their cultivation as their main target to judge the level of their potential value. There was no need to mention the speed of Holy Dragon City's rise. It had only been a few years since it had been promoted from rank 1 to rank 6. Compared to many towers that had been running for hundreds of years and still could not cross the threshold of level 5, the Holy Dragon City's rate of advancement was simply too much. It could no longer be described with the word fast. When they learned about the Holy Dragon City's promotion process, many forces were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They were in disbelief. It was also because of this reason that many advanced towers with long histories began to pay close attention to Holy Dragon City. Because they were all very clear that once Holy Dragon City was promoted to a national level, it would definitely be given special attention by the rules and become a rising star. However, there were rumors that the Holy Dragon City had the support of a continent-level city, which was why they had such powerful strength and could level up so quickly. However, in this way, while the people who were secretly watching were afraid, they also lost interest in continuing to watch. The rules were ruthless and insightful. If the Holy Dragon City had the backing of a continent-level city, it was normal for it to have such a speed of advancement. But if that was the case, the Holy Dragon City's potential value would be greatly reduced, and it would not be worth so much attention. However, the Black Dungeon Tower found out that there was no continent-level tower behind the Holy Dragon City. It was almost all because of Tang Zhen's hard work that the Holy Dragon City could develop to its current level. Rumors stopped at the wise. As for the rumors outside, they were just false rumors. It was also because of this that the Black Prison Tower City was afraid of the Holy Dragon City. However, because the national-level towers could not attack the low-level towers, the Abyss Prison Tower used a special method to accurately locate the coordinates of the original world and then incited the other towers to attack. The reason why the Black Prison Tower did this was also related to its own interests. 722 The origin of Dream City's City Lord. 1. According to the rules, if an invasion of an otherworld with a clear danger level was to occur, several national-level cities would form teams and launch an invasion at the same time. This kind of foreign world was full of danger, but the rewards were also extremely good. It was the target of all the towers. However, in order to ensure the success rate of the invasion, the buildings selected to participate in the invasion were all those with extremely high potential value. Before the appearance of the Holy Dragon City, the Abyss Prison Tower had always maintained a very high potential value in the same zone due to some special reasons. Therefore, it often participated in this kind of mission with rich rewards. However, once the Holy Dragon City was promoted to a national-level city and had an extremely high potential value, the Black Prison Tower would definitely be affected. The Holy Dragon City might even take away the original quota. Therefore, the Black Prison Tower played this trick. This way, they would not break the rules and would also cause the Holy Dragon City to lose a lot of strength, or even be unable to recover from it. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the Abyss Prison Tower was carrying out the mission to invade the other world, and the cultivators left in the Tower world were limited in strength, they would most likely choose to do it themselves and enter the original world. Tang Zhen's face had already sunk when he heard this. His eyes continuously flickered with a bright light. At this moment, the two of them had already arrived at a huge study room. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the various books that had piled up like a mountain. A trace of envy flashed across his eyes. With the Dream City Master's methods, he would have countless ways to obtain the books he wanted. He could even return to the past through special means and rescue some of the destroyed books. Tang Zhen was certain that there were countless precious books among these books. Every single one of them was extremely precious and was not something that rare treasures could be compared to. The other party had a long life and had read countless books, so his knowledge was naturally extremely vast. Dream City Master was obviously very proud of her vast collection of books, and after excitedly introducing the origin of these books, she invited Tang Zhen to sit down. Taking out a handbound book from the bookshelf, the Dream City Lord placed it in front of Tang Zhen and solemnly introduced, "This is the secret history of the world of Lusheng that I've written personally. It records a lot of common sense and secrets of the world of Lusheng. I believe it should be of help to you." Tang Zhen's heart trembled when he heard this. He thought in his heart, how was it helpful? It was too great of a help. One had to know that this book was written by a cultivator who had lived for countless years, possessed extensive knowledge, and had a powerful cultivation base. It was equivalent to a peerless secret manual, and its value was simply immeasurable. If the outside world were to find out about the existence of this book, it would immediately attract countless covetous eyes, and at the same time, they would try to snatch it at all costs. Holding the book in his hand, Tang Zhen bowed deeply to the Dream City Master. He was truly sincere. The other party accepted the bow with a smile and then nodded. "I know that after you accept this gift, you will be terrified and not know what I want. You might even be extremely curious about my origin." Tang Zhen nodded. He did not hide his thoughts at all. He also knew that it was impossible to hide it. Under the Dream City Master's all-seeing eyes, any dirty thoughts would be exposed. Therefore, Tang Zhen treated her with sincerity and did not hide anything. City Master Dream smiled, and 2 teacups appeared out of thin air, filling up with rich tea. This is a kind of immortal tea that the cultivators of the cultivation world highly recommend. The production is extremely low, but the taste is quite good. In order to get it, I spent a lot of effort, but it's definitely worth it. Under the Dream City Master's instructions, Tang Zhen picked it up and took a sip. He immediately felt a strange fragrance hit his face. Just by smelling it, he knew that it was indeed something good. After the tea entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a wave of energy that flashed away. Tang Zhen only felt his entire body becoming comfortable. Even his entire soul seemed to have been cleansed, becoming increasingly solid. If he were to drink this tea frequently, it was likely that Tang Zhen's energy body would become even more condensed in a short time. The strength of his mental energy would also increase once again. Good tea. Tang Zhen put down his teacup and smacked his lips as if he had not had enough. He then praised the Dream City Lord loudly. Dream City Master was also enjoying it. After taking 3 sips, he nodded his head lightly and reminisced. "As I said earlier, I've tried to investigate the long river of your fate, but I was unable to see through the fog that covered the fragments of time, and I was unable to interfere with your fate in the slightest. However, it's not like I didn't notice it. I'm even certain that one day in the future, you and I will meet, so I made a good relationship in advance. Then may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Senior, are you living in the present or in the future? Tang Zhen still had this question in his heart. Hence, he opened his mouth to ask. You actually don't know much about my race, which is why you have such a question. In fact, according to your world's understanding, I should be a fifth-dimensional being. I can travel through any four-dimensional time axis and use my innate ability to affect a certain object. I exist in the past, in the future, and even in the present. As Dream City Lord spoke up to this point, he casually took out a book and opened it before saying to Tang Zhen, for example, the book in front of you now depicts the life experience of a hero. To you and me, this is just a story. However, to the hero in the book, he had truly lived the life described in the book in the dimensional world he was in. As we read, we can also affect some things in the book world, such as deleting and editing, or completely destroying it. After deleting the book, the fate of the characters in the book would change. After the book was destroyed, the book world's endless reincarnation would end. It's the same for parallel worlds. Invading them is equivalent to deleting their contents, and destroying them is the same as cutting off their reincarnation cycle. Tang Zhen revealed a stunned expression. He looked at the book in front of him and pondered for a moment before asking, then, from your perspective, are our actions the same as the stories in the books? City Master Dream shook her head, her face turning serious. When I look at the living beings of other worlds, I do feel like I'm reading all kinds of books, and there are countless copies of the same book. From the perspective of the fifth dimension, the saying, a grain of sand is a world was indeed very reasonable. I can make changes to these books, but that doesn't mean there are no restrictions. I also have to pay the corresponding price. Your fate can be seen but cannot be touched, as if it exists in a higher dimension. As Dream City Lord spoke up to this point, he looked at Tang Zhen with an inquisitive look and continued, however, the world of Lusheng is different. It's the only one, and there are no clones. This is what makes the world of Lusheng different from other worlds. That's why the world of Lusheng is far more complicated than you can imagine. You can call it the real world. Even though I have spent countless years, I still can't figure out its true secret. Tang Zhen was silent when he heard this. He then used an envious tone to say, no matter what, your race's innate talent is extremely powerful, it really makes people envious. If I'm not wrong, when a king-level cultivator reaches the peak of his cultivation, he can become a pure energy body, which means he can evolve into something similar to a four-dimensional life form. Is that right? City Master Dream thought for a moment, before nodding her head lightly. What you said is both right and wrong. After a cultivator surpasses the king level, not only do they possess the abilities of a four-dimensional being, but they also possess the ability to control laws that they can't. I'm just like them. Not only do I have the innate abilities of fifth-dimensional beings, but I also have special abilities that they can't have. Therefore, I'm not a pure fifth-dimensional being. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sit in front of you, enjoy everything I like, and have a good chat with you. 723 The Gift in Return 1 Through the conversation with the Dream City Master, Tang Zhen not only knew the other party's background, but he also knew the other party's intentions. Perhaps under normal circumstances, the Black Prison Tower would still attack the Holy Dragon City, and the two foreign races would invade the original world. However, from the beginning to the end, the Dream City Master had nothing to do with this. Now that he was involved, perhaps the danger level of the world-ending crisis would suddenly drop, and even the impact on the original world would be minimal. The reason for such an outcome was because the Dream City Master did not need to experience this matter from the beginning to the end like Tang Zhen. Instead, he could directly see the beginning and the end. Hence, with his help, Tang Zhen did not need to waste any more time to search for an answer. Instead, he directly locked onto his target and launched a counterattack. Therefore, the whole thing started from the other party's plan and Tang Zhen's hasty response to the other party's attack. It became that Tang Zhen had already understood the cause and effect of the other party's attack. For example, when the enemy was proudly preparing to go to a certain place to ambush Tang Zhen, they would find out that Tang Zhen was already waiting there when they arrived. He had even rehearsed the means to kill the enemy countless times. Under such circumstances, the one who would be killed in the end would definitely be the enemy. So the next ones to be caught off guard would be the Holy Dragon City's enemies. One step ahead, not to mention that he was ahead by more than one step. After these thoughts flashed through Tang Zhen's mind, he once again looked at the Dream City Master. No matter what kind of interaction he would have with Dream City Master in the future, at the very least, the other party had helped him solve a big problem. Tang Zhen had to remember this favor in his heart. When there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely repay her. If people give me a drop of water, I will return a spring, and it will converge into the sun and the sea. It is convenient everywhere. Tang Zhen's speed had always been like this. This had also indirectly affected the residents of the tower, causing the Holy Dragon City to gradually have a higher and higher reputation and credibility in the hearts of the foreign races. The two of them chatted for a while. The Dream City Master did not wait for Tang Zhen to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and directly told him the exact location of the two foreign races, towers. It turned out that the two foreign races, towers were not in the same area as them, but in another area. According to the Dream City Master, the number of towers in that area was slightly higher than the area they were in, so there were naturally more high-level cultivators. Furthermore, according to the unspoken rules between regions, if cultivators from other regions caused trouble in their own region, they would be put on the wanted list by the Cornerstone platform, and the cultivators in the region could attack them together. After successfully killing the troublemaker, the cultivator could receive the reward on the Cornerstone platform. The specific reward item would be determined by the level of the wanted person. In other words, if Tang Zhen wanted to destroy these two foreign races, towers, he would have to bear a certain risk. He might even be hunted down by countless foreign race cultivators. Tang Zhen was also clear about this point. However, he had no other choice. As long as these two foreign clan towers were not destroyed, Tang Zhen would not be at ease. Not to mention, this trip concerned the rise and fall of Holy Dragon City, as well as the life and death of countless humans in the original world. How would Tang Zhen dare to escape? After the two of them chatted for a while, Tang Zhen stood up and bid farewell. Dream City Master stood up to bid farewell to Tang Zhen. After sending him out of the study, she ordered the magnificently dressed woman to send Tang Zhen out of the city. As they were walking out of the tower, the woman in luxurious clothes gave Tang Zhen a bag tied with golden thread, saying that it was a gift from the city lord. These seeds are extremely precious. City Lord Tang, you must not waste them. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to find them again. The magnificently dressed lady passed the pocket to Tang Zhen and then kindly warned him. The city lord's gifts are all extremely valuable, but this Tang has nothing to give in return. I'm truly ashamed to accept them. Tang Zhen received the bag. A trace of perspiration appeared on his face as he repeatedly thanked the magnificently dressed lady. City Lord Tang, you don't have to be so polite. The city lord has always admired himself, and very few people have caught his eye. Now that my city lord sees you in a different light, giving you gifts is just a casual act, how could he be greedy for a return gift? The luxuriously dressed lady revealed a trace of pride on her face when she said this. At the same time, she once again bowed to Tang Zhen. The mountains are tall and the rivers are long. I hope that City Master Tang will take care of himself on his journey. When we meet again in the future, your name will be known throughout the continent. After saying this, the woman returned to the tower with a smile under the protection of the puppet cultivator. In a flash, the magnificent dream tower had disappeared from Tang Zhen's sight. All traces of its existence had been completely erased. Tang Zhen stood at his original spot and was silent for a moment. After which, he turned around and walked toward the exit of the plains. With every step he took, the scenery behind him would disappear, turning into a land of nothingness. When Tang Zhen walked to the entrance of the cave and turned around to look, the original seven-colored grassland had already disappeared. Secretly sighing, Tang Zhen stepped into the crack in the mountain and quickly walked forward. When he walked out of the cave, the stream that had flowed out of the cave had suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a mottled stone wall covered with moss. Spreading his wings, Tang Zhen soared into the sky and headed straight in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. When he passed by the place where the eel monster was hiding, Tang Zhen used his mental energy to scan it and found that the other party was still there and had not disappeared with the City of Dreams. However, if one were to sense it carefully, one would discover that this monster seemed to be in another space. One could only see it, but not touch it. Tang Zhen had a thought in his heart. However, he did not stop as he increased his speed. After a continuous journey, Tang Zhen finally returned to Holy Dragon City. During this period, he had returned to his original world twice. In addition to learning more about the progress of the Asian and American alliance's pursuit of foreign cultivators, he had personally tracked down a group of hidden foreign cultivators. It turned out that the foreign cultivators' activities had become more and more difficult under the intensive and frequent search by the United States military. In the end, they could only choose to hide in a national forest park. This place was extremely remote and rarely visited by humans, which was why it was chosen as a foothold by the foreign cultivators. This made things much easier for Tang Zhen. After the American military secretly evacuated the dozen or so forest protectors nearby, he directly chose a paid application in the application store and summoned a huge meteorite to lock onto the hiding place of the alien cultivators. As the application was activated, meteorites with burning flames fell from the sky. The scene was truly earth-shattering. With a loud bang, more than 10 hectares of the primeval forest were turned into ashes by the impact. When the foreign cultivators were attacked, they were all horrified, but they couldn't resist such an attack and could only flee in panic. However, under such a world-ending attack, how could they possibly escape? They were all killed in an instant. The United States had sealed off all related information and only described it as an accident. Compared to the past, Tang Zhen no longer held back when he attacked. After all, he already knew the exact location of these two foreign races' towers. As such, there was no value in keeping these foreign race cultivators alive. Tang Zhen would naturally kill whoever he could. After careful calculations, it was confirmed that there were less than 400 foreign cultivators left in the American alliance's territory. Under the increasingly rigorous search, unless they escaped, they would not be able to escape death. As for the remaining foreign cultivators in the area of the Asian Union, none of them had been caught yet because of their high cultivation and strong anti-reconnaissance ability. This group of people had not given up on their evil intentions. Perhaps they were now hiding in a corner that no one knew about, constantly peeking with cold eyes, and could jump out at any time to cause trouble. 724 The young cultivator. 1. In the valley behind the Holy Dragon City, there was an area specially reserved for the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Unrelated people were strictly forbidden from approaching. This was also the place where the Holy Dragon City cultivators usually cultivated. When passing by, one could often hear the dense sounds of swords clashing, as well as the crisp sounds of gunfire. If you can get permission and enter, you will definitely be able to broaden your horizons. Inside, one could see countless strong cultivators in training suits, sweating like rain in various training grounds. One could also come into contact with all kinds of weapons, equipment, and training equipment. Recently, there were even more fighting robots appearing. Walking into this place, one would feel as if there was an invisible flame flowing in the air, causing one's blood to boil uncontrollably once one was in it. At this moment, in a specially designed training ground, a Holy Dragon City cultivator in black battle armor, with no part of his body exposed, was standing quietly in the middle of the training ground. The cultivator was equipped with many specially designed pieces of special equipment, which were perfectly combined with the new armor. In a flash of light, the training ground, which had only been occupied by one cultivator, was suddenly filled with the sounds and shadows of 10 foreign cultivators. Their expressions were malevolent, and they let out strange roars as they pounced at the Holy Dragon City cultivator at top speed. The moment the enemy appeared, the Holy Dragon City cultivator immediately raised his left arm, and the armor on his forearm revealed a crack at the same time. A scorpion-like insect with 3 heads could be vaguely seen. It suddenly shot out 2 black lights and an egg-sized ball of light from its mouth. After they were shot out, they instantly landed on the 3 foreign cultivators in the front and scattered them. It turned out that these foreign cultivators were all virtual images, but they looked extremely real. After killing the 3 foreign cultivators, the Holy Dragon City cultivator immediately took a step back. At the same time, a black pistol appeared in his hand. A series of rapid-firing sounds rang out as the fully automatic pistol instantly shot out a dense barrage of metal bullets, which enveloped the vital parts of these foreign cultivators. Relying on his super-fast reaction speed and his well-trained muscle control, none of the bullets missed. They all went in the direction that the cultivator had expected. The figures of the 5 foreign cultivators crumbled in an instant. The remaining 2 foreign cultivators had already rushed to the front of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, slashing down with their 2 battle swords. If it was an actual battle, as long as he was hit by this blade, even if the Holy Dragon City's armor had a strong defense, he would inevitably be injured. In the end, the Holy Dragon City cultivator twisted his body and slid out from an unbelievable angle, avoiding one of the sabers by a hair. At the same time, a light flashed on the cultivator's left arm, and a translucent protective shield popped out. This kind of shield seemed to have been stored in the armor on the forearm. It was originally as soft as silk, but after being charged with energy, it became harder than steel in an instant. It could be said that this was a type of energy shield that had a physical existence, and this piece of silk cloth was the carrier of a huge amount of energy. Although the sabers of the foreign cultivators were powerful and heavy, they couldn't cut through the energy-filled cloth at all. In fact, most of their original strength was even reduced. The Holy Dragon City cultivator took the opportunity to reach for his shoulder and pulled out a sharp saber that glinted with a cold light. The blade flashed, and another alien cultivator's figure quickly disappeared. The last remaining foreign cultivator attacked again, but the Holy Dragon City cultivator rolled to the side and half-kneeled on the ground. At the same time, he patted his left arm. In the blink of an eye, a strange-looking, but shockingly powerful, huge gun appeared out of thin air in the hands of the Holy Dragon City cultivator. It turned out that there was a special weapon storage space on the new warframe, and a special firearm with amazing lethality was hidden in it. Bang! After a muffled sound, a strange purple flame shot out of the black muzzle and pushed a special bullet toward the enemy. The foreign cultivator couldn't avoid it and instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Pa pa pa! There was a round of applause, and the originally dark training ground immediately became brightly lit. A group of young boys and girls were standing around. They were wearing the same cultivator training suit, looking at the Holy Dragon City cultivators in the training ground with envy and admiration. Especially in the eyes of the young cultivators, there was even a trace of obsession and love. Swish! The Holy Dragon City cultivator's mask automatically retracted, revealing a face full of heroic spirit, yet extremely exquisite and beautiful. Although she still had the aura of a young girl, it could not hide her soul-stirring elegance. After glancing at the people around her, the girl put the weapon in her hand into the storage space and slowly walked to a white-haired man. "Teacher, what do you think of my performance?" The young girl was tall, but when she stood in front of the white-haired man, she was only half a head shorter. The white-haired man looked at the young girl in front of him, his eyes revealing satisfaction and affection, but his words were merciless. "Your reaction speed is still acceptable, but you rely too much on your equipment. Your combat skills and cultivator skills are not fully displayed. So, you failed the test this time." When the young girl heard this, she immediately wrinkled her nose and secretly made a face at the white-haired man. The white-haired man wasn't angry. He just smiled and pointed at the girl. "And all of you, remember this in your hearts as well." At this point, the white-haired man turned to the group of youths beside him and said in a very serious tone, "We Lu Cheng cultivators will spend our entire lives fighting, so good fighting habits will inadvertently save your lives. Compared to those wild cultivators and ordinary cultivators, you are much luckier. Not only are there no shortage of cultivation resources, but you also don't have to participate in life and death battles when you are still weak. You must know that more than half of cultivators die before they reach level 3. Many cultivators never have the chance to learn a cultivator skill in their entire lives." At this point, the white-haired man's tone became slightly deeper, and he said in a heavy and meaningful voice, "I've taught countless disciples in my life, but after a few decades, I'm afraid that less than 1% of them have not died. This is the fate of Lu Cheng's cultivators. I can't fight back and can only silently watch their figures disappear from my world. That's why I'm so strict with you guys. I hope that when I'm old, I can still see you guys standing in front of me, not a single one of you missing." Yingluo. When the surrounding youths heard this, they were all silent. Although they could not understand the white-haired man's current mood, they could feel a kind of sadness rising slowly from their hearts. When the armored girl saw this, she was about to say something when a man's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "Mr. Murun is right, only by protecting ourselves can we plot for higher development. The lives of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators are extremely precious. If you don't cherish them, I won't be happy." When the youths heard this, they were all slightly stunned and looked around for the person who spoke. The young girl in armor, however, had a look of surprise on her face. She immediately turned around and rushed out of the crowd. She rushed to a man outside and then jumped up to hug his neck. "Brother-in-law, where's the gift you promised me?" 725 Murong Ziyu. 1 Murong Ziyu, stop it. What are you doing? Seeing Murong Ziyu holding Tang Zhen's neck and refusing to come down, and Tang Zhen not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Mo Ran immediately rebuked. After hearing her teacher's words, Mirong Ziyu, who was originally hugging Tang Zhen's neck to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a gift, could only pout gloomily, let go of her hand, and stand aside. However, she still stood behind Tang Zhen. From time to time, she would extend her finger and quietly poke Tang Zhen's back. Her face was filled with a strange expression. Greetings to the city lord. Mr. Mo Ran cupped his fist and saluted Tang Zhen. The young cultivators beside him bowed in unison and their attitudes were very respectful. Greetings to the city lord. Another wave of uniform voices rang out, the youngsters, tones high-pitched, carrying a trace of unconcealable excitement. Regardless of whether it was Tang Zhen's identity as the city lord or his terrifying cultivation, it was enough for these young cultivators to look up to and worship him. Moreover, Tang Zhen himself was not difficult to get close to. He had always had a harmonious relationship with the residents. This caused these young cultivators to feel a trace of familiarity in their hearts. No need to be so polite, you can continue to cultivate. Tang Zhen chuckled at the young men. After which, he turned his head and looked at Mr. Mo Ran. The Holy Dragon City is no longer the same as before. You don't have to work too hard, sir. You should also pay more attention to your rest. If you ruin your health, who's going to discipline these mischievous ghosts? As Tang Zhen spoke, he turned around and looked at Mirong Ziyu. She made a funny face and snorted softly. She even quietly observed Tang Zhen's expression. Mo Ran did not say anything after hearing Tang Zhen's advice. He only smiled and nodded. However, looking at his stubborn eyes, it was clear that this stubborn old man must have let it go in one ear and out the other. He did not take these words to heart at all. In the entire Holy Dragon City, there was probably no one who cared more about the growth of these children than him. If he was not allowed to care about these things, Mo Ran would probably pick up a knife and fight it out with others. However, it also consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. Mo Ran had internal injuries, and even though he had become a lord, he did not get better. As time passed, his body became worse. In view of this situation, Tang Zhen had asked him to rest more several times. In the end, he did not execute it even once. After a while, Tang Zhen did not say anything more. He would only give a reminder under appropriate circumstances. If it really didn't work, then he could only force Mo Ran to obey his orders and give him a new body without cultivation. Tang Zhen turned to look at Mirong Ziyu beside him. He smiled and waved his hand. The little girl immediately came over and looked at him without blinking. Have you made any progress recently? Remember not to be lazy. Otherwise, don't come crying to me when your sister deals with you. Tang Zhen said with a smile, but Mirong Ziyu immediately retorted. She raised her little face and looked at Tang Zhen. Brother-in-law, don't look down on me. I'm the top student in the school. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The teacher. This time around, Mr. Mo Ran did not reprimand the little girl for being arrogant and conceited. Instead, he gently nodded his head and said to Tang Zhen, that girl Ziyu is extremely talented. If it wasn't for her malnutrition in the past few years, which caused her body to slow down, she would probably have reached the threshold of level 5 by now. I'm ashamed to say this, but when I was her age, I had only just become a cultivator. Although the abundance of cultivation resources is one of the reasons, I've never seen such a cultivation speed in my life. Tang Zhen also laughed out loud when he saw the little girl's proud face after hearing Mo Ran's praise. He unconsciously recalled the scene when he first met her. At that time, Mirong Ziyu was always hungry and always in fear, so she was thin and small. She was already over 10 years old, but she looked like she was 6 or 7 years old. After following Tang Zhen to the Holy Dragon City, she no longer had to go hungry. In addition to Mirong Ziyan's meticulous nursing, a few years passed in the blink of an eye. This made the little girl completely change. She was like a completely different person from before. Sometimes, Tang Zhen would deliberately take out Mirong Ziyu's photos from that time. As a result, Mirong Ziyu would hunt him down with embarrassment and anger every time. It was really interesting. After letting Mirong Ziyu continue her cultivation, Tang Zhen and Mo Ran walked to the side and talked about serious business. This time around, he had already ascertained the enemy's exact situation. If he did not return the favor, Tang Zhen would definitely not be able to swallow this anger. Moreover, in the long run, the Holy Dragon City and the Black Prison Tower would not be able to get along well. In the future, when the tower was promoted to a national level, disputes would be inevitable. Since the other party had provoked him first, Tang Zhen did not intend to show any mercy. At the very least, he would fill in the gaps for them. However, the Black Prison Tower was deep underground, and its residents rarely appeared in the outside world. Therefore, it had always been very mysterious and there was very little information about it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If Tang Zhen wanted to attack the Black Prison Tower, he must first figure out the specific situation of the enemy. However, Tang Zhen was unable to split himself at this time. This was because he had to set off for another war zone to resolve the hidden danger in the original world. As such, the task of investigating the Black Prison Tower City had to be handed over to the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City. In fact, the Holy Dragon City already had a special team of cultivators, with Mo Ran as the instructor and Xianxia as the commander. They had carried out many destruction and investigation missions. This time, Tang Zhen was preparing to send this cultivator battle team to carry out a mission. That's why he came over to discuss the selection of personnel with Mo Ran and Xianxia. As the two of them spoke, Xianxia, who was wearing a black battle armor, walked over. He walked with a majestic gait, and the aura on his body became more and more stable. This wandering young man, who had called Tang Zhen boss back then, now possessed extraordinary strength. The combat strength he controlled could not be underestimated. His position in Holy Dragon City was very important. As the burden on his shoulders grew heavier and heavier, Xianxia's frivolous and slightly roguish personality had also changed, and he was now more and more expressionless. However, in front of Tang Zhen, he still maintained a side that was rarely seen by outsiders. He would frequently joke around with Tang Zhen. Perhaps, this was something that Xianxia had done on purpose. Or perhaps, it was a display of his true emotions. However, Tang Zhen still liked this kind of atmosphere. After all, they had spent every single day like this back when they had gone through thick and thin together. The group of old residents who had followed Tang Zhen to start their business were now in various positions in Holy Dragon City. They had silently done their best for the development of the tower. They had never complained, so how could Tang Zhen forget them? Although they felt emotional, they didn't delay the normal discussion. After chatting for a while, the three finally came to a decision. They would send 20 Holy Dragon City's elite cultivators to investigate the area where the Black Prison Tower was located. Considering that the distance was too long, they would send an aircraft to transport it. They would investigate the area where the Black Prison Tower was located for a month and collect all information about it. After that, the Holy Dragon City would send transportation to pick them up halfway. After the arrangements were made, Tang Zhen watched the demonstration of the new warframe and special firearms before he slowly returned to the City Lord's Hall. Tang Zhen's figure soared into the sky after he deduced all the possible situations and prepared sufficient resources. When he returned, it would be the day Holy Dragon City was promoted to a level 7 city. 726 Chapter 723. Xianxia in the original world, somewhere in the Asian Alliance. The night was waning. Under the dim yellow street lights, several young women were walking forward, laughing and joking. As they walked past, they kept laughing like silver bells, causing the young men passing by to look back from time to time. The content of their conversation was nothing more than fashion information, clothes, food, and so on. From time to time, they would also talk about the world of Lusheng. Every time this happened, one of the beautiful girls who laughed before speaking would listen attentively and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A few questions from time to time. Compared to the other girls, she was dressed more conservatively. She only wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. However, because of her impressive figure, it added a sense of intimacy to the girl next door. After walking down another street, the girls came to a stall. After ordering some food, they continued to eat and chat. Xiaoqi, what are you playing? While the women were waiting for their food, they were all playing with their mobile phones out of habit. The girl in plain clothes was the same. Compared to the other girls' phones, which were decorated with various accessories, this girl's phone was very clean. There was no decoration on it, and the corners were a little damaged. The girl next to her saw her reach out and randomly tap on the screen, so she asked curiously. It's nothing, I just don't know how to use it. After all, I've never used such a good phone when I was at home. The girl named Xiaoqi explained in embarrassment, Tisk, I think you should have run away from home a long time ago. Otherwise, your life would have been ruined. You might have already married that man from the same village. A woman with heavy makeup said angrily with a hint of disdain in her eyes. When Xiaoqi heard this, she looked sad and lowered her head. The other girls also started talking at once. All of them were rumors about poor areas, such as becoming a mother in her teens and a grandmother in her 30s. At the same time, they warned Xiaoqi not to return home. Xiaoqi was listening at the side, nodding from time to time, as if she had already made up her mind. When the women saw this, they also showed a trace of comfort, as if they were happy that they had stopped a sister from going astray. In fact, they all worked in the same factory, and they had just met this girl named Xiaoqi. In the beginning, she had run away from her family's arranged marriage and did not want to marry a man who was good enough to be her uncle. She was lucky that she didn't encounter any human traffickers along the way, so she stumbled to the city under her feet and began to look for a job. In the end, with the help of a kind person, the girl entered the factory and got to know a few of her roommates. Although they had only known each other for a short time, and the women had different personalities, they were very sympathetic to Xiaoqi's experience and tried their best to help her in her work and life. Xiaoqi was kind-hearted and was always filled with gratitude when she treated people and things. This caused the girls to quickly accept her and treat her as a sister. Xiaoqi, who had no experience in city life, gradually adapted to the surrounding environment and quickly integrated into it. It was just that because she had never gone to school, it was very difficult for Xiaoqi to operate electronic products, which was why she had randomly tapped on the phone just now. As they chatted and laughed, the food they had ordered earlier was served. The girls chatted happily as they ate. Xiaoqi looked at her sisters beside her and the bustling night scene around her with a smile on her face. The meal lasted for about 2 hours. After the meal, the girls strolled around again before heading back to their dormitory. It was almost midnight, and there were fewer and fewer people on the streets. Fortunately, their residence was not remote, and they were in a group, so they were not afraid of walking at night. When they passed by a riverside road that they had to walk every day, Xiaoqi, who was originally chatting and laughing with her sisters, suddenly changed her expression and slowly stopped in her tracks. When the other girls saw this, they were about to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Why she didn't leave, but they found that the figures of 5 men had appeared on the road in front of them. Under the orange light of the street lamp, the men looked at them with a serious face. It was currently summer, but these tall men were all wearing trench coats and a pair of black gloves, looking quite strange. What do you want to do? One of the girls who was braver asked as she quickly unlocked her phone. Although the man didn't look like a hooligan, he didn't look like a kind person either. Therefore, the girls were still prepared to call the police if the situation went wrong. After hearing the girl's question, a young man with a cold face among the men slowly took a step forward and looked at the girls. To be exact, he was looking at Xiaoqi, who had been standing behind the girls and had not moved an inch since the beginning. How long are you going to hide? Do you have to force us to make a move? The man's voice was cold and decisive, as if there was no emotion in it. When he spoke, he stared at Xiaoqi. When the girls heard this, they were a little surprised. They didn't know what the other party meant. However, when they realized that the man's words were directed at Xiaoqi, they looked at her in unison, their eyes full of inquiry and concern. Xiaoqi, what's going on? Don't be afraid, tell us, we'll support you. I say, they can't be trying to take you home to get married, right? Why don't you run away? We'll stop them for you. When Xiaoqi, who was originally expressionless, heard this, she glanced at the concerned sisters and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, she gently shook her head. Thank you, but you can't do anything about this. My sisters, the time I spent with you was the happiest time of my life because I've never played like this, laughed like this, or been cared for. This is what I've always lacked and yearned for. Now that I've finally had such an experience in my life, I have no more regrets. After Xiaoqi said this with a smile, she turned to the man opposite her and her voice gradually became cold. Let them go and I'll go with you. The cold-looking man shook his head and said softly, you have to be clear about your identity. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. The man glanced at the woman beside Xiaoqi and continued, if I'm sure they're fine, I won't make things difficult for them. You can rest assured, Xiaoqi sneered and said with a hint of disdain, I can guarantee that they'll be fine. I don't know if you believe me or not. If you believe me, don't make things difficult for them. I'll go with you. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it, but I'll look down on you from the bottom of my heart. The Holy Dragon City cultivators are nothing more than this. When the cold-looking man heard this, he nodded gently and then motioned for Xiaoqi to follow him. When the other men in Windbreakers saw this, they immediately made way for him. You guys can go. Since the other party has promised not to make things difficult for you, he will definitely keep his word. I'm quite at ease about this. At most, you will be checked and questioned, and no one will disturb you. Sisters, take care. Xiaoqi smiled meaningfully. She glanced at the women in front of her and then quickly left with the cold-looking man. At this moment, figures appeared from the shadows on both sides of the road. Some of them seemed to be carrying rifles. The women looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. In the end, they simply called the police. It was also after that night that they never saw the plain girl who claimed to have escaped from the mountains and knew nothing about urban life again. They also remembered Xiaoqi's words that night. 727 The confused female cultivator. 1. It was an underground military base in the northwest of the Asian Alliance. It was highly confidential, and even the military rarely knew of its existence. There was a special cell here, and only the most dangerous criminals were qualified to be locked up in it. In the empty cell, there was only one bright lamp hanging from the ceiling, emitting a white light that made people feel upset. It was a special lamp made of a special transparent mineral powder and then filled with a special gas. It glowed through two metal wires as thick as hair. The reason why it took so much effort was to ensure that the foreign cultivators who were locked up could not find any useful tools, which would form an unnecessary security risk. The level of defense here was extremely high, and it could be said that not even water could pass through. Once inside, unless the door was unlocked from the outside, the prisoners locked inside would never be able to escape from the inside. At this moment, Xiaoqi was sitting quietly on the ground, staring at the ceiling in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Ever since she was brought here, she had always been like this, as if she was possessed. From time to time, a faint smile would appear on her face, as if she was very happy. Although she was in prison and her life was in danger at any time, she did not feel any uneasiness. Instead, she seemed very natural, as if she had been released. It was as if being locked up here meant that she didn't have to think about those annoying things and could quietly wait for her fate to judge her. Whether she was dead or alive was no longer important. If they hadn't already confirmed her identity as a three-eyed being, they would have thought that she had nothing to do with the city invasion. Behind the special alloy insulation wall stood a group of special agents from the Asian Alliance who were in charge of capturing foreign cultivators. They looked at Xiaoqi's silly expression and seemed to be in deep thought. The few Holy Dragon City cultivators who were in charge of capturing Xiaoqi that night were also among this group of people. However, they all had serious expressions and looked like strangers should not approach them. They were also curious about this foreign woman, Xiaoqi. When they found Xiaoqi's traces that day, they followed her all the way and finally found her hiding her identity in a factory in the city. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, the special search team did not act immediately. Instead, they waited for the best time to capture the enemy. It wasn't until late that night, when Xiaoqi and the others were on their way home, that he made a move to capture them. They had thought that they would face a fierce battle, but who would have thought that Xiaoqi would obediently follow them here without any resistance? The entire process was so smooth that it made people wonder if this female cultivator had any ulterior motives. No matter what the other party's purpose was, as long as they could capture him, the special search team would have completed their mission. As for the interrogation, it would have nothing to do with them, and there would be someone in charge of it. Remember, before our city lord arrives, no one is allowed to come into contact with her. If he were to be bewitched by her appearance and do something irrational, he would definitely die a terrible death. The Holy Dragon City cultivators left a word of advice and observed Xiaoqi's reaction before leaving. It wasn't the time to relax yet. After all, there were still 4 foreign cultivators missing. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Xiaoqi remained in her original sitting position and did not move an inch. Her eyes were still staring at the ceiling in a daze, and no one knew what she was thinking. From time to time, the corners of his mouth would curl up slightly, revealing a charming smile. The two Secret Service agents in charge of surveillance stared at Xiaoqi without blinking and chatted with her from time to time. This woman is so powerful. She didn't move for 2 days in a row. Doesn't her neck hurt? I don't know. Why don't you go in and ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Speaker, I haven't lived long enough. At this moment, the closed door of the monitoring room was opened, and a man slowly walked in. The two Secret Service agents immediately stood up and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Tang. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What I can help you with? Help me open the door. I'll go in and take a look. Sorry for the trouble. Tang Zhen smiled as he greeted and explained to the Secret Service agent. You're too polite, Mr. Tang. Please stand at the door. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. Next, he followed the instructions of the Secret Service personnel and stood near the door of the cell. As the staff pressed the button, the alloy floor under Tang Zhen's feet slowly turned. The outer wall of the cell also turned over, sending him outside the cell. Then, the door of the inner cell opened, and dozens of laser beams appeared, sealing the door of the inner cell, leaving only less than a meter of space for them to step on. Tang Zhen walked to this empty space and stood still, after which, the metal door of the inner cell closed. The laser in front of him also disappeared. He glanced coldly at Xiaoqi, who was still in a daze, and slowly walked to her. You are the only three-eyed being that has been brought back alive so far, so I decided to come and see you. After hearing Tang Zhen's voice, the dazed little Qi finally returned to her senses. She raised her head and looked at the man with a terrifying aura in front of her. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but it turned into relief in the blink of an eye. You must be Tang Zhen, the Holy Dragon City's city lord. I'm Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded. After hearing Tang Zhen's reply, little Qi smiled sweetly and softly said, I've often heard of your name and your past achievements. It can be said that you're a legendary figure in this world, and countless people admire you. To them, cultivators of Lusheng are an extremely magical existence, and the world of Lusheng is a paradise. At this point, a trace of confusion appeared in Xiaoqi's eyes, and she slowly said, They don't know that the world of Lusheng is crueler than they thought, and the cultivators of Lusheng are not as glorious as they look. Actually, it was really good to live in this world. He didn't have to kill people every day and could happily do what he wanted to do. Girls only need to care about fashion, food, and where to go to play. There are countless ways to make themselves happy every day. Xiaoqi's eyes flashed with a hint of longing. If you meet a boy who likes you and you like him, you can even fall in love with him. Then, you can get married, have children, live together, and spend the rest of your life together. When she said this, Xiaoqi lowered her head. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes as she stared at Tang Zhen and asked, You're the city lord of a city tower, and you're also a living being of this world, so you have the most say in my question. Can you tell me which is better, the world of Lusheng or the quiet and peaceful world? Tang Zhen shook his head slightly when he saw little Qi's pleading eyes. He softly said, It depends on what you want to pursue. Everyone has different thoughts and answers. Therefore, my answer may not be the answer you want, and the answer in your heart may not be acknowledged by me. Xiaoqi nodded, not fully understanding. Then, she shook her head, and a faint look of sadness flashed across her face. As he looked at the foreign female cultivator sitting on the ground in front of him, who had no fighting spirit and even had a faint despair in her voice, Tang Zhen seemed to understand why she had given up resisting and was willing to be captured. Her heart might have already withered. 728 Chapter 725. Withering the cell instantly fell silent. Neither of them spoke. The female cultivator once again stared at the ceiling in a daze. It was as if there was a staircase that led to heaven there, and she was only one step away from touching it. Tang Zhen's eyes flickered. For the first time, he carefully sized up the foreign female cultivator in front of him. In fact, she wasn't too old. She was pretty, had a graceful figure, and was full of vitality. Near the closed vertical pupils on her forehead, there were red tattoos like wings covering her smooth forehead, looking very lifelike. However, her eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, as if they were filled with deep resentment and frustration, as if there was no life in them. Tang Zhen didn't know what she had experienced to have given up on herself like this. She had even reached the point of committing suicide. For some unknown reason, Tang Zhen's heart suddenly felt a trace of emotion. He looked at the female cultivator and softly sighed, In life, how can you do everything as you please? It's good to have a choice, but it's normal to have no choice. Whether he went with the flow or fought hard, as long as he followed his heart, at least he would not leave behind too much regret. I know you're feeling conflicted. You want to get rid of your original life, but you're also reluctant to leave. That's why you gave up on yourself and waited for me to make a choice for you. Whether you live or die, leave everything to fate, right? Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he spoke up to this point. He used an emotionless tone and said, "Don't worry, I won't stop you if you want to die. If you want to live, I'll give you a chance. Even if you want to abandon your current identity and live a peaceful life like an ordinary person, I can satisfy you. As for what you should do, that will depend on your choice." The female cultivator's body slightly trembled. She slowly raised her head and looked at Tang Zhen. After being silent for a while, she muttered, "Do you know that I've never experienced a day of happiness since I was young? During a battle to invade a foreign world, my parents never returned, leaving me and my brother to rely on each other. In the end, not many years later, my brother also fell on the battlefield in the other world, and I was the only one left in the family. At that time, I was all alone. I would cry secretly every night until I was tired from crying, then I would choke and go to sleep. You'll never understand how desperate I felt at that time. It was as if the whole world had abandoned me, and my life had become dark. When I grew up, I confirmed that I had a talent for cultivation. So, like my parents and brother, I also became a cultivator of Lu Cheng. In the days that followed, the only things that accompanied me were cultivation, competition, blood, death, and corpses. I felt like a machine, emotionless, with no one to care about me. I repeated the days that made me go crazy every day. I knew that one day, I would also step onto the battlefield of the other world, and then, like my family, I would rest in the ruins of the strange other world, never to return. The female cultivator's face was covered in tears as she buried her head between her knees and her shoulders trembled. As she sobbed, she said, "Those friends who were with me since I was young, and those who helped me in the past, have all left me. They have died in various battles. When I was sleeping, I would often wake up from my dreams, and then I would find that my face was already covered in tears. It was because I realized that I could no longer remember their faces. Even their names were gradually starting to fade away, leaving only a vague outline. I wonder if there will still be people who remember me after I die, or if I'll be completely forgotten by everyone." At this point, the female cultivator suddenly raised her head and a trace of determination flashed through her eyes. "In fact, I already have the answer to the question just now. I just didn't dare to admit it. As cultivators of Lusheng, they had no right to choose. They could only spend their lives with swords and blood and die on the battlefield one day. What was the point of such a life? What is the purpose of our actions? Is it so that the next generation will be like us, repeating this detestable killing and plundering?" The female cultivator's voice suddenly rose as if the suppressed fire in her heart had suddenly erupted. "Ever since I first participated in the battle of invading a foreign world, I've developed a deep disgust for this kind of life. However, being in it, I'm unable to escape or resist. So I can only keep telling myself that this is my mission. For Lu Cheng's power, I have to do this. But I also know that I'm just deceiving myself. As time went on, I couldn't stand this kind of life anymore. At the same time, the idea of escaping this kind of life emerged in my heart. However, even though the world of Lusheng is huge, where can I escape to? Even if he did escape to another place, what's the difference between those places?" At this point, a smile suddenly appeared on the female cultivator's face. She looked at the empty wall, but her eyes were unfocused. She was obviously in a state of reminiscence. "It wasn't until I came here and met my dormitory sisters that I realized how beautiful life was. Do you know, I've been very happy these days. I don't have to think about those things related to killing every day, and I've been sleeping very soundly. I'm afraid of losing such a life, so I can only pray in my heart, hoping that this life will never end." With a bitter smile, the female cultivator suddenly lay on her side on the ground, her slender body curled up like a frightened kitten, and her eyes looked straight at the ground. "The facts have proven that I have deceived myself again. My identity does not allow me to enjoy this kind of life. Killing and being killed is my ultimate fate. However, I don't regret it this time, because everything I've experienced these days is completely different from my previous life. It made me truly feel that I wasn't just a shell, but that I could also pass every day with a smile." If I had a choice, I would rather use everything I have in exchange for a year's time here, and then happily do all the things I want to do. Even if I have to pay the price with my life, I will have no regrets. The female cultivator's voice became weaker and weaker as she spoke, and her face turned pale. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. The color was as black as ink. In contrast to her white skin and purple lips, it seemed to give people an extremely demonic and poignant feeling. She lay on the ground like this and smiled as she looked at Tang Zhen. She was like a flower that was about to wither and bloom the last trace of beauty in the cold frost. Even when the light in her eyes had completely disappeared, the smile on her lips was still blooming, and it was forever frozen. 729 The huge world. 1. Tang Zhen's expression turned solemn as he shook his head slightly when he sensed the female cultivator's flame of life gradually withering. From the other party's words earlier, Tang Zhen could feel the pain and suffering in the female cultivator's heart. Perhaps, death was a kind of release for her. Even if he still had some regrets in his heart, so what? After all, everything would be fine if he died. At least from now on, she no longer had to struggle between responsibility and inner desire. All the troubles would have nothing to do with her. There were many troubles in the world of mortals, and the most carefree was death. Now that he returned to the earth, all the troubles disappeared in an instant. Death might not be the best way to escape, but did she have any other choice? Letting out a soft sigh, Tang Zhen casually took out a brain bead and placed it between the female cultivator's eyebrows for a moment before slowly taking it back. Perhaps he could do something for her. There was no reason, it was just a pleasure. No longer paying attention to the female cultivator's body that had gradually lost its temperature, Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the cell and walked out of the door under the eyes of the Secret Service personnel. In fact, when he entered the cell, he had already noticed that there was something wrong with the man's aura. It was as if his life force was constantly weakening, and his spirit was getting more and more dispirited. Only those who were about to die would have such a reaction. This state seemed to have lasted for a long time. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, the moment she was surrounded by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, she had already secretly swallowed the poison. Perhaps the female cultivator had long been tired of her original life and was even prepared to die. That was why she had given up resistance in front of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, leaving her sisters with a faint memory that had nothing to do with killing. Although she hated that kind of life, from the beginning to the end, she had never thought of betraying the Lusheng she belonged to. In addition, she had nothing to live for, so she chose death so decisively. Such a way of doing things was in line with the style of Lu Cheng's cultivators. Perhaps when the female cultivator said those words in the cell just now, she didn't care if Tang Zhen listened. All she needed was an appropriate opportunity, an audience with no limits to her identity, and then after saying these words in her heart, she could calmly face death. There were many pitiful people in this world, and each of them had their own bitter experiences. The female cultivator was just one of them. In fact, Tang Zhen wasn't interested in the female cultivator's past. No matter if she was sad or in pain, it wouldn't change her identity as an enemy. From a personal point of view, this female cultivator seemed very pitiful, but if she pitied the enemy and let them go, what would happen to her comrades who had sacrificed themselves? After giving some simple instructions, Tang Zhen teleported back to the world of Lusheng and headed toward the location of the target again. The journey this time around was truly too long. Tang Zhen did not have many teleportation stone cards in his hand and did not dare to waste them. Therefore, he could only choose to fly or drive a transportation tool to hurry on his way. Fortunately, the means of transportation were still considered suitable. Tang Zhen's speed was not greatly affected. As the technology of the Taroboros people was gradually deciphered, both the Holy Dragon City and the original world benefited greatly. Many high-tech items were born. For example, the flying device that Tang Zhen was currently piloting was specially developed and manufactured for the military. It was currently in the experimental stage. Its appearance was similar to a car, but it did not have wheels. Instead, it relied on the combination of electromagnetic fields, some special means, and an energy converter that used the brain as a power source to create this strange transportation tool. The appearance of such a means of transportation could only be said to be a coincidence. If it wasn't for the technological support of Tarobo's people, in addition to the energy converter that Tang Zhen had accidentally obtained, this kind of floating shuttle wouldn't have been able to appear in a short period of time if it was purely based on the technology of the original world. Of course, he could not deny the technological level of his original world because of this. That would be too arbitrary. Due to his identity, Tang Zhen had gradually come into contact with many core secrets of his original world, including the accumulated results of science and technology. Many things made people's eyes shine. Originally, due to material and technology reasons, these scientific research results were put on the shelf, and many people didn't even know about their existence. However, as humans moved into the world of Lusheng, technology once again exploded. With the continuous discovery of various otherworld technology and energy utilization methods, it was no longer a dream for humans to even build a base on the moon. In fact, this plan had already entered the preparatory stage. With this opportunity, humanity might really be able to build a new home in space. Of course, no matter how developed the original world was, Tang Zhen would be the beneficiary. The better the original world developed, the more benefits he would receive. Even if the Holy Dragon City was promoted to a national-level city in the future, it would never be completely separated from the original world, because the relationship between the two was mutually beneficial. To put it simply, whoever left could live, but if they wanted to live a better life and have a higher quality, they had to continue to cooperate obediently. Driving the suspension shuttle all the way, Tang Zhen flew across the wilderness at a speed of nearly 500 kilometers per hour. Due to him ignoring the terrain, Tang Zhen's route was a straight line as he headed straight for the neighboring war zone. According to the book given to him by the Dream City Master, the war zone where the Holy Dragon City was located had a total area of nearly 500 million square kilometers, which was almost the same size as the original world. Even so, among the 3,000 battlefields in the Lusheng continent, the area of the battlefields where the Holy Dragon City was located was still the last. According to Dream City's City Master, the battlefields that were at the top were all many times larger than Holy Dragon City's battlefields. What was even more shocking was that there were as many as 3,000 similar battlefields in the Lusheng continent. The total area of so many war zones added together was unimaginably large. It was at least tens of trillions of square kilometers. Normally, such a huge planet would have an amazing self-rotation speed. It was even impossible for there to be a solid on the surface, but a liquid ocean that could not be solidified. The liquid was extremely hot and could not form life, let alone countless living beings. However, Tang Zhen didn't feel any abnormality when he was in the tower world. Other than the energy for cultivation being extremely active, it was almost the same as his original world. From this point, it could also prove the mysteriousness and magic of the world of Lusheng. Even whether this world was a planet or not was still unknown. Of course, it was useless to think too far. The thing that Tang Zhen was most concerned about was when he would be able to reach the neighboring war zone and cross the natural barrier that separated the war zone. At the speed of 500 kilometers per hour, it would only take him about 2 days to reach the edge of the battle zone. After reaching there, Tang Zhen only needed to cross the dangerous mountain range at the edge of the war zone and he would be able to successfully reach the neighboring war zone. 730 Battlefront Barrier 1. If Tang Zhen wanted to head to the other battlefields, he would have to cross these dangerous mountain ranges. There were no other shortcuts. However, since the mountain range that divided the war zone was called a dangerous place, it was definitely not a good place to go. In fact, it was far more dangerous than the legend said. According to what the foreign merchants had said, the height of these mountains that divided the war zones was simply indescribable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were tens of thousands of zhong high. Moreover, the mountain range was extremely vast, with high mountains and dense forests. Strange and bizarre places could be seen everywhere, and there were even spatial cracks. These things were truly terrifying. Even king-level cultivators would try their best to hide as far away as possible when they encountered a spatial rift. At the peaks of these mountains, there were also snow-capped mountains and glaciers, which were also full of danger. It could be said that a drop of water would turn into ice here. Even if one was wearing a thick fur coat, it was very likely that they would be completely frozen into ice by the sudden cold current in a very short time. This was because this cold current was not normal cold air, but a special power similar to the laws of nature. It was not something that the clothes could resist. Just these dangers alone were enough to make people flinch, but in fact, the dangers of the mountain range were far more than these. Perhaps due to the restrictions of the rules, cultivators were unable to fly in this place, nor could they teleport, because they would only be drawn into the spatial turbulence and instantly turned into minced meat. Therefore, even king-level cultivators could only walk along the ground. However, this way, the danger level would undoubtedly increase greatly. In fact, in addition to the natural danger, there were countless high-level monsters hidden here. Even king-tier monsters were extremely common. Restricted by the rules, these monsters with terrifying strength could not appear in the area where the towers were located, so as to avoid the towers that were still weak from being destroyed. However, in this mountain range that was divided into two battlefields, the monsters could move without fear. As long as they were in the dangerous mountain range, once they encountered such a monster, they would have a 90% chance of dying. In addition to these dangers, there were also natural labyrinths and illusory formations in the mountain range, which were even more difficult to guard against. If they entered by mistake and couldn't find the way back, they would definitely die. It was precisely because of the extremely high level of danger here that it was qualified to be divided into two battlefields and become a natural barrier. In short, it was extremely difficult to cross the dangerous mountain range, and one must be prepared to go with no return before entering. Of course, there were also countless heavenly treasures in this mountain range. Many of them were priceless and extremely rare. Every time they appeared in the world, they would attract countless high-level cultivators to fight for them. Driven by profit, even though this place was extremely dangerous, it still couldn't stop the explorers. Of course, not all places allowed one to enter the inner part of the dangerous mountain range. Other than some special entrances, there were no other places that had no way to go. As a result, wanderer markets were spontaneously formed at several entrances to the dangerous mountain range, and countless cultivators and wanderers wandered here. At the same time, in the dangerous mountain range, the figures of some stowaways could often be seen. They were either powerful cultivators with special abilities who made a profit by selling precious items from various battlefields. They were also desperados who had caused great trouble in other battlefields. Because they could not stay in their original battlefields, they had to cross the dangerous mountain range in an attempt to avoid the pursuit of their enemies. In addition, there were also cultivators who tried to cross the dangerous mountain range for various reasons. However, most of them failed to cross the natural chasm and lost their lives there. There were less than 1 in 100 cultivators who could really cross the dangerous mountain range. At this point, he had to mention the magical and strange cornerstone platform again. Tang Zhen had only recently found out that the cornerstone platform was indeed spread across all the buildings on the entire continent. However, it was impossible to trade items between the various battlefields. Even the teleportation stone plate could only teleport within the same battle zone. It was absolutely impossible to teleport across zones. Tang Zhen had used the teleportation stone tablet when he explored the giant tower previously. However, due to this restriction, he had never left the battlefield. Even the national-level fortresses in the war zone couldn't do this. If they wanted to go to other war zones, they would have to take the risk and cross the dangerous mountains. Of course, this didn't mean that they couldn't contact each other at the national level in different battlefields. They had plundered countless foreign worlds, so it wasn't difficult to find a way to contact each other. It was just that they didn't easily know about it to outsiders. Therefore, the seemingly magical Foundation stone platform also had its own hidden limitations. It was not as omnipotent as Tang Zhen had originally imagined. It was also for this reason that a super-commercial city like the City of 10,000 Treasures appeared. They used special means to cross the dividing barriers of the war zone and sold precious items all over the continent. Perhaps an item might not be rare in the original battlegrounds, and the price might not be attractive, but in another battlegrounds, it could easily be sold for a sky-high price. The profits from this would definitely make one's heart jump, and then they would take the risk. However, if they wanted to do this kind of business, they must have the corresponding strength. Otherwise, just the mountain range alone was enough to screen out countless cultivators. As for the merchants who could not cross the mountain line, they could only sell the special products of their own war zone. The reason why the residents of Lusheng purchased goods from ordinary foreign merchants was to save on the processing fees of the cornerstone platform. After a long time, it would be a considerable amount of wealth. Furthermore, the customers of the foreign merchants also included wild cultivators and wanderers. They couldn't buy goods from the cornerstone platform and could only buy from the foreign merchants. This was also much cheaper than the secondary sale price in the building. However, compared to the super-traveling merchants like the 10,000 Treasures Tower, these foreign merchants were not worth mentioning at all. Tang Zhen would have to cross the dangerous mountain range in order to head to the other battle zones. However, he did not understand the specific situation of this place. This would undoubtedly increase the risk of the operation. Therefore, the best way was to find nearby cultivators and get them to help him cross this natural chasm. In fact, in the vicinity of the dangerous mountain range, there had always been active cultivators who specialized in the smuggling industry. Among them, there were cultivators in exile who had destroyed the city, a large number of wild cultivators, and even bandits from robbery groups. These people lived in the dangerous mountains for a long time, and from time to time, they would bring some rare goods across the border. As long as they successfully crossed the border once, the profits they earned would be enough for them to spend for a long time. If the price was right, these cultivators would also take the business and bring people through the dangerous mountain range. As for success or failure, that would depend on luck and judgment. For many years, this place had been a place where the good and the bad mixed together, so the quality of these cultivators was also mixed. There were even cultivators who specialized in deceiving people and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill and steal. All of them were covered in blood and had countless wrong souls killed. Some cultivators believed the boasting of these guys because of their poor eyesight. In the end, they would be robbed and killed on the way, and then their bodies would be abandoned in the wilderness, and their belongings would be swept away. With Tang Zhen's cultivation, he naturally did not need to worry about being plotted against by such a cultivator. On the contrary, those cultivators had better pray in the dark that they would not encounter Tang Zhen. Otherwise, they would definitely be so regretful that they would vomit blood. 731 The Mountain Market. 1 In the following period of time, Tang Zhen did not stop for even a moment. During this period of time, he would keep the hovering shuttle and then rely on the magic carpet and his own flying skills to continue his journey. In this way, his speed had undoubtedly increased a lot, and he was getting closer and closer to the edge of the battle zone. When he rushed out of a red desert, he finally saw a huge barrier suddenly appear on the horizon. It stretched across the entire land from left to right, like an extremely huge city wall, completely separating the two battlefields. After seeing this mountain range that almost pierced through the clouds, Tang Zhen finally knew that the rumors were true. He also knew why those powerful cultivators were unable to easily cross this place. At a glance, the mountain range was boundless, and from time to time, ferocious monsters could be seen. Flashing in the forest, near the edge of the mountain range, there was an extremely large area that was packed with people. It was the Wanderer Market. Tents, mud houses, stone houses, scent holes, and houses built from logs could be seen everywhere. These buildings were scattered and disorderly, built without any order at the uneven foot of the mountain, and in between them were criss-crossed gravel roads. Cultivators and wanderers of all shapes and sizes made a living here, and foreign merchants of all sizes were frequent visitors. Here, human lives were not worth much, and people died almost every day. In the corpse pit outside the market, the bones had already piled up into a mountain, and the height was still increasing. Tang Zhen's target this time was two foreign nations' national towers. Moreover, it was a cross-war zone operation. Once it was successful, he would definitely be wanted by the platform in the war zone where the foreign nations' towers were located. In this way, not only would he be made an enemy in the opposite battle zone, but there would also be countless cultivators in the area in front of him who would know the news and hope to exchange Tang Zhen's head for a reward. Therefore, it was very necessary for Tang Zhen to change his appearance appropriately. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had already downloaded a suitable application that could easily change one's body shape and appearance. Now, it was just right to use it. He found a forest and entered it. When he came out again, Tang Zhen's appearance was already like a completely different person. At this moment, his face was full of hardships, and he looked like a lord cultivator who had gone through many vicissitudes of life. There was nothing eye-catching about him. A set of old battle armor, covered with a cloak woven from some kind of monster's hair, and a bag and a battle sword on his back. This kind of dressing was very common among cultivators in Lu City. It was not conspicuous in a crowd and had a very low sense of existence. This was the best shape that Tang Zhen had calculated after filtering and analyzing through the all-purpose electronic kit. It was the most suitable shape to hide one's identity in this chaotic place while avoiding unnecessary trouble at the same time. After confirming that there was no mistake, Tang Zhen slowly walked along the path that had been trampled by countless people toward the Wanderer Market. 10 minutes later, Tang Zhen arrived at the entrance of the market. Under the gazes of several foreign cultivators, he stepped in. Unlike the other Wanderer Markets, There was no need to pay a fee to enter because there were no defensive barriers around the market. However, it was not allowed to set up a stall here. One had to go to a designated place and pay a different amount of fees before they could get a place to do business. Tang Zhen walked along the barren road and headed straight for the central area of the market. Along the way, cultivators carrying all kinds of weapons could be seen everywhere. Wanderers with miserable and cowering expressions could be seen everywhere. In the gaps between the pedestrians, there were often children with barely covered clothes running through the streets. If they came across a fat sheep that was worth killing, these children didn't mind being thieves. After neatly taking away the valuable items, they immediately disappeared from the corner of the street, never to be found again. When they passed by a house made of wood and mud, a few women in revealing clothes, with eyes full of charm, were constantly calling out to the passers-by, their words full of temptation. "Come in and take a rest. It won't delay much. I guarantee that I'll serve you to your satisfaction. We have a new girl here. Her body is very soft. Why don't you come in and have a taste?" Explicit words and unbridled laughter came from the mouths of these women and cultivators. Their words and actions were quite unscrupulous, and they didn't care about the crowd at all. When Tang Zhen passed by, those women habitually greeted him before turning their gazes in another direction. It was because his appearance was too ordinary, so even these prostitutes who did not refuse anyone would subconsciously ignore his existence. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, Tang Zhen arrived at the center of the market and entered a pub on the side of the street. The structure of the tavern was simple. Wooden pillars were used as pillars, and yellow mud mixed with grass was pasted on the walls. Then, it was simply painted. More than 20 tables were placed on the ground made of loess, and cultivators dressed in different attires were gathered in groups of 2 or 3. After serving 2 dishes, they would gulp down the turbid wine. A strange smell drifted in the air, causing Tang Zhen to slightly sniffle. After which, he found an empty table and sat down. At the table beside him, a few cultivators sized up Tang Zhen with obscure eyes. Soon after, they began to talk loudly. "Hey, did you hear? Tucker's gang was defeated. They disturbed the king-tier monster while transporting the goods. In the end, more than 300 cultivators were swallowed by the monster, and only 4 of them managed to escape. Hee, I think it's only a matter of time before something happens to him. Who asked him to be so greedy? He ran away 3 times in a short period of 6 months. It'd be a ghost if nothing happened to him. I wonder if they left anything good behind. Why don't we go and take a look? Let's stop for a while. Do you know how many cultivators are looking for Tucker's goods route? I heard that all his accumulated wealth and treasures are hidden in the cave along that route. I heard that the 4 unlucky fellows who escaped were taken away as soon as they entered the market. They were thrown into the corpse hole last night. If the few of you are tired of living, you can go and join in." "I'm not going anyway," the cultivators muttered to themselves, greed flashing in their eyes from time to time. It was obvious that they were extremely tempted by the goods route left behind by Tucker and the so-called hidden treasures. However, they also knew their own limits. They knew that with their cultivation base, they would definitely die if they got involved. Tang Zhen's eyes moved as he secretly remembered this matter in his heart. For the cultivators here, taverns were the best place to spread information. From the mouths of these people, you could hear about everything that had happened recently. Tang Zhen silently sat in a corner as he quietly listened to everyone's discussion. He picked out the information that was useful to him. It did not take long for everyone to ignore Tang Zhen and even forget his existence. Only when their gazes swept over his position would they unexpectedly discover that there was another person sitting there. Not long after, a pot of turbid wine, a plate of meat slices boiled in salt water, and a plate of bean sauce were placed on Tang Zhen's table. Tang Zhen randomly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth to take a bite. He discovered that it was especially chewy. The fragrance of the meat was also extremely dense. Clearly, it was a kind of rare delicacy. It was said that this piece of meat came from a kind of monster that lived in the dangerous mountains. It was shaped like a buffalo but had 6 horns on its head. It liked to live in groups. Because of its low level and good meat quality, it was often hunted by cultivators. There were not many edible monsters in the world of Lusheng. Most of the monsters' meat was sour and stinky, with all kinds of toxins. Once it entered the stomach, it would make people vomit and have diarrhea, which was extremely painful. Even cultivators couldn't bear this kind of torture, let alone ordinary wanderers. Therefore, even if they saw the monster's corpse, no one had ever cut its meat to eat. Edible monsters were very rare, and the price of their meat was also quite good. Therefore, once they encountered edible monsters, cultivators would almost never let them go. Picking up another piece of meat, Tang Zhen dipped it in the black sauce and put it in his mouth to chew. No wonder the tavern worker would give Tang Zhen a dish of sauce after ordering this kind of meat. It turned out that when the two were eaten together, the taste was even more delicious and rich. Tang Zhen poured a cup of wine brewed with plant tubers. He had just taken a sip when he suddenly saw a young man coming in from the door. 732 Chapter 729 Scam 1. After gently swallowing the slightly sticky wine that had a faint fragrance of plants, Tang Zhen's gaze landed on the young man. It was a small world. Tang Zhen did not expect to meet this person here. He was a little surprised in his heart. It was a human youth with a cold face. There was a hint of arrogance between his brows, but his eyes were very calm. He seemed to have traveled a long way, so there was a layer of fine dust on his body. The handmade boots on his feet had obvious wear and tear. Through the gray cloak, one could see that he was wearing a set of inconspicuous leather armor with some strange patterns on it. It seemed to be some kind of rare fierce beast. A belt as wide as a palm had a few throwing knives inserted into it. Although the material was unknown, they gave off a faint sense of sharpness. In the young man's left hand, he held a long and thin sword. The hilt of the sword seemed to be severely worn, revealing a faint purple luster. Although he did not see the body of the sword, Tang Zhen had a feeling that this was definitely a treasure sword that could cut through iron as though it was mud. After the young man entered the pub, he swept his gaze around before stopping at Tang Zhen's seat. He then walked over with large strides. In the entire tavern, only Tang Zhen's table had an empty space. That young man had also walked over because of this. An obscure smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He seemed to have recalled something. At the same time, he lowered his head and picked up another piece of meat, placing it in his mouth and chewing. That young man came to the side of the table. After sizing up Tang Zhen, he pulled out a stool and sat down. The waiter in charge of serving wine and food in the tavern came over. After asking a few questions, he turned around with a smile and went to the back room to get food. At this moment, the two of them were seated facing each other. That young man did not seem to care too much about Tang Zhen. He merely picked up the longsword in his hand and placed it on the side of the table where he could easily touch it. He had a pensive expression on his face. Tang Zhen also ignored this young man. He merely savored his own food. From time to time, he would even drink a mouthful of wine with a unique flavor. When the waiter brought the food and wine, the young man suddenly asked the waiter, who had long ears and unusually agile hands and feet, "I'm looking for someone to lead me across the battlefield. Do you have any suitable candidates? Remember, I only want reliable ones." As the young man spoke, he took out a brain and threw it into the waiter's hand. This was a level 3 brain bead. To the tavern staff, it was already a considerable reward. The waiter chuckled and put the brain into his pocket. He said to the young man, "You've asked the right person, otherwise you would have been deceived." In the entire Wanderer market, the old woman's group had the best reputation among the cultivators who often brought people to cross the dangerous mountain ranges. Unfortunately, they had just set off a month ago and had not returned yet. If you're not in a hurry, he'll definitely be back in 3 to 5 months at most. I can't wait that long. Are there any other candidates? The young man shook his head. The waiter smiled, and his eyes inadvertently swept across the corner of the tavern. He continued, "In addition to the old woman, there are also a few teams made up of wild cultivators who often take people across the mountain range, but the fees are higher. When they encounter danger, they are not responsible for the safety of the customers. As for the other teams, let's not talk about them." After saying this, the shop assistant whispered a few words in the young man's ear. Apparently, he told the young man the information of the cultivator teams with good reputations. Although Tang Zhen appeared to be unconcerned, he had already heard every single word of the worker's voice in case he needed it. The young man nodded, indicating that the waiter could leave. Then, he buried his head and began to eat. The cultivators at the table next to them also stopped paying attention and continued to eat and chat. The owner of the tavern glanced at the waiter with a complicated expression, but he quickly lowered his head. On the contrary, in the corner of the tavern, a few foreign cultivators' eyes turned and swept over the heavy bag of the young man a few times. When they lowered their heads, their eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The young man ate very quickly and finished his meal in a short time. Then, he picked up his long sword and left the tavern. As soon as the young man left, a few foreign cultivators in the corner quickly got up and followed him. When the other cultivators in the tavern saw this scene, they all shook their heads slightly. Some of them even cursed in a low voice. They had spent a long time eating and drinking, so they naturally knew what the foreign cultivators wanted. There was no doubt that the young man was going to be out of luck. In fact, this kind of thing was quite common in this place. Many cultivators who had just arrived were targeted by these foreign cultivators. The lucky ones were robbed clean, while the unlucky ones directly lost their lives. Regarding this kind of thing, the manager of the market turned a blind eye. After all, these things were more or less related to them, and even more than half of the stolen money had entered their pockets. After Tang Zhen finished the wine in his cup, he threw down a head. With a smile that was not a smile, he glanced at the waiter who walked over and also walked out of the pub. Tang Zhen extended his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. He narrowed his eyes and walked toward a remote and dilapidated alley not far away. As soon as he got close to the alley, he saw two strong foreign cultivators blocking the entrance of the alley. They were looking at him with unfriendly eyes and a hint of threat. These two were the foreign cultivators he had seen in the tavern earlier. The other two had already disappeared, probably to intercept the young man. Get lost to the side. You're not allowed to leave this place, otherwise, I won't be polite to you. A foreign cultivator's eyes revealed an ominous glint as he roared at Tang Zhen in a low voice. Even though he sensed the Lord's aura that Tang Zhen had deliberately revealed, he did not have any fear. Their cultivation was only at level 4. To be able to be so arrogant, they must have something to rely on. After all, there were countless strong people in the market of this dangerous mountain range, and it was not rare to see feudal lord cultivators. If they dared to do such a shady business, the other party's organization must have many feudal lord cultivators, and there was definitely more than one. It was also because of this that they were not afraid of Tang Zhen, who had revealed the aura of a lord. A powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake. This was their territory. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators from other territories would not dare to provoke them easily. However, Tang Zhen was not an ordinary cultivator. He was a killing god that they could not afford to offend. Tang Zhen sneered and waved his hand at the two foreign cultivators. Then, their strong bodies floated into the air. Damn it, what's going on? The two foreign cultivators cried out in alarm. Just as they were about to resist, they found that their entire bodies were shackled by an invisible force. They couldn't move their hands or speak. Under the horrified gaze of the two foreign cultivators, they saw Tang Zhen's palm gently clench. The two foreign cultivators completely lost control of their bodies and bizarrely folded back together. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. The two foreign cultivators floating in the air didn't even have time to scream before their backbones were broken. Then, their bodies slowly fell to the ground. In the corner of the alley, a dirty wanderer happened to see this scene, and his mouth was wide open in shock. When the wanderer noticed that Tang Zhen was looking at him, he was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. He turned his head and walked into the distance without the slightest hesitation, pretending that he didn't see anything. Tang Zhen turned his head around. His gaze landed on the depths of the small alley and coincidentally saw the young man who was walking out with a longsword in his hand. 733 Follow and join the TRPG. 1 In the dirty and dilapidated alley, a strong young man slowly walked out. His old cloak was still stained with fresh blood that had not yet dried. His expression was ugly and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Judging from the smell of blood on his body, this young man must have fought with someone and killed more than one foreign cultivator. Just as Tang Zhen was sizing up the youth, the other party had also discovered him and the two foreign cultivators who had died miserably at the entrance of the alley. Frowning slightly, the young man looked at Tang Zhen with a trace of doubt in his eyes. When they were in the tavern earlier, he did not pay too much attention to Tang Zhen, who was at the same table as him. He had even subconsciously ignored the other party's existence. Originally, after leaving the tavern, the young man wouldn't feel that anything was wrong as long as he didn't deliberately think about it. He wouldn't even remember what the Lord Cultivator who sat at the same table looked like. However, now that he saw Tang Zhen standing in front of him with the corpses of the two enemies that he should have killed lying beside him, the young man finally felt that something was wrong. This method of making others subconsciously ignore their existence was clearly an excellent concealment ability. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was actually similar to the skills he had learned. However, the other party was able to make him fall for it. Clearly, his ability was not ordinary, and might even far exceed his own. A trace of vigilance immediately rose in the young man's heart after he realized this. His eyes coldly looked at Tang Zhen as his hand, subconsciously placed on the hilt of his sword. As long as the situation was slightly off, he would unsheath his sword and kill. Tang Zhen laughed when he saw this. He swept a glance at the young man's action of holding the sword and used a hoarse voice that he had deliberately disguised to say, "You must have been to the thieves' lair in the alley. Are you surprised?" The young man frowned and snorted, "Thieves' lair? Did you hear what that guy was whispering? That's right, I've just been there. It's a thieves' lair. Damn bastard, how dare you lie to me? I'll burn the tavern down later." Tang Zhen shook his head. That tavern waiter was indeed not a good person. However, the owner of the tavern did not participate in it. Didn't you see the owner's eyes dodging, as if he didn't dare to provoke that waiter? I guess this is the trick of those foreign cultivators. They use the tavern to set up a trap to deceive an outsider like you. If these guys hadn't misjudged him and dared to scheme against a cultivator who specialized in killing, they would have probably succeeded by now. As for whether you live or die, that's up to fate. The young man was silent for more than 10 seconds before he said, "Then, who are you?" "I, like you, want to find someone to take me through the dangerous mountain range." Tang Zhen looked at the young man and said indifferently. The young man's mouth twitched unnoticeably. "So, did you find it? Before I could start looking, I ran into you, so I followed you and took a look. The result, is just as I expected." Tang Zhen looked at the young man with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. The young man's expression darkened as he softly snorted. He ignored Tang Zhen and directly walked toward the center of the market not far away. When Tang Zhen saw this, he also took a step forward and followed. He was still less than 10 meters away from the young man. After the young man discovered this situation, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously squirmed around in the crowd in an attempt to shake off Tang Zhen. However, he quickly gave up on this thought. This was because he was unable to shake off Tang Zhen no matter how he circled around. Every time he turned his head, he would be able to see Tang Zhen's face that seemed to have a smile that was not a smile. Ignoring Tang Zhen, the young man began to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Around and quickly obtained the information he wanted. At the edge of the bustling market, there was a shed propped up by logs. A group of exhausted cultivators were haggling with a group of foreign merchants, carrying large and small packages on their backs. This was the place where groups of cultivators who entered the dangerous mountain range would trade with the caravans. The stowaways who tried to cross the dangerous mountain range would also wait here. As long as they had enough people, they could find a group of cultivators to lead the way. If they didn't have enough people, they could only continue to wait. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a narrow escape from death. The teams of cultivators who carried supplies across 2 battlefields would definitely not take only a few people because it was not worth it. Although the profit of smuggling people could not be compared to carrying supplies, it was still a rich income. The most important point was that the more people there were, the more cannon fodders they would have to attract. This way, when the cultivator team encountered danger, they could quickly escape and preserve their strength as much as possible. Therefore, every team of cultivators would make it clear in advance that they would not provide any security services. If they encountered monsters, they could only pray for themselves. Even so, there were still many stowaways waiting here, looking forward to the number of people being gathered as soon as possible. After the young man arrived, he only asked a single question, and someone immediately walked over and pulled him into a group of men and women with different expressions and cultivation levels. There was no doubt that these people were all gathered together, waiting for the stowaways led by the cultivator team. These people all had different identities, but none of them were ordinary people. They were all genuine cultivators. Some of the cultivators even deliberately covered their faces in order to prevent others from seeing their appearance and avoid unnecessary trouble. In order to ensure that they were not discovered by the enemy, they did not speak at all, only communicating with hand gestures. Even when he spoke, he used a fake voice, which sounded hoarse and dry. After asking about the specific situation in a few sentences, the young man also joined the group of men and women. At the same time, he indifferently glanced at Tang Zhen before silently staring at the long sword in his hand in a daze. Tang Zhen sized up these stowaways and slowly stepped in. He crossed his arms and waited. With the addition of Tang Zhen and the young man, the number of people in this group had reached 20 people, which was enough for those cultivator teams to take them on once. Therefore, a red-haired cultivator with fine hair walked over. He was wearing chainmail, and on his shoulder was a small beast that looked like a squirrel but had a pair of wings. It looked very clever and had bright eyes. The foreign cultivator first looked at everyone, and his eyes stayed on the Lord cultivators for the longest time. Then, he said, "This time, our team will lead you across the border, so you must follow my arrangements for the time being. There are a few conditions that I must state in advance. If you can't fulfill them, get lost immediately. First, everyone had to pay a fee of 100,000 brain beads, half first, and the other half after reaching the destination. Furthermore, you have to prepare your own food and water. If you encounter danger, we will not be responsible for your safety. As for the third point, after entering the dangerous mountain range, you must listen to orders, or you will be killed without mercy." After saying that, the Lord Cultivator said in a cold voice, "As for the last point, after successfully reaching the destination, if you want to return, you must follow our team. It is strictly forbidden to enter the route we have opened. Otherwise, once we find him, we won't let him go even if we have to go to the ends of the earth." Obviously, this was a means of protecting the interests of those cultivator teams. Otherwise, wouldn't they suffer huge losses if the route they had painstakingly opened up was used by others to make money? Of course, this was just a warning. Even if these stowaways remembered the route, they couldn't easily pass through the mountain range. Not only would they encounter all kinds of danger, but they would also face the revenge of these cultivator teams. Their members were on both sides of the dangerous mountain range to prevent any accidents from happening. This way, even if something happened on the other side, they could still remedy it. 734 The preparations before departure. After the non-human overlord finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and glanced at the crowd with a sharp gaze. The stowaways who were waiting all nodded slightly and no one raised any questions. Seeing how overbearing that alien overlord was, even if you asked a reasonable question, he would probably take it as a challenge. It wasn't just once or twice that someone was disqualified because they didn't like them. How could the stowaways make such a low-level mistake? Therefore, even if the conditions were harsh, the stowaways had to bite the bullet and agree. Otherwise, once they annoyed these cultivators and were collectively banned, they would definitely regret it. Of course, according to Tang Zhen's guess, this kind of rule and rumor was probably deliberately done by those cultivator groups. The purpose was to make the stowaways accustomed to obedience from the beginning. Now, it seemed that the effect was quite good. Although those cultivator teams often competed in the open and in the dark, they maintained a rare tacit understanding in protecting their own interests. They advanced and retreated together in many things. In fact, this was the only way they could ensure a monopoly of interests, and the harsh rules that were beneficial to them could be smoothly implemented. If anyone dared to resist and challenge them, these foreign kinds would not hesitate to draw their blades and kill them, not stopping until they were dead. In the past, there were indeed cultivators who thought highly of themselves who wanted to break this situation and even wanted to share the profits. In the end, their bones had already been pressed under the corpse-dumping hole and had long rotted. As time passed, this situation continued, and no one dared to question or challenge him. In fact, this was a matter that could not be discussed. If you were dissatisfied, you could leave and no one would ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to stay. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to be confident that you could pass through the dangerous mountain range. Otherwise, you would have to learn to keep your mouth shut. At this moment, the leader of the alien race was already holding a leather bag and collecting the brains from the stowaways. Each person received 50,000 yuan. Everyone obediently took out the brains from their pockets and handed them over. Then, they received a dark red card made from the forebone of a monster from the leader of the alien race. There was a pattern on the bone plate, so it should be a token of this team of cultivators. According to the Lord, as long as they wore this bone plate, no one would dare to cause them trouble before they set out for the dangerous mountain range. For the rest of the time, everyone needed to prepare food and water, as well as emergency medicine and items. Then, they would set off the next morning. After the leader left, the crowd dispersed and began to wander around the market. Tang Zhen also started to purchase the items he needed along the way. Whether he used them or not was one matter, but at the very least, he had to put on an act. In the past, when cultivators chose their food, they would basically buy a kind of brick cake made of grains and dried meat. It was strong and anti-hunger, and if stored properly, it would not go bad even after several years. However, this kind of food had a faint earthy smell and was extremely hard when eaten dry. It was really not a good food. However, the current situation was special and the stowaways didn't have much choice. Even if they didn't want to eat it, they had to buy a few pieces for later use. In addition to a sufficient amount of food, medicine to cure injuries, detoxify, diarrhea, and deworming were also essential. Otherwise, he might lose his life because of this small negligence. In the end, after collecting all the miscellaneous items, he had to spend a lot of money. Whether it was the original world or this place, if one wanted to travel far, their money bag would always be thinner. After walking one round, Tang Zhen carried a bulging beast skin bag and walked back. Along the way, he attracted quite a number of sneaky gazes. After all, such a bag full of items would always attract the attention of people with bad intentions, and at the same time, they would guess what good things were inside. However, when these thieves felt the overlord aura emitted by Tang Zhen, especially when they saw the bone plate hanging on his waist, a trace of disappointment appeared in their eyes. They no longer paid any attention to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen faintly noticed this point. He secretly thought that these 100,000 brain beads were well spent. At the very least, they could avoid quite a lot of trouble. Tang Zhen wasn't afraid of these people. However, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he could sense the aura of several extremely obscure king-level cultivators in the market. Although they thought that they had concealed themselves very well, they were still unable to hide from Tang Zhen's special mental energy. If they were to be implicated because of some dispute, there would definitely be many unexpected changes. This was also something that Tang Zhen was trying his best to avoid. When he arrived at the gathering point, he saw 2 or 3 stowaways sitting on the ground. They didn't talk to each other and were very vigilant. They were afraid of missing the departure time, so they decided to stay here and rest for the night. After all, those cultivator teams were overbearing and wouldn't wait for you just because you were late. Fortunately, most of the cultivators in Lu City were used to eating and sleeping in the open, so camping in the wild was a common occurrence. No one felt that anything was wrong. Tang Zhen sat for a while and felt quite bored. However, he could not take out a book to read because it would really be too eye-catching. After all, most of the cultivators in Lu City were illiterate. It was normal to see cultivators wielding swords and sabers, but if you saw cultivators wielding calligraphy and ink, you would feel that it was very abrupt and out of place in the surrounding environment. Tang Zhen reckoned that if he were to take out a book to read, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. At that time, no matter how low-key he pretended to be, he would still attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. However, it was really boring to just sit there, and his method of cultivating mental energy was too shocking. When the time came, the entire Wanderer market would probably be in chaos. Since he had nothing to do, Tang Zhen decided to continue walking around. At this moment, a loud noise was heard. Dozens of foreign cultivators in the same armor ran toward the alley in the distance. Tang Zhen switched to the map and found out that these foreign cultivators were the managers of the market. The place where they gathered was the place where he and the young man had killed the foreign cultivators. At this moment, these foreign cultivators were chasing away the onlookers and carrying the corpses out. At the same time, a 2-star horde leader was examining the wounds on the corpses with a gloomy expression. Tang Zhen slowly walked over. After he got closer and heard a few words of their conversation, he prepared to turn around and leave. It turned out that these foreign cultivators initially thought that this was an internal fight between the two. This was because a cultivator who used a sword had gone missing, and all the property in their lair had been looted. It was better for these foreign race cultivators to think this way. It would save him some trouble. As for why they made such a judgment and what happened later, Tang Zhen was not interested in knowing. At this moment, Tang Zhen realized that someone was looking at him. When he looked in the direction of the gaze, he discovered a wanderer with a flustered expression. The wanderer quickly lowered his head when Tang Zhen looked over. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a faint smile as he watched the wanderer's figure rapidly disappear. At this moment, the foreign cultivators had already carried the dead bodies out of the alley and headed straight to a small hill outside the market. Tang Zhen, who was watching from the side, faintly heard the words, "corpse dumping cave," from the mouths of the onlookers. His heart immediately moved as he slowly followed. 735 The corpse cave. 1. It was impossible to verify the exact time of existence of the corpse dumping hole that the wanderers spoke of. This was a corroded underground cave that was like a sinkhole. The surface of the ground was round and was about several hundred square meters in size. It had a large mouth and a large abdomen, and the inside was extremely deep. Whenever someone died in the market or the corpses of monsters were killed, they would be thrown into the corpse hole to prevent the stench from rotting and causing the spread of diseases. After a long time, countless bones had accumulated in the corpse cave, but it was never full. Whenever night fell, as long as one entered this place, they would hear countless cries, making one's scalp tingle. As for the entrance of the corpse cave, it would also turn dark green. The light would constantly flicker and jump, as if there was an inextinguishable flame burning all night. Sometimes, one could even see huge green fireballs shooting out from the entrance of the corpse dump. They shot up into the sky rapidly and exploded when they reached an extremely high altitude. With all these strange phenomena and the fact that people often jumped into the corpse dumping hole for no reason, rumors began to spread that there was an extremely terrifying monster hidden in the deepest part of the corpse dumping hole. This monster could hook people's souls and lure them into jumping in and becoming its food. Regardless of whether the rumors were credible or not, the stench near the corpse cave was enough to make people retreat. At this moment, the foreign cultivators who were responsible for carrying the corpses all pulled out a piece of cloth from their pockets and covered their mouths and noses. After feeling that the pungent smell had lessened, they lifted the body and continued forward. Tang Zhen's brows furrowed as he sensed the stench in the air. He took out an underwater breathing insect from his pocket and directly covered his mouth and nose. This was a new type of alien insect that had been selected and improved by Holy Dragon City's researchers. Even if it was dehydrated, it could survive for months. Due to its powerful underwater breathing and filtering of poisonous gas, it had become the standard equipment of Holy Dragon City's soldiers, together with the scorpion alien insect that could spit out poisonous stingers and energy bombs. As long as they lifted the sleeves of the Holy Dragon City soldiers, they would be able to see the parasitic insects on their arms that looked like flesh-cutting tattoos. Some soldiers even had more than one. The alien insect laboratory hidden under the island in the middle of the lake had been expanded several times. A large number of scientific researchers and staff were working there to cultivate and optimize a large number of alien insects. After putting on the underwater breathing monsters, the nauseating stench disappeared, and the slightly moist air kept entering his mouth and nose. After activating the quantum invisibility light screen and disappearing from his original spot, Tang Zhen unhurriedly followed. At this moment, the foreign cultivators were already close to the location of the corpse hole. Tang Zhen also saw a huge hole in front of him. Translucent waves of air were constantly spewing out from the hole as if it was boiling. Not a blade of grass grew at the edge of the corpse dumping hole. The rocks were washed smooth by the wind and rain, and they were scarlet in color. Because the terrain was low, some thin water currents gathered here and then dripped into the corpse hole. When the water flowed through the crimson rock at the entrance, it would be dyed a light red, making the scene at the entrance of the corpse dump look like a giant's wound that was constantly dripping blood. Because of the funnel-like shape near the entrance of the cave, the grass soaked in water was too slippery, and they would fall into it if they were not careful. Therefore, the foreign cultivators stopped far away from the entrance. Then, the foreign cultivators worked together to lift the body and throw it forward. The body flew a dozen meters away and landed heavily at the edge of the corpse hole. The corpse rolled a few times on the grass, then slid directly into the hole and fell into the unfathomably deep corpse dumping hole. The other foreign cultivators did the same and threw the corpses over one after another before fleeing the area. After the foreign cultivators left, Tang Zhen revealed himself and flew to the sky above the corpse cave. Looking down from above, he saw that the corpse dumping hole was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Inside the pitch-black hole, there were balls of will-o'-the-wisps dancing like fireflies in the summer. Tang Zhen looked for a moment before a trace of bewilderment suddenly appeared on his face. His body trembled and he suddenly charged toward the hole where the corpses were thrown. At the same time, the monster detector was activated and covered the area under his feet. Suddenly, the light dots representing the monsters quickly appeared in front of him, but the strange thing was that his mental power could not detect them. At this moment, there were a few dots of light that represented monsters that were less than 100 meters away from Tang Zhen. They were rapidly charging towards him. Tang Zhen casually waved his hand upon seeing this. An incomparably dazzling light suddenly appeared, illuminating the surrounding several hundred meters until every single detail was clearly visible. At the same time, a few mummified-like monsters with green faces and fangs and a pair of wings made of flesh membrane on their backs rapidly appeared before Tang Zhen. Judging from the aura that this monster revealed, it should be a Lord-grade monster and not a big threat to Tang Zhen. Because they had always lived in a dark environment, the monsters here were extremely afraid of strong light. Tang Zhen relied on the strong light released by him and immediately caused great damage to them. The monsters let out a blood-curdling screech, and smoke rose from their pitch-black eye sockets. Then, their bodies began to roll in the air. It was also at this moment that the soul-annihilating saber appeared in Tang Zhen's palm. It pulled out a black flame and directly slashed at the few monsters. The black flame on the blade seemed to be sharper than the soul-destroying saber itself. The moment it touched the monster's body, it easily cut it into two. Tang Zhen casually grabbed a monster's corpse and kept it in his storage space. Then, he directly charged towards the next monster. With just a few flashes, these monsters were all killed. It was likely that the sound earlier had alarmed the other hidden monsters. Tang Zhen only felt the sound of wings flapping in his ears. This kind of monster flew silently, but now, it actually made such a clear sound. It was obvious that many similar sounds had gathered together. Through the monster detector, he saw a large group of flying monsters approaching at high speed. There were nearly 100 of them. Tang Zhen's eyes focused upon seeing this. He casually shook his hand at the spot where the monsters were the most concentrated. After which, a basin-sized black metal ball flew out. After the black metal ball was shot out, it suddenly broke down into countless small metal balls the size of cantaloupes. They bounced around the corpse-dumping hole and floated in the air evenly. Explode! Tang Zhen let out a low roar and quickly dodged into the dark world. At the same time, the black balls suddenly split into countless right-angled flying daggers, like a rain of flowers, and began to attack indiscriminately. For a moment, the air in the corpse cave was filled with sharp flying daggers. The sound of flesh being pierced was endless. At the same time, there were sparks of fire from the rocks being hit, like fireworks. After these black flying daggers hit their target, they would quickly reform into a small black ball with one of the daggers as the core. In less than a second, the black daggers seemed to have finished charging and then began a new round of indiscriminate attacks. Under such a terrifying attack, the monsters in the air were unable to dodge at all. In the blink of an eye, they were shot into sieves and their bodies were also scattered everywhere. After doing this dozens of times, the entire corpse cave was filled with flying flesh and blood mist. The monsters' corpses also fell to the ground with a pitter-patter. 736 The giant lotus at the bottom of the cave won. By the time Tang Zhen's figure appeared once again, there was no longer any trace of a flying monster in the sky above the corpse-dumping ground. The air was filled with the stench of blood, and on the stone wall not far from him, there was a layer of sticky flesh and blood residue that was slowly dripping down. The black metal ball was indeed sharp. Nearly 100 Lord-tier monsters were swept away in an instant, turning into fragments. With a gentle wave of his hand, the small black balls floating in the air immediately gathered together and recondensed into a black metal ball the size of a basin. A burst of high-frequency vibration was emitted from the metal ball. With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, the flesh and blood on the surface of the metal ball immediately turned into smoke and drifted away. Soon after, the bright and clean metal ball slowly flew to Tang Zhen's front and hovered above his palm. This black metal ball was no ordinary object, and it was a waste in the hands of those foreign cultivators. With their clumsy methods, they couldn't even unleash 1/10 of the power of the metal ball. Tang Zhen had also been continuously researching it recently. Only then did he figure out the rough usage of this black metal ball. It turned out that apart from being extremely hard, this metal ball also had super magnetism. At the same time, one could also control and change the magnetic field and pull with one's mental strength. It could even store mental strength as a supplement for an attack. When it was activated, it would always prioritize the target with the biomagnetic field instead of shooting randomly. If the original metal ball could rely on itself to kill the enemy, and its power was equivalent to a pistol, then the metal ball that was infused with mental power was definitely equivalent to an anti-armor sniper rifle. When a Lord-tier monster was faced with the spinning daggers released by the black ball, it had no power to resist at all. Even a Lord-tier cultivator wearing demonic soldier armor would definitely not be able to withstand such a dense and terrifying attack. Therefore, this black metal ball was definitely the best weapon to clear out monsters. Once it was used, the surrounding 100 meters would become a forbidden land of death. After storing the metal ball into his storage space, Tang Zhen glanced at the pitch-black hole where the monster's howls could be faintly heard. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. When he was hiding in the dark world, it was not a good feeling, because the dark world in the corpse cave was full of terrifying space turbulence. It was the existence of these spatial turbulence that caused the entire dark world to be in chaos. From time to time, spatial cracks would suddenly appear. Tang Zhen had originally planned to hide in the dark world when he encountered danger in the mountain range. He could even directly pass through the barrier in the dark world. However, it seemed a little inappropriate now. This was because it was almost impossible to move an inch in the dark world. If he was accidentally drawn into the spatial turbulence or touched by a spatial crack that suddenly appeared, Tang Zhen would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. No wonder people said that there was danger everywhere near the mountain range. It turned out that in addition to the surface world, the dark world was also dangerous. Tang Zhen withdrew his mind and hesitated a little. He did not know if he should head to the bottom of the corpse-dumping cave. His purpose for coming here was to see if there were any spirit bodies here, and then capture them without restraint. After all, there were countless corpses here. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be countless spirit bodies. However, when Tang Zhen saw the chaotic dark world, he knew that there were definitely not that many spirits here. This was because they had either already escaped or had been crushed by the spatial turbulence. However, the former was unlikely, but the latter was very likely. Without the existence of the spirit body, Tang Zhen's exploration had lost its meaning. In addition, the bottom of the corpse-dumping cave was definitely filled with danger. He had to consider whether it was worth it to take the risk. After more than 10 seconds, Tang Zhen still decided to go down and take a look. At most, he would retreat in time if he encountered danger. Just like that, they flew down for another few hundred meters. Tang Zhen finally saw the scene below the corpse-dumping hole. At the same time, he could not help but gasp. It turned out that there was a huge pool at the bottom of the corpse-dumping pit. The pool water was dyed red by minerals, as red as blood. In these pools, there were layers of corpses floating. They were of different races and had died in different ways. However, what caused everyone's scalp to turn numb was that at this moment, all of these floating corpses had actually opened their eyes. They raised their arms high up and grinned hideously as they looked at Tang Zhen, who was in midair. In the middle of the pool, there was an open space, and a huge plant was growing on it. The plant was shaped like a huge lotus flower, but the surface of the flower was covered with strange patterns, and the whole body had blood vessel-like veins. The huge roots of the blood-red lotus were deep in the blood-red pond. Countless roots extended out and connected to countless corpses. As far as the eye could see, this blood lotus didn't have the slightest bit of the elegance of a lotus flower. On the contrary, it exuded an extremely evil aura. It was clearly an ominous object. There were some huge lotus seeds growing on the huge lotus seed head of this lotus flower. Tang Zhen personally saw a lotus seed being shot out, after which, it instantly exploded into 2 halves when it landed on the ground. A monster crawled out from the broken lotus seed. It looked similar to a human, but its shoulders and joints were covered in white bone spikes, and its mouth was full of fangs. The monster howled at the sky and pointed at the corpse in the blood pool. A dozen blood vessel-like thin threads shot out from its fingertips and pierced into the corpse in the pool. Then, more than a dozen bodies stood up from the water, some of which were fresh. They were the foreign cultivators who had been thrown into the hole. Under the control of the blood-colored fine threads, these corpses suddenly scuttled out from the pool. Their feet used the corpses as stepping stones as they directly soared into the sky and charged towards Tang Zhen. The corpse closest to Tang Zhen was a tall foreign being. It was unknown how many years he had been soaked in the water. His entire body was covered in red rust, and he was emitting an extremely cold and fishy smell. Looking at its steel-like body, Tang Zhen knew that its defensive strength was definitely extremely strong. Although he could easily get rid of these dozen or so corpses, Tang Zhen didn't do so. Instead, he easily dodged the attacks of the corpses and his figure rapidly rushed upwards. Now, he had basically figured out the situation at the bottom of the corpse hole. He didn't find anything worth his time, except for the huge lotus flower that could give birth to monsters. According to Tang Zhen's guess, this strange blood lotus was not simple. It might be a special wild building. Its ability to breed monsters had the same effect as the mother tree's body. The only difference was that the monsters looked disgusting. Tang Zhen was a little interested in this building. However, it was not the right time to make a move. After all, his goal for this trip was to destroy the foreign race's building. He did not plan to cause too much of a commotion before he succeeded. The corpse disposal cave had existed for countless years, and there were also king-level cultivators here. It was impossible for them not to know about the existence of this strange building. They didn't take the wild building's foundation stone away because they had their own plans. If Tang Zhen were to fight for it, he would definitely attract the siege of these king-level cultivators. Therefore, even if Tang Zhen wanted to obtain the wild building foundation stone, he had to wait until he returned from the opposite battle zone. 737 Dangerous Mountain Range 1. In a flash, Tang Zhen's figure appeared in the sky above the corpse cave. Tang Zhen glanced at his surroundings. After he confirmed that no one was paying attention to him, he slowly landed on the ground and walked toward the Wanderer Market. While he was returning, Tang Zhen faintly sensed a wisp of spiritual energy circling around him. It seemed to be probing his cultivation base. However, Tang Zhen's concealment was extremely ingenious. Anyone would think that he was an ordinary lord cultivator. Even if the owner of the mental energy was a king-level cultivator, no one would notice anything unusual. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth after the mental energy withdrew. However, his footsteps did not stop. After passing through the streets of the market, Tang Zhen once again returned to the gathering place of the stowaways and waited patiently. The young man who had gone out to purchase supplies had also returned and was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. The long sword that was placed horizontally on his leg seemed to be emitting a low vibration sound, and at the same time, it had a special rhythm. When the young man occasionally opened his eyes to check his surroundings, his line of sight would always sweep across Tang Zhen's body as a pondering expression flashed across his eyes. Tang Zhen also noticed that the young man was sizing him up, but he did not pay any attention to him. Instead, it was as if his mind was wandering, planning the future development plans of the Holy Dragon City in his heart. When it was almost dark, the lord of the foreign race came again with a thin stowaway. Obviously, this person was a new stowaway. He looked weak and his cultivation was pitifully low, only 1 level. He didn't know what this person was thinking. He dared to cross the dangerous mountain range with such a cultivation level. It was no different from courting death. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with them, so everyone was too lazy to care. After the alien lord left, the newcomer glanced at the crowd and sat down at the edge, holding his bag in a daze. Although this person was wearing a fat robe and a hood that only revealed her eyes, the stowaways could tell at a glance that this person should be a woman. The other stowaways looked at the new member and no longer paid attention to him, looking extremely cold. However, when Tang Zhen looked at the stowaway, he frowned slightly as if he had thought of something. However, in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen chuckled and shook his head. He opened the all-purpose electronic kit and browsed through some of the books and information that had been entered. The young man, who was hugging a longsword and resting with his eyes closed, was also sizing up the newly joined members. His eyes flickered a few times, but he did not say anything, just like Tang Zhen. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. The night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The sky had just turned bright when a group of fully armed cultivators arrived in front of everyone. Each of them had a valiant aura, and it was obvious that they were used to seeing death. These foreign cultivators added up to nearly 100 people. Among them, more than 20 were Lord-grade cultivators. The leader was a 2-star Lord-grade cultivator, and the rest were all level 5 cultivators. This kind of lineup was not too strong, but it was enough to destroy a low-level city. It was not a small force in this place. Tang Zhen had reason to believe that these cultivators were only a part of their group. There were even members with higher cultivation hidden in the dark and would not easily make a move unless it was a critical moment. Of course, this hidden expert was merely so in Tang Zhen's eyes. He could easily kill him. At this moment, these cultivators were expressionlessly looking at the group. The leader of the foreign race who had collected the brain pearl earlier ordered the group to open the bag and let them check it. This was to prevent people from bringing precious items across the border, which was equivalent to stealing their business. These foreign cultivators would naturally not allow it. In fact, it was not only his package that needed to be checked, but his body also needed to be checked. However, this process was generally omitted. After all, the stowaways were very vigilant and some of them were carrying things that couldn't be shown to others. Once they were forcibly checked, the other party would rather leave than be checked. These cultivators weren't worried about the stowaways leaving. They had other plans, so they avoided body searches as much as possible. After checking everyone's packages and confirming that there were no problems, the Lord waved his hand and signaled everyone to follow him. The team of more than 100 people welcomed the morning light and quickly headed towards the dangerous mountain range. After walking for about half an hour, the group officially entered the dangerous area of the mountain range. At the same time, a violent and manic aura faintly hit their faces, quite like the biting cold of the winter moon. This was one of the characteristics of the dangerous mountain range. The air was filled with chaotic and violent energy, which made it very unstable. When cultivators used their skills here, because they had to extract the surrounding energy, it was very easy to cause a chain reaction of energy, or even directly cause an energy riot. Therefore, in this dangerous mountain range, it was best not to use skills if possible. Otherwise, it was extremely easy to suffer a backlash, and in the end, he would either die or be crippled. This was especially so for Tang Zhen's skills. Because they had already evolved to their limits, their might was at least 10 times that of ordinary skills. Therefore, the efficiency of their energy utilization was also extremely terrifying. Once he used the skill and suffered a backlash, it would definitely be a disaster. Not to mention anything else, just the hundreds of cultivators around him would not be able to escape alive. Fortunately, Tang Zhen didn't rely much on his cultivation skills and was used to using his mental energy. Therefore, he didn't need to be too worried. As the dangerous mountain range approached, the cultivators' expressions became serious. The Lord in charge of managing the stowaways turned around and told everyone to follow the landing points they had marked, otherwise they couldn't blame anyone if they lost their lives. Tang Zhen did not expect that this danger had already appeared the moment he entered the dangerous mountain range. From the looks of it, the complexity of this place was far beyond his imagination. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the forest in front of him. His sharp senses discovered that there seemed to be a special energy fluctuation being emitted from some of the trees. The foreign cultivator in charge of leading the way was carefully avoiding these places and slowly advancing along the route that had been explored countless times. From their behavior, it could be confirmed that these cultivators obviously couldn't see anything unusual in the forest. They only knew that there were some places where people must not leave, or they would die without a doubt. It was estimated that when they explored this path, either a king-level cultivator personally took action, or countless lives were sacrificed to explore it. In short, it was not easy. Tang Zhen discovered that he was able to see through these hidden dangers. He gently sighed in relief in his heart. This way, his confidence had increased by quite a lot. Tang Zhen wanted to test out just what kind of danger was present in the gaps between the trees. Therefore, he sensed his surroundings and controlled his mental energy to wrap around a small beast. He then ferociously slammed it into an empty space in the forest where there were abnormal fluctuations. Following that, the little beast let out a blood-curdling screech. Its body, which was originally only the size of a leather ball, actually expanded to 3 times its size. Its skin was also stretched like a thin film, and one could faintly see a 7-colored light flowing under its skin. Bang! After a muffled sound, the little beast's body suddenly exploded. The remains of its flesh and blood carried an incomparably terrifying force and suddenly shot through the surrounding trees, causing them to be riddled with thousands of holes. Some of the flesh and blood even shot towards the crowd, but the holy masters among the cultivators used a protective barrier to block it, which saved the foreign cultivators from being injured. Tang Zhen's group was not affected because they were following behind the group. However, other than him, the others were all startled. After realizing that the mountain range was really dangerous, the stowaways immediately became well-behaved and followed closely behind the cultivators, for fear of losing their lives. Strange, why are there wild beasts charging in? Don't they always avoid this place? The leader of the foreign tribe who was in charge of Tang Zhen and the others muttered to himself. His face was filled with doubt. At the same time, he constantly looked around, afraid that another wild beast would charge in. Tang Zhen acted as though nothing had happened. He also looked around. However, he was secretly shocked in his heart. In this godforsaken place, a single wrong step could really take one's life. 738 Danger everywhere. 1. The seven-colored light in the little beast's body was clearly a gathering of violent energy that had completely gone out of control. Just as the little beast touched those special areas in the forest, the energy that had accumulated there seemed to have found an outlet and madly surged into the little beast's body at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, this little beast had died an unnatural death. As for the explosion that followed, it only caused this little beast to be completely obliterated. The entire process seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. Tang Zhen had a rather good understanding of the power of this energy. It was the main reason why the world of Lusheng was different from the original world and had countless extraordinary creatures. The reason why a cultivator's attacks were so powerful was because they used this energy of different attributes. When pure and uncontrollable energy gathered together, it was even more terrifying than a bomb. The destructive power it possessed was even more shocking. Tang Zhen could imagine the scene of this kind of energy entering the human body. The feeling of the internal organs being instantly torn apart by the energy was definitely incomparably painful. Because of the bloody incident just now, everyone was even more careful when they moved forward. When over 100 people walked at the same time, other than the rustling of their footsteps, there was no other sound. After about 2 hours, the group finally walked out of the forest. Looking at the valley in front of them, they suddenly felt relieved. They could not help but be afraid. Along the way, they had seen too many broken bones, all scattered in the middle of the forest. It seemed that among the original owners of these bones, there were only a few monsters. The rest should be unlucky stowaways. Although the cultivators of Lusheng were used to seeing life and death, and ordinary scenes could not scare them, the murderous scene just now still made their hearts jump to their throats. Fortunately, everything was fine. The group finally crossed the outermost barrier of the mountain range and officially entered the mountain range. The stowaways, who were slightly relaxed, looked around and saw strange plants growing everywhere. Many of them grew in the outside world, but the size was several times larger. Just the gathering of those exotic flowers and plants could form a dense forest. However, even though this forest looked beautiful, one must not enter it. Otherwise, one would be bound by the terrifying vines among the flowers. Then, the vines would release paralyzing venom, and the trapped person would soon lose consciousness. Then, the inside of the body would gradually turn into pus, becoming the best food for these plants. As for the members of the cultivator team, they had long adapted to this situation, so even though they were under the same pressure, they were much more relaxed at this moment. After resting for a while at a place that they had often stopped at before, everyone set off again. Compared to the outside of the mountain range, night fell much faster here. The reason for this was because of the towering peaks blocking the light, as well as the dark clouds and heavy rain formed by abnormal energy. All the stowaways knew that the night in the mountain range was extremely dangerous. In addition to the dark night, there were all kinds of strange monsters. Traveling in such an environment, one could lose their life if they were not careful. Therefore, these stowaways would strictly control their work and rest time. They would never stop when they had to rush to avoid being unable to reach the safe camp that had been set up when night fell. After walking for about 2 hours, many people looked tired, and their clothes were soaked in sweat. The roads in the dangerous mountain range were muddy and difficult to walk on. The vegetation was dense. If one did not have an extremely detailed map, coupled with rich walking experience, then it would be really difficult to walk even an inch here. The rain was dense, the climate was warm, and the plants were growing wildly due to the chaotic energy. Even if the path had been trampled countless times, the next time they came, they still had to look carefully because the weeds and shrubs had already completely covered the path. Therefore, the cultivator who led the way with the map was extremely important in this situation. The team also protected him the most. Even the 2 stars horde leader in the team would look at him from time to time. He would even personally take action and kill some poisonous insects that suddenly jumped out with his mental energy to ensure that the leader would not be disturbed. Remember, walk straight for 300 steps, then use your left heel as an axis, turn left and leave 6 footprints side by side, and then continue 100 more steps. The foreign cultivator with the map in his hand was fully focused. He carefully observed the terrain and determined the correct path. From time to time, he would give the 2 young cultivators behind him a few words of advice. These 2 young cultivators were his disciples who had followed him to learn the experience of crossing the dangerous mountain range. They could be considered as civil servants, specially trained by the cultivator team. When the cultivator in front of them couldn't do anything anymore or died in an accident, these two would take over the responsibility and become the new leaders. The reason for such an arrangement was because of the high risk and death rate of this profession. Even if they had carefully recorded blueprints and rich experience, they still could not avoid the danger that was everywhere. The dangerous areas in the mountain range were not constant, but changed from time to time, so even with a map in hand, there was no guarantee that they could avoid all the dangers along the way. Every time this happened, the leader and guide of the cultivator team would be responsible for exploring the dangerous locations and finding a safe path. After successfully dodging the attacks, he quickly updated the map. Therefore, the thin piece of animal skin in their hands had been modified countless times over the long years, at the cost of the lives of countless leaders. Tang Zhen silently looked at the actions of the guide. At the same time, he recorded every word and action of the guide. Then, he used the universal electronic kit to sort it out and redraw a safe route. As a result, when he returned, he no longer needed to disguise as a stowaway. At this moment, everyone was lined up and walking on the edge of a swamp formed by the accumulation of rain, using wooden sticks to explore and slowly move forward. This kind of mud formed after countless years of accumulated leaves not only had a strong pungent smell, but there were also many places that were so deep that one could not see the bottom. If one accidentally slipped in, even a cultivator would find it difficult to escape. The reason why the guide had chosen to pass through here was because the area of the swamp was extremely large, completely blocking their way. Of course, in addition to crossing the swamp, they could also choose to go around it, but that was not only time-consuming and laborious, but also quite dangerous. This group of cultivators had also tried to go around the swamp in the past. Who would have thought that there would be countless deaths and injuries on the way? In the end, they could only walk a few kilometers and could only return in disappointment. Therefore, even if the swamp stank and blood-sucking insects like poisonous mosquitoes and leeches invaded from time to time, they could only grit their teeth and resist. In order to ensure that someone could be rescued in time after slipping into the mud, all the members were in groups of 10. A rope was tied around their waists and then connected together. This would indeed increase their safety by a lot, but if they were unlucky, none of them would be able to escape. 739 Strange swamp fish. 1 Tang Zhen endured the rancid smell and moved his feet forward at the same time. He then moved a distance in the waist-deep mud. After using his mental energy to wrap his body and at the same time, killing a large group of slender blood-sucking bugs, Tang Zhen raised his head and swept a glance at a place not far away. Tang Zhen could sense a large area of extremely obscure auras under the mud at that position. There were at least 1,000 of them. This aura was brutal and bloodthirsty. It was obviously not a kind creature. It should be a monster that lived in the mud. At this moment, these guys had their eyes on Tang Zhen and the others. They were continuously approaching from the bottom of the mud. Because of the cover of the sticky mud, no one realized the danger was coming. They were still in the waist-deep mud, and continued to rush forward. Tang Zhen did not open his mouth to warn them. After all, in the eyes of everyone, he was only an ordinary feudal lord cultivator. His cultivation was far inferior to the 2-star feudal lord leading the group. At this moment, that 2-star horde leader had yet to discover the incoming danger. How would Tang Zhen discover it? Wouldn't that expose himself? However, he had also secretly made preparations. Once the situation turned bad, he would immediately dodge. At least, he couldn't be at a disadvantage just because he disguised as a low-level cultivator. When the savage aura from the swamp was less than 20 meters away from everyone, the young man behind Tang Zhen frowned. His right hand quietly placed on the hilt of his sword. From his appearance, it was obvious that he had also discovered the monster under the swamp. However, he chose to remain silent for the same reason as Tang Zhen: get ready to defend. There's a monster attack. When the monsters were less than 10 meters away from them, the 2-star horde leader finally noticed the abnormality. He roared loudly as a warning and suddenly shot out the chain spear in his hand, deeply piercing it into the bottom of the swamp. The shot pierced through the monster at the front and tore it to pieces. When the other cultivators heard this, they also took out their javelins and other weapons and aimed them at the surrounding mud. All of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The mud that was occasionally filled with bubbles suddenly began to roll, as if water was boiling in a pot. Then, black shadows shot out from the mud like sharp arrows and pounced at the group. Only then did Tang Zhen clearly see the appearance of the monster. It turned out that the ones who had suddenly launched a sneak attack were actually a strange 3-meter-long fish that was completely black in color. The front half of their bodies looked like lizards, and they had a mudfish-like tail behind them. Their claws and teeth were extremely sharp. At this moment, they jumped out of the swamp in groups and pounced on the cultivators. The moment these strange fish appeared, the cultivators shot out their javelins at the same time, ruthlessly piercing the bodies of these strange fish. These javelins were made from a kind of tree that cultivators had specially cut down. They were heavy and hard, and they sank when they entered the water. After being polished, they actually flashed with a metallic luster. At this moment, the wooden javelins easily pierced through the strange fish, causing them to quickly fall from the air. After their slender bodies fell into the mud, they all struggled desperately. Although there was more than one similar wooden javelin, it was too late to throw it again. Therefore, the cultivators roared in unison, drew out the sabers at their waists, and waved them. Because they couldn't abuse their cultivation skills, they all fought with brute force. For a time, the light of the blade flashed, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Those strange fish were cut down one after another, but then a large number of strange fish came up again, as if there was no end. Especially when everyone saw the boiling mud around them, and the back of the strange fish's spine could be seen from time to time, their faces changed. Fight while we retreat. We must leave this place as soon as possible. The non-human leader roared and smashed a strange fish with a punch. Then, he gave an order to his subordinates. The foreign cultivator in charge of leading the way didn't hesitate at all. He immediately strode forward under the protection of several other cultivators, using his body to clear a muddy path. His current speed was more than twice as fast as before, as if he didn't care if some dangerous changes had occurred on his way forward. Looking at the performance of the leader, he was clearly prepared to risk his life to buy time for his companions to escape. The cultivators who followed him to protect him were naturally aware of this, so they guarded him even more tightly, afraid that an accident would happen. If he died, the cultivators might even be trapped here and become the fish's meal. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. It turned out that a foreign cultivator had been careless and had his leg bitten off by a strange fish that had sneaked up from the bottom of the swamp. He was now gritting his teeth and trying to stand up. You guys help him up and run. I'll cover the rear. Seeing this, the leading two-star horde leader decisively gave the order and turned around to kill several strange fish. As he attacked, his eyes inadvertently swept to the stowaways behind the team. He saw that they were also fighting hard and were surrounded by the bodies of monsters. Several stowaways were already injured and their clothes were soaked in blood, but they still gritted their teeth. Seeing the members of the cultivator team retreat, they also began to move in this direction. However, there were too many strange fish and they attacked from above and below at the same time, so the stowaways were in a hurry. You guys should move faster. If you can't keep up with the team, then you'll have to admit that you're unlucky. The leading two-star horde leader snorted and quickly retreated towards the road he had made. It seemed that he no longer cared about the lives of the stowaways. The stowaways were shocked. These guys were really ruthless. Now that they were in danger, they completely abandoned them. Tang Zhen frowned upon seeing this. He was still counting on this group of cultivators to lead the way. How could he let them leave so easily? However, now was not the time to expose himself. Tang Zhen could only find another way to catch up with those foreign race cultivators. As he moved, his legs touched the bodies of the strange fish. He suddenly had an idea. He casually pulled up the body of a strange fish and threw it in front of him. He took another step and killed another monster. He threw the corpse again, and it was less than 3 meters away from the corpse of the previous strange fish. The young man at the side was planning to step out from the crowd and quickly escape from the encirclement of the strange fish. However, he inadvertently saw Tang Zhen's actions and immediately understood Tang Zhen's intention. He also casually threw out the corpses of a few strange fish, used the corpses of the fish to form a floating bridge. Let's rush out together. With the young man's roar, the eyes of several stowaways who had hidden their cultivation lit up and they threw the bodies of the strange fish next to them. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Tang Zhen grabbed the stowaway beside him who was the last to join the team. His body suddenly pulled out of the mud. If you hug me, no one will save you if you fall. Tang Zhen threw the other party on his back and pulled up the corpses of the two strange fish. Like a spirit ape, he stepped on the corpses of the strange fish and rushed out an extremely far distance in the blink of an eye. The young man and the other stowaways followed closely. They stepped on the bodies of the strange fish and tried to escape the area. When the floating bridge that was laid out with the corpses of those strange fish reached the end, Tang Zhen directly threw out a strange fish corpse in his hand. At the same time, he jumped with all his might and stepped on it the instant the strange fish corpse fell into the mud. The other strange fish's corpse was thrown out and Tang Zhen jumped out again. They were already outside the encirclement of the strange fish, and because of the resistance of the mud, they couldn't catch up for a while. Jumping into the waist-deep mud, Tang Zhen's feet suddenly exerted force and his body rapidly rushed forward towards the cultivator team that was about to reach the shore. It was also at this moment that a huge wave suddenly emerged from the mud and went straight to the cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they jumped out of the bottom of the mud. This was a strange fish that had been enlarged countless times. Its entire body was over 30 meters long. It was a 2-star horde leader monster. 740 The giant fish monster, 1. As soon as the overlord monster appeared, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed a cultivator who could not dodge in time. Then, it swept its huge tail in the mud, and a wave of mud that was several meters high came crashing down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the horde leader monster burrowed into the mud and tried to attack from below. However, it was blocked by the 2-star horde leader of the cultivator team and jumped out of the mud again. When the mud hit them, the cultivators who were on the safe route didn't dare to run around, in case they fell into the deep pit in the mud, so they could only take the blow. By the time the mud wave dissipated, these foreign cultivators had all turned into mud men, with stinky mud dripping from their bodies. Fortunately, because of the 2-star horde leader's resistance, the giant strange fish didn't have the chance to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, they would have suffered even greater losses. After quickly wiping away the mud in front of them so that their vision wasn't affected, the cultivators pulled out the javelins on their backs and threw them at the Lord-tier monster. Although the monster's level was not low, its body's defense was not strong, so the javelins pierced through it without exception. Although these javelins were about the size of toothpicks to the giant fish monster, it was still in so much pain that it roared repeatedly. It didn't feel good to have so many toothpicks stuck in his body. Seeing this, the leading 2-star horde leader cultivator also roared at the monster. The chain spear in his hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, shooting out with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, it had already pierced the monster's forehead. The monster shrieked in pain and immediately twisted its body, which was full of javelins, and pounced toward the cultivators. At this moment, the battle was a competition of strength. In this aspect, Lord-ranked monsters had a huge advantage. As soon as the beast's huge body hit them, several foreign cultivators were sent flying, screaming in pain. When they landed on the ground, they were completely submerged in the mud. Compared to where the cultivators were standing, the place where the foreign cultivators had fallen was bottomless. Therefore, their bodies sank rapidly and were submerged in mud in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and save them. It'll be too late if we delay any longer. As the leader exclaimed, the other members of the group immediately pulled on the rope around their waists and pulled their unconscious companions up. However, a large amount of mud had already been poured into their mouths and noses, so they had to be dealt with. Otherwise, they would die from suffocation. The most miserable alien cultivator not only had a pit in his chest, but his body was also covered in blood-sucking soft-bodied bugs that were wriggling constantly. Hold on for a little longer, we'll be ashore soon. He glanced at the leader who was fighting with the monster and quickly turned around to explore the way. His movements were extremely fast, clearly trying to buy time for his companions. However, for some unknown reason, his expression kept changing, alternating between green and white. Occasionally, there would also be a flash of pain. Especially at this moment, everyone was busy running for their lives to save their comrades, so how could they notice this? It was less than 100 meters away from the shore, but they had to make a long detour to reach it safely. The guide finished guiding the way in one breath and used all his strength to climb out of the mud, but he directly fell to the ground and fainted. It was only now that everyone realized that below the waist of the leader, there were many blood-sucking soft-bodied bugs. 2 pieces of muscle on his thigh had been torn off, and blood was slowly oozing out of the mud-covered wound. It was obvious that the leader was trying to buy time, so he ignored the bites of the blood-sucking bugs and the wounds caused by the strange fish and rushed to the shore of the swamp with one breath. He was exhausted and had lost a lot of blood, so it was normal for him to faint. When his 2 disciples saw this, they immediately rushed up and patted their master's body, expelling the blood-sucking soft worms. Like leeches, This kind of mollusk could not be pulled by force. If it was pulled, its head would fall off, and the wound would not heal easily. It might even rot and leave a big hole. While the two young cultivators were resuscitating their master, the other members of the cultivator team also came ashore one after another. They didn't care about the mud on their bodies and quickly began to treat the seriously injured. At the same time, they also used bows and javelins to support the leader of the 2 stars feudal lord team. Under everyone's combined attacks, the lord tier monster finally became timid and directly burrowed into the mud to escape. At this moment, all the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief and quickly helped their companion who had just fought the monster to clean up his wounds after he went ashore. In the entire process of being attacked by the strange fish, 1 cultivator was killed, 7 cultivators were seriously injured, and the light injuries were not counted. The members of the cultivator team had long been accustomed to this scene, and there was not much sadness on their mud-covered faces. They had been prepared for this situation. They knew that this time it was someone else, but maybe the next time it would be them. Therefore, these cultivators' greatest wish was to earn enough money as soon as possible and then get away from this life where their lives were hanging by a thread. Next, he would either find a city to join or find a few trustworthy partners to find a secret place to cultivate in seclusion. However, it was not easy to join a city. The city lords preferred to train their own cultivators because they were trustworthy and carried out their orders thoroughly. The cultivators who joined halfway were not completely trusted, so very few wild cultivators successfully obtained the qualification to live in Lu City. To put it bluntly, Lusheng was a kind of family-like xenophobic force. They rarely trusted and accepted outsiders except for the residents of their own Lusheng. In fact, there were many wild cultivators who were very reluctant to become cultivators of Lusheng. They were not like most ordinary wanderers who desired to be residents of Lusheng. Because once his identity changed, it was equivalent to being controlled, and he would no longer have the freedom he had in the past. Furthermore, the essence of Lusheng was to conquer and plunder. Therefore, the cultivators of Lusheng spent almost their entire lives in battle and killing, and even their offspring could not avoid it. These wild cultivators were used to being free and unrestrained. In addition, their strength was not bad, so of course they did not want to be restrained. Therefore, many cultivators would choose to cultivate in seclusion to avoid Lu Cheng, the war machine, and then live their lives in peace. Unfortunately, in this world, the number of wild cultivators who could successfully do this was really very few. There was a saying that, people in the pugilistic world can't help themselves. In fact, many times, wild cultivators also couldn't help themselves. At this time, Tang Zhen and the other stowaways also climbed up to the shore with their bodies full of stinky mud. In the attack of the strange fish just now, they were very lucky. None of them had lost their lives. The members of the cultivator team glanced at them and then ignored them, as if they didn't exist. They had led the stowaways over the dangerous mountains more than once and naturally knew how high the casualty rate was. The stowaways were safe now because the good show was yet to come. The swamp they had just passed was only the edge of the dangerous mountain range. There was still a long way to go before they reached the truly dangerous area. Only by crossing that area and not being seriously injured could they pass through the dangerous mountain range and reach the other battle zone. 741 The temporary campsite. After taking a breath, everyone got some water from the small puddle next to the mud and washed off the mud on their faces. As for the mud on his body, he could only deal with it simply. He didn't have the conditions to completely wash it off at the moment. A group of cultivators, wearing clothes and armors that were covered in mud, continued to rush forward with heavy steps. Due to the attack of the strange fish, their original plan to travel was affected, and the appearance of the injured further slowed down their speed. Based on their current speed, it would be difficult to reach the safe camp before nightfall. Fortunately, this kind of unexpected situation often occurred, so the cultivator team was well prepared. In addition to a safe camp, there was also a temporary camp for emergencies. However, when the temporary camp was mentioned, the foreign cultivators' faces didn't look good. It was obvious that there was a hidden story. Tang Zhen sat on the ground by himself. After shaking off the dirty water on the surface of his body, he checked his backpack and pretended to confirm whether the items inside had been soaked in water. Such behavior was in line with the behavior of a cultivator from Lu Cheng, so the leader glanced at him and no longer paid him any attention. Tang Zhen secretly laughed. In reality, that 2-star horde leader had been secretly observing him ever since he had disembarked. After all, Tang Zhen was the first one to rush out of the quagmire earlier. He was even carrying a burden on his back. To be able to escape from the encirclement of the strange fish under such circumstances, it was impossible without a few moves. Tang Zhen, who didn't look that shocking, had been stunned just now, attracting the attention of many cultivators. However, after Tang Zhen recovered his lazy appearance, the gazes that were originally fixed on him also disappeared one after another. Of course, this two-star horde leader did not have any other thoughts. He was only a little curious. As for what secret Tang Zhen was hiding, he was not interested in knowing. Almost every stowaway's background could be compiled into a book. After all, who would be willing to risk their lives to cross the mountain range if they were not desperate? Yingluo thanks you for just now. A soft and coy voice that contained a trace of timidity sounded beside Tang Zhen's ear. Looking back, it was the burden that Tang Zhen had just brought out of the mud. It was the level 1 stowaway who had joined later. At this moment, her robe was also covered in mud. Although a lot of it had been wiped off, it still emitted a foul smell. The hood on her face was still not removed, but Tang Zhen could see a pair of bright eyes under the brim of the hood. They were looking at him with gratitude. Tang Zhen indifferently shook his head before turning his head to the side. He had just saved the stowaway out of convenience. Not to mention that he had met her more than once before, so she wasn't a stranger. To the current Tang Zhen, there was no need for any reason when he did some insignificant things. It was completely done casually when he was in a good mood. After staying by the swamp for less than 20 minutes, the whole team set off again, and began to pass through the forest made of flowers and plants. When walking here, everyone had to constantly wave their sabers to cut off the thin vines that were floating towards them, so as to avoid being pierced by the poisonous needles. After the vines were cut, a sticky liquid would spray out from the broken parts and fall on everyone's body. Their robes were already covered in mud, and now that their bodies were emitting heat, many places had been steamed dry, but now they were wet again. The most annoying thing was that the plant's liquid had a strong viscosity, which caused even more trouble for everyone. Unable to dodge, everyone could only grit their teeth and endure, allowing the liquid to fall on their bodies. The flowers and trees that grew at the foot of the mountain seemed to be boundless. The path they took was quite winding, so they were still there when night fell. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be spending the night here. How is it? Can we reach the temporary camp before dark? The two-star horde leader with an ice-cold expression glanced at the sky before turning to look at the person beside him. The guide, who was being supported by his disciple, replied in a weak voice, "Based on our current speed, we should be able to arrive in half an hour. But are we really going to stay there for the night? You know, Yingluo." The leader waved his hand and stopped the guide from saying anything else. Then he said in a low voice, "You don't need to say any more, I know what to do about this. As long as we pay more attention, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, looking at the sky now, we can't reach the safe camp at all, and we can't spend the night anywhere else. Besides, it's not like we've never stopped here before." The leader gently nodded his head upon hearing this. However, his eyes would occasionally sweep over Tang Zhen's group with a trace of pity before disappearing without a trace. They didn't encounter any more monster attacks during their journey. The only annoying thing was the sticky plant fluid. After a few hours, the sticky liquid had started to solidify, mixing with the mud and forming a sort of rubber-like substance. This kind of thing was soft and tough, firmly attached to the armor, and could not be cleaned at all. Everyone tried a few times and found that they really couldn't get rid of it, so they let it attach to the armor. However, in this way, they had turned from their original black appearance into a group of gray-white snowmen. After passing through a strange plant cluster that looked like bamboo shoots but was countless times larger, they finally saw a broken building complex made of giant stones. Weeds and moss grew lushly around the ruins, leaving almost no gaps. If the guide had not brought them here, almost no one would have thought that there was such a place in the forest. Tang Zhen stopped his footsteps. After sweeping his eyes over the ruins, a trace of contemplation appeared on his face. The area of the ruins was extremely large. Although many places were covered with weeds and vines, one could still vaguely see the glorious scene of the past. For example, the square in front of them was several hectares in size. After kicking away the mud on the ground, they could see the huge stone brick floor carved with patterns. The broken walls that could not be covered by the weeds and vines were even taller. From a distance, they looked like small mountains. For a building of such scale to exist in this world, it must have been a high-level building. It was just that no one could imagine what kind of race would build a city in such a dangerous place. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? We'll be resting here. Remember, you're not allowed to run around. Otherwise, you can only blame your bad luck if you lose your lives. After the leader in charge of managing Tang Zhen and the others left these words, he walked to the side and helped his companions set up camp. Tang Zhen and the others did not stay idle either. They looked for a clean place to take shelter from the wind and cleaned it up simply, making it a place to rest for the night. Although the ruins in front of them were large, there were also many dangerous areas. Tang Zhen and the other stowaways were strictly prohibited from approaching. This wasn't because these foreign cultivators were kind. It was because it was fine if you wanted to die, but it was very likely that it would affect the cultivator teams. Therefore, they made such a request to avoid being caught up in the disaster of these rookies. 742 dismembered monster, one under the bricks in the ruins. There was a large amount of water that looked very clear. Seeing this, everyone used a container to hold it, and then carried out a simple washing of their bodies to get rid of the rancid smell. Some stowaways simply threw away their dirty clothes and changed into new clothes. They took out dry food and slowly chewed it. The weather had turned gloomy, and the surrounding scenery had begun to blur. Night was approaching. Some cultivators took out their sabers and picked out some fresh branches from the surrounding plants. They placed them next to the fire that was about to be lit. The smoke produced by burning branches could effectively get rid of the blood-sucking mosquitoes here. Without it, one's entire body would probably be sucked dry after a night. There were also cultivators who took the leaves of some plants, smashed them into a paste, and evenly smeared it on their arms and faces. It also had the effect of repelling mosquitoes. After all, the mountain range was different from other places. If one was not careful, they could lose their lives. Unknowingly, night had fallen. A few bonfires made of special fuel were also lit one after another, flickering with a dim light in the dark night. Everyone sat around the fire in silence, as if they were made of clay or wood. Tang Zhen leaned against his bag and swept his gaze over the group of cultivators who were around 20 meters away from them. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Although it was normal for these cultivators to rest separately from them under normal circumstances, Tang Zhen's gaze on the foreign tribe cultivators was somewhat strange. It was as if there was a hint of pity in the mockery, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Tang Zhen's heart trembled. He secretly thought that this group of people definitely didn't have good intentions. Could it be that the stowaways' resting place had something to do with it? As he thought up to this point, Tang Zhen tried to probe a foreign race cultivator not far away. Can I go over there to rest? It's not comfortable to lie here. Stop talking nonsense and stay here. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. The foreign cultivator reprimanded him and no longer paid attention to Tang Zhen. He turned around and chatted with his companions in a low voice. Although he had lowered his voice, Tang Zhen's hearing was extremely shocking. He was still able to hear the conversation between them. How many do you think will be left by tomorrow morning? It's hard to say. If we're lucky, 1 or 2 will die. If we're unlucky, maybe all of them will die. These guys are really unlucky to have encountered such a thing on the first day. He. Who said it wasn't? Tang Zhen did not say anything. He hugged his arms and retreated into the distance. However, a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. He was now sure that there was a secret in this temporary camp that no one knew about, and it was a very dangerous one. This group of cultivators knew of the existence of this danger and also knew how to avoid it. However, for some unknown reason, they actually intended to sacrifice the stowaways. Sure enough, in their hearts, they were characters who could be killed at will. They didn't care if they were dead or alive. It was estimated that the biggest use of stowaways was to attract monsters. After realizing this point, Tang Zhen began to carefully observe the performance of these groups of cultivators. He was prepared to see what kind of support they had to ensure that they would not be hurt. Time passed slowly, and it was already late at night. The people who had been on the road for an entire day finally couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep one after another. Tang Zhen closed his eyes and made a sleeping appearance. In reality, he had switched to the map view and was constantly observing his surroundings. Everything was quiet, as if nothing special had happened. Just as Tang Zhen thought that he had made a mistake, a group of light dots suddenly jumped out one after another on the screen in front of him. This was the alarm from the monster detector, indicating that a monster had suddenly appeared and was approaching their location. A gray fog appeared, which seemed to have a numbing and hallucinating effect, causing people's reactions and senses to gradually become numb and slow. Tang Zhen sneered in his heart. This group of foreign race cultivators really didn't have good intentions. Because the surrounding night was too dark, Tang Zhen did not see clearly where these monsters had appeared from. He only knew that they came with ill intentions. In just the blink of an eye, those monsters approached the location where Tang Zhen and the others were, revealing their sinister appearance. This was a group of human-shaped monsters that looked like mummies. They were either missing arms or legs. They quietly approached and surrounded Tang Zhen and the other stowaways in groups of 3 to 5. There was also a group of mummies that walked towards the cultivator team, but as soon as they got close, a circle of white light flashed on the ground, blocking them. The mummies scratched a few times and unwillingly wandered around outside. More and more of them gathered. Tang Zhen came to a sudden realization. So, the thing that these foreign race cultivators were relying on was the runic magic circle underground. Tang Zhen coldly laughed in his heart. He had already thought of a way to deal with this group of people. However, the thing that they had to do now was to first deal with these hideous mummies with incomplete limbs. This was because these monsters were currently squatting around Tang Zhen. Their faces were filled with greed as they swept over his body. This person's body shape is similar to ours. I want a leg, a leg, a leg. A mummified corpse extended its hand and grabbed at one of Tang Zhen's legs after uttering these words. The arm is mine. Another mummified corpse growled in a low voice. It seemed to have mustered up all its strength and was prepared to tear off Tang Zhen's arm. Boss, give it to me. A headless mummified body continuously groped around. Its sharp skinny claws were about to touch Tang Zhen's head. In fact, it wasn't only Tang Zhen who was like this. The other stowaways were also surrounded by a group of incomplete mummies. They were all snatching the organs that they were missing. The principle of their choice was to be similar to his body size, and the similarity had to be at least 80%. Most of the foreign cultivators in the group had already woken up and were looking at Tang Zhen and the other stowaways with cold and ruthless eyes. These dismembering monsters that came and went without a trace would always appear out of thin air at midnight, tear the victim into pieces, and then leave with their missing limbs and organs in satisfaction. If these dismembered monsters did not succeed, they would stay in place and refuse to leave. The dismembered monsters that did not succeed that night would continue to appear the next night. As long as one of the dismembered monsters obtained the missing organ, the other dismembered monsters would leave together. Therefore, the best way was to satisfy them and stop them from harassing him. There was a special area similar to a runic magic circle where the cultivator team was located. It could effectively resist the corpse monsters and prevent them from approaching easily. However, there was no such runic magic circle in other places of the dangerous mountain range. It could be said that there was no defense against the dismembered monster. Under normal circumstances, dismembering monsters that were not at the level of a lord were not that scary. These foreign cultivators could easily kill them. But the problem was that these dismembered monsters couldn't be killed at all. Even if they were chopped into minced meat, they would jump out from a corner in the blink of an eye, which was really strange. After a while, the alien cultivators understood the habits of these dismembered monsters and began to use the lives of stowaways to satisfy these dismembered monsters. This way, they could rest easy. This time, they had encountered an accident in the process of their journey and had no choice but to choose a temporary camp with a corpse dismembering monster. From that moment on, Tang Zhen and the others had been treated as sacrifices for the corpse dismembering monster. 743 Chaos in taking action. 1. Because of the hallucinating effect of the gray fog, the stowaways had not yet discovered the arrival of danger except for Tang Zhen. However, it was clear that other than Tang Zhen, there was still someone who was extremely vigilant against the cultivator group. This person was the silent young swordsman. Just as Tang Zhen was about to plot against this group of ruthless foreign cultivators, the young swordsman suddenly opened his eyes. The long sword in his arms let out a sharp cry and suddenly slashed through the corpse-dismembering monsters that surrounded him. The sword light flashed, and the body of the monster was split in two, falling in all directions. A scream sounded at the same time. A stowaway was caught by the dismembering monster and was torn into pieces. In the dangerous mountains, the stowaways couldn't sleep well. Even though their perception was affected by the gray fog, they quickly woke up. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a group of ferocious-looking monsters squatting around them, reaching out to grab their bodies. The stowaways were shocked and didn't hesitate to dodge. At the same time, they picked up their weapons and fought with the dismembered monsters. 2 more screams were heard as the 2 stowaways failed to fight back. They were directly torn apart by the dismembering monster and their blood and organs were scattered all over the ground. Damn it! A stowaway roared and swung his knife at the corpse monster that was pulling his thigh, cutting it in half. However, before he could withdraw his saber to defend himself, he felt a pain in his neck, and then his entire head was forcibly torn off. After being fiddled with by a dismembering monster twice, he placed it on his bare neck. The headless corpse had a fresh head on its head. After looking around, a sinister smile appeared on its face. Hee hee, I have a head now. See if I'm pretty. After saying this, the thin dismembered monster with an extremely disharmonious head kept giggling and staggered into the distance, disappearing in an instant. The other dismembered monsters that had obtained the remains of limbs also assembled them onto their shriveled bodies, letting out sinister laughter in satisfaction. They swayed their bodies and quickly disappeared into the gray fog. The remaining stowaways had finished off the dismembering monsters around them. They were still in shock when they saw the dismembering monsters on the ground suddenly disappear, and then a group of dismembering monsters rushed out of the gray fog. Looking at their size and appearance, they were clearly the dismembered monsters that had just been killed. The stowaways saw that although the cultivator team was surrounded by corpse dismembers, they didn't see the monsters come forward. They concluded that these cultivator teams had some unknown means to resist the attack of these corpse dismembers. Where are we going to hide? Otherwise, we'll definitely die, a stowaway shouted. After cutting down 2 dismembers, he rushed directly to the position of the cultivator team. The other stowaways heard this and didn't hesitate to follow. Their speed was faster than the last. However, before they could approach, the group of foreign cultivators suddenly pulled their bows and raised their javelins, aiming at the stowaways. I'll kill anyone who dares to come near here. The 2-star horde leader's expression was gloomy. He said in an extremely cold voice, as long as you can survive tonight, I'll take you through the dangerous mountain range. If you get killed by the dismembering monster, you can only blame your bad luck. Don't worry, as long as you can hold on until dawn, these dismembering monsters will retreat and no longer pursue you. The stowaways heard this and immediately became angry. However, in the face of the cold arrows and swords, they could only suppress the anger in their hearts and turn to fight with the corpse monsters. Fortunately, they didn't have to worry about dismembering monsters appearing behind them. Although the alien cultivators were more despicable than dismembering monsters, they wouldn't attack them secretly for the time being. However, after they tried their best to kill these dismembers, they saw the bodies on the ground disappear and a group of identical dismembers appear. Their expressions became extremely ugly. These monsters couldn't be killed, and their physical strength was limited. If this situation continued, it wouldn't take long for them to be killed by the dismembering monsters because of exhaustion. Looking back at the indifferent eyes of the foreign cultivators behind them, the stowaways felt a chill in their hearts. Damn monsters, I'll fight you to the death. One of the stowaways shouted and used a cultivator skill. He turned into a violent bear and rushed out of the encirclement of the corpse monsters into the gray fog. At this moment, he no longer cared if there was any danger in the gray fog, nor did he care if using a cultivator's skill would cause an energy riot. Since he would die either way, he might as well take a risk. There might be a chance of survival. The 2 stowaways who knew each other seemed to have made up their minds. They looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and used their cultivation skills in the direction of the cultivator team. Damn it, are you guys crazy? Seeing this, the cultivators of the cultivator team were all frightened and even took a few steps back. They didn't expect these stowaways to use such a method. They obviously felt that they had no hope of escaping and wanted to take revenge before they died. Kill them, quickly. The 2-star horde leader roared and shot out 2 flying daggers at the vital points of the 2 cultivators. The other cultivators also tried their best to stop the desperate counterattack of the 2 stowaways. The 2 stowaways who had used the cultivation skills laughed and threw a few energy fireballs at the cultivator team. Then they dragged their injured bodies and quickly disappeared into the gray fog. Under normal circumstances, these energy fireballs wouldn't be able to hurt the foreign cultivators at all. But at this moment, these energy fireballs had become extremely terrifying. As the few energy fireballs exploded, the chaotic energy in the air was instantly detonated, and fire snakes as thick as arms jumped out of thin air, burning around these foreign cultivators. Compared to ordinary flames, these fire snakes formed from chaotic energy were clearly more powerful in terms of damage. The temperature was frighteningly high. The foreign cultivators shrieked in pain as they tried to escape. However, because the runic magic circle they were in was very small, many of them inadvertently escaped to the outside of the safe zone. The corpse-dismembering monsters around them were extremely furious. They immediately swarmed forward and launched a fierce attack on the foreign cultivators. In the blink of an eye, several people were torn into pieces. Bastards, bastards, I'm going to kill you all. After dodging the attack of the fire snake, that two-star horde leader furiously roared. He used a gaze that was filled with killing intent to sweep towards Tang Zhen and the others. Clearly, he was venting his anger on them. Maybe after the dismembered monster left, he would kill the stowaways. After seeing the two-star horde leader's face, Tang Zhen, who had cut down the corpse-dismembering monster with one strike, sneered. Then, he stomped heavily on the ground, directly shattering the jade stone slab that formed the runic magic circle underground. This is Yingluo. Damn it, what have you done? The two-star horde leader's eyes widened. He immediately discovered that something was wrong. Seeing the corpse-dismembering monsters swarming over, he roared at Tang Zhen in exasperation. These foreign cultivators had relied on the runic magic circle to resist the corpse-dismembering monster. Now that they had lost their support, their fate could be imagined. You blind fellow, you'd better pray for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen fiercely rushed to the position of the leader of the group of cultivators. Under the leader's frightened and stunned gaze, he directly lifted him and one of his disciples in his hands, turned around, and jumped away with a big laugh. 744 The unlucky foreign cultivator, that two-star horde leader only felt a blur before his eyes. Before he could react, he saw that Tang Zhen had already left while laughing loudly. As for the team's leader and his disciple, they were held in his hands, unable to move at all. Thinking of the consequences of losing his leader, this two-star horde leader's heart jumped. He did not hesitate to push back the dismembering monster, wanting to snatch the leader back. If you have the guts, then come with me. We'll walk out of this dangerous mountain range ourselves. Tang Zhen ignored the two-star feudal lord. Instead, he looked at the stowaways beside him and lifted the embarrassed and angry-looking leader in his hand as he laughed and said. The stowaways who had long noticed this scene were suddenly moved. Along the way, they had long discovered the importance of a leader. Now that it was in the hands of the stowaway, Tang Zhen, they could rely on their own ability to cross the dangerous mountain range. Not to mention, they'd already experienced the true colors of these cultivator teams. They were completely disheartened by their despicable shamelessness. They knew that if they encountered any danger again, they would definitely be pushed out by these guys to die. Since that was the case, there seemed to be no need to hesitate. The stowaways who had figured this out didn't hesitate at all. They quickly surrounded Tang Zhen and slowly retreated with him as the center. Bastard, let him go, or you'll die. The two-star horde leader roared and charged straight at Tang Zhen, wanting to rescue the passerby. The other foreign cultivators also rushed out at this moment. They had ferocious expressions on their faces as they wanted to stop Tang Zhen and the others who were ready to leave. If they did not have the guidance of a leader, even the stowaways group that had been around for many years would not dare to guarantee that they would be able to safely cross the border. Therefore, they must not allow Tang Zhen to succeed. However, just as the two-star horde leader rushed out, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side, and a cold light headed straight for his vital points. This sword was astonishingly fast. Even though the lord dodged quickly, his armor was still cut open by the sword, and blood spurted out of his chest. The two-star horde leader, who had yet to recover from his shock, quickly retreated. He saw the young swordsman coldly looking at him, the long sword in his hand emitting a cold light. I've tolerated you for a long time, don't seek your own death. After the young swordsman coldly threw out these words, he chased after Tang Zhen. The two-star lord's eyes flickered. He had already clearly sensed that this young swordsman's strength was far above his. It was just that he had been hiding his strength before. The two-star horde leader felt a headache as he thought about the two cultivators with higher cultivation than him hiding among the stowaways. He was extremely clear in his heart that if he were to face either Tang Zhen or the young swordsman with his cultivation, he was destined to be unable to escape death. Without a leader, they wouldn't be able to move forward, but retreating wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Tang Zhen had only captured the leader and one of his disciples. There was still one more disciple that was being protected. Hence, the situation was not too bad. Especially during this operation, there was another hidden expert who had a much higher cultivation than him. This hidden cultivator could make a move at any time and kill Tang Zhen and the other stowaways by surprise, saving the passers-by. When the two-star horde leader thought of this, his expression became slightly calmer, and the worry in his heart also lessened. Now was not the time to be distracted. After all, there were more and more dismemberment monsters surrounding them. They had lost the support of the runic magic circle, so they were probably going to fall into a hard battle. However, good fortune never came in pairs, and bad fortune never came alone. Just as the two-star horde leader was commanding everyone to form a single body and focus on dealing with the corpse-dismembering monster, a strange and seductive laughter suddenly rang in the ears of the foreign cultivators. The gray fog that was scattered in the surroundings suddenly glowed with a dark green light. Ghostly figures flashed back and forth in the fog, pressing towards the foreign tribe cultivators. The foreign cultivators could hear someone calling their names. An inexperienced foreign cultivator couldn't help but agree. As a result, the expressions of his companions beside him changed drastically. They looked at him as if they were looking at a dead man. Before this strange foreign cultivator could figure out the situation, a huge head suddenly appeared above everyone's head. It was wearing a strange smile and looking down at them. The head looked like a woman's, but it was covered with strange tattoo runes. There were 4 curved horns on the head, and the pupils were vertical, emitting a cold light. The giant head opened its mouth slightly and its long forked tongue rolled out. The foreign cultivator who had responded earlier was rolled up and fell into the mouth of the giant head while screaming in pain. Ka-ba! A bone-chilling chewing sound was heard as the huge head swallowed the foreign cultivator whole. A satisfied expression appeared on its face. Looking at the terrified foreign cultivators on the ground, greed flashed in the giant head's eyes. It opened its mouth and continued to call out. It had only said one sentence, but to the cultivators, it sounded like it was calling their names. Under the influence of the monsters and the gray fog, their minds began to go into a daze. It was as if they were not in the dangerous mountain range but in another familiar scene, with friends and family calling their names. Cultivators with weaker willpower would most likely fall into the trap and be devoured by the giant head. In just a few minutes, several cultivators responded one after another. Then, they were rolled up and swallowed by the giant head with its tongue. The two-star spirit lord wanted to retreat, but when he saw the densely packed corpse-dismembering monsters and the constantly flashing ghostly shadows, he felt extremely vexed. Damn, it is all the stowaways' fault. If it wasn't for them, this wouldn't have happened. If they fall into my hands again, I'll definitely make them wish they were dead. Although he said this two-star horde leader also knew that his cultivation was not a match for Tang Zhen and the young swordsman. These words sounded vicious, but they were just to vent the anger in his heart. Everyone, listen up. You can't agree to the monster's summoning, or you'll die. As the two-star horde leader spoke, he raised his head to look at the huge head above him. However, the huge head was also looking at the two-star horde leader with a cold look in its eyes. The corners of its mouth seemed to be smiling, but it was not. It was extremely strange. The two-star horde leader's heart turned cold. He no longer raised his head to look at the monster that was obviously stronger than him. Instead, he constantly organized the cultivators under him and used the method that consumed the least physical strength to resist the attacks of the corpse-splitting monsters. In the end, just as they were all exhausted and about to give up, there was another wave of chaotic footsteps. A group of badly mutilated corpses walked up to them and stared at them coldly. When they saw the appearance of the corpses, the group of foreign cultivators looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Because these bodies were the stowaways they had once killed, as well as their companions who had died in the mountains. At this moment, they were dragging their incomplete bodies and standing there quietly with strange smiles on their faces. 745 Chapter 742 Dead End and Night Travel. Looking at the familiar faces and the strange smiles on their faces, the foreign cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. The cultivators of Lusheng did not respect ghosts and gods. As their strength increased, even if there were gods in other worlds, they would not be able to resist the invasion and destruction of Lusheng. However, no matter how strong a cultivator was, they would still have emotions and desires, which was also a big loophole. Although these foreign cultivators were all bloodthirsty people who didn't even blink when they killed, they still felt a sense of guilt when facing these strange dead people. After all, the deaths of these stowaways and companions had a great relationship with them. Some people were even killed by them. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts. It was because of their guilt and suspicion that they panicked at this moment. Some of them even took a few steps back, and their arms were trembling. However, there were also some fearless people who completely ignored these dead souls. They immediately shouted and slashed at the corpses. However, wherever the blade passed, there was nothing. When he turned around, he saw that the spirit body that had just attacked him was intact. It was standing behind him, staring at him with a strange smile. The cultivator shouted and swung his saber again. However, he felt a chill in his body and fell to the ground stiffly. Soon, he was no longer breathing. When the other foreign cultivators saw this, they were shocked and quickly raised their swords to their chests, constantly guarding against the increasing number of incomplete corpses. At the same time, the giant head that was floating above their heads began to move slowly. After it circled them once, it began to make that soul-stirring sound again. The cultivators with sharp eyes had already seen that the giant head was actually growing on the body of a monster that looked like a giant python but had several tails. Its body was extremely large. Under the constant approach of the dismembering monsters and spirits, coupled with the harassment of the demonic sound of the giant head, finally, there were cultivators who couldn't bear it anymore and began to swing their battle swords wildly. With the internal chaos, the original defensive circle became precarious. Soon, one after another, the foreign cultivators went crazy, causing the entire team to be in chaos. The clear-headed cultivators not only had to resist the attacks of the corpse monsters, but they also had to prevent being injured by their companions. They were really flustered. The dismembered monsters immediately sped up their attacks and pounced on him as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if they were dismembered by Chaos Blade, they would quickly jump out of the gray fog. The monsters were endless, and looking at the situation, it was likely that this group of cultivators would not escape death tonight. The two-star horde leader in the team saw that the situation was not good. He gritted his teeth and directly pulled the disciple of the leader, leaving the cultivators behind to escape alone. The rest of the cultivators cursed and used their own methods to escape. As for the injured and weaker cultivators, they could only struggle bitterly before they were quickly drowned by the dismembered monsters and spirit bodies. At this moment, Tang Zhen was carrying the leader and his disciple. They were quietly standing at the edge of the ruins and seemed to be carefully observing the things in the darkness. That leader was also a hoodlum. Ever since he was captured by Tang Zhen, he did not say a single word. As for the stowaways who had followed Tang Zhen, they had already gathered behind him. Some of them were constantly looking behind them, afraid that the dismembering monster would chase after them. Tang Zhen threw the leader to the ground and pointed to the darkness ahead. "If I had a tool of lighting, could you travel through the night and reach that safe camp?" The leader expressionlessly swept his eyes over Tang Zhen when he heard this. He softly said, "Traveling at night in this dangerous mountain range is no different from seeking death. But if you insist on doing this, I have no choice. However, it's best not to use a torch, because that thing not only attracts monsters easily, but it can also cause energy turbulence, and you'll be inexplicably blown to death." Tang Zhen nodded his head and said to the guide, "You're quite smart. You didn't reject my request, or you would be dead by now." After saying these words, Tang Zhen's mind moved. He took out a few items from his storage space and randomly threw one to the person who led the way. The leader fiddled with the item in his hand. It looked like a short stick, and its shape was very exquisite. As he did not know what it was used for, the leader was just about to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Tang Zhen something when his finger accidentally pressed a soft button. Soon after, he saw an incomparably piercing light suddenly shoot out. Wherever the light shone, the grass and trees could be clearly seen, far more than a torch. This was the bright flashlight prepared by Tang Zhen. Because it used some Tarobo technology, the brightness reached tens of thousands of luminaries, but it didn't consume energy like ordinary lighting. The guide's face revealed a look of surprise. After waving the flashlight around, his eyes flickered and he couldn't help but call out, "Good stuff. It's really a great weapon for walking at night." He raised his head and looked at Tang Zhen. The leader said, "Since I've fallen into your hands, my life or death is in your hands. I have nothing to say no matter what you want to do. Seeing that your cultivation is extraordinary, it's obvious that you've used some special means to hide your ability. But this is good, at least you can kill the monsters in time. I just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. One thing, if I can take you through this dangerous mountain range, can you let me and my disciple live?" Tang Zhen swept his eyes over this leader when he heard this. He did not expect that this person would be so aware of the current situation. He softly smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, I have no interest in your life. As long as you leave this dangerous mountain range, I don't care where you want to go. However, if you dare to play any tricks, I won't be polite." The leader nodded and did not say anything more. He immediately took out the map and looked at it with the light of the flashlight. Tang Zhen threw a few other flashlights to the stowaway and the young swordsman also got one. The other party received the flashlight and sized it up. His eyes revealed a pensive expression. The gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen also carried a trace of strangeness. Tang Zhen was unconcerned. He merely kept his guard up against the surrounding situation. At the same time, he secretly watched the master and disciple who were leading the group. At this moment, the guide had already shifted his gaze away from the map. After sizing up his surroundings, he said to Tang Zhen, "Our current position has deviated from the safe route. Fortunately, we have not touched any dangerous areas. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell whether we would be dead or alive." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. Did this leader really think that he was blindly running around in the dark night and that he was only able to avoid touching the danger zone by relying on his luck? In reality, Tang Zhen had observed every step he took. However, his speed was too fast. Therefore, outsiders would think that he was merely running around. It was good to be misunderstood by others. At the very least, if this leader dared to cheat, Tang Zhen would be able to see through the clues at the first moment and avoid being schemed by him. For the next period of time, the leader took the lead while Tang Zhen, the young swordsman, and the other 10 followed closely behind. They continued to hurry on their journey through the flowers, grass, and jungle. Occasionally, monsters would appear and try to attack Tang Zhen's group. In the end, they were all killed by Tang Zhen and the young swordsman with lightning speed. Their speed was not affected in the slightest. Seeing the two's performance, everyone was secretly shocked. They didn't expect the two to actually be such powerful experts. Although it was impossible to determine their specific levels, they were at least 3-star Lord tier, and they were definitely intimidating existences in this battle zone. Fortunately, he had not offended the two of them. Otherwise, if they had attacked, they could have killed him as easily as crushing an ant. The remaining 10 stowaways, including the level 1 stowaway, didn't know what method she used to miraculously survive the dismembering monster. Even Tang Zhen felt that it was a little unbelievable. He knew that there was definitely some secret that existed on her body. However, Tang Zhen wasn't very interested in this. He only wanted to quickly get to the dangerous mountain range and destroy the 2 invading foreign races' buildings. After that, he would give the Black Prison Tower an unforgettable lesson. If the conditions allowed, Tang Zhen even planned to destroy the entire Black Prison Tower. 746 Chapter 743 Safe Campsite. Tang Zhen had always been a little afraid of the Black Prison Tower. Therefore, if he had the chance, he would definitely destroy it completely. He didn't even plan to let the residents of the Black Dungeon Tower go, to ensure that the spread of the original world's coordinates was completely stopped. The method to hide the coordinates of his original world was also mentioned in the Dream City Master's note. It was clear that he knew that Tang Zhen needed it, so he had specially sent it as a favor. However, the Black Prison Tower was currently participating in the battle of the invasion of the Otherworld. If one wanted to enter the Otherworld, not only did they have to teleport from the location where they left the Black Prison Tower, but they also had to have a special passage. This kind of item was only available in National Lusheng, and it was a one-way ticket. You only had to go and not return. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to return to the world of Lusheng from the invading foreign world, they would have to wait until the Lusheng completed its mission or was destroyed. Of course, there were some secret techniques in the hands of some of the old Lusheng forces that could allow one to return to the world of Lusheng in advance from the other world, but they had to pay a great price. However, Tang Zhen's phone had a teleportation function that could ignore this rule. This was because he could also teleport back to his original world from the ruins that were connected to the interdimensional channel. This was also one of the main reasons why Tang Zhen wanted to ensure that the original world was safe and sound. After all, no matter which world he was in, the teleportation point would still be the original world. This was something that had been verified, and there was no doubt about it. Therefore, the original world had to be safe and sound. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would not even have a safe teleportation point. It was also because of this that Tang Zhen dared to have the idea of heading to the other world to deal with the Black Prison Tower. However, this matter still needed to look at the actual situation. Before Tang Zhen understood the specific situation, he would not act rashly. At this time, they were already far away from the temporary camp, and the originally dense vegetation had begun to become sparse. However, it was difficult to walk at night, and this was no joke. Along the way, Tang Zhen had killed at least 100 monsters of different levels. There was even a 4-star horde leader. To ordinary cultivators in Lusheng, a 4-star horde leader monster was simply an existence that they could not fight against. In the end, after meeting Tang Zhen easily killed him in less than 3 moves. At the same time, he put the brain pearl back into his pouch. When the crowd saw this, they instantly felt a chill down their spines. Although they could not see through Tang Zhen's cultivation level, they could judge the strength of the monster's aura. Now that they saw him easily kill a 4-star horde leader monster, they immediately had a rough guess of his strength. A king-level cultivator was definitely a king-level cultivator who could be considered an overlord. When they thought about how this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was actually a king-level cultivator that countless cultivators rarely saw in their entire lives, everyone was in awe, but at the same time, they were also full of hope for their next journey. With the protection of such a king-level cultivator and a young swordsman who was at least a 3-star lord, as long as they didn't have extremely bad luck or deliberately leave the safe route, they could basically reach the other side of the dangerous mountain range safely. However, after confirming Tang Zhen's cultivation, some people's expressions kept changing. The young swordsman's curiosity and pondering expression became more and more intense. The first-level stowaway's face was full of struggle and anticipation, as if there was something in his heart that was difficult to make a decision. At that moment, a building made of huge rocks suddenly appeared in the area illuminated by the strong flashlight. Not a single blade of grass grew within a kilometer of the building. When the leader saw this, he smiled and said to Tang Zhen, "We've finally arrived at the safe camp. Should we rest for a while and continue our journey at dawn?" Although Tang Zhen did not feel tired, he knew that the leader's old injuries had yet to recover when he saw his pale face. Hence, he nodded his head. For the rest of the journey, he still needed a guide to help him. Tang Zhen did not want him to be tired out. Although he could travel by himself with the map, there were many special marks on it, but the specific content was not written. It was obvious that the real situation was recorded in the mind of the guide. The other party had done this for fear of an accident, but in the end, he had saved his life by accident. After entering this safe campsite, Tang Zhen was surprised to discover that this area was actually a land of death. There was no energy at all. The so-called land of death actually had many names, such as the Land of Forbidden Devil, and the Land of 5 Elements. Although they were called differently, their nature was the same. To put it bluntly, this place was actually a dangerous place, but it was used by the stowaways to become an excellent sanctuary. The characteristic of this area was that not even a blade of grass grew. There was not a trace of energy present, and it was hated by all energy creatures. The monsters and spirits in the mountains were actually a kind of energy creature, but they were not very pure. Therefore, in a world with little energy, monsters and spirits were rarely seen. This was the reason. In fact, the dimension and environment of a truly pure energy creature were completely different from what ordinary people imagined. It was an environment made of pure energy. Only in that kind of place could energy creatures live normally. Just like how fish could not see water and could not leave it, and humans could not see air and could not leave it, energy creatures could not see the endless energy in their environment, but they could not leave their environment either. Therefore, when they saw a place that was isolated from energy, energy creatures would subconsciously stay away from it. They would not wander around this area for no reason. Cultivators weren't energy creatures, but they were inseparable from energy, so they would also feel uncomfortable when they entered. In this place, cultivators couldn't use their cultivation skills at all because they couldn't mobilize the energy of the world. They could only rely on their fists, feet, blades, and swords. Therefore, this place had both advantages and disadvantages. However, for stowaways, it was the best place to rest. After entering the area blocked by the huge rocks, although everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe and even felt that their hands and feet were tied, no one raised any objections. As for the special circumstances of this place, the leader had also explained it to them. Therefore, no one would refuse to stay here to rest because of their physical discomfort. Tang Zhen found a huge rock and sat down. He then casually lit a pile of flames and began to close his eyes to rest. The other stowaways saw this and didn't dare to disturb him. They either closed their eyes to rest or took out a piece of dry food to slowly chew. The young swordsman held his long sword and sat cross-legged on a stone, staring at the master and disciple leading the way. He had an expression that said, "If you dare to run, I'll kill you." This made the master and disciples' hair stand on end, and they didn't dare to look at him. However, the level 1 stowaway seemed uneasy. He looked restless and secretly looked at Tang Zhen's position several times with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. After struggling for a long time, she finally took a deep breath and slowly walked in front of Tang Zhen. "I have something to trouble you with, sir." The first level stowaway looked at Tang Zhen, who was resting with his eyes closed. He opened his mouth timidly as if he was afraid that Tang Zhen would be angry. His voice became lower and lower until it was almost like the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings. Tang Zhen opened his eyes and glanced at the stowaway. He said in a cold voice, "What do you want to say?" "Just say it." The stowaway nodded and whispered, "Actually, I've seen you before." 747 Chapter 744 Treasure on the Way. 1. I know that you are the wanderer in the alley. You fabricated the scene of those foreign cultivators' deaths and hid one of their bodies. You also took away their belongings and used them to pay for the smuggling fee, right? Tang Zhen faintly smiled as he looked at the somewhat flustered stowaway in front of him and spoke in a faint voice. In fact, Tang Zhen had long known of the other party's identity. Moreover, he had met her more than once. Therefore, he had saved her life when she was attacked by the strange fish. Hearing this, the young swordsman's eyes showed that he had expected this, and then he turned his head to the side. The stowaway was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Tang Zhen to have recognized her long ago. However, when she thought of Tang Zhen's cultivation, she felt that it was extremely normal. After nodding her head and admitting it, she continued, "You're right, but I have my own difficulties." Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't have an impatient expression, the stowaway continued, "I'm actually the daughter of the leader of another group of cultivators in the market. I rarely show my face in public, so many people have never seen my face. On the day the news of my father's accident came, someone rushed into my house and rummaged everywhere. When I saw that the situation was bad, I took the things my father gave me and quickly hid outside. In order not to let those cultivators discover my traces, I found a wanderer's uniform and changed into it before hiding in the alley. Later, I heard about my father's matter and also knew that those people rushed into my house to find the route map of my father's group of cultivators and the location of the hidden treasures." Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard this. He recalled the rumors he heard in the pub. He did not expect that this girl's father was that unlucky regiment commander. It was not easy for her to survive until now under the pursuit of countless greedy people. Speaking up to this point, the stowaway looked at Tang Zhen and his tone carried a trace of pleading. "I'm penniless now, and I got the money for smuggling from the corpses of those foreign cultivators by chance. In addition, my cultivation is low, so I can't survive in the wanderer market at all. However, in order to ensure my safety, my father had already made a lot of preparations. In addition to leaving me a route to cross the dangerous mountain range, he also left me the location where he had hidden his treasures. He asked me to take them out if he encountered an accident, and then never return to the wanderer market again. He even got me an identity card of a resident of the city tower. As long as I reach the other side, I can go to the city tower at any time. Can you help me this once and take me back to retrieve the treasure my father buried? I heard that those treasures are worth a lot of brain pearls, so you just need to give me some, enough for me to live." The stowaway half knelt in front of Tang Zhen and took off his hat, revealing a beautiful face. He had delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes, full of the charm of a foreign race. She tried her best to get close to Tang Zhen and used a voice as soft as a mosquito to say, "If you're interested, I can hand my body over to you anytime." Junjun, the young swordsman, who pretended not to see anything, trembled slightly. He resisted his curiosity and did not turn his head, but his ears were almost perked up for fear of missing a word. It could be seen that gossip was the nature of the human race. Even though this young man's cultivation was extraordinary, he was still very interested in it. Tang Zhen glanced at the young swordsman's expression and actions. He immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. He gently shook his head and said to the foreign woman, "You're very smart and not greedy. You know what to do to get the wealth you want without losing your life. Tang Zhen waved his hand and said when he saw the eyes of the foreign tribe woman flickering, however, the enormous wealth in your eyes is nothing to me. Of course, those rare treasures are not on this list. I will not refuse them. However, the most important point is the location of the treasure. If it is too remote and affects the journey, I will definitely not agree. The female from the foreign tribe immediately replied, there's no need to make a detour. It's not far in front of us. We can reach it as long as we cross a dangerous land. After she finished speaking, the foreign woman immediately took out a map made of animal skin and handed it to Tang Zhen respectfully. Her face was filled with anticipation. Tang Zhen opened the map and glanced at it. He then called the guide, who was pretending to be asleep, over and asked for his opinion. After the leader glanced at the map, he pondered for a moment before nodding to Tang Zhen. Normally, I wouldn't recommend going there, because there's a king-tier monster's lair nearby. Although we might not necessarily encounter it, it's still a great risk. However, if your excellency is confident in dealing with this king-tier monster, it won't take much time to get there. When he said this, the leader looked at Tang Zhen and waited for his decision. What level is that king-tier monster? Tang Zhen asked. It should be a 1-star king-tier. I don't know the exact situation. Alright then, we'll go take a look when we pass by. Tang Zhen nodded. The foreign tribe woman immediately revealed a happy expression when she heard this. She repeatedly bowed to Tang Zhen. The leader and the young swordsman at the side had a thoughtful look on their faces. The way they looked at Tang Zhen became more and more respectful. Tang Zhen took out a book. He was not interested in paying attention to their random thoughts and started to read it. Unknowingly, the first rays of the morning sun had appeared. Without any greeting, everyone immediately packed up their belongings and began to hurry on their journey. After all, the daytime was too short, and they had to hurry. At this time, everyone was gradually approaching the high mountain peak, and the scenery between the mountains became more and more strange. Strange rocks and strange grass were everywhere, and from time to time, traces of various wild beasts could be seen. Of course, the bones of cultivators and monsters were also indispensable. In some places, there were even thick layers of them, which had already decayed. Who knew why so many corpses were gathered in that stone forest? On the other hand, when the leader saw the curious expression on Tang Zhen's face, he casually explained, they are all unlucky people who were sucked into the space vortex and thrown here. This is because there is an exit behind the space vortex here, and the corpses of cultivators and monsters often spray out from it. As time passed, more and more bones accumulated here, which is why there is such a scene. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. He swept his gaze over the air above the stone forest and indeed discovered an unusual spatial energy fluctuation. In the other areas of the stone forest, spatial cracks would appear from time to time, like a black line flashing and disappearing. They only lasted for less than 1/10 of a second. Although the time was extremely short, any living thing that touched them would be instantly cut into two. As for the location of the treasure that the foreign woman had mentioned, it wasn't far from here. They only needed to pass through this tall stone forest and the territory of the king-tier monster. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the distribution of the spatial cracks. After confirming that there was not much danger, he took the lead and walked in front. Compared to the guide who had never walked this road, Tang Zhen believed in his own observation and judgment. The leader had some guesses about Tang Zhen's cultivation. He knew that Tang Zhen definitely had something to rely on. Hence, he slowly followed behind him and occasionally made a record on the map. In fact, if he were to investigate it personally, not only would it be a waste of time, but he might even lose his life. Tang Zhen's actions caused the leader to quietly sigh in relief. Under Tang Zhen's lead, the group of people walked around the enormous stone forest. They stepped on the pile of white bones on the ground and gradually entered the inner region of the stone forest. 748 The location of the treasure. 1. This stone forest had a strange shape. It was thin and craggy, looking like a man-eating evil ghost. In addition, there were piles of white bones and broken armor on the ground, making this place full of a sense of solemnness, which was extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, everyone was a brave person who had seen storms and experienced close combat. Most of them turned a blind eye to this scene. Right now, they only focused on Tang Zhen's footsteps, afraid that they would take a wrong step and add another set of white bones to this place. Tang Zhen slowly walked forward with a carefree expression. From time to time, he would even chat with the leader. His posture was extremely calm. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious as they watched this scene. King-level cultivators were indeed existences that had surpassed Lord level. They could actually walk through this dangerous mountain range as if it was flat ground. If he had such a cultivation base, no matter how big the world of Lusheng was, where could he not go? At that time, he wouldn't have to travel far away because of grudges and risk his life to pass through this dangerous mountain range. Of course, they were only envious, but they didn't dare to hope that they would have such a cultivation base. After all, that was too unrealistic. The path of advancement for the cultivators in Lusheng was really one step at a time. It was already extremely difficult to become a lord. During this period, countless cultivators were eliminated, not to mention the process of advancing from the lord level to the king level. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was for this reason that king-level cultivators were so rare. Of course, the reason why they had such thoughts was more related to their vision. They generally believed that king-level cultivators were unattainable. In fact, in some countries, ordinary king-level cultivators were nothing. In the higher-ranked battlefields, there were even cultivator teams made up of king-level cultivators. It was only because the overall strength of their battlefields was too low that the king-level cultivators had such a high status. Unknowingly, the group had already gradually passed through this stone forest area, and they were faced with another dense forest area. According to the introduction of the leader, there was a king-level monster here. It was regarded as a forbidden land of death by the stowaways, and they usually took detours. It was said that the foreign woman's father had been annihilated because he had provoked this king-tier monster. Even hundreds of cultivators couldn't do anything to this monster. Obviously, its combat power couldn't be underestimated. Tang Zhen sensed the aura in the surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he led everyone to continue forward. Outside, there were spatial cracks, energy turbulence, and all kinds of dangerous things that could be seen everywhere. However, they did not exist in the forest where the monster occupied, so they did not have to be careful when they walked. In fact, this was a normal phenomenon. After all, the monster was hunting for food here. If it was as dangerous as other places, the king-tier monster would not choose this place as its nest. While they were walking, wild beasts and monsters would occasionally appear in the forest. However, after they saw Tang Zhen, they all hid far away. Clearly, they were shocked by the aura emitted by Tang Zhen. At this moment, Tang Zhen was not as relaxed as he was earlier. Instead, he was looking around and listening to everything. He would even occasionally switch to the map view to observe the scenery in the forest. Although he believed that he was not afraid of the king-tier monsters here, he still had to be careful in case they launched a sneak attack on him. However, along the way, Tang Zhen did not discover any traces of the king-tier monster. He also did not know where it had gone. Of course, it was best that this monster did not appear. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have to spend more effort. The people behind him did not know the exact situation. At this moment, they were all on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the monster would suddenly appear or that they would be implicated and lose their lives while Tang Zhen was fighting with the monster. The battle between king-level cultivators was not a joke. Once touched, one would either die or be injured, so everyone's worry was not without reason. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. They had been walking in the forest for about an hour, but they had not seen the legendary king-tier monster. Their hearts slowly relaxed. After the group walked out of the forest, they arrived at their destination, which was the area where the female's father had buried his treasures. After Tang Zhen observed the surrounding scenery, he compared it with the map that the foreign tribe woman had given him. After confirming the exact location of the hidden treasure, he took the lead and walked towards that location. The female in the group was currently half happy and half sad as she followed closely behind Tang Zhen. As they got closer to the location of the hidden treasure, her heart was filled with uneasiness. At the same time, she was also praying in the dark, hoping that a big shot like Tang Zhen would keep his word. Just like what her father had always said, the higher the status of a person, the more principles they would follow in their actions. In fact, she had no other choice. After all, she was surrounded by killing intent, and countless people had their eyes on this wealth. It was already a problem for a weak woman like her to keep her life, let alone obtain this wealth. Tang Zhen's appearance had allowed her to see hope. From the way he had saved her, she could tell that Tang Zhen wasn't a bad person. Even if he had only saved her casually, it was enough to prove this point. Therefore, The foreign woman had put all her eggs in one basket and asked Tang Zhen for help in finding the treasure. Moreover, she only asked for a small portion of it. It was obvious that she knew how to give up. As a king-level cultivator, how could Tang Zhen be interested in those brain beads? When the time comes, he would naturally treat her badly. Of course, this was only the woman's guess. No one knew what the exact result was. After advancing for some distance, a faint rancid smell came. Everyone was experienced, and with a single sniff, they knew that there was a large number of corpses ahead. Sure enough, after walking for less than 100 meters, they saw an open space full of broken limbs. Hundreds of corpses were scattered on the ground, many of which were broken into pieces. Looking at the clothes of these corpses and the weapons and armor scattered around them, he knew that these cultivators must be stowaways in this dangerous mountain range. However, he didn't know what kind of situation they had encountered to have died so tragically. The foreign tribe woman behind Tang Zhen suddenly cried out. She pounced on a corpse and hugged it, which had already started to stink. When Tang Zhen saw this scene, how could he not guess that these corpses were the group of cultivators that had been annihilated by the monsters? The corpse in the arms of the foreign tribe woman was her father. This matter was also a coincidence. First, the foreign woman joined the stowaway team by chance. Then, she followed Tang Zhen after surviving a great disaster and asked Tang Zhen to help her find the treasure. Who would have thought that she would bump into her father's corpse while searching for treasure? The whole process was truly extremely coincidental. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. Otherwise, how could all these coincidences be explained? Of course, there might also be a reason for this. This was because Tang Zhen had a faint feeling that this woman seemed to be carrying something that he could not explain clearly but was extremely extraordinary. It was because of the existence of such a thing that her luck was extremely good, turning all the misfortunes into blessings along the way to this place. Luck was something invisible, but it really existed. Tang Zhen was the one who benefited from it the most. If he didn't use items like the lucky card from time to time, how could everything go so smoothly and turn misfortune into fortune? After Tang Zhen realized this point, he could not help but secretly pay attention. This was because from the way he saw it, if such an item really existed, the treasure that the foreign tribe woman wanted was nothing. 749 buried in treasure, 1. The foreign woman's voice was filled with tears. She was truly heartbroken to the extreme. To think that she had experienced such a huge change overnight. First, she had to endure hunger and cold, and at the same time, she had to fearfully avoid the pursuit of the enemy. In order to save her life, she had tried to cross the dangerous mountain range that even king-level cultivators would not dare to take lightly. Only she knew how much pressure she had to endure during this period. It was normal for her to lose control of her emotions when she saw the corpse of her loved one. At this moment, the cultivators beside Tang Zhen were all silent. When they saw the tragic scene before them, a feeling of grief suddenly emerged in their hearts. Just as Mr. Mo Ran had said, the cultivators of Lusheng City were destined to never be able to escape from battle. 90% of the cultivators would die on the battlefield, and only a few would have a good end. No matter if it was invading another world or fighting on their own land, as long as they became cultivators, they would not be able to escape this fate. Perhaps one day, they would be like these cultivators and die silently in a corner, turning into a pile of bones that no one cared about. Tang Zhen swept his gaze across the entire battlefield and discovered that this place had been severely damaged. Many of the trees had been knocked down and snapped. The rocks had also shattered and collapsed. On the remains of the corpses, there were many marks left behind by teeth and claws. If he was not mistaken, it should be the work of the king-tier monster. However, the monster obviously didn't get the upper hand. Although the hundreds of foreign cultivators were killed by it, their counterattacks before they died must have caused a lot of damage to it, or even fatal injuries. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen and the others had not encountered the king-tier monster along the way. It might be hiding to lick its wounds, or it might have died from its injuries. You don't have to be too sad. The dead must be buried. Let's bury them first. Tang Zhen extended his hand and hacked at the empty space beside him when he said this. Before everyone could recover, they saw that a deep gully over 10 meters in length had already appeared on the ground. Everyone was amazed by this scene and knew that this was the means of a king-level cultivator. It was said that the spirit energy of king-level cultivators could be as sharp as a blade, invisible and terrifying. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Tang Zhen did not care about the shock of the people around him. He once again waved his palm and instantly opened up a deep pit on the ground. That foreign tribe woman had also stopped crying at this moment. She quietly bowed to Tang Zhen before dragging her father's corpse and placing it in the deep pit. The other stowaways saw this and stepped forward to collect the other corpses to prevent them from being eaten by monsters and beasts. Previously, because of the presence of a king-tier monster, the monsters and wild beasts did not dare to approach. However, as the presence of the king-tier monster became dimmer, they would gather and devour these corpses sooner or later. These cultivators moved nimbly. As they moved the corpses, they tidied up their belongings. Any valuable items would be spontaneously thrown together and soon piled into a pile. Not long after, all the corpses were piled into the pit. Tang Zhen casually waved his hand a few times and covered it with a thick layer of soil. Although these cultivators would die without a coffin, it was still much better than having their corpses exposed in the wilderness. The foreign woman's eyes were red. She first kowtowed to the mound and then got up to bow to the stowaways. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, the woman sobbed and said, "Thank you for your help. I have nothing to repay you with, so please distribute these items. It's my way of thanking you on behalf of my uncle." Hearing this, everyone said that they didn't dare to do so. They didn't care if this was a dead item or not. They didn't even care about it. However, these things weren't without an owner. There were many valuable items among them, and they didn't do anything about it, so they felt a little ashamed. Tang Zhen glanced at the foreign tribe woman and secretly nodded. He thought in his heart that this woman was indeed not simple. She was able to win the favor of everyone with this action and eliminate the possible danger. She was even able to obtain the protection of these stowaways. Otherwise, these stowaways were not good people. Seeing that she had so many precious items, it was inevitable that they would be greedy and even try to kill her. "Alright, do as she says. Divide these items and we'll continue our journey." Tang Zhen turned his head and looked to the side after saying these words. Clearly, he was not interested in these dead people's money. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, everyone no longer hesitated. They divided the best weapons and armors among them, after which, they handed the brains over to the foreign woman. As for a few of the rare and valuable treasures, they were handed over to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the items that the leader had handed over. He gently nodded his head and casually placed them into his storage space. The young swordsman, who was playing with a demon dagger, slightly trembled. At the same time, he glanced at the ring on Tang Zhen's finger. Then, the group continued to move forward, and it didn't take long before they arrived in front of a mountain peak. The surface of the mountain looked as if it had been cut by an axe. There was a deep cave at the foot of the mountain. There were countless branches inside. If one were to rush in rashly, it was very likely that one would be trapped to death inside. The foreign tribe woman had the incantation that her father had left behind. Hence, she was not worried about getting lost. She immediately led the way and led Tang Zhen into the cave. As for the others, they were waiting at the entrance of the cave for the two to return. Tang Zhen followed the foreign tribe woman as they walked around the cave. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at an extremely hidden cave. If they didn't have the walking incantation, they wouldn't be able to find this place even if they walked for a few days. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw a few shimmering treasure lights. A few large boxes were filled with brains and rare treasures. For ordinary cultivators, this was a huge amount of wealth. Even though Tang Zhen was used to seeing treasures, he could not help but be moved at this moment. He did not expect that the father of this foreign woman had actually accumulated such a wealth. However, this guy's luck wasn't good. He lost his life before he could enjoy it. The female alien wasn't too surprised to see these treasures. It was obvious that her father had told her about them before he died. "The treasures are here. I'll only take what I need for my next life, and the rest will be yours." The foreign tribe woman bowed to Tang Zhen and spoke sincerely. Tang Zhen glanced at the lady before he casually took out a storage ring. Under the stunned gaze of the lady from the foreign tribe, he kept a box of treasures into it. This ring is called a storage ring, and it's worth at least 100 million brain beads. It's something you can only come across by luck, not by searching for it. Together with the box of treasures inside, it's enough for you to spend for a few lifetimes. As Tang Zhen spoke, he threw the storage ring into the hands of the foreign woman. As long as you are careful, no one will discover your secret, and you can live your life in peace. When he said this, Tang Zhen looked at the foreign tribe woman, who was pleasantly surprised, and said, I never like to take advantage of others, and I also don't like others taking advantage of me. So, I'll give you this storage ring, and you'll have to pay the corresponding items for the exchange. The female's heart trembled when she heard this. Her voice trembled as she said, But Yingluo, I don't have such an expensive item. Take out all your items and let me have a look. When the foreign tribe woman heard this, she immediately took out things in a flurry and placed them in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's eyes focused when this foreign tribe woman removed a strangely shaped pendant from her neck. He casually pulled it over. 750 The pendant of providence. 1 The moment the foreign woman took out the pendant, Tang Zhen felt an extremely special aura. It was actually extremely similar to the feeling he had when he used the lucky card. However, this aura was extremely obscure. When one couldn't see its body, one couldn't tell where this aura came from. It was precisely because of this that Tang Zhen directly took it and observed it in his hand. As he looked at the unique style of the pendant in his hand, which was engraved with special runes and had a special crystal embedded in the middle, Tang Zhen knew that this was the thing he was looking for. The non-humankind woman in front of him probably didn't recognize that the crystal inlaid in her pendant was actually a small piece of the original source of a world. The world's origin might seem invisible, but it had a form. It was just that it usually turned into invisible qi and was distributed throughout the world. It could only be condensed by special means. And the size of the world's origin was actually not large. When small foreign world's origin gathered together, it was at most the size of a human head. Therefore, although the fragment of the world's origin on the pendant was only the size of a fingernail, it was still an extremely rare item that could not be measured with money at all. Tang Zhen did not know which other world's origin fragment this was. He also did not know which expert had made this pendant. However, he knew that it was not simple. This was because the special pendant could actually absorb the special power in the origin fragment and transform it into the power of providence to protect the wearer. The power of destiny was similarly invisible and untouchable, but it had a great impact on people, even to the point of life and death. However, the method of using this ring was extremely special, and not just anyone could activate it. The foreign woman had only managed to activate it once by chance. Just the protection of the power of fate this time was enough for him to benefit endlessly. It was precisely because the woman had activated the pendant that she had received the protection of the power of providence, which had allowed her to turn misfortune into fortune and finally obtain wealth that she wouldn't be able to spend in several lifetimes. Of course, this pendant no longer belonged to the foreign woman. Its current owner was Tang Zhen. Perhaps, it was fate that she fell into Tang Zhen's hands. That foreign woman was an ordinary person and could only bear the blessing of so much fate. As the saying went, things will reverse when they reach an extreme. If he continued to wear it, the remaining power of fate would continue to take effect, but at that time, it would really be a disaster and not a blessing. At that time, the non-human woman who was climbing up with the help of the remaining power of providence would definitely be in great trouble because she would no longer be able to stimulate the power of providence. As the saying went, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. However, Tang Zhen was different. He only knew how to control this pendant and not be controlled by it. After playing with the pendant a few times, Tang Zhen asked the foreign tribe woman, "First, tell me, where did you get this pendant?" "Oh, my father gave it to me some time ago. I don't know its exact origin." Tang Zhen nodded and did not probe any further. He turned to the foreign lady and said, "I want this pendant. Let's go out." After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen waved his hand and put away the remaining big boxes of treasures. He then walked out. The foreign tribe woman behind him revealed a grateful expression. She mistakenly thought that Tang Zhen's action earlier was because he did not want her to be at a loss because of the storage ring. Therefore, he had come up with the clumsy excuse of bartering and casually took a pendant away. Unlike most illiterate foreign women, she had learned how to read and had heard many strange things, including the contents of storage equipment. Therefore, even if Tang Zhen didn't say anything, the foreign woman also knew how valuable storage equipment was. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would be so lucky to have such a precious storage equipment. With an indescribable glint in her eyes, the female kept the storage ring close to her body and quickly gave chase. The two of them swiftly returned along the original path. However, Tang Zhen's brows were slightly furrowed when they had just arrived at the cave entrance. It turned out that a group of foreign cultivators with ferocious auras had appeared around the cave entrance. The weakest of them was at the Lord level. They spread out and surrounded the young swordsman and the others. They looked like they were ready to fight. The young swordsman held a long sword and placed it on the neck of the leader who was kneeling on the grass. He looked coldly at the cultivator opposite him. Tang Zhen followed his gaze and discovered that the stowaway who had followed him and the disciple of the guide were all among the group of foreign cultivators. However, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be being held hostage, but their expressions were still somewhat uncomfortable. What's going on? After Tang Zhen walked out of the cave, he ignored the group of foreign cultivators who had been staring at him and asked the young swordsman, "There's a 3-star horde leader hiding in our team. He wanted to sneak attack me just now, but I stabbed him. He wanted to escape with this leader, but I stopped him. In the end, he could only escape with his disciple." The young swordsman pointed at the leader who was kneeling on the ground. Then, he looked at the foreign cultivators and said, "This group of people came for the treasure and they knew each other. In the end, these 2 guys were brought back. I think they're afraid of your strength, so they didn't attack you directly." Tang Zhen firmly nodded. He glanced at the foreign cultivators and asked the guide, "You know the stowaway? Is he the hidden master?" The leader's face was ashen, and he nodded weakly. Tang Zhen's heart said that it was as expected. No wonder this leader didn't seem to be too afraid after he was captured. It turned out that he had long known that the experts of his team were hidden among the stowaways. His actions back then were most likely only to numb Tang Zhen and wait for the best opportunity to make a move. However, as Tang Zhen revealed his king-level cultivation, the leader and the hidden expert realized that something was wrong. After knowing that they were not Tang Zhen's match, they began to think about how to escape. After Tang Zhen had entered the cave earlier, it was naturally the best time to act. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the strength of the young swordsman. As a result, the hidden master disguised as a stowaway was stabbed and could only escape in panic. At this moment, a 3-star horde leader stood out and said to Tang Zhen, "My lord, we're members of the Cold Blade Legion. We'd like to take a look." "Shut up, did I let you speak?" Tang Zhen interrupted the 3-star horde leader's words and spoke with an ice-cold voice. Hearing this, the 3-star horde leader immediately shut his mouth, but his expression was extremely ugly. As a level 8 cultivator, his words usually carried enormous weight, and few people dared to contradict him. But now, he was reprimanded to the point that he didn't dare to speak. Naturally, he felt extremely embarrassed and angry. However, as a king-rank cultivator, Tang Zhen had the qualifications to do so. Therefore, no matter how depressed he was, he did not dare to continue speaking in order to avoid Tang Zhen's anger. When Tang Zhen saw that the 3-star horde leader had stopped speaking, he pointed to the foreign woman behind him and said, "I'll take her treasures and protect her life. Whoever doesn't agree can come to me directly." His cold eyes swept across those gloomy foreign race cultivators as Tang Zhen coldly snorted, "Get out of my sight right now, or don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, the 3-star horde leader couldn't help but say, "My lord, you're underestimating the Cold Blade Legion. We have our king as our leader." Tang Zhen disdainfully laughed when he heard this. His words carried a ridicule. How can a sneaky guy be called a king-level cultivator? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him if he dares to come out and see me. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an angry voice, "Aren't your words a little too arrogant? Do you really think this old man is easy to bully? So what if I am? Go to hell." Tang Zhen suddenly locked onto a certain location in the forest the moment this voice was transmitted over. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed over. Everyone's vision blurred, and before they could come back to their senses, they heard a scream. It was the angry king-level cultivator. Pa! A severed arm was directly thrown in front of the foreign tribe cultivators. Following that, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly turned back, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. 751 The little monster won. At this moment, black flames flickered on the soul-annihilating saber in Tang Zhen's hand. The blood on it was continuously being absorbed. When the 3-star horde leader saw the severed arm on the ground, his pupils suddenly shrank. When he raised his head to look at Tang Zhen again, his face was filled with fear. He immediately recognized the owner of the arm. It was the king-level consecrator who had followed the Cold Blade battle group. As far as he knew, there was no doubt about the strength of the king-level consecrated. However, he had lost an arm in an instant. It could be seen how strong Tang Zhen was. Such an existence must not be provoked. Thinking up to this point, the 3-star horde leader's back was already drenched in sweat, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. After respectfully bowing to Tang Zhen, that three-star horde leader did not say any more nonsense and quietly waited for Tang Zhen's arrangements. Get lost. Tang Zhen didn't even look at those foreign race cultivators as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Tang Zhen was too lazy to care about a few insignificant small characters. Killing them would probably dirty his hands. When the three-star horde leader heard this, he immediately led his subordinates and disappeared. You two, get back here. If you leave my sight again, I'll kill you immediately. Seeing the hidden expert and the guide's disciple standing at their original spot at a loss, Tang Zhen used an ice-cold voice to shout. The two foreign cultivators didn't dare to hesitate and obediently ran back. At this moment, the hidden expert was in a very bad mood, and he regretted his previous actions. If he had known earlier, he would not have exposed his identity. In that case, Tang Zhen might let them leave after they crossed the dangerous mountain range. As a result, he was bewitched and wanted to escape with the leader, causing Tang Zhen to fall into the dangerous mountain range. This way, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned. However, things didn't go as planned. He didn't beat the young swordsman and was stabbed instead. On his way to escape, he encountered another group of stowaways and was forced to return to this place by their king-level cultivator. He originally thought that since both of them were king-level cultivators and the other party had the advantage in numbers, Tang Zhen would be more or less afraid. Who would have thought that Tang Zhen would actually make a move and cut off the king-level cultivator's arm? He was really fierce. The injured king-level cultivator's fate was unknown, and the Cold Edge Legion saw that the situation was not good, so they retreated without hesitation. In the end, they were the only ones who were tricked. If he had known that this would be the result, he wouldn't have exposed himself even if he was beaten to death. Standing in front of Tang Zhen and under his ice-cold gaze, the hearts of the two of them were currently trembling with fear. They were afraid that they would be turned into meat paste with a single slap. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had only taken away their weapons and personal belongings before letting them return to the group. He did not seem to have any intention of killing the two of them. In the end, the two of them became even more uneasy. They continued to guess what vicious methods Tang Zhen had up his sleeves. In fact, they had been thinking too much about this matter. Tang Zhen had only made them stay because he wanted to add a few more cannon fodder to scout the way. Since this matter was over, there was naturally no need to stay any longer, so everyone began to return the way they came. After all, only by taking the route that the guide was most familiar with would they be able to speed up. They passed through the king-tier monster's territory without any mishaps. Other than Tang Zhen, the rest of the people gently heaved a sigh of relief. With that, they didn't have to face a terrifying king-tier monster for the time being. However, Tang Zhen's footsteps slightly paused the moment he entered the stone forest area. His gaze landed on a sparse underbrush. When everyone saw this, they also followed Tang Zhen's gaze and looked over. Unexpectedly, they discovered that within the grass, a meatball with black and white fur was currently using all its strength to capture a huge insect. The insect was about the size of a child's forearm and looked like a locust. It had a white shell and sharp bone spikes. It was fighting with the meatball. The meatball was jumping around in the grass, constantly probing and attacking. The giant worm moved with the enemy, its defense impenetrable. The two were evenly matched, and it could be said that neither could do anything to the other. However, the two of them immediately stopped fighting when they discovered the figures of Tang Zhen's group. The huge insect flapped its wings and flew far away. On the other hand, the furry ball of meat rapidly dug a hole at its original spot and buried itself. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a smile. He took a step forward and arrived near the grass. He extended his hand and grabbed the tail of the meatball that was exposed outside, pulling it out. Tang Zhen lifted the monster in front of his eyes and carefully looked at it. The monster was still in a daze. It didn't understand the situation in front of it. It had hidden itself very well, so how could this guy still find it? The most infuriating thing was that this guy actually lifted me by the tail and hung me upside down. I want to bite him to death. Aowu, the monster bit at Tang Zhen. In the end, because Tang Zhen was holding its tail, the monster's bite, which it thought was full of killing power, almost bit off its own tongue. The intense pain made the monster see stars, and its big tongue drooped down from its mouth. It kept making woo-woo sounds. Tang Zhen sized up the monster in front of him. His eyes were filled with surprise. When he first saw this monster, he thought that it was some strange creature from his original world that had transmigrated to the world of Lusheng. However, judging from the aura of this little monster, it was indeed a local monster of the Tower world, but it was very similar in appearance. However, looking at the monster's behavior, it seemed that their characters were quite similar. Furthermore, this little monster had a strong bloodline aura. Although it looked silly, it was definitely not an ordinary monster. He casually took out a piece of smoked meat from the storage space and shook it in front of the little monster's nose. Tang Zhen began to observe its reaction. After smelling the fragrance of the roasted meat, the little monster that was hanging upside down in the air with its tongue hanging down and wailing mournfully suddenly trembled. Then, it glared at the roasted meat in front of it with crossed eyes. The drool that was dripping from its mouth from time to time was like a string of broken beads at this moment, constantly flowing out of its mouth. At this moment, the little monster only had the smoked meat in its eyes. There was nothing else worthy of its attention. Without any hesitation, it exploded all the strength in its body and pounced at the smoked meat with all its means. With its tail as an axis in the air, it constantly dodged and pounced, and its sharp claws and teeth were all on the field. The result? It was just a little bit away, but it couldn't bite the piece of bacon. Once, the tip of its nose was so close to the barbecue that the intoxicating smell of meat almost drove it crazy. Owu, AOWU. The little monster kept roaring at the smoked meat, trying to get it closer, but it found that the delicious food was getting further and further away. Ow 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 ow. The exhausted little monster finally stopped its useless efforts. Its tongue drooped down powerlessly as it looked at the smoked meat and wailed. It had been hungry for many days, and in the end, it couldn't stand it anymore, so it ran out to hunt for food. In the end, it chose the fat worm as its target. In the end, the bug ran away, but the delicious smoked meat made it extremely excited. While it drooled, the hunger in its stomach became more obvious. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't eat the delicious smoked meat, which made it sad. If it didn't get to eat that piece of smoked meat, it thought it would regret it for the rest of its life. Just as the little monster was in despair, it suddenly felt the world spin around it. Then, it found itself back on the grass. The most unbelievable thing was that the piece of smoked meat was right in front of it, and it was constantly emitting an intoxicating fragrance. 752 Chapter 749 Taking in and crossing the snow mountain. When the little monster saw this, it immediately pounced on the smoked meat. After its two front claws clenched tightly, it took a fierce bite. Eat slowly, don't choke. The female alien saw that the little monster was choking on the smoked meat and rolled her eyes. She wanted to help. She also liked this harmless-looking little monster. Seeing that someone was approaching, the little monster thought that the other party was trying to snatch the food. It immediately let out a low growl from its throat and glared at the foreign woman. The warning in its eyes was obvious. Seeing this, the woman stopped in her tracks. However, she continued to watch the little monster eat. Perhaps it was because it was too hungry, the little monster swallowed the head-sized piece of smoked meat in a few bites. It licked its mouth and raised its head to look at Tang Zhen. Then, it sat on the ground and emitted a woo-woo sound from its throat. Looking at its appearance, it definitely wasn't full and still wanted Tang Zhen to give it another piece. The young swordsman who had been silent at the side suddenly walked over and said to Tang Zhen, "This little monster shouldn't be the offspring of an ordinary monster. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have intelligence at such a young age. It might be the offspring of the king-tier monster here." Tang Zhen nodded. He had already thought of this earlier. When the young swordsman saw that Tang Zhen seemed to have guessed the origin of the little monster, he continued, "From the looks of it, it seems that it hasn't eaten for many days. This is obviously an extremely abnormal situation, or even impossible. In addition, the king-class monster had a fierce battle with the cultivator team some time ago, so I guess that the king-class monster should be dead. Otherwise, no matter how seriously injured it was, it couldn't ignore its cub." Tang Zhen once again nodded and softly said, "So, in order to not let this little guy starve to death, I'll take him away." As soon as he finished speaking, a green chain appeared out of thin air and directly locked the little monster who was sitting on the ground and praying. The little monster immediately became flustered when its neck was suddenly tied. It wanted to struggle and escape, but it was pulled by Tang Zhen. When the people around saw this, they looked at each other and quickly followed. The little monster that was tied up by Tang Zhen was still struggling desperately at first. Its butt dragged the ground and its head leaned back, but it refused to follow Tang Zhen. However, it suddenly became obedient after walking for a while. It no longer resisted Tang Zhen's pull. As it turned out, it discovered that it would find a fragrant piece of meat on the ground every 100 meters or so while following behind Tang Zhen. After eating only 2 pieces of meat, this little monster began to look forward to the next piece of meat. It obediently followed behind Tang Zhen and even subconsciously walked a few steps faster, hoping to eat the next piece of meat quickly. Tang Zhen laughed out loud when he saw this. He began to play with the little monster as he walked, no longer feeling bored. In the next few days of their journey, although they encountered many monster attacks, they were all easily killed by Tang Zhen. There were no casualties. Before they knew it, they had already climbed to the peak of the dangerous mountain range and entered the high and cold region that was covered in ice and snow all year round. Here, a drop of water would turn into ice, and the cold wind would never stop blowing, so it was all white. At this moment, Tang Zhen and the rest had already put on thick leather jackets and specially made snowshoes to prevent them from falling into the bottomless snow while walking. They had smeared some kind of monster oil on their skin, which could effectively prevent frostbite. In addition to ensuring that he would not get frostbite, he also had to be wary of a kind of snow phantom that moved in the ice and snow. Their bodies were translucent, like venomous snakes with tentacles, and they could freely shuttle through the ice and snow. Once bitten by such a monster, one would be injured by the cold poison it released, and their blood would instantly freeze into ice. Along the way, Tang Zhen had already killed no less than 10 snow phantoms. The largest one was 15 meters long and the cold poison in its body was extremely powerful. Walking in this world of ice and snow was really a tortuous thing. Even if everyone was a cultivator with extraordinary strength, they could only bitterly trek in the cold wind. Along the way, he could occasionally see the frozen remains of cultivators. Their skin was greenish-purple and they looked extremely ferocious. Under the thick layer of snow, there were even more remains of cultivators that were sealed in ice forever. After walking for a day, the group finally arrived at the resting place before nightfall. It was a hidden ice cave against the wind and sun. The entrance of the ice cave was narrow, but the inside was very spacious. With the light of the fire, the surroundings were filled with clear blue ice that had not melted since the ancient times. After putting down the little monster in his arms and letting it run around, Tang Zhen took out a furnace from the storage space and poured in a special fuel to light it up. At the same time, a pot was also set up, and a few pieces of ice were placed in it to boil. Soon, it was a pot of hot water. The rest of the team did not stay idle either. Some used ice to seal the cave entrance, while others dealt with the wild beasts they had caught on the way, preparing to throw them into the pot for a stew later. After getting along for a few days, everyone realized that Tang Zhen did not seem to be as terrifying as they had imagined. On the contrary, he was very approachable. As time went by, everyone dared to chat with him and were no longer as restrained as they were at the beginning. Even the hidden expert of the group of cultivators had put down the worry in his heart. He would even chat with Tang Zhen from time to time when he was resting. Of course, everyone's respect for Tang Zhen did not decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, it had increased a little. At this time, a stowaway had already dealt with the 2 snow chickens he caught along the way. He rubbed them with white snow and then walked over to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen saw that he had dealt with it quite cleanly and got the foreign woman to chop it into pieces. He then took out the ingredients, poured oil into the wok, and stir-fried the snow chicken meat a few times. After that, he added some soup and began to stew it. Everyone was already used to this scene. The storage equipment that was priceless outside was actually used by Tang Zhen to store oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. It was really a waste of a heavenly treasure. However, as much as they were jealous, they were also envious. After all, they could eat delicious food with good colors and fragrances wherever they went. While waiting, everyone gathered around the fire and began to chat. Although it was not to the extent of revealing their respective origins, they were no longer as distant as they were at the beginning. Tang Zhen also took the opportunity to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Some questions. Although most of the time there was no result, from time to time there would be stowaways who would give ambiguous answers. It didn't take long for the rich fragrance of the snow chicken to fill the air. The little monsters at the side were already circling around the iron pot, looking impatient. Tang Zhen opened the pot and had everyone bring their utensils. Then, he placed spoonfuls of snow chicken meat and thick soup into their own bowls. Immediately after, Tang Zhen took out a bottle of wine. He poured a cup for everyone and drank it to expel the cold. After picking out the chicken head and chicken legs and placing them in front of the little monster, Tang Zhen also scooped a bowl for himself and ate it deliciously. Strictly speaking, this snow chicken was not a monster. In fact, it was an extremely precious tonic. Except for the snowy mountains in the dangerous mountain range, it could not be found anywhere else. According to the guide, every time they passed through the snow mountain in the past, cultivators would try their best to catch snow chickens and then boil them into soup to eat. Firstly, this snow chicken was indeed incomparably fresh and delicious, and one would never forget it after drinking it once. Secondly, it was because of its nourishing effect. No matter how weak a person was, as long as they had a bowl of snow chicken soup, it was guaranteed that they would be full of energy the next day. It could even be said that not drinking the snow chicken soup was equivalent to a wasted trip to the dangerous mountain range. 753 Old Lay of the Celestial Sword City. 1. This snow chicken was indeed incomparably fresh and delicious. It smelled extremely fragrant, and when it was eaten, it was even fresher to the bones. Tang Zhen finished the chicken soup in his hand. Soon after, he picked up a piece of snow chicken and slowly gnawed on it. His face was filled with enjoyment. The young swordsman had finished eating. He sat cross-legged on the ice out of habit, placed his sword horizontally on his knees, and began his daily cultivation. Tang Zhen had once observed his cultivation process and discovered that this was a kind of cultivation method similar to that of a holy master. However, this young swordsman was a pure martial cultivator, so his cultivation method seemed a little out of place. Unlike holy masters, the only way for an armament to advance was to continuously train and polish their body in order to strengthen their physical qualities. When the body's strength reached a certain level, it would naturally advance to a higher level and bear more energy and fusion. However, the young swordsman was different. His way of training seemed to be more inclined to the meditation of holy masters, where he often sat for the whole night without moving. However, if one were to look closely, one would realize that his training method was different from that of the holy masters. In fact, it was very different. A holy master's training was aimed at improving their mental powers and strengthening their soul. What this young man was trying to polish was the sword in his hand. Through continuous communication and tempering, he was able to form a closer connection with the sword. The closer the connection between the person and the sword, the greater the destructive power of the sword move. Tang Zhen had a faint guess that when this young man's compatibility with the sword reached a certain limit, similar to the realm of man and sword becoming one, he would break through the Lord realm and advance to the King realm. This kind of cultivation method was really rare. At least, among the cultivators that Tang Zhen knew, none of them used this cultivation method. Just as Tang Zhen was sizing up the young swordsman, the other party seemed to have sensed it as well. His eyes slowly opened and a sharp aura flashed across his eyes. Tang Zhen suddenly had a feeling that this young man was like an unsheathed sharp sword, incomparably sharp. Your cultivation method is very special. You must have a master, right? Tang Zhen casually asked. It could not be considered as him asking about the other party's privacy. After all, this young swordsman had never avoided others when he was cultivating. It was likely that he was not afraid of others finding out. The young swordsman nodded and glanced at Tang Zhen. He wanted to say something but stopped. Looking at your appearance, do you already know who I am? Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. The young swordsman hesitated for a moment, but he finally nodded. That's right, I do have some guesses. That's not strange. After all, we've met once in the Purple Star Tower, and my style is too obvious. Anyone who's observant will be able to confirm it after careful observation. Tang Zhen said indifferently. He casually gulped down a mouthful of wine and said to the young swordsman, actually, I'm very curious. What are you doing in other battlefields? The young swordsman did not hesitate at all. I accepted a wanted mission on the Cornerstone platform. I have to go to the opposite battle zone to kill a traitorous cultivator from the Spirit Wolf tribe. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. The last time he saw this person, he was trying to assassinate an elf cultivator. This time, he was doing the same thing again. Clearly, this might be related to his profession. So you're a killer. Tang Zhen was a little curious. After all, this profession was not common in the Lu Cheng world. There were simply too many strong people here, and the assassin profession was definitely not an easy job. The young man hesitated again, as if he was choosing his words carefully. After a long while, he replied, actually, I'm not an assassin. It's because almost every cultivator in the city I'm in is like that. After hearing the young swordsman's words, Tang Zhen's interest was immediately piqued. He took out a bottle of wine and threw it to the other party. There's such a building. That's interesting, do you mind being more detailed? The young swordsman took a sip and said with a smile, actually, there's nothing to hide. After all, many countries in Lusheng know the name of the Lusheng I'm in and also know about our affairs. I think it won't be long before you know our Lu Cheng's name. After all, your Lu Cheng's promotion speed is extremely fast, and it's only a matter of time before he enters the national level. After saying this, the young swordsman began to talk about the city he lived in. It turned out that the tower city where the young swordsman lived was also a national-level tower city, named Immortal Sword City, located in a secret place in the savage wildland. This wild war zone was named by Tang Zhen. It was clearly named after the wild land. Based on the resources and ranking of this war zone, there was nothing wrong with calling it the Wild War Zone. It didn't matter what the name of this battle zone was. Tang Zhen was only concerned about the Immortal Sword City. The boorish desolate war zone wasn't small and the Immortal Sword City had always been low-key, so very few people knew its exact location. Even if they knew, it would be extremely difficult to get there. This city had a long history and had existed since thousands of years ago, but it was not famous at that time. According to the young swordsman, the first castellan of the Immortal Sword City had found a special wild building in the current location of the city. From there, he had obtained a large number of treasures and pictures of secret cultivation methods. Then, he had built the Immortal Sword City with the foundation stone of the wild building. Different from the other buildings, the cultivators of the Immortal Sword City never cultivated any cultivation skills. Instead, they focused on cultivating the legacy-level cultivation technique of the city. After becoming a lord, the cultivators of the Celestial Sword City would travel around the Lusheng continent and polish their swords. They would only return to the Celestial Sword City to cultivate in seclusion when they felt that it was enough. The next time he came out would be the time for him to become a king-level cultivator. After that, these king-level cultivators of the Immortal Sword City would enter the battlefield of the Otherworld and continue to cultivate and improve their cultivation techniques. They rarely appeared in the Tower World. Moreover, when they were outside, they would use the cultivation method that they were good at as their names. The cultivation method of the young swordsman was called Thunderflash Sword. Tang Zhen called him Old Lei. The young swordsman didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this, but he didn't refuse. Old Lei, in this case, your Immortal Sword City is very powerful. You must have conquered many foreign worlds over the years and must have a high ranking in your war zone, right? The young swordsman no longer paid attention to how Tang Zhen had addressed him. He shook his head and said, "The truth isn't what you think. In fact, the stronger Lu Cheng is, the higher his ranking is, and the more difficult it is to invade the other world. Under the arrangement of the rules, there wouldn't be a situation where a cannon hit a mosquito, nor would there be a situation where Lu Cheng would die in vain. They were basically equal. For example, the foreign world that the Immortal Sword City is invading now is a star continent of the Magus world. It has persisted for more than 300 years, but it still hasn't obtained enough world origin." This was the second time that Tang Zhen had heard that a city had invaded the sorcerer world. He was also extremely curious about the vast sorcerer world and casually asked a few more questions. Old Lei did not hide much and basically told Tang Zhen everything he could. It turned out that the different difficulty levels of the world's origin would have different battle points to exchange on the cornerstone platform. The higher the difficulty, the higher the number of battle points to exchange, and the more generous the rewards. As the war fortress of the Lusheng world that invaded countless other worlds, it was natural to take care of it during the battle. Therefore, when invading a foreign world, not only could the cornerstone platform exchange as per normal, but it would also provide a variety of services due to the upgrade of level and authority. To be honest, Tang Zhen had always believed that the true meaning of the cornerstone platform's existence was to allow the national level to not fall into a passive state due to the problem of logistics supply when invading the other world. To put it bluntly, the purpose of this cornerstone platform was to prepare a mobile logistics base for the invasion of national Lu cities. Those low-level towers had never participated in the battle of invading the foreign world, so they naturally did not know the existence of this logistics base. Even if the indigenous people in the invading national towers were besieged for hundreds of years, they would still be safe and sound. 754 Gossip and Secrets 1. At this moment, the two of them were each holding a large bottle of conch-filled wine, which was a local wine of the foreign race by the sea. The wine was emitting a fragrant scent, and they were talking beside the fire. After most of the towers were promoted to a national level, in addition to completing the invasion tasks issued by the cornerstone platform according to the stipulated time, they could also launch an invasion action independently based on the plane coordinates they obtained. In this case, the world's origin and resources obtained from the invasion would all belong to Liu Cheng. The cornerstone platform would not interfere whether they were exchanged for battle merits or kept for their own use. Of course, during this process, a teleportation fee had to be paid, and the specific amount would be determined by the difficulty of invading the other world. The stronger the energy contained in the other world, the stronger the crystal wall of the plane would be, and the more difficult it would be to break the crystal wall and teleport. In the Dream City's owner's notes, there was a part of the secret history of some foreign races' buildings. One of the records was about a foreign race country's building, and the teleportation process alone had taken almost 100 years. The reason why it took so much effort was that the aboriginals of that foreign world were extremely strong, and their natural physiques were not inferior to those of top-notch lords. In the end, after a fierce battle, the native experts who waited at ease completely destroyed the tower, not even having the time to send a return pass. Of course, this was an extremely rare and special situation. In most cases, the foreign worlds invaded by Liu Cheng were mostly equal in strength. And when they invaded other worlds, they were used to pissing off the weak. The two foreign races that had invaded the original world were considered to have invaded on their own. They had all just ended their battle to invade the other world, and because they still had enough free time, they chose to invade the original world after obtaining the plane coordinates. The reason for this was also because they had determined that the difficulty of invading the original world was very low, and it should not affect their next operation. Otherwise, they would not have done this. Seeing that Tang Zhen was very interested in the wizard world, Old Lei also started to talk about some of the rumors he had heard about the other world. Strictly speaking, the sorcerer world was also a mysterious and strange world. Its vast territory was not inferior to the Lusheng world. The difference between this world and the world of Lusheng was that the world of Lusheng was made up of an entire continent, and it could be said to be boundless. However, the Magus world was different. It was made up of star continents of different sizes. The so-called star continent refers to a huge flat continent floating between the clouds and the sea of stars. It looks similar to the other star continents we are in, but these star continents have edges. Once one reached the edge of the star continent, one could not continue forward, or they would fall into the vast sea of stars. If one didn't have a cultivation base of king level or above, one could forget about surviving in this vast sea of stars. These star continents, big and small, were all occupied by the wizards, who were the rulers of this world. When a magus cultivation reached a certain level, they would be given a piece of land that belonged to them. However, these wizards preferred to be alone and did not like to form groups. At most, they would only form small groups. Their methods were in between that of a holy master and an armament. Not only did they possess powerful bodies that had been modified by secret techniques, but they also had various tools in witchcraft that were quite powerful and strange. Since the first tower discovered the plane coordinates of the sorcerer world and began to invade, the sorcerer world had been the main target of the invasion of the tower worlds for a long time. Although Liu Cheng's cultivators were extremely powerful, the sorcerers of the sorcerer world were not to be trifled with. Both sides had suffered losses in countless years of battle. The sorcerer world had lost a few star continents of various sizes one after another, and many of the towers in the world of Lusheng had also been destroyed by the sorcerer world. There were even some cultivators who were captured and imprisoned by the sorcerers of the sorcerer's world, and then dissected for research. Their fate could be said to be worse than death. For a long time, the sorcerer world had regarded Lusheng Shi as their mortal enemy. Basically, whenever they discovered an invasion, the sorcerer world would issue a mobilization order. They called on the reclusive magi to gather together and resist the invasion of the world of Lusheng. Even more than 1,000 years ago, a genius of the Magus world had organized an anti-invasion operation. In the end, he still underestimated the rule force of the world of Lusheng, which led to the failure of the operation. As for the magi who had participated in the operation, they had all turned into monsters. It was said that they had all been imprisoned overseas. The sorcerer continent that the Celestial Sword City had invaded wasn't too powerful in the sorcerer world. However, due to the wariness of the tower world, the wizards were met with a strong resistance from the beginning of the invasion. The Celestial Sword City was restricted in every way, which made it impossible to start the war and collect the world's origin more effectively. The goal of those sorcerers and cultivators from Dalos City was also clear about what would happen to their star continent after the world's origin was plundered. Therefore, these sorcerers were very concerned about the protection of the world's origin. They thought of ways to gather the origin of the world and store it in an extremely secret place, and then used various means to protect it. The surrounding areas were often heavily guarded, and the defense was watertight. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to get the world's origin easily. Under such circumstances, the Immortal Sword City had wasted a lot of time on this star continent of the Magus world, but there was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do was to find ways to collect the world's origin while dealing with the wizards. They hoped to complete their mission as soon as possible and return to the world of Lushang. After listening to Old Lei's explanation, Tang Zhen gently nodded his head. It was clear that what he said was basically the same as what was recorded in the Dream City Master's note. In fact, as Tang Zhen's understanding of national-level buildings increased, he hoped that the Holy Dragon City would be promoted to a national level as soon as possible. That way, he could use the resources plundered from the other world to let the Holy Dragon City develop rapidly again. It must be known that plundering resources and obtaining resources from his original world were two completely different ways of obtaining resources. The former was more overbearing and more carefree. It could be said that they would rob whatever they wanted. Although it was only a one-time deal, it could make the Holy Dragon City become a nouveau riche in a very short time. By using these resources, Holy Dragon City would be able to rapidly increase its strength in a short period of time. Then, it would be able to invade even more powerful foreign worlds and obtain even more precious resources. This was the model of using battle to sustain battle. If the operation was properly operated, the Holy Dragon City would only become stronger as the battle progressed. Of course, the purpose of conquering and plundering was not because of the obsession with killing and conquering, but to go with the flow under the rules, and to protect and strengthen themselves as much as possible. 755 The market at the foot of the mountain. 1. By the time people could be seen outside the ice cave, everyone had already wrapped themselves in their leather jackets. Stepping on the knee-high snow, they once again embarked on the journey. The weather at the peak of the snowy mountain was extremely cold in the morning, almost reaching the limit of what living creatures could bear. Hurrying in such an environment was a great test of endurance and mental endurance. If one's will wasn't strong enough, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of painful torment and would have a complete mental breakdown on the way. The consequences of a mental breakdown were obvious. It was nothing more than another body under the snow. Fortunately, because of Tang Zhen's existence, these stowaways seemed to have someone to rely on in their hearts. When they were exhausted, looking at his back would always give them a burst of strength. After all, they were much luckier than other stowaways. Tang Zhen didn't know that he had this kind of fighting spirit effect. In fact, he could completely abandon these stowaways and rush on his own. But even if he was a king-level cultivator, he had to walk step by step. Therefore, the increase in speed was not obvious. Moreover, it was boring to travel alone, so he did not do this. After calculating the distance, they would be able to cross the peak of the snow mountain today and enter the war zone. After walking for so many days, they were finally about to reach their destination. It was truly not easy. Tang Zhen secretly sighed in his heart. Wasn't the others the same? They did not speak along the way. On this day, everyone endured the strong wind that was almost tangible. Under the guidance of Tang Zhen's tree spirit chain, they finally crossed the 10,000 feet tall mountain and arrived at the area of the opposite battle zone. Although the rest of the journey was still in the snowy mountains and forest, they were getting closer and closer to their destination. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little excited, and their speed increased a little. After spending a night in a cave under a glacier crack, the group trekked all the way down the mountain without stopping. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, after crossing a river full of man-eating fish, the exit of the mountain range was close at hand. Tang Zhen did not waste any more time with everyone after arriving at this place. After bidding farewell to everyone, he left the dangerous mountain range alone. As for the foreign woman, Tang Zhen had also made appropriate arrangements. Old Lei was responsible for escorting her to her tower. When a good deed was done, it would be done to the end. In the end, Tang Zhen still gained a huge advantage from the transaction between the two of them. Therefore, he naturally did not mind helping her once more before leaving. From then on, they owed each other nothing. After avoiding those dangerous areas, Tang Zhen finally left the super mountain range that divided the two battle zones. The moment he walked out of the dangerous mountain range, Tang Zhen immediately felt as though he was in a boundless sea and sky. He wished that he could immediately let out a long roar and freely gallop a few rounds in the sky. During this period of time, he had been too restrained. He had a body full of skills but was unable to display them. How uncomfortable was this feeling? Tang Zhen took the time to return to his original world. After dealing with the corresponding matters, he stuffed the little monster into his backpack and directly spread his wings to fly to the nearby Wanderer Market. Although the target this time was the two foreign races, towers, Tang Zhen did not know much about their exact location and information. Therefore, he still had to inquire about them in detail. When he saw the huge Wanderer Market in the distance, Tang Zhen descended from the sky and changed his appearance before he walked in. Compared to the Wanderer Market in the Wilderness War Zone, the market here was undoubtedly much neater and majestic. Many buildings were built with bluestone, and the ground was paved with stone, leaving traces of time. The most obvious difference was not the buildings, but the signs and notices on the walls on both sides of the street. This was the biggest difference between the two places. Wanderers and cultivators in all sorts of clothes were walking shoulder to shoulder on the streets. From time to time, they would enter the shops on both sides of the street and get ready to buy the items they needed. Alien cultivators wearing the same armor walked on the streets from time to time, all of them serious. Whenever they found someone who didn't follow the rules, they would rudely teach them a lesson and then throw them into the prison. Tang Zhen slowly walked along the street. The various scenery along the way entered his eyes, causing him to suddenly feel as though he had entered a magical version of the Middle Ages. Tang Zhen could not help but secretly sigh when he saw the cultivators in bright armor and the wanderers in neat clothes. The overall strength of this war zone was indeed far greater than that of the Wilderness War Zone. After circling the streets once, Tang Zhen found a two-story building with quite a large area. He pushed open the door and walked in. This was a tavern. It was a typical gathering place of the 3 religions and 9 factions. Tang Zhen loved to inquire about information in this kind of place. He would obtain something almost every time. After entering the house, they saw a row of wooden tables made of brown wood. They were arranged along the 4 walls in an orderly manner. On the slightly rough walls, the cracks in the bluestone bricks were smoothed out by gray paste, and then 1 or 2 decorations full of the style of foreign races were hung, which seemed very distinctive. At this moment, there were a few tables of guests drinking and chatting in the tavern. From their clothes, one could tell that they were all wild cultivators who made a living in this market. After a voluptuous foreign tribe woman saw Tang Zhen, she smiled and welcomed him. It turns out to be a human overlord. What do you want to eat? Do you want me to introduce you? Tang Zhen, who had changed his appearance, looked to be in his early 20s. His face was plain and he still maintained the aura of a lord. Tang Zhen casually replied after hearing the foreign tribe woman's question, "Do as you see fit, I just want to fill my stomach." When the foreign woman heard this, she nodded with a smile. After she went back to greet them, it didn't take long for her to bring back a large plate. On it was an item as thick as an arm, which looked like a large sausage. In addition to this, there was also a pot of jade green wine. It looked very sticky, and there were golden stars shining inside. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over and asked the foreign tribe woman, "What's this, a sausage?" When the woman heard this, she smiled and introduced, "You just came here, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked." This thing was washed with wood-rotting worms, poured in meat soup made of various grass seeds and tubers, and then roasted with charcoal. It's not only delicious, but it's also very anti-hunger, so you definitely won't be disappointed. Tang Zhen faintly smiled after hearing the foreign lady's introduction. He nodded his head and thanked the other party. He used the bone knife on the plate to cut the sausage, and a strange fragrance immediately wafted over. He put it in his mouth and tasted it. The taste was indeed not bad. After eating a few pieces of this kind of meatworm sausage, Tang Zhen poured a cup of jade green wine and tasted it. There was a sweetness within the spiciness. It was smooth and sticky, yet it did not stick to one's teeth. It was truly a pretty good wine. Tang Zhen was originally not interested in the food in the Lusheng world. He felt that it was too crude and simple, far from the exquisite and complicated food in the original world. However, after tasting some of the unique delicacies of the Lusheng world, Tang Zhen gradually fell in love with those all-natural foods. Moreover, he was convinced by the taste of these foods. As long as he had the opportunity, he would always try some fresh food, and this had gradually become a habit. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Tang Zhen stood up and paid the bill. At the same time, he asked the foreign woman where he could get information about the national luxiang. The more detailed, the better. The foreign woman took Tang Zhen's reward and smilingly told him that as long as he went to the place where the foreign merchants gathered in the market and took out enough brain beads, someone would definitely tell him the answer he wanted. And in that kind of place, there was no need to worry about being cheated. This was because when foreign merchants sold goods, they might report different prices, which seemed very dishonest, but when they sold information, they absolutely did not dare to fake it, otherwise it would be equivalent to finding trouble for themselves. If something happened to the person who bought the fake information, not only would the foreign merchant lose his credibility, but he might also be retaliated against by the victim. It was not impossible for him to lose his life. After thanking the foreign woman in the pub, Tang Zhen walked onto the street and headed straight to the place where the foreign merchants had gathered. 756 The wild cultivators in the market. 1. The foreign merchants were indeed the best information spreaders. They traveled all over the luxiang world and often exchanged information with their peers. It could be said that they were well informed. Of course, it was unknown how much useful information was in this so-called knowledgeable. Therefore, it was a good idea for the foreign woman in the pub to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen about the foreign merchants. However, whether it would work or not would depend on the situation. Tang Zhen didn't have much contact with the foreign merchants and had never bought information from them. He didn't even know that such a situation existed. These foreign merchants were indeed shrewd. They had actually found such a way to make money. They had really learned and applied the saying, knowledge is wealth. If there was a lot of gossip and business was good, it was not impossible to make a living purely on this. For example, the Dream City Master was an absolute know-it-all. With his long life and special abilities, his knowledge and experience could be said to be terrifying. If he were to engage in the business of selling information, the amount of brain beads and origin stones he would earn would be enough to form a mountain. Of course, with the identity of Dream City's city lord, he would definitely not do such a thing. Back then, he had helped Zhen Tang and even gifted him the node and the plant seeds to create a good relationship for himself. After passing through a long street, Tang Zhen could not help but sweep his gaze over a huge building that had been reconstructed from the ruins of a city. Such a building was very eye-catching in the Wanderer's Market, and it was hard for him not to notice it. There were many experts in the Wanderer Market, but no one had built a tower city. There was a special reason for this. The first was the special characteristic of the building. Although there was a limited supply of food and the benefit of increasing attributes, these wild cultivators who occupied this place did not lack these things. The low-level luxiang was not a big deal as it was good for them to pass their days. However, if the luxiang's level did not increase, the cultivators of the luxiang could forget about advancing to a higher level. No matter how talented you were in cultivation, you would still be dragged down by Lu Cheng's level. Unless you had already exceeded the level limit before joining, you would not be able to cross this hurdle. This was a rather immoral restriction, which made the low-level buildings unable to enjoy the benefits of the buildings for a long time. If they did not want the buildings to be destroyed by high-level cultivators and monsters, they had to constantly improve the level of the buildings in the cultivation of the cultivators. Of course, if it was a place like the Wilderness Warzone, where there were few buildings and most of them were low-level, then it would not be a problem for low-level buildings to live freely for hundreds of years. However, in the end, it still couldn't escape the end of destruction. The fundamental reason was that its level was low, and the overall strength of the city was not enough. As for the wild cultivators who did not join luxiang, they did not have to worry about these problems. Those who were more talented could rely on their deep accumulation to level up. The only drawback was that their speed was slower. As for the cultivator skills that could only be instilled on the cornerstone platform, although they couldn't get them, there were geniuses who found a way to use similar energy. In addition, in some special wild buildings, there would occasionally be a myriad of strange cultivation methods, and there were many cultivators. All the skills that did not belong to the cornerstone platform were collectively called pseudo-skills. The power of these pseudo-skills were different, but they were not like the skills of cultivators. Once one lost their identity as a resident of the city, they would gradually be unable to be used normally. Fatty, who had joined the Holy Dragon City, had been a wild cultivator before, and the skill he used was a pseudo-skill that had been improved. Relying on his outstanding talent, the might of his modified pseudo-skill was not inferior to similar cultivator skills. Even Tang Zhen was in awe of this. Of course, the inheritance of these pseudo-skills was more cumbersome and strict. The learning method was somewhat similar to the infusion of the cornerstone platform, and the selling price was also shocking. As a result, those who had obtained pseudo-skills in the wild were basically all cultivators at the Lord level and above, because only those at this level of cultivation were qualified to obtain pseudo-skills. If low-level cultivators wanted to obtain pseudo-skill inheritances, they either had to have enough brains, have a deep background, or obtain it by accident. Otherwise, they basically had no chance of obtaining pseudo-skills. It was also because of the existence of pseudo-skills that low-level wild cultivators were very eager to join Lusheng, while many high-level wild cultivators were not interested in joining Lusheng. However, in the long run, the strength gap between wild cultivators and Lusheng cultivators would grow bigger and bigger. If it weren't for the fact that National Lusheng disdained these wild cultivators and advanced Lusheng needed to use them from time to time, there would be no place for them in the world of Lusheng. Another reason was that once the city tower was built, it would automatically attract monsters to gather in the surroundings, and they had to clean it up from time to time. Although the clearing process was also a training experience for the cultivators in the city and the brain pearl was a reward, the Wanderer Market, where wild cultivators gathered, didn't need it. Moreover, these monsters were a huge safety hazard to the Wanderer Market, which was why the market's controller had forbidden the construction of buildings in the vicinity. Once discovered, they would be destroyed immediately. The ruins in front of them must have existed for a very long time. Perhaps it was destroyed by the first person who built the market and then used as the residence and office of the market manager. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen had already arrived at his destination. The gathering place of the foreign merchants was at the edge of the Wanderer Market. They were different from the merchants who had fixed shops here. They basically brought tents and did business wherever they settled down. Compared to the bluestone paved streets, there seemed to be more people here. Many wild cultivators and wanderers were wandering here, selling all kinds of medicinal herbs and minerals, as well as some gains from the wild buildings and ruins. The foreign merchants were like rag and bone collectors. After picking and choosing, they gave a price and then bargained with each other. Therefore, the liveliness of this place far exceeded that of the shops on the bluestone streets. It was mealtime, and while walking on the street made up of tents, one could smell all kinds of strange food from time to time. When they passed by a huge tent, Tang Zhen personally saw a few foreign people carrying a bowl of lively and active worms. After which, they poured a spoonful of black soup that emitted a peculiar smell and began to eat with a face full of enjoyment. Not to mention the taste of this food, just by looking at its appearance, Tang Zhen had no interest in tasting it. After walking around a few tent streets, Tang Zhen found that the closer to the center, the larger the scale of the tents and the higher the quality of the goods sold. Obviously, these foreign merchants were also divided into different grades, and the stronger the caravan, the better the position they occupied. This was very normal, because the foreign trade caravans that occupied these places had to pay several times more rent than the other trade caravans. They could not occupy anywhere they wanted. After he understood this point, Tang Zhen sized up the goods that were different from the savage war zone while he headed straight to the central area. 757 News on the three-eyed alien. On an open space not far away, a dozen foreign cultivators dressed as merchants had gathered together and were in the middle of a discussion. Tang Zhen saw that these foreign tribe merchants had an extraordinary bearing. They must be the owners of large merchant groups. He immediately walked over. Tang Zhen only heard the content of the conversation of these foreign tribe merchants when he got closer. It turned out that it was related to a foreign tribe city. From what they said, this foreign city was not weak, but it failed in the process of upgrading to a national level. When it was teleported back to the world of the city, almost all the residents of the city were dead. According to the witnesses at that time, the originally magnificent city was covered in smoke and blood when they returned to the world of towers. The walls of the city were also riddled with holes and were on the verge of collapse. Even the protective shield of the building could not be activated normally. Holes could be seen everywhere. All signs indicated that this city was on the verge of destruction, and it could even be said that it was only a fine line away from destruction. A few looting looters nearby saw this rare opportunity and immediately gathered thousands of people to attack the city. As a result, they easily killed their way in. When they confirmed that the tower was heavily damaged, they killed the remaining residents of the tower without hesitation and took away the foundation stone of the tower. What happened next didn't need to be explained. The members of the raider group wreaked havoc in the building, and anything that caught their eyes was packed up and taken away. After digging 3 feet into the ground and plundering the entire city, they had to use a carriage to pull all the treasures they had obtained. Moreover, it was the kind of carriage that was pulled by a mount and was usually a log carriage that was nearly 10 meters long. Even with such a means of transportation, the raider team had to travel for an entire day. The looters who participated in the siege of the city had made a lot of money. With this windfall as capital, they would not have to worry about food and clothing in their next lives. However, it wasn't easy to keep such a fortune. It was obvious that these pillaging groups were happy a little too early. Because at this moment, the nearby foreign races had all received the news and sent out their own armies. The total number of troops was over 30,000, blocking the raiders on the way. Stimulated by the mountain-like wealth, both sides were in a killing frenzy. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses covered the field. After a huge battle, close to 90% of the members had died, and the treasures were split equally among the buildings. However, in the process of the battle, there were still some members of the raiding group with extraordinary cultivation who managed to escape. At the same time, they also brought out a batch of treasures that they had selected in advance. They had come all the way to the Wanderer Market, ready to sell the treasures they had obtained, and then find a place to start again on Dongshan Mountain. With the permission of the manager of the Wanderer Market, the members of the pillaging team were going to organize a special sale to sell the treasures from the top-tier buildings. The reason why this auction was special was that the members of the raiding teams did not publicly sell their treasures. Instead, they used a strange glue to seal the treasures, making them into random treasure-hiding mud balls, and then selling them at a fixed price. In this way, he could double the price of these treasures. Even if they were unrecognizable or not easy to sell, he could sell them. As for how many tricks were hidden in this matter, not many people cared at all. After all, this kind of thing had always been one willing to hit and one willing to suffer. Moreover, the looters didn't dare to go too far, otherwise, if they couldn't sell the treasure mud balls, their losses would be even greater. Although the value of the treasure-hidden mud balls varied, it didn't mean that they were cheap. On the contrary, mud balls were often sold for sky-high prices. Therefore, this was also a game for the rich. If you didn't have the money, you shouldn't even think about participating. At most, you would just watch the fun. The strangest thing about it was that it could block the detection of spirit energy. Even a king-level cultivator wouldn't be able to find out what was inside. Many cultivators who participated in the purchase could only judge from the appearance of the random mud ball and its volume. What exactly was it and how much was its value? Therefore, the process of buying this kind of treasure mud ball was always full of gambling, or it could be said that it was purely a test of luck. Even so, there were still many people who enjoyed it. Even though they had bought the treasures of these plunderers several times and still couldn't finish them, they still came to support them every time. In the end, some raider groups even used it as a means to sell their stolen goods, and the results were obvious. The reason was that both sides felt that there were benefits to be gained. After all, if they were lucky, they might get a valuable treasure. If they were unlucky, it might not even be worth a fraction of the purchase price. Among these foreign merchants, there were some who bought a few treasure mud balls, but the treasures they got were average, and they didn't even earn back their capital. As a result, these foreign merchants were indignant and said that this was a scam, which was really detestable. The other foreign merchants hummed and laughed as they tried to deal with the situation. Obviously they were also unlucky and had not found anything good in the hidden treasure mud ball. However, there were also people who disagreed, and there were even people who claimed that they were unlucky. In the past, someone had opened a treasure and sold it for a high price of tens of millions of brain beads. They had really become rich overnight. Everyone found a common topic, so they chatted with each other and it was very lively. A little interest was formed after Tang Zhen heard of this sales method. He decided to take a look at it later. He had not tested the pendant embedded with the world's origin even once since he had obtained it. Now was the perfect time to see its effects. After all, its greatest use was to increase the luck of the wearer, and the effect was extremely obvious. However, The most important thing right now was to find out the location of the three-eyed alien in the other ice field tower. There was no need to rush into other things. Excuse me, I would like to inquire about the news of the National Lu City. Who should I go to? Tang Zhen walked to the front of these foreign race cultivators and asked in a clear voice. There was a faint smile on his face. The foreign tribe merchants who were originally chatting happily shut their mouths at the same time. They turned their heads in unison to look at Tang Zhen. Moreover, they sized him up without leaving a trace. Seeing that Tang Zhen was a Lord-tier cultivator, they didn't act too arrogantly. After all, Lord-tier cultivators were the core strength of the Lusheng world. Their status wasn't too high, but it wasn't low either. True businessmen all paid attention to amiability to bring about wealth. If it was not necessary, no one would easily offend others. Therefore, even if Tang Zhen interrupted their conversation, no one said anything more. If you want to get information about the country, you can just look for us. After all, in terms of knowledge, not many people can compare to the caravan. However, as a merchant, you have to act like a merchant. Do you know the rules of gathering information? A sharp-headed foreign tribe old man with a grizzled beard slowly asked Tang Zhen after explaining. Judging from the situation of the discussion just now, he obviously had a high status among these foreign merchants, so he was the one asking the questions now. We know the rules. We never provide information for free. We must pay, right? Tang Zhen directly nodded and replied when he heard this. The old man nodded. If that's the case, you can tell us your question. We'll see if you know the answer before we tell you the price. Tang Zhen didn't hesitate and directly described the three-eyed man and the fairy-like man. At the same time, he took out 2 photos and handed them to them. After that, he waited for the answers of these foreign merchants. 758 Origin Source Pendant. At this moment, those foreign merchants were gathered together, whispering to each other from time to time, as if they were discussing something. After hearing Tang Zhen's detailed description, in addition to the clear photos as a reference, the foreign merchants who knew the situation only needed a glance to determine if they knew anything about these foreign races. The 2 photos were passed around by the foreign merchants, and after looking through every single one of them, one of the foreign merchants finally said, I know the general situation of the three-eye race. If you want to know, you have to pay me this amount. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand toward Tang Zhen and used his sleeve to cover his palm. Tang Zhen knew what he meant. He didn't want others to know the exact selling price. That was why he used his sleeve to cover it and used a special hand gesture to bid. Tang Zhen more or less had some understanding of this kind of bargaining method. He also stretched out his hand and touched the foreign merchant's palm. About 10 seconds later, Tang Zhen nodded his head. The 2 of them immediately walked to a corner at the side. Tang Zhen first took out a small bag of brain beads and handed it to the foreign merchant. The other party opened it and counted. After confirming that there was no problem with the quantity, he whispered the information he knew to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded as he listened. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After the transaction, both of them were very satisfied with each other. Then, the 2 of them returned to their original positions. In that case, does anyone have any information on this Ice Plains race? Please rest assured, as long as the information is reliable and comprehensive, I will not be stingy with my brain. While he was speaking, Tang Zhen took out a leather bag and gently shook it a few times. Immediately, a clear sound of collision was heard. The foreign merchants were as cunning as ghosts. Just by hearing the sounds coming from their pockets, they knew that they were definitely brains of level 5 and above. So, even though the bag was not big, it contained at least 1,000,000 brains. Although the brain pearl's voice made them all feel an unbearable itch in their hearts, there was nothing they could do, because they really did not know the specific situation of the Ice Plains alien race. The brain was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it at all. This was the most painful thing. It was really like scratching his heart and liver. Moreover, they didn't dare to use false information to deceive Tang Zhen. Otherwise, once they were discovered, they might have to use their lives to pay for their greed and dishonesty. When Tang Zhen saw the depressed expressions on the faces of these foreign tribe merchants, he immediately understood in his heart. He knew that they definitely did not know the specific situation of the foreign tribe of the Icy Plains. However, it was fortunate that Tang Zhen had already locked onto this obvious characteristic of the ice field through the scene at the plane's transmission channel. As a result, the scope of his search would be much smaller. As long as he combined it with other information, the scope of his search would be further reduced. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not think that it would be difficult to find this foreign clan's building. At the very most, he would only waste some time. Tang Zhen bade farewell to these foreign tribe merchants when he thought of this. At the same time, he left a message that he would still be staying in the market for a few days. If anyone knew the specific information, they could bring it to him. He would not be stingy with the referral. Next, Tang Zhen made 7 turns and 8 turns in the market and asked some foreign merchants. In the end, no one knew the specific situation of this icy plains foreign race city. Tang Zhen guessed that the location of this foreign clan's city was too far away and remote. It rarely showed itself in the outside world. Therefore, no one knew the exact situation. It seemed that he had asked for the wrong location. If he wanted to know the exact location of this city, he should go to the area where the ice field existed. Therefore, Tang Zhen made up his mind to deal with the 3-eyed aliens Lusheng first before thinking about how to find the icy plains aliens Lusheng. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen passed by an open space that was surrounded by animal skins. He heard exclamations and cheers continuously coming over. Tang Zhen casually asked the wanderer beside him, and a trace of understanding appeared on his face. It turned out that this was the place where the looters sold the treasure mud balls. And the noise just now was made by the buyers and the onlookers. Tang Zhen, who was very curious about this kind of sales method, directly walked in. After walking into the arena, Tang Zhen immediately saw a large black mass of onlookers with different appearances. They were staring at the middle of the arena without blinking while continuously discussing. More than a dozen foreign cultivators, who were 3 meters tall and had bulging muscles all over their bodies, were wearing skeletal armor and holding large swords in their hands. They were acting as guards here, trying to deter those who had ill intentions. 2 non-human women in revealing clothes, covered in flesh-cut tattoos, were carrying mud balls and placing them on a 10-meter-long wooden table. These white mud balls were the treasure-hiding mud balls mentioned by the non-humankind merchants, and there might be priceless treasures inside. Of course, most of the mud balls only contained ordinary items that were not of much value. However, since they came from advanced buildings, there was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. In fact, many wild cultivators were very interested in the items sold in high-grade Lusheng. When they encountered items for sale, if they were useful to them, they would not hesitate to spend their brain jewels to buy them. From their point of view, the powerful and rich items in the city were guaranteed to be of high quality, and they would be very proud to use them. There were many similarities between the original world and the Otherworld, and they were actually similar in this regard. The remaining bandits of the raiding groups had used this mentality to package the high-class buildings in many unknown items, and then they could make a huge profit. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly as he looked at the members of the raiding group, who had a fierce look on their faces and a pleased expression flickering in their eyes. It was obvious that they had obtained the permission of the manager of the Wanderer Market to do such a business, and the distribution of profits had been discussed long ago. This was also the reason why the looters, who were regarded as cancer by all Lucheng, could appear here openly without worrying about being beheaded and going to Lucheng to get the reward. Different from the original world, the aboriginals of the Lusheng world were not too clear about the distinction between good and evil. After all, this was a world where everyone could kill. If killing people was considered evil, then 90% of the cultivators were filled with evil, and countless buildings were even more evil. Different people had different opinions on the same thing, so it would be difficult to get a unified standard in the world of Lusheng to evaluate good and evil. Tang Zhen did not have the mood to care about right or wrong that had nothing to do with him. His purpose in coming here was to test the origin source pendant that he had just obtained. He took out the origin pendant from his pocket and gently held it in his hand. Tang Zhen began to control his spiritual force and hit the world origin fragment embedded in the pendant. The fragment of the world's origin, which was originally in the shape of a blue gem, suddenly flickered at this moment and then dimmed. However, as the symbols on the pendant flickered, a dense qi that was invisible to the naked eye seemed to swiftly gather above Tang Zhen's head. Qi was like a canopy, and fortune was like a tide. After sensing the changes in his body, Tang Zhen actually did not discover too many abnormalities. After all, luck was something that could not be seen or touched. However, it could be felt. Fortune and fortune were extremely important to ordinary people, but Tang Zhen didn't place much importance on it. What he cared about was the trace of special power that could affect the changes in one's fate and help one to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Moreover, Tang Zhen was also clear that the higher the level of a life form's evolution, the less influence it would have on fate. In fact, when it evolved to a certain level, it could even influence the fate of countless people related to it. The connection between them was really mysterious. Of course, for the current Tang Zhen, this origin pendant was still very useful. Moreover, he was extremely interested in the manufacturing method and had made up his mind to take some time to study it in detail. After putting the origin pendant into his pocket, Tang Zhen pushed away the onlookers blocking his way and walked over. 759 Chapter 757 Killing Intent. At this time, a new pile of treasure mud balls was sent up. However, they were not big, only the size of a human head. The foreign cultivators who were waiting to buy the mud balls looked disappointed. They were obviously not satisfied with the size and appearance of the mud balls. Although the value of a treasure wasn't in its size, no matter how cheap a big thing was, it still wouldn't give people the feeling that it was a loss to buy it. If it was a treasure, the big thing was also worth more. Of course, the prices of these treasure mud balls were not set according to their volume, but a unified price. If someone wanted them at the same time, they could buy them at a higher price. With the constant bidding and the appearance of treasures from time to time, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up and it was very lively. However, the appearance of this batch of mud balls was the same, so it was impossible to make any further deductions based on their appearance. It was meaningless to estimate the weight in this way. While the onlookers were talking among themselves, the foreign cultivator in red who was in charge of the sales had already picked up a mud ball and started selling it after showing it to the crowd. Under normal circumstances, the first treasure mud ball of each batch wouldn't be sold for a high price, because the foreign cultivators weren't sure of the quality of the mud balls, so they would use the first one as a pathfinder. Only when the first treasure mud ball was good would there be people fighting for the rest, calling out high prices one after another. Just as everyone was hesitating, Tang Zhen was the first to make a bid. He easily bought this hidden treasure mud ball. After all, he was only testing the effects of the origin pendant. Unlike the foreign cultivators around him, who were very utilitarian, he didn't think too much about it when he bought it. Not to mention, he didn't care much about a building that wasn't even in the national level. Since Tang Zhen had bought this hidden treasure mud ball, he would have to open it in public. This was also the rule that was set when he sold it. If it was an ordinary item, it would be fine, but if it really was a good item, those onlookers who were interested would buy it at a high price, and they could make a lot of money by reselling it. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the middle of the arena. He looked at the hidden treasure mud ball on the table and extended his finger to gently flick it. With a crisp sound, the mud casing that had been dried and looked like porcelain instantly shattered, revealing the item wrapped in large grass leaves. At this moment, everyone stretched their necks and stared at Tang Zhen's actions without turning their eyes away. They wanted to see what item he had obtained. He opened the leaf and revealed a fist-sized piece of strange metal that was shining with seven-colored light. When the onlookers saw this, they immediately revealed puzzled expressions. They didn't know what this thing was and how much it was worth. Tang Zhen was slightly startled. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He once again carefully sized up this metal before keeping it without a change in his expression. "Hey, what's that? Is it a material for forging weapons? I'm not sure. Who knows what it is? I say, brother, bring that metal over and let everyone take a look at it for you. Maybe it's something good and can be sold for a good price." For a time, the surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. However, Tang Zhen did not bother with them and directly walked down the stage. However, at this moment, a foreign cultivator stopped Tang Zhen. He used a condescending gaze to sweep over Tang Zhen. After which, he said with a somewhat hoarse voice, "Human cultivator, show me what you have. If it's something I want, I'll give you a satisfactory price." This foreign cultivator was wearing a zebra-like robe. It was hard to tell if it was white with black stripes or black with white stripes, but it looked very strange. From the aura he exuded, one could confirm that he was a grade -8 holy master. It was just that when the other party spoke, there was a sense of arrogance. There was even a hint of command in his tone, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the other party and replied with an expressionless face, "I'm sorry, but I'm keeping this. I'm not planning to sell it." He didn't waste any time and walked around the other party, continuing to walk out of the venue. The Holy Master frowned when he heard this. When he saw that Tang Zhen was about to disappear, he immediately said loudly on purpose, "I'll give you 1,000,000 brain beads, and you'll sell me that piece of metal." How about it? As soon as he said that, the onlookers were stunned. They did not expect that the small piece of 7-colored metal could be sold for such a sky-high price. One must know that 1,000,000 brain beads were equivalent to 10 level 6 brain beads, and was definitely not a small sum. Although 10 level 6 brains could be picked up with one hand, hunting monsters was extremely difficult. Sometimes, several cultivators of the same level couldn't kill a single monster of the same level, and might even be injured by it. They wanted to kill low-level monsters in the wilderness to accumulate brain matter, but because of the limited number, it was far from worth the effort of high-level cultivators. The only way was to find a level 5 building that opened the interplane passage and pay to enter to earn brain pearls. Of course, after a cultivator advanced to the Lord rank, the method of earning brain beads was no longer limited to killing monsters. However, the more they earned, the more they spent. Thus, most Lord-tier cultivators had a limited number of brain beads in their pockets. In addition to the continuous recycling of the cornerstone platform, the value of the brain beads had always been stable. The number of 1,000,000 brain beads was enough to drive many cultivators crazy. At this moment, many foreign cultivators had greedy expressions on their faces. They kept sizing up Tang Zhen's back as if they were planning something in their hearts. Tang Zhen was unmoved when he heard this. However, he was sneering in his heart as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The foreign holy master harbored ill intentions and actually shouted out those words in public. It was obvious that he intended to use such a method to force Tang Zhen to sell the piece of metal to him. However, this fellow's offer was too insincere. He only offered 1,000,000 brain beads. Did he really think he was a club? If the other party were to offer 100 low-grade origin stones, Tang Zhen would have regarded him highly. This was because the other party did indeed have good eyesight and was able to recognize the origin of this special metal. However, looking at his style of doing things now, there was no need for that. When the Holy Master saw that Tang Zhen was unmoved, he rolled his eyes and shouted again, "I don't care who you are, as long as you come to me for that piece of metal, I can exchange it for 1.5 million brain beads." When the cultivators heard this, their hearts moved. The cultivators who originally had an attitude of watching the fun were now eager to try. Tang Zhen, who was about to step out of the arena, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned his head and looked at the foreign holy master with a dark expression. A faint murderous aura spread out from his body. The other party's words were too sinister. It was equivalent to telling all the cultivators present that no matter who had that piece of metal, they could exchange it for 1.5 million brain beads from him. As a result, Tang Zhen had become the target of public criticism. If he didn't have any ability, he might not be able to live until tomorrow morning. Even a man made of mud would have some anger, not to mention that Tang Zhen had killed countless people. He had even killed a dozen king-level enemies. How could he allow a 3-star horde leader to frame him in public? At this moment, the foreign holy master stood with his hands behind his back. When he saw Tang Zhen looking at him with an unkind expression, he immediately revealed a proud smile and snorted, "Human cultivator, it seems like you've thought it through and are ready to sell it to me." Hee, that's right. However, that was then and this was now. Right now, you're selling it for 500,000 brain beads, while others are still selling it for 1.5 million. I'm asking you, are you selling? Tang Zhen chuckled when he heard that. He glanced at the foreign holy master and asked in a curious tone, "Actually, other than this piece of metal, I have an even more precious item. I wonder if you are interested in buying it." The foreign holy master's eyes lit up and he asked urgently, "What's that?" "Show me." Tang Zhen stretched out his hand and pointed at the foreign holy master, saying, "It's your dog life, 100 million brain beads, no bargaining." Tang Zhen's words immediately caused the surroundings to become silent. 760 Chapter 758 Kill and Leave. At this moment, in the arena, Tang Zhen's expression was calm and indifferent. However, the words he said were earth-shattering. The onlookers were curious. After identifying the aura that Tang Zhen revealed, they were afraid that he had just advanced to the Lord tier not long ago. Moreover, his clothes and armor were simple. With one look, they could tell that he didn't have any background. The Holy Master himself was a grade -8 and a true grade 3 lord. He was dressed in bright armor and spoke without restraint. It was clear that he had a high status in the Wanderer market. One could tell who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. But it was this human cultivator, who was at a disadvantage in all aspects, who actually wanted to sell the foreign holy master's life, and he even asked for 100 million brain beads. Was he crazy from poverty or was he scared silly? Why did he make such an irrational move? Didn't he know that he was seeking his own death? Or could it be that this unremarkable human lord had the confidence to not fear the foreign holy masters, which was why he had said such arrogant words? Of course, this wasn't impossible. After all, there were many hidden talents in the wanderer market. It was possible that an unremarkable cultivator was a powerful expert who killed without blinking or had the support of a powerful organization. For a time, the onlookers had many thoughts in their minds. Their expressions changed rapidly as they sized up Tang Zhen and the Holy Master. They were prepared to watch a good show. The original sales activities were also forced to stop. The tall foreign guard wanted to stop them, but he was stopped in time and slowly retreated to the side. In the surrounding buildings, a few cultivators who were hiding in the dark and emitting a terrifying aura were staring at Tang Zhen with a thoughtful expression. At that moment, countless eyes were focused on Tang Zhen and the foreign holy master, waiting to see what would happen next. However, the foreign holy master's expression changed when he heard that, and his face instantly darkened. He felt a little uneasy in his heart when he saw Tang Zhen's words and actions. He was afraid that the other party was a member of some large faction and would bring him unnecessary trouble. However, Tang Zhen's words had caused him to feel embarrassed in front of everyone's eyes. In order to save his face, he had to make Tang Zhen admit defeat. "Human cultivator, you're joking, right?" The foreign holy master gritted his teeth and asked. It seemed like he would attack if Tang Zhen said no. It wasn't certain whether he would kill them or not, but he had to teach them a lesson so that they would obediently admit defeat and let the onlookers know that their dignity could not be offended. It was just that this foreign race holy master was too conceited and did not realize that his previous sinister actions had already angered Tang Zhen and his life was already in danger. Courting death wasn't scary. What was scary was that one still didn't have any awareness when death was at hand. After hearing the foreign holy master's words, Tang Zhen sneered and shook his head slightly. "I've said it before, 100 million. If you don't have it, I'm going to take your dog life. You're seeking death." The foreign holy master roared and a translucent ice spear appeared in his hand. It exuded a biting cold air and shot toward Tang Zhen. If he was hit by this ice spear, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. "You're the one who's looking for death, idiot." A trace of disdain immediately flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes when he saw the ice spear shooting over. Soon after, his body suddenly flashed like an illusion and instantly disappeared from his original spot without a trace. The onlookers and the foreign holy master felt their hearts skip a beat at the sight, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. This was not the speed of a lord-tier cultivator, unless the person was a king-tier cultivator. After realizing this point, those foreign tribe cultivators who had evil thoughts earlier felt chills all over their bodies. They could not help but shrink their necks. They were afraid that Tang Zhen had seen the greed in their eyes. The foreign holy master felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was terrified and shouted, "Senior, I was wrong, I have 100 million brain beads, I'll buy Yingluo." It's too late. The foreign holy master's body stiffened, and he fell limply to the ground with an expression of disbelief and regret. His dead fish-like eyes were wide open, as if he had never dreamed that he would lose his life so easily. Although there were no injuries on the surface of his body, one would discover that his heart, meridians, and internal organs had long been smashed into pieces. This was a special force-exerting technique, a secret technique of the spirit race. When a king-level cultivator used it, even an iron wall would be shattered, let alone a body of flesh and blood. At this moment, the surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They were shocked by the sudden reversal. When they saw Tang Zhen kill a 3-star horde leader with a single move, they were all abnormally terrified. The methods of a king-level cultivator were indeed terrifying. Tang Zhen clapped his hands. He swept his gaze over the surrounding spectators who were as quiet as cicadas in winter before walking out of the door. From the beginning to the end, not a single cultivator dared to stop him. They could only watch Tang Zhen leave. Tang Zhen did not hesitate any longer after leaving the place where the treasure mud ball was being sold. He swiftly headed out of the market. Now that he knew the location of the three-eyed being's tower and had verified the pendant's effects, there was no longer any need for him to stay here. As for whether the foreign tribe holy master he had killed had the support of a powerful force, Tang Zhen did not care at all. He would counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Even if the other party sent people to hunt him down and take revenge, what did Tang Zhen have to fear? A dignified king-level cultivator had been schemed against in public. If he wasn't severely punished, Tang Zhen would be too easy to talk to. Of course, the foreign holy master did not know Tang Zhen's true cultivation level. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do such a thing even if he was given a few more guts. He would definitely regret it before he died. At the same time, he would definitely complain in his heart, "You're a king-level cultivator, why are you pretending to be a lord-level cultivator?" At this moment, Tang Zhen had already walked out of the Wanderer Market. He coldly glanced at the cultivators who were keeping an eye on him. Immediately after, his body soared into the sky and instantly disappeared without a trace. After his figure disappeared, two foreign cultivators slowly appeared in a small alley not far away. They looked in the direction he had left in with blank expressions. From their cultivation fluctuations, they were clearly king-level cultivators. "Big brother, are we just going to let this matter go?" A gray-robed king-level cultivator asked his companion. His thin and small body seemed to be unable to support this long robe. It seemed to be empty, and there seemed to be something hidden inside, as red mist continued to spread out. "This person isn't simple. Even if you and I attack at the same time, I'm afraid we might not be able to kill him. However, from the looks of it, this human king seems to be passing by here by chance. I don't think he'll come back, so there's no need to investigate," the other king-level cultivator said coldly. The two balls in his hands were spinning rapidly, exuding flames that alternated between hot and cold. They were obviously not ordinary objects. After a pause, he continued, "Although Zamo is greedy and has a death wish, he's still one of us. If we don't give him an explanation, I'm afraid it'll disappoint his subordinates. So when we go back, we'll issue a kill order with a higher bounty. This way, no one will say anything." The gray-robed cultivator nodded his head lightly. "I'll listen to you. Let's just deal with it this way." After saying that, their figures flickered and they disappeared from their original spot. 761 The legendary battle to the controller of this Wanderer Market. Maintaining the stability of the market and protecting their own status and safety were the things they were most concerned about. If Tang Zhen was an ordinary lord cultivator, he would not be able to leave safely today. He would probably be surrounded by countless cultivators before he could even leave the Wanderer Market. After all, the person he had killed wasn't an ordinary cultivator, but a 3-star horde leader, an important member of the market's management. It was reasonable for the manager of the Wanderer Market to step forward and kill Tang Zhen to pay with his life. However, when they found out that Tang Zhen was a king-level cultivator, the situation changed. After all, everyone knew the strength of a king-level cultivator. They also knew how much a price they had to pay to make Tang Zhen yield. They didn't have the confidence, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Therefore, the two king-level cultivators who were hiding behind the scenes immediately made the decision that was most beneficial to them. They would put on a show to silence the crowd and then secretly ignore this matter as if it had never happened. Of course, the premise of this matter was that Tang Zhen had to have no intention of getting involved with the benefits of the Wanderer Market. Otherwise, even if he was a fierce dragon crossing the river, those local snakes would not let him off. They would even think of ways to kill him. At this moment, Tang Zhen was already very far away from the Wanderer Market. He was heading straight for the Three-Eyed Man's building area according to the information provided by the foreign merchants. According to the foreign merchant, the Three-Eyed Man's city was at least 10,000 miles away. Near the city was an ancient battlefield, surrounded by ruins. It was said that back then, more than 10 towers had joined forces to attack a giant tower, and an extremely fierce battle had taken place. Of course, this legendary giant city wasn't a 3-headed, 6-armed humanoid city that could move. Instead, the residents of the city were all giants over 10 meters tall. The city that these giants lived in was a city of steel that was as tall as a mountain, and its walls were indestructible. Ever since these giants had built the city, they had been occupying a rich plain for thousands of years and had become the overlords of this area. Countless foreign races were under the control of these giants. They lived in fear every day, afraid that they would be captured by these giants and become their food. In order to escape the fate of being food, some races directly moved away from this place. Some were reluctant to part with their homeland, so they secretly planned how to escape from the control of the giant city. Of course, it would be best to destroy the Tower of Giants. That way, it would be done once and for all. Perhaps the heavens had eyes. When a few foreign races, buildings joined forces to explore a wild building, they encountered a very terrifying thing, but they also accidentally discovered some special items. After the alien cultivators' research, they found that if these special items were used well, they might be able to escape their tragic fate and escape from the control of the giant tower. Therefore, these non-human race buildings conspirated and formulated a special plan, which was quickly implemented. They first captured thousands of wanderers and tricked them into consuming a special item that had been cultivated. Then, they used them as food and sent them all to the giant tower. Since they had entered the giant tower as food, the fate of these wanderers had long been decided. In the end, they would all become the main ingredients for the giants' soup and barbecue. However, the giants, who had already let their guard down, did not know that this batch of food had been added with seasoning, and an extremely deadly item was hidden in their bodies. Even though these giants had terrifying digestive and resistance, they still couldn't do anything to this special creature from a foreign world. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the residents of the giant city to be infected with a strange disease. All of them lost their appetite and their bodies quickly became thin, looking like withered bones. The noble of the giant city realized that things were not good. Just as he was about to find out the reason, the residents of the city suddenly died one after another. Their deaths were very ferocious and miserable. When they examined the bodies, the giants were horrified to find that a huge parasite had appeared in the bodies of the dead, occupying their entire digestive system. It was also because of the existence of these parasites that the residents of the giant towers quickly became thin. When the parasites ran out of nutrients, they began to devour the blood essence of the giants. After discovering this situation, the entire giant tower immediately fell into chaos. All the patients were gathered together and examined one by one. The final result of the examination shocked the city lord of the giant tower. It turned out that among the thousands of residents in the giant tower, more than half of them had been infected by the parasite. Their faces were yellow and their bodies were extremely weak, as if a gust of wind could blow them away. He tried to use drugs to repel the parasite and even cut open its stomach to remove it, but it was useless. This was because if the parasite died, it would release a poison that would kill the host immediately. Originally, according to the parasite's normal size, even if it released that kind of deadly poison, the amount would be extremely limited. It would not be able to do anything to these strange giants with abnormal physiques. However, after the parasite entered the giant's body, a mutation occurred. The giant's body began to grow rapidly, and it was now countless times larger than its original size. The death toxin that they were releasing was something that even the giants could not withstand. It could be said that the combat power of the giant's tower had been weakened to the limit. If a war broke out, the giant's tower would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, even the giants, who didn't like to think the most, realized that they had been set up by someone and had fallen into a huge conspiracy. If there were no accidents, it wouldn't be long before a large number of enemies attacked. From this moment on, the giant city had fallen into a critical juncture of life and death. The slightest carelessness would lead to the destruction of the city and the death of people. Therefore, the giants whose digestive organs had not been invaded by the parasites, or who still had the strength to fight after being infected, all began their pre-battle preparations. At the same time, the city gates were tightly shut, not allowing any information to leak out. However, at this moment, the army of more than 10 towers, as well as a large number of wild cultivators and wanderers, suddenly arrived at the city. Without any hesitation, the cultivators of the allied forces launched a fierce attack on the giant tower. For a moment, the sky and the ground were filled with cultivators. The giant city, which had not yet been upgraded to a national level and did not have a protective shield, was broken through in an instant. Then, the cultivators of the allied forces marched straight in and fought with the remaining residents of the giant city. The residents of the giant city were huge and strong. In addition, they were wearing heavy armor that was several fingers thick. Each of them was like a moving fortress. Every attack would kill countless cultivators of the Alliance army. However, since the Allied forces dared to attack the giant's tower, they must have made preparations. At this moment, countless cultivators of the Allied forces took out a kind of earthy yellow fruit and threw it at the giants. As the fruits shattered, Sticky and slippery vegetable oil seeped out of the broken fruits and stained the giants' armor and bodies. Then, as long as he touched it with flames, the fat on the giants' bodies would burn rapidly, turning the giants into moving torches. The entire giant tower was immediately plunged into a sea of fire. The giants were burning everywhere and roaring in pain. They stepped on the corpses of the allied cultivators and desperately pounced on the enemies who were throwing fat fruits. Every attack meant the death of a large number of cultivators from the allied forces. However, the residents of the giant city tower who launched the attack would also fall to the ground and never get up. The sound of burning fat kept coming from their bodies. The pungent smell of barbecued meat filled the entire sky above them, making them want to vomit. When the last giant fell, the entire giant tower had been turned into ruins. There were burning corpses everywhere, and the iron walls that had been burned red by the flames. As for the Cultivator Alliance, they had suffered even more losses. Corpses were stacked on top of each other. Many of them had been trampled on and turned into meat paste, or they had been burned into black charcoal along with the giants. 762 Arrival. Bombing. After this battle, this giant city was completely destroyed. The powerful race that originally dominated a region had become history. In fact, there were many similar things, even more so in the world of Lusheng. Countless races of the world of Lusheng, which were once extremely powerful, were eventually buried in the dust of history and were rarely mentioned in the future. This was the true and cruel reality of the world of Lusheng. Everyone who knew the truth was shocked. It was said that the three-eyed man was the winner of the war. After receiving the wealth of the giant tower, they began to grow rapidly and became more and more powerful. As for the other buildings, they had declined due to various reasons. In the end, they served as a foil for the three-eyed man's rise and gradually disappeared from the plain. From then on, the three-eyed being became the sole ruler of the area. It was also for this reason that many foreign merchants knew of the existence of this national tower city, allowing Tang Zhen to easily find out its specific location. From this point of view alone, it was not a good thing to be too famous. Although it could better intimidate the surrounding areas, it was equivalent to exposing oneself to the outside world. If there were more king-level cultivators like Tang Zhen who tried to find trouble, even a national-level city might not be able to handle it. However, every city that was promoted to a national level had to go through countless conquests and massacres, and there would never be a lack of enemies. At this moment, Tang Zhen was hurrying with all his might. His speed had already been raised to the limit. His entire person was like a phantom in the clouds that disappeared in an instant. Judging from his current speed, it wouldn't be long before he reached the three-eyed being's tower. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers along the way and passed by countless buildings of different sizes. Even though some places were as beautiful as a fairyland, Tang Zhen did not stop for a moment. Only when the undulating ground became incomparably flat and a giant skull wearing an iron helmet suddenly appeared on the grass did Tang Zhen's heart become happy. He knew that he had already arrived at his destination. He glanced at the giant skeleton on the ground and saw that it was almost petrified. Its two black eye sockets were staring at the sky listlessly, and the huge iron helmet on its head had long been rusty. Around the skull, there were some huge pieces of metal armor. They were like stone tablets stuck in the ground. They had been eroded by the wind and rain. After countless years, this place had become a paradise for small animals. Wild rats were going in and out of the skull's open mouth, and a few colorful birds were resting on the top of the metal armor. They didn't realize that the owner of the skeleton under their feet used to be a powerful alien cultivator. These were obviously the remains of the Great War. Even after countless years, they still seemed to be silently telling the passers-by the glory of a fallen race. At this moment, a dozen wanderer-dressed men and women were resting in front of the giant skull. It seemed that they had traveled a long way, and all of them had travel-worn expressions. One of the middle-aged men was sitting on a rock, holding an unknown instrument in his arms, plucking the strings and singing. The song was bleak and distant, as if it was filled with the memory of happiness and the confusion of the future. Coupled with the surrounding environment, it made people feel a sense of desolation. After Tang Zhen listened to the story, he descended from the sky and landed in front of the wanderers. The wanderers were startled when they saw Tang Zhen's sudden appearance. They immediately stood up and bowed to Tang Zhen. "Respected Lord Cultivator, is there anything we can do for you?" The middle-aged man who was playing the zither earlier had a respectful expression. After bowing and standing up, he carefully asked Tang Zhen, "I'm just asking for directions. Do any of you know where the three-eyed man's tower is? Tang Zhen glanced at the middle-aged man and asked in an indifferent tone. The middle-aged man immediately replied, if we walk from here to where the sun rises for 2 days, we'll be able to enter the three-eyed being's building area. However, no one is allowed to get close to that place now, and there are often soldiers patrolling there. Once they find an intruder, they will kill him without even asking. That middle-aged man kindly reminded Tang Zhen, letting him know of the dangers near the three-eyed man. Tang Zhen was not surprised when he heard this. After all, the three-eyed foreign being was preparing to invade their original world. During this period of time, it was reasonable to impose a curfew in the surrounding area to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Tang Zhen simply did not put these servant races that were vassals to the three-eyed man in his eyes. This was because they simply did not have the qualifications to stop him. Nodding to the middle-aged man, Tang Zhen's figure once again soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That middle-aged man was stunned as he looked in the direction that Tang Zhen had disappeared. It was a long time before he withdrew his gaze. He frowned and pondered for a moment before signaling everyone to leave this place as soon as possible. Someone asked the middle-aged man, confused. Why did he look so worried? The middle-aged man heard this and explained to the crowd, the cultivator who fell from the sky just now must be very powerful. I think he's probably a king-level cultivator. He asked me about the location of the three-eyed being's tower, and even though I told him that the tower was heavily guarded, his expression didn't change at all. He was obviously fearless. Although we've only met for a short while, I could feel a suppressed killing intent from him. Coupled with his question, I'm certain that he's going to the three-eyed being's tower to seek revenge. At this point, the middle-aged man sighed and said in a serious tone, compared to these cultivators with astonishing strength, the lives of us wanderers aren't much more valuable than that of ants. Therefore, it's best to hide as far away as possible when we encounter such an incident. After all, only by staying away from the source of the disaster can one live a safe and healthy life. In just a few short sentences, the middle-aged man's sharp judgment was revealed, as well as his way of survival that was summed up with blood and tears. The middle-aged wanderer's cautiousness and experience had allowed them to escape with their lives. It was a pity that this person didn't have any cultivation, and he was restricted by his identity as a wanderer. In this special world where strength was respected, it would be difficult for him to achieve much. Tang Zhen did not know that his intention of coming had already been seen through by others. However, the killing intent that had accumulated on his body was indeed getting heavier and heavier. It had practically condensed to the point where it was almost material. The strength of the three-eyed demonic man's city was extraordinary. No matter how conceited Tang Zhen was, he knew that with his current strength, he was still unable to take on a national-level city. Therefore, he had to succeed in one strike and severely injure the enemy. Then, he would pursue and completely destroy the three-eyed being's building. As for the super bomb used for attack, Tang Zhen had already prepared it long ago and could throw it into the enemy's base from the sky at any time. At this moment, he was soaring in the clouds, constantly searching for the three-eyed man's tower. His face was as serious as water, but his eyes were terrifyingly bright. It didn't take long for a huge city to appear on the map. It covered an area of dozens of square kilometers, like a huge monster lying quietly on the ground. In front of this huge tower, a huge vortex was spinning continuously. It was the plane transmission channel to the original world. Tang Zhen's pupils shrank when he saw this. After placing the little monster in his backpack properly, he once again rose into the air and entered the dark world. Without any hesitation, he took out the super bomb, locked onto the center of the building, and threw it down. 763 Chapter 761. Destruction. A bomb of such a size falling from the sky could be said to be difficult to miss. The moment Tang Zhen threw the bomb, the three-eyed demonic tower on the ground immediately let out a piercing alarm. In fact, as soon as the bomb appeared in the sky above the three-eyed man's building, the cultivators in the building had already discovered it and activated all the anti-air measures. Several teams of cultivators in charge of air defense soared into the sky with serious expressions, trying to intercept the super bomb. As expected of a national-level city, its reaction speed was so fast after an unexpected situation occurred. After most of the towers had been upgraded to a certain level, they would start to pay attention to the all-round defense of the towers. Whether it was in the air or underground, they would be included in the defense range of the towers. After all, the enemies they were facing were no longer just monsters. They had become more diverse, more brutal, and more cunning. When these enemies moved, they would not attack according to your settings at all. Instead, they would try their best to take advantage of all possible loopholes. Many towers were not destroyed in the war of invading the Otherworld, but instead fell under the plot of other towers. The fundamental reason was that they had neglected the defense of the towers. Therefore, after upgrading to a national-level building, no matter how many battle points he had to spend, he had to get a defensive shield to protect the building in all aspects. However, there were different grades of defensive barriers. The most common low-grade defensive barrier was the basic defensive barrier that could be exchanged for with battle points after the tower was upgraded to a national level. Although this kind of basic protective shield could defend the city, there was still a limit to its defense. Under normal circumstances, it would not be able to withstand high-intensity attacks for long. You get what you pay for. If they were not satisfied with the current protective shields, they could spend more battle points to exchange for higher-grade protective shields. The advantages and disadvantages could only be seen through comparison. Compared to the general low-level protective shield used by the upgraded national-level buildings, the special buildings that could activate the protective shield had unlimited potential. Even though their initial defense was weak and the investment was quite huge. There were even some buildings that could activate protective shields. When they were promoted to a national level, their protective shields would be as strong as the intermediate protective shields sold on the cornerstone platform. In fact, the purpose of the defensive shield was to help the city block unexpected attacks. Then, the cultivators of the city would counterattack fiercely. Of course, if it wasn't activated in time, no matter how powerful the protective shield was, it would just be a decoration. It couldn't protect the building at all. Most of the time, the defensive shield would not be turned on. After all, it consumed too much energy and no rich man could turn it on all day. The three-eyed being didn't activate the defensive barrier, because they didn't realize how terrifying the metal lump that fell from the sky was. It was also because of this negligence that they had to pay an unimaginable price. In the city of the three-eyed being, many cultivators and residents on the streets couldn't help but raise their heads to observe the situation in the sky because of the alarm. As the overlord of this land, there were almost no cultivators who dared to provoke the three-eyed being. Even if there had been, they had been killed at all costs. Moreover, Lusheng's invasion into the other world was imminent, and the entire Lusheng had entered a state of war. It was not an exaggeration to say that all the people in the city were soldiers. Under such special circumstances, there was still someone who dared to provoke them. They really didn't know how to spell the word, death. The residents of these buildings seemed to have already seen the scene of the intruders being captured and killed, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. It was not a bad thing to relax once in a while when he was under high pressure. At this moment, the super bomb was only a few hundred meters away from the three-eyed demonic humans building, and a cultivator battle team was already in the air. The cultivators were all at a loss as they looked at the industrial-looking metal lump. They couldn't figure out what it was. However, their mission was to intercept the unknown object that fell from the sky. As for its specific use, there was no need to worry about it for the time being. One of the three-eyed alien cultivators let out a loud roar and activated his cultivation skills. His arm instantly expanded several times in size as he threw a punch at the super bomb. With his advanced horde leader cultivation, this was not an act of arrogance. Instead, he was confident that he could send her flying. However, how could Tang Zhen, who was hiding in the dark world, let him do as he wished? At the same time as the foreign cultivator launched his attack, Tang Zhen held a super sniper rifle and directly locked onto his body. After a muffled gunshot, the foreign cultivator's body suddenly shattered into a large cloud of blood mist. The cultivators of Lu Cheng who were following closely behind were shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. At the same time, they looked at the place where the gunshot was just heard. However, before they could lock onto their target, muffled gunshots rang out in succession, causing the cultivators of the Lusheng to flee like rats with their hands covering their heads. From time to time, a large cloud of blood mist burst out in the air. While the cultivators were hesitating, the super bomb continued to descend, and it was less than 100 meters away from the three-eyed being's building. At this time, the electric detonator inside the super bomb had already been detonated, and the amount of nuclear fuel filled in it had reached a critical value in an instant, causing an extremely terrifying power to burst out. It was as if a sun had appeared out of thin air, completely engulfing the entire three-eyed being's building. Under the terrified gazes of the residents, the buildings were destroyed like pieces of paper. At this moment, the three-eyed tower was like hell on earth. Whether it was cultivators or ordinary residents, they were all turned into ashes by the terrifying impact of death. The ground was like a wave in the sea, constantly surging and spreading to the surrounding area. The domineering three-eyed man's city had been reduced to ashes in just a few seconds. Tang Zhen was not afraid of danger and came over from thousands of miles away. In fact, it was for the eruption at this moment. When the huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, countless living beings in the surroundings were shocked. At the same time, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the explosion. His gaze was as cold as a blade as his mental energy continuously scanned the three-eyed demonic human's ruined building. With his current strength and the special protective equipment, he could completely ignore the terrifying radiation at the center of the explosion. When he sensed the faint presence of life in the ruins, Tang Zhen immediately descended and found a three-eyed alien cultivator whose body was completely charred and his flesh had all fallen off. The foreign cultivator was already on the verge of death. He was struggling in the ruins and growling hoarsely. At this moment, it was like a trapped beast on the verge of death, constantly letting out the cries of death. Perhaps he still had endless questions in his heart, unable to understand what had happened. Why was the entire city completely destroyed in the blink of an eye? Tang Zhen glanced at the foreign cultivator. He took out a specially made pistol from his storage space and pointed it at the other party's head. He then gently pulled the trigger. 764 killing enemies as if cutting grass, one bang. After a muffled gunshot, the foreign cultivator's skull was directly split open. His body was also thrown back by the huge impact, and red and white matter splashed all over the ruins below him. However, a look of relief appeared on his twisted and ferocious face. Tang Zhen glanced at the dead three-eyed alien cultivator and turned his head away expressionlessly. He then quickly headed to the next location and another gunshot was heard. The gunshots came and went, but they lasted for a long time. Due to their extremely strong physiques, there were nearly 100 high-level cultivators who were lucky enough to survive in the three-eyed demonic human's building. They were currently struggling and roaring in the ruins. The voice was mournful and desolate, as if it contained endless anger and sorrow. To them, who were suffering from both mental and physical torture, the feeling at this moment was worse than death. You demon, beast, who are you? You destroyed my three-eye race's city, what are your intentions? A foreign race cultivator with broken armor and skin all over his body, but his head was strangely intact, was lying on his back on a huge rock at this moment. He was looking at Tang Zhen with an extremely vicious gaze. He used his palm that only had the bones of his fingers to point at Tang Zhen. Because of the intense pain and anger, his arm was constantly trembling. Pieces of flesh, pus, and blood continued to fall down. Tang Zhen merely sneered in the face of his self-reproaching question as he gently pulled the trigger. The cultivators of Lusheng must have this realization in their hearts. What was there to ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. When they were about to die, after another gunshot, all the life auras that Tang Zhen could sense had been completely wiped out. However, Tang Zhen did not let his guard down. Instead, he became more and more cautious. He took out the soul-annihilating saber. The tip of the saber touched the ground and dragged, bringing along sparks along the way. He clearly knew that he was attacking a nation's city, and king-level cultivators were an indispensable part of it. However, Tang Zhen had yet to see the figure of a king-level cultivator so far. It could be seen that they didn't die in the explosion. However, one thing was for sure. The king-level cultivator in the three-eyed demonic human's building was severely injured and was hiding somewhere in the ruins, waiting to give him a fatal blow. Of course, there was also a possibility that these king-level cultivators saw that the situation was not good and decided to avoid this fiend, Tang Zhen. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to escape from this place and wait for their injuries to recover before retaliating. With the strength of a king-level cultivator, if they were to deliberately hide, they would be no different from grass, wood, or stone. Even Tang Zhen would not be able to easily discover their traces. It was a headache to think about being hated by an unknown number of king-level cultivators, who would then secretly take revenge until one of them was dead. Therefore, in order to prevent any future trouble, Tang Zhen would never let any one of them go. He must eliminate them at the root. He extended his hand and shook it gently. The reincarnation mirror appeared in his hand before the overseer's figure appeared before Tang Zhen. some enemies have hidden their auras and can't be discovered unless they are close. Can you control your spirit body to search and determine the location of those hidden enemies? The overseer pondered for a moment after hearing this. He then nodded to Tang Zhen and said, although the environment here isn't suitable for spirit bodies to move around, it's not like they can't move. There shouldn't be any problems. Tang Zhen nodded. He casually took out a portion of the aperture leaving sand, placed it into the incense burner, and lit it up. When the smoke that was actually made up of pure yin energy rose, he indicated to the overseer that he could begin to move. Good stuff. Those guys have earned a lot this time. When the guard saw the emergent sand, he immediately recognized its origin. He first praised it, and then he saw the reincarnation mirror suddenly rise into the air, floating in the middle of the smoke. Under the control of the guard, the reincarnation mirror door opened. Countless spirits flew out of the mirror like wild horses. When they passed through the smoke from the burning of the out-of-body sand, these spirit bodies had a look of enjoyment on their faces. When they wanted to stay a little longer, they were pushed to the side by more and more spirit bodies behind them. In the blink of an eye, thousands of spirits had appeared and surrounded the reincarnation mirror. They were all recruited by the overseer to help maintain the order of the mirror world. They were the elites that the overseer had selected from countless spirits. No matter how powerful they were in their past lives, they were just ordinary spirits in the mirror world. They didn't have any special treatment. The overseer did not show the slightest bit of the humility he had shown to Tang Zhen when facing these subordinates. Instead, he loudly berated those spirit bodies, all of you, listen up. There are many enemies hidden in these ruins. Since they're enemies, there's no need to hold back. So, even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, you have to find these hidden guys. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit bodies suddenly scattered in all directions and shuttled through the ruins. Ghosts could not be seen, so it was definitely the best choice to search the ruins and find hidden enemies. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, was ready to attack. Black flames curled around the soul-annihilating saber in his hand, while the black metal ball with a special magnetic property was floating above his head and continuously rotating. Suddenly, there was a shrill cry. Then, several spiritual bodies rushed up from the ruins, their faces full of panic. Tang Zhen's pupils shrunk. His entire body was just like an arrow that had left the bow as he suddenly appeared at that spot. The soul-destroying blade was raised high before it was ruthlessly hacked down. With a muffled sound, smoke and dust filled the air as the ruins on the ground were cut through by the saber. A blood-curdling screech resounded from the ground. Soon after, a figure leapt out while pushing against the shattered rocks. His face was filled with madness as he furiously glared at Tang Zhen. The skin on his face had already fallen off, and the third eye on his forehead had long been blind. His body was covered in terrifying burns, making him look like a demon. At this moment, he was holding a wide-bladed sword in his hand, but it was already badly damaged. The armor on his body was also in a mess, making him look extremely miserable. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The foreign cultivator roared in anger and swung his sword at Tang Zhen. It was as if he had poured all his hatred into it and vowed to split Tang Zhen into two. However, even though he was a 1-star king tier, he had been severely injured by the explosion just now, and his combat power had been reduced by more than 10 to 20%. Therefore, this sword, attack that seemed to be filled with hatred, was easily dodged by Tang Zhen without even injuring his body. Go to hell, Tang Zhen shouted in a low voice. The metal ball above his head quickly flew out and turned into countless flying daggers in the blink of an eye, covering the king-grade cultivator who was struggling on the brink of death. Countless flying daggers flew back and forth, forming an impenetrable net of daggers. In less than a breath's time, this non-human king was sliced into meat paste. 765 To get rid of evil. You must get rid of the roots. After killing the king-level cultivator, the spirits that had been waiting for a long time rushed forward and greedily devoured the energy that had dissipated into the air. The energy accumulated by a king-level cultivator was far purer than ordinary energy. It had a deadly attraction to spirit bodies. It was equivalent to a special elixir that was only suitable for spirit bodies. In some legends, it was often said that ghosts devoured people's xianxia and blood essence. In fact, that kind of essence was a low-level energy that could make the spirit body that existed in the form of energy become more solid and stronger. However, compared to the energy condensed by a king-level cultivator, the energy was nothing. Tang Zhen, however, turned a blind eye to this. Instead, He continued to observe the entire building ruins, waiting for the next hidden target to appear. After all, the Three-Eyed Man was a national-level city. It was impossible for there to be only one king-level cultivator. Therefore, Tang Zhen was sure that there were still king-level cultivators under the ruins. Sure enough, it didn't take long for another sharp cry to be heard. Clearly, another spirit body had discovered the hidden king-level cultivator. However, this time around, before Tang Zhen could act, those spirit bodies that had tasted the benefits had a crazed expression on their faces. They were like a group of man-eating fish that had seen those who had fallen into the water as they all rushed in the direction of the sharp cry. Although the level of these spirit bodies was not high and could not be seen with the naked eye, they had the means to kill people and could not be underestimated. Their nature was unruly. Although they were submissive when facing Tang Zhen and the overseer, it did not mean that they were the same towards other creatures. The injured high-level cultivators were the most delicious food for the spirits. They all rushed toward the king-level cultivator like flies. The king-level cultivator who had been hiding in the ruins had crawled out of a pile of charred bodies and was screaming in pain. He was like a trapped beast, constantly waving his heavily injured limbs in an attempt to drive away the dense and ferocious spirit bodies. If he wasn't injured, he might be able to easily resist the siege of these spirit bodies, and at the very least, he could escape. But now, his legs were broken and they were crossed at a strange angle. The white bones had pierced through his skin and were exposed to the air. He was clearly completely crippled. Just like all the other foreign cultivators, this king-level cultivator's skin and flesh fell off his body. With a light shake, a large piece of skin and flesh fell off his body. His face was as unsightly as a demon's. As for his eyes, they had been completely destroyed and he could not see anything. Ah, get lost, all of you get lost. The king-level cultivator screamed and used all his skills, but he couldn't stop the spirits. In the eyes of the spirits, this king-class cultivator was a delicious piece of meat. Even if their souls were in danger of being destroyed, they still rushed forward without fear. Every time the spirit body touched the king-level cultivator, a piece of his flesh would be torn off. Then, the spirit body would fly to the side and quickly absorb the energy contained in the flesh. Sinister and sinister laughter came from the mouths of the spirits who had obtained flesh and blood. They could not suppress the look of enjoyment on their faces. Under the siege of the spirit bodies, the dying king-level cultivator's flesh and blood were torn off in the blink of an eye, leaving only his skeleton. Tang Zhen coldly looked at this scene. After confirming that the king-level cultivator was dead, he turned his eyes to a corner. In that place, Tang Zhen could feel the auras of a large number of brain beads and origin stones. It was likely that this place was the treasure room of the three-eyed demonic human. However, after a terrifying explosion, most of the treasures had been reduced to ashes, and there were very few items left. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Moreover, there were origin stones within. Tang Zhen naturally would not miss this opportunity. Tang Zhen's eyes suddenly narrowed just as he was about to lift up the shattered rock and store these treasures. His entire person instantly disappeared from his original spot. Boom! The instant Tang Zhen disappeared, a huge pit suddenly appeared at the spot where he was standing. It was as though an invisible giant's foot had directly stepped on the spot where Tang Zhen had been. If Tang Zhen did not retreat in time, he would most likely be crushed into meat paste by this terrifying force. 5 figures of different heights appeared at the same time, each of them exuding the terrifying aura of king-level cultivators. They were the three-eyed demonic humans who had survived the explosion. It turned out that during the explosion, these king-level cultivators had been cultivating in Lu Cheng's basement. That was how they had escaped death. However, they were still in a sorry state. They were all injured, and 2 of them even had missing limbs. Damn it, he's not invisible. He's using a special method to escape. A king-level three-eyed being roared. The third eye on his forehead that could see through the dark world was slowly closing. The other king-level cultivators' faces were also gloomy. They looked as if they couldn't wait to swallow Tang Zhen alive as they gritted their teeth. Can anyone tell me who this human king is? Why did he attack our Lu Cheng? A three-eyed man wearing a strange robe snorted coldly as he looked at the ruins of the city. He was the three-eyed being's clan leader and also the city lord of this building. He was the only 2-star king amongst the 5 king-level cultivators present. The other king-level cultivators looked at each other. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. They clearly couldn't guess Tang Zhen's purpose. No matter what, This bastard destroyed our tower. We can't live under the same sky. So even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, we can't let him go. The other king-level cultivator said viciously. He couldn't hide the sorrow on his face. His family and friends had all died in the explosion. After all, they weren't king-level cultivators. They couldn't resist this kind of destructive attack. Well, it's too late to say anything now. Let's search carefully to see if there are any survivors and then leave immediately. There seems to be some kind of poison in the air that is extremely harmful to us. The king-level cultivator said in a decisive voice. The other king-level cultivators nodded in agreement and began to move in different directions. However, before they could disperse, they suddenly saw more than 10 streaks of light flying toward them from the sky. The speed of the light was extremely fast, and it seemed to contain a strong killing intent. 766 Repenting, not good, quickly dodge. A few king-level cultivators roared in unison. Their faces were filled with fear as they quickly dodged the attacks of the light. However, the light was like a maggot in their bones. It was tightly biting the 5 king-level cultivators, and they couldn't get rid of it. By now, the king-level cultivators had discovered that the light was actually a small sword that was less than half a foot long. It was shining brightly and was obviously extremely sharp. As they dodged, they also used various techniques to stop the small sword from chasing them. However, before they could escape from the pursuit of the small sword, another group of black dots appeared in the sky and locked onto the king-level cultivators. Bastard, what the hell is this? One of the king-level cultivators had to dodge the flying sword behind him and also guard against the falling strip-like object. He was in a very difficult position. The king-level cultivator's eyes scanned the items that fell from the sky. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with shock. The black dots that fell from the sky were actually tungsten steel bars as thick as a child's arm. They had enough power to penetrate metal and stone, and they smashed into the ground, creating huge pits. One of the king-level cultivators was already heavily injured, and he had used up a lot of his energy to dodge the flying sword. Now that he was faced with this tungsten steel bar, he couldn't completely dodge it. The phantom-like tungsten steel bar whistled through the air, brushing past his body, directly ripping off his shoulder, and then continued to pierce through his body. After a scream, the king-level cultivator was smashed into meat paste. The king-level cultivator had died a miserable death. Not only did he not have an intact corpse, but the energy within his body had also dissipated. This time, he was truly dead, his soul completely destroyed. The rest of the king-level cultivators were all shocked. They didn't dare to be distracted, and they used all their strength to avoid the deadly pursuit from behind and above. What made them feel the most depressed was that these flying swords and tungsten steel bars seemed to be controlled by someone, completely trapping them in a very small area, making it impossible for them to escape. Just as the king-class cultivators were trying to figure out how to escape, the spirit bodies that they had previously ignored suddenly attacked. They swarmed toward the king-class cultivators and blocked their escape route. This scene was like a high-speed car suddenly running into a ground full of gravel. The consequences were simply unimaginable. The king-level cultivators' eyes were bloodshot. They were extremely angry. They used all their techniques, including fire, gravity, lightning, and ice spears, in an attempt to get rid of the spirits in their way. Who would have thought that at the same time, a dozen more streams of light would come from the horizon, and at the same time, the black dots in the sky would come again like a rain. When the king-level cultivators saw this, their hearts were filled with endless despair and sorrow. The continuous appearance of the flying swords, coupled with the tungsten steel bars and the frenzied spiritual bodies, had already formed a fatal situation, making it impossible for the seriously injured to escape. I hate you, Yingluo. A flying sword pierced through a king-level cultivator's body. A hole the size of a human head appeared in his chest, and his internal organs were all shattered in the blink of an eye. After the flying sword pierced through the king-class cultivator's body, it nimbly changed its direction again. It continued to shuttle back and forth with the other flying swords, cutting his body like a sieve. Plop! The king-level cultivator's corpse fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, a translucent energy figure rushed out of the body. Its face was exactly the same as the king-level cultivators. Unlike the low-level spirits that could only be seen in the dark world and the gray fog, this king-level cultivator's energy body appeared in broad daylight and could be seen with the naked eye. When the other spirit bodies saw this, they all rushed towards the king-level energy body and formed a huge ball. The cultivator's energy body that was trying to escape let out a miserable howl and was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye, swallowed by the wolf-like spirit bodies. Unknowingly, there were a few especially powerful existences among these spirit bodies that could be faintly seen with the naked eye. The other king-level cultivators weren't doing any better. 2 more were shot by the flying swords and the tungsten steel bars. They didn't even have time to scream before they were ground into meat paste. In the smoke-filled ruins of the three-eyed being's tower, there was only one king-class cultivator who was struggling to hold on, desperately avoiding the pursuit of the flying swords and tungsten steel bars. He was the city lord of the three-eyed tower, the only 2-star king tier. However, City Lord Lu's face was twisted, and his eyes were so red that they were almost bleeding. His heart was filled with hatred and fear. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out who was attacking his tower with such cruel and brutal means. In the process of avoiding the flying sword, his gaze unintentionally swept past the location of the plane's transmission channel. Tang Zhen's figure and appearance suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately had a flash of inspiration and came to a sudden realization. Bastard, how did this happen? Scenes of the past suddenly appeared in his mind, giving him a flash of understanding, but he also felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment, and that was, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it? It turned out that by chance, Liu Cheng of the three-eyed race had obtained the plane coordinates of his original world without much effort. After the exploration, it was confirmed that the original world was rich in resources, and the energy ratio between heaven and earth was extremely low. It was destined that no cultivators could exist in the original world. No matter how one looked at it, it was an alluring cake that one could not help but take a bite of. The three-eyed race's leaders didn't hesitate to apply for the opening of the plane transmission channel on the cornerstone platform and began to prepare for the invasion of the original world. As a result, the entire city had entered a state of combat readiness. Once the dimensional portal was opened, they would invade the original world on a large scale. During this time, everything went smoothly, and it seemed that the three-eyed tower would win this invasion. As for whether the original world would be destroyed after being invaded, it was not within the three-eyed being's consideration. However, the destructive catastrophe that happened today made the heart of this king-level cultivator tremble. He subconsciously connected the two events together. This disaster must have started because of the invasion of the original world. Otherwise, the three-eyed tower wouldn't have been annihilated even though it had made countless enemies. Only when the other party was in a life-and-death crisis would they use such a crazy method to destroy their own city tower in order to prevent future trouble. The more the city lord of Three-Eyed Tower thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. His heart began to bleed. Now that he thought back to the scene, he realized that it was not a cake at all, but a piece of highly toxic bait with a huge trap hidden behind it. It was because he was too greedy that he couldn't wait to swallow the poisonous bait. As a result, he brought disaster to Liu Cheng. 767 The mysterious platform. 1 Damn it. If I find out who did this to Liu Cheng, I'll burn his bones and scatter his ashes to relieve the hatred in my heart. The king-level cultivator was so depressed that he let out a roar while being chased. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge, but it won't be your turn. Just as the three-eyed city lord roared, a man's deep voice suddenly rang in the king-level cultivator's ears, causing him to tremble in fear. He didn't need to turn around to know that the owner of this voice was the human cultivator who had just disappeared. City Master Three-Eye looked around and saw Tang Zhen floating in the air, staring at him with a cold gaze. At this moment, the killing intent in Tang Zhen's eyes was unconcealed. The soul-annihilating saber in his hand was even spitting out black flames. It could attack at any moment. Damn it, tell me, who are you? Even if I die today, I want to die clearly. The three-eyed city lord, who had been affected by the explosion and was on the verge of death, roared at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, the main culprit who destroyed his own tower, had his lower abdomen pierced by a flying sword while his mind was in a state of excitement. The power of the flying sword was terrifying. After piercing through the demonic armor on his body, it still managed to dig a bloody hole in his abdomen. The three-eyed city lord's body trembled violently. He did not care about his injuries and stopped running. Instead, he turned around to face Tang Zhen and laughed wildly. Tang Zhen frowned and slightly reduced the speed of the flying sword. However, it also made it impossible for the three-eyed city lord to escape. However, the three-eyed city lord completely ignored the flying swords. Instead, He glared at Tang Zhen with blood-red eyes. Ha ha ha, I wanted to invade the world that is related to you, but you turned around and destroyed my city. This is perfectly justified. However, I never thought that because of this, my three-eye race would suffer such a disaster. It's all my fault and I can't blame anyone else. Now, I only regret that I didn't have the chance to personally kill the mastermind who framed my three-eye race. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. The three-eyed city lord knew that he would die for sure. Therefore, at the last moment of his life, he shouted at Tang Zhen with all his might, "That damned mastermind behind the scenes schemed against you and me, planning to make both of us suffer. I can't just let this matter go. Promise me, you must take revenge on them. Since you can destroy my three-eyed race's tower, you can definitely destroy their tower as well." Before he could finish his sentence, more than a dozen flying swords shot over at the same time, cutting the three-eyed city lord's body into countless pieces. Only his head remained intact, and his eyes were wide open with anger, full of regret and unwillingness. "I've said it before, I'll definitely take revenge for this. It's just that it's not your turn to make a move." Tang Zhen looked at the energy body that had been condensed from the remains of the corpse and spoke in a faint voice. The three-eyed city lord's energy body let out a miserable laugh. He no longer tried to dodge or escape. Instead, he cupped his hands toward Tang Zhen. Immediately after, he was torn into pieces by the swarming spirit bodies. Even if the three-eyed city lord had 1,000 tricks up his sleeve, he would not be able to come back to life after his soul was devoured. Tang Zhen looked at the three-eyed city lord's head, which was still open, and shook his head. This cultivator's strength was similar to his. Even if he didn't have as many magical and sharp means as his, as a city lord, he must have an extremely powerful trump card in his hands. Unfortunately, the three-eyed city lord was suppressed by Tang Zhen from the beginning and did not have any chance to fight back. If he knew that the super bomb that destroyed the three-eyed tower came from the original world where he thought it was extremely low risk, what would he think? Tang Zhen slowly walked to the center of the ruins. He kept the remaining treasures into his storage space and then carefully searched the entire ruins. After confirming that there were no more survivors of the three-eye race, Tang Zhen's voice and figure soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The whole process took less than 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, it would not even be able to break through the basic defense of a national-level building. However, under the bombardment of the super bombs in his original world, in addition to Tang Zhen's unexpected attack, the national-level city was destroyed without any resistance. This didn't mean that the weapons in the original world were powerful, but that the three-eyed tower lacked the corresponding defensive means and was caught off guard. If they had realized the danger of the super bomb and activated the protective shield in time, they would have suffered a lot of damage, but they would not have been annihilated. The nature of war was this cruel. No mercy was allowed. Even though Tang Zhen had long known that countless foreign races would lose their lives, he did not have any choice. After all, once the war started, it was either you die or I die. Any kind of soft-hearted behavior could cause unimaginable losses to one's side. From this moment on, the three-eye city that had dominated this area for countless years was completely wiped out of this war zone. Not a single resident of the city survived. However, Tang Zhen did not know that half an hour after he left, a mysterious stone wall had suddenly slowly risen from the ruins of the huge building. It was emitting a dazzling light. If one could see the main body through the light, they would find that this mysterious object was the cornerstone platform that every tower had. However, Tang Zhen had already searched for the three-eyed tower's foundation stone platform and discovered that it had long been destroyed by the shock wave of the explosion. Then, where did the foundation stone platform that was rising come from? It was different from the normal foundation stone platform. At this moment, the foundation stone platform was actually in a semi-transparent state, as if it had no physical body. When it was about 10 meters above the ground, it suddenly shot out beams of light, sweeping through all the corners of the ruins. This process was like using a special method to search for residual information, and then constantly feeding it back to the cornerstone platform. As the light searched, groups of runes flashed on the foundation stone platform, as if it was a supercomputer calculating some data. By the time these runes stopped flashing, 3 photos of Tang Zhen had actually appeared on the stone wall of the cornerstone platform. One of the photos was Tang Zhen's true appearance, and the other 2 were his disguised appearance. There was a line of text at the bottom of the photo: "Foreign cultivator Tang Zhen, a 2-star king tier. His battle prowess is shocking, and his methods are strange. He single-handedly destroyed the city of the three-eyed race, which is ranked 750th in the battle zone, with a special method. The cultivator is now wanted in the entire theater of operations. After killing him, you will be rewarded with 10 million battle points and your access to the platform will be increased by 1 level. In fact, other than the photo, there was even the fluctuation of Tang Zhen's soul aura. Moreover, there was no difference with the person himself. In this way, even if Tang Zhen had changed his appearance, a high-level cultivator only needed to use his mental energy to carefully sense and he would still be able to distinguish him. As a result, Tang Zhen's situation was worrying. When the picture and the subtitles appeared, the same mission content also appeared on the countless towers and platforms in the entire battlefield. At the beginning of the mission, there were 3 dazzling star-shaped marks. Any mission that could be rated as a star was definitely not simple. When the Holy Dragon City was being upgraded, it had once received a star-ranked mission, and it was only a 1-star mission. Tang Zhen's actions this time had actually caused the cornerstone platform of this battle region to issue a 3-star wanted mission. This was enough to cause a sensation in the entire battle region. 768 Chapter 766 The target of public criticism. Just as Tang Zhen was on his way to the ice field region, the various cities in this battle region were in an uproar because of this 3-star bounty mission. Although many small loose cities didn't know the meaning of crossing the boundary and didn't have the concept of a war zone because of the level and the lack of information, they were extremely tempted by the rich rewards given by the cornerstone platform. Battle points and points were different. Points could be exchanged with brain pearls, but battle points could only be obtained in overseas battlefields or in the wars of invading foreign worlds. Simply put, points could be used to purchase ordinary goods, while battle merits could be used to purchase goods that points could not. These items included high-level cultivator skills, the upgrade of the tower, and special items such as protective shields. The cornerstone platform was like this. Points were easy to exchange, but battle merits were hard to come by. To obtain 10 million battle merits was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Now, as long as he killed Tang Zhen, he would be able to easily obtain these 10 million battle points. Even the level of the cornerstone platform could be upgraded by a grade. For ordinary Liu Cheng, this was like a pie in the sky. As long as they could complete this task, Liu Cheng's strength would rise to a new level. However, Tang Zhen's strength was there for all to see. The cultivation of a 2-star king tier was an existence that ordinary Lusheng city cultivators had to look up to. For those small cities, this matter could only be thought about in their hearts. If they wanted to put it into action, they simply did not have the strength. Therefore, only those top-tier cities and national-level cities were truly tempted and had the ability to hunt down and kill Tang Zhen. Except for those national-level powerhouses who were executing the invasion mission and those top powerhouses who thought that they were not powerful enough, there were still many cultivators in the theater of operations who were very concerned about this mission. However, this war zone was vast and boundless. Who knew where Tang Zhen would hide after he learned of the news? They were extremely far away from the Three-Eye Tower. If they were to search aimlessly, they would definitely waste a large amount of time. Who knew if they would be able to meet Tang Zhen in the end? As a result, a large number of cultivators in Lusheng heaved a long sigh and had to give up on this mission. However, there was no wall in this world that was airtight. After the disguise that Tang Zhen used before was displayed on the cornerstone platform, it was also painted by many towers and placed in the Wanderer Market around the towers. There was a huge reward for finding his traces. The wild cultivators quickly recognized Tang Zhen as the human cultivator who had killed a 3-star horde leader in one move in the Wanderer Market and then left. After this news was spread, it was quickly known by those who were interested. After that, they combined it with the fact that Tang Zhen destroyed the Three-Eye Race's tower and easily determined the exact location of his crossing in the rough route. If they continued to investigate this clue, they would soon receive good news, and it was extremely important. It turned out that a stowaway who had crossed the dangerous mountain range with Tang Zhen had also been accidentally discovered. After torture and interrogation, it was confirmed that Tang Zhen had the strength of a king-level cultivator. Moreover, he seemed to have a storage equipment on him. When this news spread, countless cultivators were envious. Even some powerful king-level cultivators who had planned to watch from the sidelines couldn't help but secretly plot. After all, a storage equipment could only be found by chance. If Tang Zhen really had such a treasure on him, then adding the battle merits that could be obtained by killing him and the increase in the cornerstone platform's level, all these benefits added together would be completely worth it for them to chase after him. The influence of these king-level cultivators was huge, far beyond the ordinary cultivators. Under the interference of their investigation, it did not take long before more and more information about Tang Zhen was gathered and placed before their eyes. According to the questions Tang Zhen asked in the Wanderer Market, he could determine that his target was the Three-Eye City and the Foreign Races City on the icy plains. Now that the Three-Eyed Races City had been destroyed by him, Tang Zhen's next target would definitely be the Foreign Races City on the icy plains. If he were to follow this route to track him, the chances of him discovering Tang Zhen would also increase substantially. With the convenience of the cornerstone platform, this news was quickly spread out. Immediately after, the cultivators of Lusheng City who wanted to kill Tang Zhen rushed towards the possible locations where he might appear. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were closer to this area quickly gathered in a short period of time. It was as if they had opened up a large airtight net as they continuously searched for Tang Zhen's traces. Even the wanderers and wild cultivators were informed by the surrounding towers that they would receive extremely high rewards if they discovered Tang Zhen's traces and reported it. Because of Tang Zhen's appearance, the entire war zone was filled with undercurrents. All the forces came onto the stage and wanted to be the first to intercept and kill Tang Zhen to obtain the platform's reward and his storage equipment. Tang Zhen, who was hurrying on his way, was unaware of this. He also did not know that the foundation stone platform, which had been destroyed by the explosion, would actually appear in such a form. The most important thing was that the cornerstone platform had actually collected all the information about him after he appeared in this war zone, and then issued a 3-star wanted mission. However, even if Tang Zhen knew about this matter, he would not be too surprised. Tang Zhen had always held an inquisitive attitude towards this mysterious cornerstone platform. However, he had never been able to figure out the principles behind its operation. If the tower was the most unique building in this world, then the foundation stone platform's function was even far above the tower. It could provide limited food to the residents of Lusheng through teleportation so that they would not starve to death due to lack of food. The most important point was that it could provide cultivation resources and the most basic cultivation skills for cultivators, so that their strength wouldn't be limited by the lack of resources and skills during the process of advancement. For example, the basic function of a building was to provide a place for cultivators to cultivate in peace. The cornerstone platform was like an online shopping mall that provided long-distance shopping services. It allowed cultivators of Lusheng to obtain the items they wanted without leaving the Lusheng. Although this process required a certain fee, it was extremely convenient for the cultivators of Lucheng. Therefore, in the beginning, the cultivators of Lusheng needed to hunt monsters around the Lusheng as a way to train themselves and improve their strength. After the Lusheng was promoted to a certain level, they could be self-sufficient without even taking a step out of the Lusheng. The fundamental reason was nothing more than to provide these cultivators with enough comprehensive cultivation guarantee, so that they could improve their combat effectiveness with peace of mind and greatly increase the number of cultivators in the city, in preparation for the invasion of the foreign world in the future. Such a magical upgradable building, together with an even more magical cornerstone platform, formed countless cultivation bases in the world of Lusheng, providing an endless supply of combat strength for the world of Lusheng to invade the other world. This cornerstone platform was spread all over the towers and had such a magical function. Tang Zhen would never believe that it did not have a monitoring function. He even had reason to believe that the subtle changes in each tower were actually under the supervision of the cornerstone platform, but no one had noticed it. 769 Chapter 767 The situation is not good on the rapidly flying magic carpet. Tang Zhen was controlling the flying magic carpet while thinking. Although the exact location of the Ice Plains alien race was still unknown, Tang Zhen already had a specific direction to advance in. According to the foreign merchants, there was an extremely high-altitude area on the western edge of this war zone. The climate there was harsh, and no one walked there. The icy plains and snowy regions stretched for thousands of miles, but there were still some foreign races living and reproducing there. It was extremely likely that the Ice Plains foreign tribes city that Tang Zhen was searching for was built in that region. Otherwise, other than this region, only a dangerous place like the mountain range would have such a large ice plains. Although it was impossible to confirm the specific location of the target, it was related to the life and death of the original world. Tang Zhen absolutely could not miss any possible clues. Therefore, he had to personally go to the plateau. Even if it was a wasted trip, it would only be a waste of time. Fortunately, with the destruction of the three-eye race, he had already completed half of his goal. The pressure on his body had been reduced by a lot, and even his mood had become much more relaxed. On the flying magic carpet that was hundreds of meters above the ground, the little monster was cowering by Tang Zhen's legs. From time to time, it would stick its head to the edge of the flying magic carpet, looking down at the mountains and rivers that constantly passed by, and making woo-woo sounds. No one knew if it was happy or scared, but it always had a silly look on its face. Even on the flying magic carpet, it still couldn't stay idle. Back then, Tang Zhen had taken in this little fellow on a whim. The main reason was that the little monster's appearance and habits caused Tang Zhen to feel a very close and familiar feeling. With such a little fellow accompanying him during the long journey, Tang Zhen was not particularly bored. Moreover, with it being mischievous by the side, Tang Zhen's originally somewhat nervous and depressed mood had also unconsciously become much more relaxed. The weather was good today. The sun was high in the sky, the clouds were light, and the wind was gentle. It was indeed a pleasant thing to travel on the flying carpet in such weather. As he passed by a city, Tang Zhen inadvertently saw a few foreign cultivators gathered at the top of the city. They were pointing at him in the flying carpet, as if they were discussing something. Tang Zhen had seen such a situation more than once. Therefore, he was not surprised. He merely casually glanced around before continuing on his way. Who would have thought that not long after Tang Zhen passed through the city tower area, he would actually see 3 foreign cultivators rising into the sky from a distance and quickly flying towards his position. Tang Zhen frowned slightly upon seeing this. However, he did not say anything. He merely coldly watched their actions. The 3 foreign cultivators were using something similar to a glider. A strange flesh worm was tied to it, which was the biological power of this aircraft. Every time these non-humankind cultivators kicked these meat sacks, a strong stream of air would be released from the end of these meat sacks, pushing the glider forward rapidly. After the 3 foreign cultivators approached Tang Zhen, they didn't approach him. Instead, they kept a distance of tens of meters away from him and constantly sized up Tang Zhen, who was sitting on the magic carpet. Their eyes revealed excitement and vigilance. At the same time they were observing Tang Zhen, they were also using hand gestures to continuously carry out simple communication. Their eyes even carried a trace of greed. Tang Zhen's heart jolted when he saw this. He seemed to have thought of something. Just as he was about to approach and ask, the expressions of the 3 foreign race cultivators changed greatly. They quickly dodged and quickly flew back to the tower they had just been in. It's not that easy to escape. Tang Zhen coldly snorted when he saw this. He controlled the flying carpet and quickly gave chase. The flying magic carpet was as fast as lightning and caught up with a foreign cultivator in the blink of an eye. When the foreign cultivator saw Tang Zhen chasing after him, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He desperately kicked the flesh sack worm. And NBSP, after suffering from the pain, the meat sack worm continued to spew out strong air currents, increasing its speed by more than 2 times. The other 2 foreign race cultivators were the same. They controlled their gliders and quickly fled from Tang Zhen as if he was some man-eating demon. The doubt in Tang Zhen's heart became even denser when he saw this. He snorted coldly and shot off the flying carpet. As if he didn't care about the distance between them, he teleported in front of a foreign cultivator in the blink of an eye and stopped him in midair. When the foreign cultivator saw this, he immediately roared in panic. Without any hesitation, he took out a few fruit-like objects from his pocket and threw them at Tang Zhen's head. That thing exploded in midair, shooting out a large area of cotton-like objects, causing Tang Zhen to be surrounded by these things. Seeing this, the other 2 cultivators also threw out similar items. Then, one of the foreign cultivators roared and spat out a fireball, which directly hit the cotton-like objects. With a muffled boom, the cotton-like objects burst into flames in an instant. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. However, this small trick was unable to harm Tang Zhen. Just as the flames erupted, he had already appeared in front of a foreign race cultivator like a ghost and directly broke his glider. As the foreign cultivator screamed, she pulled him by the collar and landed on the flying carpet. Seeing this, the other 2 cultivators didn't try to save their companion. Instead, they glided away. How could Tang Zhen allow them to leave? He casually took out a heavy sniper rifle from his storage space and fired 2 shots in succession, blowing them up in the air. "Tell me, who are you guys? Do you know me?" Tang Zhen landed the flying magic carpet on the ground and casually threw the foreign race cultivator on the ground. He coldly snorted and asked when he saw the terrified expression on the foreign race cultivator's face. I don't know. Don't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me. I don't know anything, he said. When the foreign cultivator saw Tang Zhen asking him, the fear on his face became more and more intense. He kept waving his hands and his body kept rubbing backward. Looking at his actions, he was clearly waiting for an opportunity to escape. If you still don't tell me the truth, I will make you wish you were dead. You can try. As Tang Zhen spoke, he gently pointed at the leg of the foreign cultivator. His mental energy condensed into a sword and directly pierced a bloody hole in the leg of the foreign cultivator. The foreign cultivator let out a blood-curdling screech as the fear in his eyes intensified. He immediately crawled up from the ground and tried to escape, ignoring the injury on his leg. You want to run? If you don't tell me the truth today, I'll make sure you can't walk for the rest of your life. Tang Zhen's expression was extremely gloomy. He once again waved his hand and a force was emitted. The fleeing alien cultivator let out a blood-curdling screech as blood spurted out from the back of his knee. His legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't tell me, your legs won't belong to you anymore. Tang Zhen looked at the pained and fearful foreign cultivator and spoke with an expressionless face. You devil bastard, what do you want? I've already told you that I don't know anything. What do you want me to tell you? The foreign cultivator gritted his teeth and refused to answer Tang Zhen's question. You're looking for death. Killing intent flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes as he coldly said to the foreign race cultivator, although I've killed countless people, I've never killed the innocent. You're seeking your own death, so you can't blame me. However, do you know that you are bringing trouble to your tower by being stubborn? If I were to go to your tower to investigate, even I don't know what the result would be. The foreign cultivator's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Tang Zhen wave his hand. A beam of blood-red light flashed across the air, and the cultivator's head flew up into the sky. After a few rolls in the air, it fell heavily on the grass. Tang Zhen didn't even look at the corpse of the foreign race cultivator. Instead, he turned his head to look at the foreign race building not far away. A cold glint faintly flashed in his eyes. With a flap of its wings, it immediately charged in the direction of the foreign clan's city. 770 Chapter 768 The pursuers come before Tang Zhen could even approach the foreign clan's building, the latter had already taken a defensive stance. Not only was the gate tightly shut, but even the huge city wall was already filled with people. They controlled the heavy city defense weapons and pointed them in Tang Zhen's direction from a distance. Bows and crossbow-like weapons were knocked. Even though they had powerful weapons in their hands, these foreign beings were still extremely nervous. After all, this human cultivator with wings on his back was a genuine 2-star king tier. He had terrifying means that they couldn't even imagine. He could destroy a national city with a wave of his hand. The low-level city that he was in could be razed to the ground by the other party with just a finger. Therefore, there was a trace of unconcealable fear in their eyes when they looked at Tang Zhen. Their legs could not help but tremble. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed when he saw this. On the surface, it seemed that these foreign races were afraid of him. However, this was the first time he had met these foreign races. Where did their fear come from? Therefore, the uneasiness in Tang Zhen's heart became increasingly obvious after he saw this scene. He was now aware that many people knew what he had done in the Three-Eye Tower. That was why these foreign races, who knew what had happened, looked at him with such a look. If Tang Zhen's guess was right, there might already be cultivators investigating him. It wouldn't be long before he would be surrounded and blocked by cultivators in this battle area. This kind of terrible situation was actually what Tang Zhen did not want to see the most. Because in this way, his journey to the icy plain would be full of twists and turns, and it would greatly slow down his speed. If there were more king-level cultivators involved, then the situation would be even worse. It could even be life-threatening. Since that was the case, he had to figure out the cause and effect of this matter. Listen up, I'm only here to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You a question, I'll leave after I'm done. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over those foreign people who acted as though they were facing a great enemy. He continued, if you answer me obediently, then you and I will live in peace. But if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Now, get your city lord to come out and see me." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the foreign cultivators. His eyes stopped on the foreign cultivator with the highest cultivation base as he waited for the other party's reply. When the foreign cultivator heard this, he revealed a struggling expression. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up and bowed to Tang Zhen. "This Lord King, I am the city lord of Zuolo City. I'll answer all your questions, but before that, I'd like to advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be too late." Tang Zhen frowned when he heard this. He looked at the non-human city lord and said, "So, you guys really know me?" The non-human city lord nodded and said, "That's right. I'm not the only one who knows Tang Zhen. I'm afraid that all the cultivators in the surrounding area have already heard of your name. And as far as I know, many powerful cultivators in Lusheng City have formed a cultivator team and are ready to kill you on the way. That's why I advise you to leave as soon as possible, in case those cultivators chase you here and a battle erupts that will affect my tower. Please forgive me for my rudeness." The non-human city lord pointed at the two cultivators kneeling on the ground and said, "The three people chasing you just now were purely their own actions and had nothing to do with our city. So I hope you don't take your anger out on the innocent residents. If you wish to punish them, please do so, we will not complain." This city lord was very sincere, and his words and actions were very polite. He even seemed to be trying to please him. Through the information on the foundation stone platform, this non-human city lord already knew of Tang Zhen's cultivation and strength. He even knew that if he were to anger Tang Zhen, the city under his feet would probably be razed to the ground in a short period of time. Even a powerful national-level city like the Three-Eyed Tower collapsed in a moment in front of Tang Zhen. Therefore, the non-human city lord didn't have any doubts about Tang Zhen's terrifying strength. The thing he hoped for the most was for Tang Zhen, this god of plague, to leave as soon as possible. Tang Zhen's brows furrowed together. After musing for a moment, he asked City Lord Lu, "How did you get your hands on my information? Tell me the details, or don't blame me for being impolite. I'm sure you know my methods, and it's definitely not as simple as I said." Hearing this, the non-human city lord forced a smile and said to Tang Zhen, "You might not know this, but ever since you destroyed the Three-Eyed Racist Tower, almost all the cornerstone platforms in the entire war zone have issued wanted missions related to you. Not only does this mission information have your picture, but it also has the fluctuations of your soul's aura. There's also a high reward. As long as I kill you, I can get 10 million battle points and upgrade the level of the cornerstone platform once. There's also a rumor that you have a storage equipment on you." When the non-human city lord said this, he looked at Tang Zhen with a probing look. After seeing that Tang Zhen didn't have any reaction, he continued, "I believe you know the value of storage equipment. In fact, many cultivators joined the ranks of hunting you because they heard this information." Tang Zhen was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect the cornerstone platform to actually issue this kind of bounty mission. If that was the case, it would be really difficult for him to move an inch in this battle zone. Tang Zhen did not have the mood to stay any longer after he swept his gaze over the trembling residents of Lu City. Instead, he quickly turned around and left. When the foreign kind saw this, they heaved a long sigh of relief, their faces filled with fear. Compared to those foreign tribes who were relieved of a heavy burden, Tang Zhen's expression was very serious. He was very clear that from now on, he would be caught in an endless battle. If it was really as the foreign city lord had said, that there was his own soul fluctuation aura on the foundation stone platform, then even if Tang Zhen had changed his appearance, he would still be unable to escape the detection of the spiritual energy of a high-level cultivator. Therefore, there was no point in changing his appearance. What he had to do next was to be ready for battle at all times and rush to the ice field as fast as possible. If possible, he would choose a remote and hidden route to advance. This way, he could avoid encountering the foreign cultivators who were trying to intercept him. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately kept the flying magic carpet. He then put the little monster into his backpack and soared into the sky. This time, he really increased his speed to the extreme. He could only hear the wind whistling in his ears and the scenery under him flying past quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered a very long distance. After flying in this manner for around 2 hours, Tang Zhen felt that his body was a little tired. Hence, he found a hidden spot on the ground and ate some food to replenish his strength. The little monster bounced around Tang Zhen's side. It seemed to be extremely happy as it captured the insects in the grass. Tang Zhen teased it for a while before preparing to get up and continue on his way. However, at this moment, a large group of foreign cultivators suddenly appeared in the distance. They covered the sky and the ground, looking very dense. Apart from the dozens of Lord tier cultivators, there were 3 one-star King tiers leading the group.